elongating red lines to display the number of days since two users interacted. Guess what these technologies do is try to keep us engaged. The more we engage the technology, the more advertising benefit to the company. Is that a good business practice? Maybe so. Does it create a health hazard over time? Something to look at. Now, the other aspect of this debate is, are these companies newspapers or their TV stations? Do they have the power of media organizations that have rules and regulations, and the current media platforms do not? There are rules about what a television station can do. There are rules about what a newspaper can do. And what I want to try to find out is, if you're not a newspaper at Twitter or Facebook, then why do you have editorial control over the New York Post? They decided, and maybe for a good reason, I don't know, that the New York Post articles about Hunter Biden needed to be flagged, excluded from distribution, or made hard to find. That, to me, seems like you're the ultimate editor. The editorial decision at the New York Post to run the story was overridden by Twitter and Facebook in different fashions to prevent its dissemination. Now, if that's not making an editorial decision, I don't know what would be. It's one thing when we do it in our private lives. Nikki Haley made a post about her concerns about mail-in balloting. It was flagged as something, a claim this hasn't been legitimized. Let me read it to you. The next question to ask is, why is it a crime to raise doubts about the Holocaust? Why should anyone who writes about such doubts be imprisoned while insulting the prophet is allowed? Now, that's the Ayatollah. He's opining that raising doubts about the Holocaust shouldn't be a crime, and he has openly called for the destruction of Israel. His regime has, and his tweet was basically allowed to flourish. Here's what Nikki Haley said. Despite what the media tells us, election fraud does happen, and policies like balloting, harvesting, and mailing ballots to people who don't request them makes that easier. That needs to stop. This claim about election fraud is disputed. Well, that's her opinion. She believes, like I do, that mail-in balloting is ripe for fraud if you can't verify the signature. And if we just send mail ballots out to the world that are not requested, and you don't have a signature verification system that can be trusted, you have in fact led to harvesting of ballots for nefarious purposes. The question for us as a country, at what point do the decisions by these organizations cross a line? At what point do they have to assume responsibility that Section 230 shields them from? And to the people who are about to testify, I consider your products to have changed the world mostly for the good. We're able to interact among ourselves. We're able to talk to each other and share life experiences. We're able to, in real time, communicate to our neighbors and our friends and those who oppose us what we think, with technology that just makes it instantaneous and can literally light up the world. Section 230 was developed to allow these technologies to flourish. Early on, if you could sue Twitter or Facebook for content on a Facebook posting or a tweet, and they were liable for what somebody else said or what they felt or did, then the company would have probably never been in existence. The companies are trying to help us deal with child pornography. We have the Earn It Act that to be able to maintain liability protections when it comes to sexual exploitation of media sites, social media sites, by sexual predators. This committee has passed a bill saying you can only maintain that liability protection if, in fact, you use best business practices. And that's where I think we need to be going. My hope is that we change Section 230 to incentivize social media platforms to come up with standards that are transparent and opaque, that will allow us to make judgments about their judgments, that the fact checkers be known, that the community standards, who sets them, what are their biases, and give some direction to these companies, because they have almost an impossible task. They're literally trying to engage in telling us what's reliable and what's not based on cable news commentary or tweets from politicians or average citizens. Nobody in a free society has ever had that responsibility before. And the question is, how do you control that responsibility? I don't want the government to take over the job of telling America what tweets are legitimate and what are not. I don't want the government deciding what content to take up and put down. I think we're all in that category. But when you have companies that have the power of governments, have far more power than traditional media outlets, something has to give. And I'm hoping in this hearing today that we can find a baseline of agreement, that Section 230 needs to be changed, that my bias would be to allow the industry itself to develop best business practices to protect the sites against terrorism and child exploitation and other concerns, that we look at the business practices of these companies through a health prism, that some of their practices need to be modified because it can become addictive. You know, we thought tobacco was a good thing for a long time, to the point that we sent it to our soldiers in combat. The more we realized about the addictive nature of tobacco, the more we changed our mind about telling the public about the product. So whether or not we do that with social media platforms, that these platforms can be addictive if used too often, I don't know if we need to go there, but I do know that Section 230, it exists today, is got to give. And I think there's Republican and Democrat concern about the power that's being used by social media outlets to tell us what we can see and what we can't, what's true and what's not, to the extent that Section 230, in my view, has to be rewritten. So that's the purpose of this hearing, is to find a way forward to bring about change. And when it comes to social media platforms in Section 230, change is going to come. With that, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this hearing today. And I look forward to cooperating with you, not only in this hearing, but in the upcoming Congress on our Earn It bill, on other measures, because you're absolutely right. Change must come to social media. The fact is, we meet today in an unprecedented and precarious moment in American history. Daily, the president shocks our conscience and shakes the very foundations of our democracy using a powerful megaphone, social media. The president has used this megaphone to spread vicious falsehoods in an apparent attempt to overturn the will of voters. Every day, he posts new threats and conspiracy theories about mail-in ballots and voting machines, lies that contradict his own election security officials and his lawyers. He uses this megaphone potentially to block a peaceful transition of power. Now, Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, you have built terrifying tools of persuasion and manipulation with power far exceeding the robber barons of the last Gilded Age. You have profited hugely by strip mining data about our private lives and promoting hate speech and voter suppression. You have an immense civic and moral responsibility to ensure these instruments of influence do not irreparably harm our country. I recognize the steps, they're really baby steps, that you've taken so far. The destructive, incendiary misinformation is still a scourge on both your platforms and on others. In fact, Google has been given a pass from today's hearing. It's been rewarded by this committee for its timidity, doing even less than you have done to live up to its responsibilities. The recent actions you have taken, in fact, are simply to check the truth of what appears on platforms. Often it is voter suppression and incendiary, malicious misinformation, and you've tried to slow its insidious spread. That's not censorship. That's moral and civic responsibility. Now, I believe, and I hope the chairman agrees, that a series of hearings on big tech is long overdue on antitrust issues, on privacy concerns, and Section 230. I have urged, in fact, a breakup of tech giants because they've misused their bigness and power. Breaking off, for example, WhatsApp and Instagram. Rigorous privacy protection, because consumers should have control over their own data. And indeed, Section 230 reform, meaningful reform, including even possible repeal in large part, because their immunity is way too broad, and victims of their harms deserve a day in court. But this hearing is certainly not the serious proceeding that we need. It may become a political sideshow, a public tar and feathering. My colleagues seem to want to ignore the foreign disinformation campaigns intended to interfere in our democracy and calls for murder of FBI Director Wray and Dr. Fauci. What we've seen here are fighting words and hate speech that certainly deserve no free expression protection. The fact is that the purpose of today's hearing seems as much to bully or browbeat you, Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, from taking even more responsible action by threatening cuts to Section 230. Censorship is really a misnomer for this hearing. What you've done is to label and to fact check, to avoid amplifying misinformation, and to, in effect, impose those labels to alert people that what they are consuming may misinform them. And Facebook took down ads for Biden in Michigan and the ACLU in Colorado for mistaken information about voting. In short, there was action that affected both sides. I have fought for Section 230 reform for 16 years, from my time as Connecticut's Attorney General, when I took on the scourge of registered sex offenders grooming children on Facebook and MySpace with Senator Portman. I have led passage of the only successful revision so far to Section 230, the Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act, known as SESTA, and Chairman Graham and I have authored the only bill to reform Section 230 that is actually moved out of a committee. This section, the Earn It Act, passed this committee unanimously. Change is going to come, no question. Change is on the way, and I intend to bring aggressive and targeted reform to Section 230. But I am not, nor should we be on this committee, interested in being a member of the speech police. There are real harms and real victims here. And in some ways, this hearing is a betrayal of those real harms and the real victims of them. Those harms have been caused by big tech because you have failed your responsibility, as have others in this industry. I want to see real reform that will enable these abuses to be reformed, because your platforms have embraced, abused, and weaponized child predators, violent white supremacists, and human traffickers. And I've heard heart-wrenching stories from the victims. You've set back civil rights protections for Muslim Americans who live in fear of armed militias organized by private online groups. You have set back consumers and competition, making that kind of antitrust action very, very important. The American public deserves and demands real reform and accountability, national consumer privacy rules, antitrust principles that curb predatory power, and reforms to Section 230 that stop shutting the courthouse door to victims. I look forward to an opportunity for real change, and I think you can meet this moment by putting your power and your money on the right side of history. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. Lot to unpack there. Senator Blumenthal's been great to work with. I'll continue to work with you. If we keep control of the committee, Senator Grassley will be the chairman next year, and I would encourage him to have the hearings that Senator Blumenthal referenced, that this is an ongoing conversation to get it right to the extent that we can get it right. Mr. Dorsey from Twitter, are you with us, Mr. Dorsey?
I am. You hear me?
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you to the members of the Judiciary Committee for the opportunity to speak with the American people about Twitter and your concerns around censorship and suppression of a specific news article, and generally what we saw in the 2020 U.S. elections conversation. We were called here today because of an enforcement decision we made against the New York Post based on a policy we created in 2018 to prevent Twitter from being used to spread hacked materials. This resulted in us blocking people from sharing a New York Post article, publicly or privately. We made a quick interpretation, using no other evidence, that the materials in the article were obtained through hacking, and according to our policy, we blocked them from being spread. Upon further consideration, we admitted this action was wrong and corrected it within 24 hours. We informed the New York Post of our error and policy update and how to unlock their account by deleting the original violating tweet, which freed them to tweet the exact same content and news article again. They chose not to, instead insisting we reverse our enforcement action. We did not have a practice around retroactively overturning prior enforcements. This incident demonstrated that we needed one, and so we created one we believe is fair and appropriate. I hope this illustrates the rationale behind our actions and demonstrates our ability to take feedback, admit mistakes, and make changes, all transparently to the public. We acknowledge there are still concerns around how we moderate content, and specifically our use of Section 230. 3 weeks ago, we proposed 3 solutions to address the concerns raised, and they all focus on services that decide to moderate or remove content. It could be expansions to Section 230, new legislative frameworks, or a commitment to industry-wide self-regulation best practices, requiring 1, moderation process and practices to be published, 2, a straightforward process to appeal decisions, and 3, best efforts around algorithmic choice are suggestions to address the concerns we all have going forward. And they're all achievable in short order. It's critical as we consider these solutions, we optimize for new startups and independent developers. Doing so ensures a level playing field that increases the probability of competing ideas to help solve problems going forward. We mustn't entrench the largest companies any further. Finally, before I close, I wanted to share some reflections on what we saw during the US presidential election. We focused on addressing attempts to undermine civic integrity, providing informative context, and product changes to encourage greater conversation. We updated our civic integrity policy to address misleading or disputed information that undermines confidence in the election, causes voter intimidation or suppression or confusion about how to vote, or misrepresents affiliation or election outcomes. More than a year ago, the public asked us to offer additional context to help make potentially misleading information more apparent. We did exactly that, applying labels to over 300,000 tweets from October 27th to November 11th, which represented about 2.2% of all US election-related tweets. We also changed how our product works in order to help increase context and encourage more thoughtful consideration before tweets are shared broadly. We're continuing to assess the impact of these product changes to inform our long-term roadmap. Well, thank you for the time. I look forward to a productive discussion focused on solutions.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. Mr. Zuckerberg.
Thank you, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Blumenthal, and members of the committee. At last month's hearing, I spoke about the role internet platforms play in supporting democracy, keeping people safe, and upholding fundamental values like free expression. People have deeply held beliefs about these issues and can reach very different conclusions about the right balance. We try to do what's best for our community and the world, acknowledging that there are difficult trade-offs. I believe that some of these trade-offs and decisions would be better made through a democratic process, and I look forward to discussing that today. But first, I want to update you on our efforts during the election. At Facebook, we took our responsibility to protect the integrity of this election very seriously. In 2016, we began to face new kinds of threats, and after years of preparation, we were ready to defend against them. We've built sophisticated systems to protect against election interference that combine artificial intelligence, significant human review, and partnerships with the intelligence community, law enforcement, and other tech platforms. We've taken down more than 100 networks of bad actors who are trying to coordinate and interfere globally. We established a network of independent fact-checkers that covers more than 60 languages. We made political advertising more transparent on Facebook than anywhere else, and including TV, radio, and email. And we introduced new policies to combat voter suppression and misinformation. Still, the pandemic created new challenges: how to handle misinformation about COVID and voting by mail, how to prepare people for the reality that results would take time, and how to handle if someone prematurely declared victory or refused to accept the result. So in September, we updated our policies again to reflect these realities of voting in 2020 and make sure that we were taking precautions given these unique circumstances. We worked with local election officials to remove false claims about polling conditions that might lead to voter suppression. We partnered with Reuters and the National Election Pool to provide reliable information about results. We attached voting information to posts by candidates on both sides and additional contexts to posts trying to delegitimize the outcome. We locked down new political ads in the week before the election to prevent misleading claims from spreading when they couldn't be rebutted. We strengthened our enforcement against militias and conspiracy networks like QAnon to prevent them from using our platforms to organize violence or civil unrest. Altogether, I believe this was the largest election integrity effort by any private company in recent times. This is what people expect of us. And I'm glad that from what we've seen so far, our systems performed well. But election interference remains an ongoing threat that will never fully be solved, so we continue to improve with each election. But our integrity work is really only half the story. We also ran an unprecedented civic engagement program to encourage people to take part in our democracy. We ran the largest voter information campaign in history. 140 million people visited our voting information center, including more than 33 million on Election Day alone. We estimate that we helped more than 4.5 million people register to vote and helped states recruit 100,000 poll workers. This was done in a transparent and nonpartisan way as part of our ongoing commitment to supporting the civic process. And on top of these efforts by Facebook, my wife Priscilla and I personally donated $400 million to support election officials around the country in making sure that they had the infrastructure they needed to enable everyone to vote safely during this pandemic. In my last testimony, I said that people would judge us by our performance during this election. Now, I believe that the full story is not only how we handled bad behavior on our platforms, but also how we encourage civic engagement more broadly. I'm proud of the work we've done to support our democracy, and I look forward to discussing this. I also welcome the opportunity to discuss internet regulation. I believe we are well overdue to update the rules for the internet around content, elections, privacy, and data portability. There are important questions here, including who should be responsible for what people say online. For any system to work, I believe there needs to be a transparent process that people feel they can trust. And this will be difficult, especially since our country is so divided, but I believe it's the only way to address these issues for the long term. The challenges that we face are deeper than any one platform. They're about how we want to balance basic social equities that we all care about, like free expression, public safety, and privacy. This is why I believe we would benefit from clearer guidance from elected officials, and I look forward to discussing this today.
Well, thank you both. We'll have one round and 7 minutes, but I'll, as always, try to be a little bit liberal with the time because it's a very important topic. So let's just get right into it. Mr. Dorsey, you can go first, then Mr. Zuckerberg. When you heard Senator Blumenthal's opening statement and mine, what did you get from it?
Well, I think you pointed out that we are facing something that feels impossible. We are required to help increase the health of the public conversation, while at the same time ensuring that as many people as possible can participate. And in order to do so, we need to make policies so that people feel safe and they feel free to express themselves, to minimize threats of abuse, of harassment, of misleading information, of organized campaigns to artificially amplify or influence a particular conversation. And that policy creation, that enforcement is challenging, but also it is more or less opaque to the public. And that's where I think we have a gap. We have transparency around our policies. We do not have transparency around how we operate content moderation, the rationale behind it, the reasoning. And as we look forward, we have more and more of our decisions, of our operations, moving to algorithms, which have a difficult time explaining why they make decisions, bringing transparency around those decisions. And that is why we believe that we should have more choice in how these algorithms are applied to our content, whether we use them at all, so we can turn them on or off, and have clarity around the outcomes that they are projecting and how they affect our experience.
Thank you. Mr. Zuckerberg, very quickly, please. What did you hear?
Senator, I heard that there are issues around content moderation, as well as other areas. And frankly, I'm optimistic from the statements that we may be able to move forward and hopefully update some of the rules for the internet around these areas. I've been encouraging and hoping that we would do this for a couple of years. And from your opening statements, it sounds like there may be now enough common ground on views that real progress can be made here.
So from my point of view, the question for us is, when it comes time to flag content as being reliable or not reliable, do either one of you believe that the government should do that? Is that a solution where the government sets a regulatory scheme that talks about what should be up and what should be down?
I don't believe so. I think that would be very challenging.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Senator, for certain types of illegal content, I think it may be appropriate for there to be clear rules around that. But outside of clear harms, including things like child exploitation in areas like that, terrorism, I would agree with your sentiment that that's not something that government should be deciding on a piece of content by piece of content basis.
So if we take the government out of the picture, at least in non-criminal areas, should we leave it up to the industry to come up with best business practices? in terms of how to moderate content?
I think that's best. I think we need to align around the problem that we're trying to solve. And there are many solutions to solving those problems, but I think we also have to focus our efforts on what is going to have the greatest impact. And we believe that the greatest impact is going to be found in how we deal with algorithms, how we use those algorithms, because they are responsible for showing us what we see or what we don't see. And there needs to be more choice in their use.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Senator, I think that that there is a role for regulation in the process, even if not defining on a piece of content by piece of content basis. And one of the areas that I've advocated for is regulation around transparency that goes beyond just about what the policies are and what the process is, but also goes towards results. You know, and as an example of this, every quarter, Facebook releases a community standards enforcement report. It's basically a transparency report that breaks down each category of potentially harmful content that we track, you know, ranging from terrorism to child exploitation content to incitement of violence to pornography to intellectual property violations.
Yes, if I may, I don't mean to interrupt, but who sets those community standards? How are they set by the company?
Senator, we have a policy team that consults with a number of different stakeholders and outside groups to make sure that we're getting feedback from broad swaths of our community concerning all of the concerns.
Is that publicly known?
Senator, I believe so. And our head of content policy has testified publicly multiple times.
Okay. So when it comes to fact checking, would you give us a list of the people you use to fact check?
Senator, yes. We work with a number of independent organizations that are accredited by the Poynter Institute, and they include Reuters, the Associated Press, Agence France Presse United States, USA Today, factcheck.org, Science Feedback, PolitiFact, Check Your Fact, Lead Stories, and The Dispatch in the United States.
Okay, I think it's important for the public to know who sets community standards, how they're set, who does the fact checking, who you rely upon to do that. I think that would go a long way to people having a better understanding of the decisions you make. Mr. Zuckerberg, do you believe your product can be addictive?
Senator, we certainly do not design the product in that way. We design the product to be as useful and meaningful as possible.
That's not my question. My question is that there seems to be an ample body of growing medical evidence that social media sites have an addictive nature to them. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I don't think the research has been conclusive, but it is an area that we care about and study. We certainly do not want our products to be addictive. We want people to use them because they are meaningful. And we take steps to make sure that this is the case. So, for example, you know, we don't give the team that's running Newsfeed a goal around how much time people spend on our products, which goes counter to a lot of the memes and misinformation out there around how we operate. But my goal is to help people connect and find content and interactions that are going to be meaningful to them on our service. And our view is that if that's what we deliver over the long term and people find the services useful, then they'll use them more. But I don't think that companies should be optimizing to just encourage people to spend as much time as possible on them.
Well, time's about up. Have you seen the movie Social Dilemma?
Senator, I'm familiar with it.
Okay, have you seen it, Mr. Dorsey?
No, I have not.
I would encourage both of you to see it. So here's what I think we're going to do on the committee over time, I hope, is to ask the question more directly, are these social media sites addictive? Do they have a public health component that needs to be addressed? For years, we thought tobacco was a great thing. We found out tobacco was not such a great thing. The medical science around these websites are becoming very concerning to me, particularly among children, and that you can manipulate how many times you watch. And you can set these media sites up so that people will constantly interact. So to both of you, I appreciate coming before the committee. We've got a long way to go. I don't think the government needs to regulate what we think or what we say, but we've got to up our game here. And I'll end with this last question. Do both of you support change to 230, reform of Section 230?
Senator, I do.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let me bring this down to very practical terms. We're in the middle of another election. This election in Georgia could determine, in fact, which party controls the United States Senate. I'm concerned that both of your companies are, in fact, backsliding or retrenching, that you are failing to take action against dangerous disinformation, exactly the same kind of voter suppression tactics that existed in the last election, and that you are, in fact, reducing content modification. The fighting words and hate speech in the last election could inflame violence and send poll workers into hiding, discourage people from coming to the polls. We have to expect the same kinds of malign tactics. In fact, they are already visible, and I'm going to ask, Mr. Chairman, that these posts and tweets be entered into the record, if there's no objection, that are aimed at delegitimizing the election in January. My question to you is, will you commit to the same kind of robust content modification playbook in this coming election, including fact-checking, labeling, reducing the spread of misinformation, and other steps, even for politicians, in the runoff elections ahead?
Senator, our policy is to have a similar approach in the upcoming Georgia special elections that we took during the general election.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes, we do. We intend to learn from all of our experience with this election and bring all that learning going forward to make it more robust.
During the past election, there was rampant disinformation on social media in Spanish-speaking sites, repeating QAnon conspiracies and false claims of election rigging. In my view, you need to do better. Will you commit to taking steps to improve content modification for Spanish-speaking communities before the Georgia runoff?
Senator, this is something that we are already working on and worked on ahead of the general election. We have multiple fact checkers who focus on the Spanish as a language, and we made sure that we translated our voter information center into Spanish, which we showed at the top of Facebook and Instagram to everyone who uses those products in Spanish in the U.S. Those are a couple of the steps that we've taken, and we're certainly committed to focusing on this.
And yes, we will, in partnership with Latinx civil rights groups.
I'd like you to know, and perhaps you could submit to me within 1 week, what additional steps you're going to take, because this Georgia runoff is underway. And as I've indicated, I've seen a backsliding and retrenchment that is very deeply troubling, that have enabled the spread of this disinformation, the restarting of certain algorithms, for example, that promote or amplify misinformation, is very, very troubling. And I think I want to know within a week what additional steps you're taking to enhance the efforts to stop this kind of amplification and spread. Let me ask about Facebook community standards, which ban language that, quote, incites or facilitates serious violence. As you know, on November 5th, Steve Bannon, in a Facebook Live video, called for beheadings of Dr. Fauci and FBI Director Wray for not acting more favorably toward President Trump. Twitter banned Bannon for these remarks. You removed the video, Mr. Zuckerberg, but on Thursday, you reportedly told Facebook employees that Bannon had not violated enough policies that he should be banned from Facebook. My question to you is, how many times has Steve Bannon allowed the call for the murder of government officials before he suspends his account?
Senator, as you say, the content in question did violate our policies and we took it down. Having a content violation does not automatically mean your account gets taken down, and the number of strikes varies depending on the type of offense. So if people are posting terrorist content or child exploitation content, then the first time that they do it, then we will take down their account. For other things, it's multiple. I'd be happy to follow up afterwards. We try not to disclose these.
Down his account.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Will you commit to taking down that account, Steve Bannon's account?
Senator, no, that's not what our policies would suggest that we should do in this case.
According to the internal records that are on the record now, leaked by NBC News, Facebook has removed fact checks and forgiven infractions for conservative pages and pundits such as Breitbart, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and Gateway Pundit, based on a fear of accusations of bias. Has Facebook avoided penalizing or fact-checking conservative pages that had violated its policies based on concerns of political bias and allegations of bias?
Senator, no, we haven't done that. And I think that those reports mischaracterize the actions that we take. I'm not aware of any instance where we have overturned a fact check specifically. And certainly no action like that would be taken for the reasons that you're saying. What we do sometimes is apply some judgment on whether the repeat offender policies would render too harsh of a penalty, but that's different from overturning a specific fact check, and is not done for the reasons that you said.
Well, I'm very concerned that, in fact, Facebook seems to have a record of making accommodations and caving to conservative pressure, and the president has tried to use an executive order on Section 230 to again bully or browbeat and exert pressure on you and others in this industry. They're, in effect, working the refs, and they're winning. Let me ask you about antitrust issues. In 2013, Facebook bought Onavo, which is a virtual private records network that claimed to protect users' privacy. In fact, Onavo's access to private information about its users provided Facebook with unparalleled ability to track potential competition. I want to know whether Facebook used data from Onavo when it decided to purchase WhatsApp in 2014.
Senator, I believe that data from Onavo was one of the sources that the team looked at, but I don't think it would have taken using Onavo to understand that WhatsApp was a great product. And I don't think that was determinative in my decision to pursue that.
Well, in fact, the House Antitrust report says Onavo data was used to determine whether WhatsApp was, quote, killing Facebook Messenger, end quote. My time has almost expired, but let me just say finally that antitrust action by the Federal Trade Commission is long overdue. I believe that decisive action is necessary, including very likely breaking up Facebook as a remedy. All options ought to be on the table, including divestment of Instagram and WhatsApp. The FTC ought to impose strict conditions on how Facebook uses consumer data and competes with rivals, because the abuse of competition must end. Mr. Chairman, I ask that 3 letters from civil rights groups regarding disinformation and hate speech on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and also a letter from a coalition of children's protection advocates on the Earn It Act and child sexual abuse material on digital platforms be entered into the record. Thank you both for being here today.
Without objection, Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm glad to hear both of our witnesses today say that Section 230, that they are open to reform, because I think it's fair to say the internet has outgrown Section 230. And while we've made some modifications when it comes to terrorism and when it comes to child exploitation, I think there's more to do. But I think the question is going to be how this regulation is going to come to pass. I know there's some, including on this committee, who suggest that maybe we ought to create a private right of action so that individuals can sue over claims of violated rights on your platforms. I think that's one form of regulation. It's called regulation by litigation, but it's certainly not my first choice, and it's not optimal. And I don't think it's something we ought to be embracing in the first instance. But I do think it's critical that each of you and your counterparts work with us to try to come up with something that will address the concerns. And the basic concern I have is it's hard to know exactly how to classify your business model. It's we have a provision in the Bill of Rights protecting freedom of the press, but yet here, while we would never let the government regulate what the press writes or doesn't write, essentially we are allowing private companies, which are now de facto public forums, to regulate that speech. And I'm no more comfortable delegating those decisions to you than I am delegating to you my vote in the last or upcoming elections. You know, Louis Brandeis famously said that the solution for bad speech is not less speech, it's more speech. And it seems to me like the practices that you are engaging in to tag, remove, and otherwise censor speech on your platforms violates that principle. And I'd like to know why that shouldn't be a better approach by allowing more speech rather than censoring what is perceived as bad speech. And then, as I think I've discussed with you, Mr. Zuckerberg, I think we're all sort of struggling to come up with what the appropriate analogy here is to your business model. We know as newspapers have become less profitable and many of them gone out of business, there's been consolidation in the news media. There is a proliferation of cable TV shows and people being able to get information through a variety of sources, but there's no Walter Cronkite or the big TV networks that with the trusted anchor person who people have confidence in, that they will shoot with them straight. And so I know it's a very difficult thing to manage, but I would just encourage both of you not to wait for the lawsuits. We saw what happened to Microsoft. I think Bill Gates said that was one of his biggest mistakes, failing to engage with some of the antitrust concerns when it came to Microsoft, and he learned that the hard way. And I think there is a better way for the American people, and that's if we work on this together. Mr. Zuckerberg, I believe that Facebook publishes on a quarterly basis a report of its actions in this area. Is that correct?
Senator, that's correct.
And could you describe that for us and what motivated you to undertake that sort of transparency?
Yes. Senator, I believe that in order for people to trust that we're doing a good job, they have to be able to see the results. And we have to be able to break down on a content, on a kind of category by category basis across all the different categories of harm, whether it's terrorist content or child exploitation or incitement of violence or pornography or intellectual property violations, how much of the violating content is on our platforms, and how effective our systems are at removing it. And what we hold ourselves accountable towards is getting as high a percent of this harmful content down and addressing it before real people have to experience it and report it to us themselves. So in categories where we do quite well, for example, in fighting against terrorist content, our AI systems and counterterrorism teams are able to remove 98 or 99% of that harmful content before anyone has to report it to us. In other categories, it's more challenging and we're still making more progress. But I think that as part of a regulatory framework here, it would be good if every company had to issue a transparency report outlining what they're seeing on their platforms and the results and effectiveness of their content moderation systems. So that way, the people who are responsible for holding all of us accountable, whether it's journalists, Congress, academics, could have an apples to apples comparison about how all the different companies are doing, and potentially, as part of a law, require that companies even maintain a certain level of effectiveness.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, when Twitter decided to take down the story, the New York Post story on Hunter Biden's laptop, did you do that under your terms of service, or did you do it under some other claim of authority?
We did it under our terms of service, which, as you know, everyone agrees to when they sign up for Twitter. And this was a policy around distribution of hacked materials. We did not want Twitter to be a distribution point for hacked materials.
Well, you do realize that by taking down that story, you probably gave it more prominence and more visibility than it ever would have gotten had you left it alone.
We realize that, and we recognize it as a mistake that we made, both in terms of the intention of the policy and also the enforcement action of not allowing people to share it publicly or privately, which is why we corrected it within 24 hours.
And Mr. Dorsey, why isn't Justice Brandeis's formulation in Whitney versus California, why shouldn't that apply to the internet platforms like yours? In other words, the cure for bad speech is not censorship, it's more speech. Why wouldn't that principle apply to Twitter?
I think it does apply. All of our policies are focused on encouraging more speech. What we saw and what the market told us was that people would not put up with abuse, harassment, and misleading information that would cause offline harm. And they would leave our service because of it. So our intention is to create clear policy, clear enforcement that enables people to feel that they can express themselves on our service and ultimately trust it.
So it was a business decision?
It was a business decision.
Thank you.
Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dorsey, in recent hearings before the Senate Commerce Committee, you said, I think, that Twitter has a policy against misinformation relating to civic integrity. President Trump and his allies have tweeted hundreds of false claims about the 2020 election. Trump has falsely claimed victory and alleged widespread voter fraud. So here's the question. Does misinformation about the results of an election and voter fraud relate to civic integrity? Why or why not?
Yes, it does, and we label those tweets when the election has not been called yet, or multiple sources have called it differently.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Did you say you have been able to tweet?
No, we have labeled the tweets that would indicate a different result in the election, called by multiple sources.
I see. At what point was that done?
Throughout the period, October 11th to up till today.
So when the tweet was initially came in, how long was it before you, quote, updated it?
We didn't update it. We put a label on it pointing to the broader conversation. Our goal is to connect people with more information around what's happening with the election. And that was, and that occurred anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes, but as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Is 30 minutes the maximum time?
I don't know. We can get you that information.
Would
We'll
you?
follow up.
I'm interested in this. Does misinformation about the results of an election and voter fraud relate to civic integrity? Why or why not?
Yes, it does, and we also label those tweets that would indicate whether fraud was happening. And again, we connect those to larger conversations on the platform. So we want to provide context here. That is our goal: providing more context, providing more information.
Okay, now a specific question, and I'm not sure actually what the answer to this should be, but on November 7, President Trump tweeted, and I quote, "I won this election by a lot," end quote. Obviously, that's not true. President Trump lost the election. The warning label that Twitter has applied to the tweet says, and I quote, "Official sources may not have called the race when this was tweeted," end quote. Do you believe that label goes far enough to prevent the tweet's harms when the tweet is still visible and not accurate?
I do, because it's not just the surface level label. It points to a collection of news articles, of information and conversation that gives you an expansion on what's happening with the election.
I guess, you see, my concerns are that these tweets arouse people. And it seems to me that the entity that runs this operation ought to have an understanding that when there is a major situation, that the tweets can play a unique role in either reassuring or stirring people up to unacceptable levels. Could you comment on that?
Well, I agree in spirit. I know our policy is focused on misleading information around the election and the civic process to provide greater context, to provide additive information so that people can make decisions around what's happening within the election. And that is 3 phases. That's the run up to the election, that's election day, and also the phase we're in right now, post-election. So our policies and enforcement are focused on providing more information, more context to people in those 3 phases.
Well, let me give you a specific. On November 7, President Trump tweeted this: "I won this election by a lot," end quote. That's obviously not true. President Trump lost the election. The warning label that Twitter has applied to the tweet says, and I quote, "Official sources may not have called the race when this was tweeted," end quote. Now, here's the question. Does that label do enough to prevent the tweet's harms when the tweet is still visible and is not accurate?
I believe it's really important that we show people a broader context, and that is the intention of the label. It is not just text below a tweet. It is a link to connect to a much larger conversation and news articles across the spectrum.
Well, give me an example. what would have to happen before the situation would warrant a stronger response?
Well, we did have stronger responses during Election Day and the week after, where we did put an interstitial, meaning that you had to click through to see the content of the tweet, and it limited spread for anything that went against our civic integrity policy, including premature calls to election results.
Well, let me give you one more. On November 12, President Trump tweeted a conspiracy theory that 2.7 million votes for him were deleted. The warning label that Twitter has applied to that tweet said, quote, "This claim about election fraud is disputed." Now, here's the question, and I think it is a tough issue. Do you believe this label does enough to prevent the tweet's harms? When the tweet is still visible, it's a highly emotional situation, but the tweet has no factual basis.
But the tweet has a link to more information, to more conversation, and more context that informs the situation, what's happening. So I do believe that connecting people to the larger conversation, giving them more context, is the right path here.
But they have to move to solicit that contact, right? It's not contained as an addendum to the original tweet.
The label is an addendum to the original tweet, and if you tap on it or click it, you will go to an expansion of the information.
I see. Can I ask a question, Mr. Zuckerberg? Is he?
Yes, you may, if you want
Thank
more,
you.
if that'd be okay.
Mr. Zuckerberg, at the recent hearing before the Senate Commerce Committee, you said that Facebook has a, quote, policy in place that prevents any candidate, end quote, from, quote, trying to delegitimize the result of the election, end quote. But the hashtags steal the vote and voter fraud garnered more than 300,000 interactions on your platform in the hours after Mr. Trump falsely declared victory. So here's the question. Do you believe Facebook did enough to prevent Trump's efforts to delegitimize the election result? If so, why have you reached that conclusion?
Senator, I believe that we've taken some very significant steps in this area, not just the adding additional context to specific posts and making it so that when people search for different hashtags, we show additional information, but we also took the unprecedented step of putting the Voter Information Center at the top of Facebook and Instagram for everyone in the U.S. that showed them reliable information about the election, including partnering with organizations like Reuters and the National Election Pool to show them accurate information about the results of the election. So all taken together, I think that we really went quite far in terms of helping to distribute reliable and accurate information about what was going on during this election.
Okay, let me give you one more along this line. After President Trump falsely claimed that the election was being stolen, a group called Stop the Steal was started on Facebook. It grew to more than 300,000 users in less than a day, making it one of the fastest growing groups, I understand, in Facebook history. You shut the group down, but substantial damage already had been done. Trump supporters, some of them armed with assault weapons, held Stop the Steal rallies outside election offices. In Philadelphia, 2 armed supporters who had traveled from Virginia were arrested on their way to the city's vote counting center. Here's the question, and this is a tough one. What are your concerns about the spread of misinformation, no matter how innocent it is, or it is not innocent, like Trump's claims about the election, that they may incite violence?
Senator, I'm very worried about this, especially any misinformation or content that could incite violence. And during such a volatile period like this, one of our top priorities is making sure that people don't use our platform to organize any violence or civil unrest. And that was the basis under which we took that group, because there were a number of members who were posting potentially violent or encouraging violent comments that violated our policies. We also have broader policies in place around trying to slow the spread of misinformation more broadly, even when it's not going to lead to some kind of violence or imminent harm. And that's why we've created this independent fact-checking program where we work with more than 80 partners around the world to help do fact-checking, because people in our community have told us they don't want to see misinformation, but they also don't want us to be deciding what is true and false. So we've taken the step of building this program, which I believe is more sophisticated than what anyone else in our industry has. So I'm very focused on these issues.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because I'm really struck by it, that people armed with assault weapons as a product of a tweet could rally outside an election office. And I think it's really a serious issue that needs to be considered. And there need to be, once you signal that and people respond to it, it has to be in some way abated or some way pointed out or restructured on the internet itself. Now, can you respond to that?
Senator Feinstein, I hate to, we're almost double the time. Could we?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We're going to have a vote come up, and I apologize. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to note that as far as the president's arguments about the election and how they turned out, inciting violence, I'd like to point out here that the only violence that I'm aware of has occurred in connection with Antifa, Antifa's response to pro-Trump peaceful rally attenders. So I don't quite understand that. Maybe we'll have a chance to dwell on that more in a minute. But first, I want to talk a little bit about federal law, existing federal law, and what it requires. Section 5 of the Federal Trade Commission Act prohibits businesses from engaging in unfair or deceptive trade practices. Compliance with this particular law requires that there be some consistency between what a company represents as their practices and their products and what they actually are. In other words, you can't sell one thing and provide another under the guise of providing something different than what's being sold. Both Twitter and Facebook represent and have represented for years to their users, their customers, that they take a neutral approach to election content moderation. However, as we've heard today, and as we will continue to hear today and into the foreseeable future, there are instances in which your platforms are taking a very distinctively partisan approach, and not a neutral one, to election-related content moderation. For example, just days before the election, Twitter suspended the account of Mark Morgan. Now, Mark Morgan is the commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Office. And they suspended Commissioner Morgan's Twitter account, specifically for a tweet celebrating the success of the U.S. southern border wall. Apparently, Commissioner Morgan's tweet, his comments about the border wall, violated Twitter platform rules governing what it calls hateful conduct. Now, I've read the offending post, and the offending post from Commissioner Mark Morgan reads as follows. At CBP and the Army Corps of Engineers, continue to build new wall every day. Every mile helps us stop gang members, murderers, sexual predators, and drugs from entering our country. It's a fact. Walls work. Period. Close quote. Mr. Dorsey, can you tell me in one sentence What exactly is hateful about Commissioner Morgan's tweet that I just read?
Well, we evaluated this tweet again, and we found that we were wrong. That was a mistake, and it was due to the fact that we had heightened awareness around government accounts during this time. So that was a mistake. We reverted it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to get back to more of that in a minute and get back to the fact that, I understand that mistakes happen. But what we're going to see today is that mistakes happen a whole lot more, almost entirely on one side of the political aisle rather than the other. Now, Commissioner Morgan's statement in that tweet, as was initially taken down, is factual. There's nothing remotely hateful about it, and yet it was taken down. Now, on October 15th, Facebook relied on a third-party fact-checker's assessment to ban 2 advertisements from Facebook for, quote, partly false information. Now, both of these advertisements were factual in nature, and they revealed Joe Biden's and Kamala Harris's views on late-term abortion. Joe Biden has stated that he won't accept any restrictions on abortion, and Senator Harris's views are such that she voted against requiring care for a child born alive during a botched abortion. The very next day, the third-party fact-checker issued a statement retracting the assessment and retracting it as erroneous. However, it stunningly took Facebook almost 2 more weeks until October 29th, when voting had already started in many jurisdictions, to lift the ban on these legitimate ads that the fact-checker had already declared a couple weeks earlier were erroneously taken down. So, Mr. Zuckerberg, why on earth did it take Facebook 2 weeks to correct this error?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the details of us re-enabling that ad, so I can follow up with you after. It's possible that this was just a mistake or delay, and unfortunately, when we handle millions or billions of pieces of content a day, while we strive to do as well as possible and be as precise as possible, we will make some mistakes.
Thank you. I appreciate your acknowledgement of the fact that there are mistakes. As I've noted previously, those mistakes sure happen a whole lot more on one side of the political spectrum than the other. Now, this is understandable. We're humans, but it's also understandable why this might occur. Maybe some of it has to do with your employees. 92.83% of Facebook employees who donated to federal candidates gave to Democrats. At Twitter, it's even more stark than that, as if it could get much more stark, but 99.3% of Twitter employees who donated to federal candidates gave to Democrats. And so these mistakes, they may be mistakes, but they're mistakes that rhyme. They may not repeat themselves, but they rhyme. And the consistent theme happens to be Republicans, conservatives, and pro-life activists. Now, I'd like to ask both of you, is there a list of every user or every content creator who has been deplatformed or had their contents reach altered or have had some other adverse action taken by either Facebook or Twitter altered? Is there some list that identifies each user for which that has happened? Mr. Zuckerberg, let's hear from you. Just a yes or no question. Does such a list exist?
Senator, I'm not aware of anything like that existing.
Mr. Dorsey, how about you?
Not exactly sure what you're asking, but
Yeah.
we certainly...
Simple question. Do you have a list of people, your users or content creators, who have had some adverse action taken against them, either being deplatformed or having their reach altered or something because of the content of their posts?
Well, certainly whenever we take an action, it's recorded somewhere in a database, but I'm not sure if that's your intent.
No, that's helpful. So what I'm hearing from both of you is that while there may not be an actual list, and I'd like you both to check to see if such a list exists, but even if there isn't, there is a de facto list because you have within your databases records of occasions when this has occurred. And so I'd like to ask both of you, If such a list exists, please send it to me. I'd like to see it. If such a list does not exist, you certainly do have the data necessary in order to generate some, and I request as a member of this committee that you generate such a list and provide it to me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Graham, the chairman of the committee, has stepped out momentarily. I've been directed to recess the hearing momentarily so that we can go and vote, and then we will pick up back here in just a few minutes. I would like to, as long as I have the gavel momentarily, I'm going to ask one more question before I leave to go vote, and then we'll recess the hearing after this question.
And could I ask when we're coming back? I've been waiting to ask questions for an hour now.
Yeah, we'll be coming back as soon as Senator Graham returns. He left to vote in just a moment ago. He'll be back. Mr. Zuckerberg, in September, Facebook tagged an ad run by the American Principles Project in Michigan that criticized Joe Biden and criticized Senator Gary Peters. And the ad was tagged because it was, quote unquote, missing context. Now, the next day, the ad was shut down entirely by Facebook. Facebook relied on a supposed fact check from PolitiFact, which is a nice way for you to avoid taking accountability for the problem, except that the fact check in question literally said that the ad, quote, makes, quote, predictions we can't fact check. Apparently this had to do with lacking context. So when did lacking context become a new standard for political ads? I mean, all political ads, all ads in general, but certainly all political ads lack context. Ben Sass just finished a resounding victory in Nebraska. And I haven't seen his TV ads, but I'm sure they're brilliant. This guy's made for television. He's with or without the beard. And I'm sure his ads didn't say, Ben Sass, great senator, but not that great of a hockey player. Or there is always context that is lacked out, that is lacking, left out in any advertisement. So what does that mean? And have you applied the missing context label to any Democratic ads, a single one that you can identify?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that specific standard, but as kind of a background on the fact-checking program, the basis of this is that we have heard resoundingly from our community that people do not want to see misinformation and believe that it is a problem. But people also believe that they do not want Facebook to be the arbiter of truth in deciding everything that is true and false. And for what it's worth, I strongly agree with that. And I do not think it is the right thing for us to assume that role. So within those bounds, we've tried to create a fact-checking program that works with independent third parties who have been accredited by the Poynter Institute for Journalism, which I think is widely respected. And we give those fact-checkers the latitude to determine whether ads or other content on our service is accurate, and if not, we apply some demotions or we prevent them from being run as ads. I can follow up in more detail afterwards on the specifics of your questions, since I'm not as familiar with them right now.
I would appreciate that very much if you'd be willing to do that, because it's not only inconsistent with logic and with what the standards that apply in every other advertising context that I'm familiar with. It's also inconsistent with what Facebook itself does. Just to give you some context for that, while we're talking about missing context, I recently posted something about the election on Facebook. And my Facebook post was almost immediately tagged with the following, quote, election officials say that voter fraud, which is historically rare, has not affected the outcome in this election. They have confirmed that mail-in voting was conducted in accordance with state voting rules, close quote. Now, I find this a little disturbing. Tag, to me, sounds a whole lot more like state-run media announcing the party line rather than a neutral company, as it purports to be, running an open online forum. This kind of editorializing insulates people from the truth, and it insinuates that anyone concerned about voter fraud must be crazy. It also states it as if it were an irrefutable, neutral, objective fact. Now, maybe these kinds of concerns are out of the mainstream in Palo Alto, but they're not out of the mainstream with the rest of America. And I have to reiterate, I hope this kind of manipulation wasn't intentional, but it's getting harder and harder for me to accept the premise that it could be anything but intentional. And if it was intentional, it's yet more evidence that Facebook's actions surrounding this election are incongruent with the promises that you've made to your own users. And that's a problem. Consistent with the directions I've been given by Chairman Graham, we're now going to recess. I predict we'll be in recess for no more than 10 or 15 minutes until Chairman Graham returns. We stand in recess.
All right, as you can hear there's going to be a short recess. For some of you, we are going to be taking a 2-minute break, but we will be monitoring that hearing, and as soon as it gets going again, we will bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, everybody, we are going out to a Zoom news conference right now in Georgia. This one is a big one where a lot of people will be talking about this one, no doubt. News conference comes after news of the discovery of nearly 2,600 uncounted votes in Floyd County, Georgia, narrowing the Biden lead over President Trump by just 800 votes. Well, let's bring that to you here on News Now from Fox.
Stephen Fowler.
Yes.
Up a long time.
So Gabe, risk limiting audits are supposed to prove that the correct winner won, not look at the exact margins. And so is that, just so I'm clear, the rationale for why the original county certification totals will stand, because an RLA doesn't examine margins, but rather the correct winner?
It's really threefold. What you just said, the whole point of an audit is to prove the outcome is correct. 2, our law requires that we report by precinct, which you cannot do in the RLO tool. And this logistically is more defensible under our law and physically easier to do because the RTR, which is the returns tally reporting system, and our ENR, which is the election reporting system, are built to give that precinct level data that we need to have for everybody to follow our law. So that is the rationale behind that, yes. There are several rationales, but those are the 3 basics. All right, who's next?
W. Brewer.
Hi, this is Wes Brewer with CNN. Thanks so much, Gabriel. Appreciate it. Regarding what Secretary of State Raffensperger said yesterday regarding his conversation with Senator Graham about invalidating absentee ballots, Mr. Raffensperger said that staffers were on the call with him. Were you or anybody else present on the Zoom meeting?
Yes, I was.
In the room?
It was a phone call, so.
Can you tell us what you heard Mr. Senator Graham say?
Listen, the back and forth, I was only on for part of it, so I didn't hear it all because I had to go do a CNN interview with Aaron. So what I heard was basically discussions about absentee ballots, and if there was a percentage of signatures that weren't really truly matching, is there some point where you could get to where you could say, if somebody went to a courtroom, could say, we'll throw out all these ballots because we have no way of knowing because the ballots are separated. And that was partially what was going on. I could see how Senator Graham viewed it one way and Secretary Raffensperger viewed it one way. But, our job in this state is to follow the law and follow the process. And that's what we continue to do. There's no physical ability for this office to do anything along those lines. And if somebody wanted to go that route, they could go the court route.
Would you say, how would you characterize his request? Is that something that was unseemly of the process, or you say he saw it one way and y'all saw it another way?
I'm not going to get into Senator Graham's mind, and I'm not going to get into Secretary Raffensperger's mind. I think they are both discussing. I can see how both sides of that could potentially be correct, but the president's going to continue to fight. His supporters will continue to fight. Our job is to continue to follow the law, and we were answering process questions. That's what we're doing on the call.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Julie Jester, excuse me.
Hi, thanks for doing this call. My question is, have any other Republicans, either within Georgia or outside the state, reached out to Secretary Raffensperger with concerns or privately in support of the actions he's taken in Georgia?
I don't keep up with the Secretary's correspondence. I do know that there are many Republicans who have thanked us for staying true to the process and following the law, because we are a nation of law, not a nation of men, and we will continue to do so. Right now, it's a time when I know that emotions are high. The president is obviously a fighter, and he has every recourse to follow the due process afforded to him under our Constitution and under state laws, under federal law. I anticipate that we will see lawsuits. I know one was just dismissed in the Southern District of Georgia yesterday, I believe. Lynn Wood has a lawsuit in right now. It will go through the process. I don't believe that it will necessarily yield anything, but I'm not a lawyer. And, we will allow the courts to do their business, and we will continue to follow the state law until a court says, but deviate from the plan we're on right now. So our plan we're on right now is finish the audit, certify the results, get the UACAVA ballots mailed out for January 5th, and then really look out for anybody coming from California or New York or Florida or anywhere else coming to our state to try to vote. Because that's the next big step that's going to be happening. We've seen, social media and other people trying to do those kind of things. And as I've said before, if you come and do that, it is a 10-year prison sentence potentially and a $100,000 fine. It is a felony, and it is a big one. So I wouldn't recommend risking it. So I think once we talked about that, Mr. Yang kind of backpedaled from his original moving to Georgia, I'm just going to campaign in Georgia. And it is everybody's right to come and First Amendment right to come and campaign. And like I said in the conference the other day, if you are moving to be part of the #1 state in Georgia in the country to do business, there's the state of Georgia. We are happy to have you. If you want to rent a house, start a business, buy a home, and be an actual resident here, that's fine. But don't come here to try to game our system.
Kate Tobin has had her hand up for a while.
Hey, Kate.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand the county and the state sort of certification rules here. So Floyd certified their results last Friday, and now they have turned up these additional ballots. And so there's an established process for them to amend their certification with new numbers. Now,
Correct.
Georgia is going to certify on Friday. Is there
Yes.
also a process in place for you to amend your numbers if another county turns out to have had a problem, or if your Fulton investigations yield something, you can update your numbers after Friday?
As I understand it, once we certify and get those ballots out, I don't know of a path that allows for that, but I'm not the lawyer. That might be a better suited to Ryan Germany, our general counsel. But our intent is to follow our rules, which is everybody ought to be done. Everybody ought to have their stuff certified, and then we will certify their final numbers. I don't foresee a situation that would potentially change the thing or have us not certify by Friday, barring a court telling us don't certify by Friday. That is the intent, and that is the goal.
Okay, so under normal circumstances, state certification is it. Once you certify, that's that.
Did you just throw the word normal out for some reason? I mean,
Not these circumstances, but in the past, when you've certified, that's the end.
correct,
Okay,
correct.
understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emil Moffitt.
Hey, good morning, Gabe. Question for you regarding Senator Graham's claims. Wouldn't a higher rejection rate mean that the system of signature verification is actually working?
One would potentially think that, yes. I mean, what we saw is in Fulton, they did have a higher rejection rate this year than they had in 18 individually. And we saw on the provisional side a similar thing. So as near as we can tell, the system is working the way it's intended. And potentially maybe what they were really thinking was a lower rejection rate compared to what they thought might have been necessary. So yeah, that's sort of backwards math on that. I think you're right. If a higher rejection rate would probably show, the system's working the way it's supposed to. An incredibly low one would show that there might be a problem. But the thing is, it's incredibly low in general because most people are getting their signature matches done and the counties are doing their jobs properly, as near as we can tell. We've had no specific instance of people saying, I know signature match what's being done improperly at this point. If any evidence of that does come up, we will obviously, vigorously go after that and try to bring it before the state election board with our investigators. Because the whole point of this is we want evidence. Going on Twitter, going on Facebook, and making claims is not providing evidence under a nation that is, directed by laws. There is due process in this country. And if people want to go through a discovery process and they have evidence, they can file a suit and do those things. We're still in that time. The president has every right to follow all of his, due process to come to a point where, he can say he's exhausted his efforts on this front.
Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you.
Nicole Carr.
Hi there. Do you all have any active investigations into election worker harassment or intimidation in any of the counties?
I can't speak to that directly. I do know that we had some people who were, I know one particular one in Fulton, but again, that goes down to a more local level of the sheriff's office providing security on some of those fronts. Our main state, we investigate things around the state election board rules and around election law. Harassment and intimidation is really a more strictly law enforcement kind of scenario. So I would think most of those questions would be directed down to the local sheriff who's supposed to provide security for the elections themselves, or the police departments where the people are residents.
Nick Wooten.
Hey, Gabe, had a process question for you.
Process.
Exciting. Yeah. So you've mentioned that this audit is not going to change sort of the actual vote tally or vote count. Like, we're going to certify whatever the counties have found. Right. Floyd County seems like an exception because they found so many ballots that were sort of left. Like, what's the certain threshold for when a county sort of has to amend?
Well, in something like this, the whole point of the audit is to, find issues. And what they're doing is they're going to go through and recertify this one because they're missing those ballots from the totals. If it gets to a point, I don't have a thing in your, it's just kind of like Justice Black's, I know it when I see it. So this particular one was obvious. It's obvious they have to get those returns in. It's obvious they have to get those put into the election night reporting so we can split them over the precincts and follow state law. So I don't foresee anything along these lines. Like I said before, it's one or two. And the thing is, we don't necessarily know from what precinct those are because they're not tied back to those things originally. So that's kind of the issue you're at with those right now. So again, we know it when we see it. This is obvious, and we will work with Floyd County to get their recertification done in time for us to do our state certification. So those final tallies will be part of the final certification of the state results.
Okay, thanks. Perfect.
Yeah. I think Justin's up next, isn't he, Walter?
Yeah, Justin.
Yeah.
Hey, just to be very clear about these Fulton investigations, can you describe if there is any evidence of significant wrongdoing in Fulton? We're hearing so many kind of conspiracy theories out there, so I want you to be very clear about what you're seeing in Fulton and what you're actually investigating.
What we're seeing in Fulton right now is managerial sloppiness, which opens the door for potential problems. If you're not doing your chain of custody properly, that's the kind of thing that can lead to potential issues of somebody saying, hey, these ballots were left alone, or these ballots, who knows what happened with those ballots. Similarly, with the issue around the State Farm toilet leak, water leak, whatever you want to call it, how that was handled on the chain of custody side at the beginning of the morning, because we knew about it at 5:30 that morning, kind of broke that night. So there are stories out there where they sort of combined the water leak story with they asked the observers to leave story, which were really, I think, about 17 hours apart. So they don't really tie together on that front. But managerial sloppiness, failure to attention to detail, those are the things that open the door to issues. I mean, one of the things I talked about here was specifically in the consent decree, is they said they were enter credit for voting in a timely manner. By not doing so, that upped the provisional votes, and people were confused. They said, I don't know if my absentee ballot was received or not. So it leads to confusion. It leads to problems. So that's where that's coming from on that front. And that's what we're specifically investigating.
And just to be clear about the observers, because I know you and I were talking about it that night, and you were saying your people were there, they were watching. Can you clear that up for me again?
We had a monitor there, but the way State Farm was set up, there was multiple rooms for things in some cases. And our investigator went there once we had an investigator there who had left, and we sent somebody back. So there may be a time period where not everything was looked at one time. And that's what we're trying to get down to. That's why we're looking at the video from State Farm and trying to get down to what exactly the timeline was and making sure that there was an observer there. And if there wasn't, then we have to account for why that was and who made those decisions internally at Fulton to say it's time for you people to go. So that's what we're trying to get to right now, is the truth of that. Because as you said, there's a lot of stuff flying around on Twitter and Facebook that is, touches fact, but doesn't necessarily have all the facts or the evidence. And that's what we're trying to get to.
Okay, Nicole Carr.
Hey, I'm sorry. I had a quick follow-up to the question about elections workers. If harassment or threats tie back to observers, does that fall within your office?
I don't know. It may, but I have to check with our general counsel and our chief investigator to know for certain. So we'll try to follow up with you later today about that. Okay, Nicole?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Archith.
Archith, come on.
Yes. Guys, sorry. Hey, Gabe, sorry. I just had to restart real quick. We just got a little update from Senator Lindsey Graham. You might have touched this before. How does the Secretary of State respond to that? There's sort of this back and forth with what he said.
I didn't hear what it was. Well, I responded to this earlier if you want to get the recording on that one. Basically, I was on the call as well, and there were process questions, but it looked like they were going down a path to try to say if there's a county that has, an out of proportion amount of ballots let through or cancel or whatever, you can question the entire count because they are separated from each other. That was sort of the process conversation that we were having. And I had to jump off the call partway through because I was getting ready for another interview. But again, Secretary Raffensperger, I know that's the way he perceived that when he and I talked about that. And I'm sure Senator Graham is perceiving it his way, but going down the path of potentially saying entire counties need to be redone there's no path for this office to do that. There is a path within a court of law to try to do that. So I think that was kind of the discussion that was had on that front, but it's not something we would think would be a good or rational way to do election administration after the fact, because these counties have apparently, from our point of view, from what we have seen, done their jobs appropriately, done the signature match, which has actually been enhanced by this office with extra tools, and having the online portal, which has a driver's license thing, which makes it a objective identification versus a subjective identification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh Letterman hadn't asked a question.
Hey, thank you guys for doing this. Can you walk us through how, if in Floyd County, if you had not had this unprecedented hand recount of every single vote in the state, how this problem would have been detected, and how you would have resolved it?
I'm not sure right now, because the problem was they have several things that happened to them. Their number one director is on COVID quarantine. Their number two person fell and broke her hip on election day. So they're down to the number three person and a volunteer, as I understand it, who are running that office right now. How it would have been discovered? I don't have a good answer for that right now. And that's one of the things we're gonna have to look in our own processes and systems, because most counties, they keep track of their memory cards. They keep track of these things. And what happened was on October 24th, a scanner had an issue. They replaced the scanner, and the plan was to rescan those ballots. And it looks like those ballots were taken, they were segregated, they were put to the side, and they were sealed in a box. They had a number on them. And apparently, they may not have been scanned. And that's what we're trying to investigate to get the real details on, because that's from talking to our vendor and some of the basic information on the ground is that October 24th, there was a log mismatch. And that means the scanner can no longer function properly. And normally how that happens is they powered it down wrong. They basically held it down. There's two memory cards in every one of the polling place scanners. If they power it down by holding the button down for too long, basically it writes on one card and never gets a chance to write on the other card. So when you turn it back on, the cards don't match. It says, hey, these cards don't match. Something is weird. And that's why they had to go through and look at rescanning all those things, because it looks like they probably powered it down wrong, but we haven't had a full investigation on the log files on that just yet. But that happened on October 24th, and that's when it was replaced, and they were supposed to take those ballots and rescan them on the central scanner. They had issues. I mean, as I pointed out in our conference yesterday, some of y'all may not have been on it, this county had some issues in the August runoff where they did not follow the SEB rule of having 10% of emergency ballots in place, they didn't move to the normal backup plan, which is to use ballot activation codes. Now we have this managerial issue. So there's problems within that office, which is why the secretary was asking for the director of that elections division to step down. It's just the managerial issues are just too great at this point. Yeah, follow up?
Yeah. Do you have any indication of whether he's going to accede that call to step down?
I do not personally. We've been trying to get in touch with him for about 2 days. And like I said, he is in COVID quarantine. He did not respond to our elections director calls for about 2 days. So we were kind of left to kind of figure it out and have our people on the ground and work with his county elections board to get this resolved.
Okay, one follow-up question from M. Walker.
Sorry, Gabe, just a couple of quick follow-ups regarding Floyd County, Gabe. You said that all of those votes the early votes will be rescanned and there will not be a hand recount after?
Correct. I mean, the audit's already been done of the ballots they had, so there was no need to do an audit after the fact.
Okay. And do you expect the Trump campaign to request a recount because you have obviously procured new machines, high-speed machines for all the counties?
Well, we procured those, months ago before that came up because we thought we kind of looked at what happened in 2018 and said, there will be a point in the future. Little did we know it would be this year where somebody's going to be within a half a statewide. It is their right to do so. This hand recount is hand audit is unprecedented. It will verify that the scanners, put out results that are based on the human readable portions of the ballots, which, helps to quell some of those thoughts and those wild claims that machines were flipping votes and they weren't counting votes properly. I mean, right now we're seeing the machines counted the votes absolutely as they were voted by voters.
Lastly, on the consent.
Again, it is their right to ask for this recount. And I explained at the beginning of the call how that recount would work if it was requested.
And lastly, on the consent decree, because President Trump has been tweeting a lot about, claims that signature verification isn't happening because of this consent decree. It has nothing to do with signature verification happening at the audit level. It only has to do with the time that a voter has to cure his or her signature, correct?
It's not even the time they have to cure, it's the time of notification from the county. That's the main thing that was changed based on that consent decree. Essentially, the historical way the law works is you have 3 days to notify people, and that was pretty consistent all the way through. This lawsuit, we settled to basically say if it's within 11 days of an election, you have to notify them within 24 hours. Because as you get close to the election, obviously, you have up to 3 days after the election to cure a ballot. So if you do it early, you have a month and 3 days. But as you get close to the election, the intent is to let people know more quickly so they can get it cured as it goes into that logistically tougher time for counties to get done. So that was the thing that was changed in this consent decree. It did not weaken signature match. It did not say you can only have to go back to the original signature you had, because the whole point is the signature on the request is already matched back to the original signatures you have on file. So it's a canard. It's a rabbit hole. I know people want to find a way to help the president win because they are strong supporters and he's a fighter till the end, I know, and they can follow the law and all their due process to get to that point. But this particular issue has zero to do with how the audit works. It has zero to do with signature. We didn't change anything in the signature match other than we did extra training and gave people more time to get the notifications to give them more time to cure their ballots. So
and those absentee ballots, once it's separated from the envelope, on the absentee ballot, there is no way to identify who the voter is. There's no ID number, nothing. It's just all you see is what vote.
Yeah, I mean, literally, when you have the outer envelope that has signature on it, inside that is something called a secrecy envelope. So that way, when you take the envelope that's been signed, you put it over here, you then stack the secrecy envelope over there, and there's never a way to go back and find the individual voter attached to that, because that would be against the state constitution of Georgia, which protects the right to privacy of every vote and every voter. If there was some mechanism by which to do that, we could get to the point of vote buying again. And we can't have that. It's the reason you can't take a picture inside a polling location. So that is the reason that's done that way. But there is no way to tie a ballot back to the original signed envelope.
Okay, Next, we have Amy Gardner.
Thank you. Hey, Gabe, I have a couple of really small questions. First of all, how many ballots are you thinking were affected by this chain of custody issue that you talked about at state?
No idea. No idea. That's why we have to do an investigation.
I mean, is there an upper limit that it could be based on what was there?
Well, let's see. If it's absentee ballots in Fulton County, I don't know the number off the top of my head. But those are the ones we'll be talking about on the chain of custody side right now. And the other side of it, it's not just absentees. There's two different things that happen at State Farm Arena. There's also the ballots that were the early vote ballots. And I'm not sure if that's included in the same thing. This is from our monitor who was tracking a lot of these issues. And he has several pages of reports on some of this stuff. So that's part of the concerns we have coming out of that.
Okay, thanks. And then you said earlier that you are hoping to have exact numbers of how many counties had perfect audit numbers compared to the original count. Do you know now how Fulton did?
No, I do not. I think they're still going through their quality control process because obviously they have hundreds of thousands of ballots. So that will likely be tomorrow before we're finished with them.
Okay, and then following up on the question I think that Miles asked about what would change and what wouldn't change in the certified numbers based on the audit. So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. You're not going to change numbers if it's like a discrepancy of 1 or 2 votes because you can't segregate it by precinct. Is that correct?
That's part of the rationale. And also our law doesn't allow for it. In some states, the audit results then become, if it moves to a full hand audit, they become the final results. In our state law, it doesn't contemplate that. Now we may look at changing that with the legislature in January, but as of this point, it does not. So that's one. Two, it does report by precinct, and the Arlo outputs do not have precinct level data, so we wouldn't be able to certify the way we traditionally have certified. So it makes more sense to have the audit do its job, which is to verify the winners of the contest.
So what do you do about the number that you do want to change in Floyd if you can't?
They're going to recertify inside of our system,
but not by precinct.
They're going to rescan all their stuff. And then they're going to back out the stuff they put into election night reporting and RTR and put it back in with the new results. They will then certify that, and then we will certify that final result.
Can they do that by precinct level? Do they have multiple precincts in Floyd County?
Yes, because when you have early votes, they're done on the ballot marking device. So there is a ballot. We know from whence the ballots come.
Got it.
That's how that works. All the early vote is done that way. There's a code inside of the QR code. It basically says the ballot styles tie back to precincts. Those feed into the election management system, which then feeds it back out to the election night reporting system by precinct. Does that track for you? Okay.
We've got time for one last question, and Kelly Myers had her hand up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, I'm Kelly Meyer. I'm with Nexstar Media Group as well, but here in the DC Bureau. So I'll focus this one back to conversations around Graham. I just wanted to ask, should this conversation or call even be happening with the senator from South Carolina? Should a senator from South Carolina be involved in Georgia's election affairs and results and conversations like this?
I think that in the United States, we have our freedom of speech. And if Senator Warren called, I think we'd probably take the call to have a conversation, to answer questions about our process and what's happening in Georgia. There's no need to not have those kind of questions. We know everybody on that call was a Republican probably, but I answer questions from Democrats all the time, and I don't see anything necessarily wrong with that. Senators, I believe, they represent their people, and they are trying to understand the processes here. And he asked some questions that might have gone, a little to the edge of something that people might have said, well, why is he asking this kind of questions? The secretary heard it that way. There were process questions. We did suggest that there was nothing within our law to let anything like that happen, but they can go do their due process and go to a court to ask for those kind of things. And that's where the president has every right to go to court.
All right, so we were listening to that Georgia update, but we want to go and take you back out right now to the Senate hearing that just got going again. This is featuring the two big tech CEOs from Twitter and Facebook as they testify on election 2020 and content flagging and so much more. You're going to see it right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
You have to balance American ideals like freedom of speech. You have to limit hate speech. You have to limit dangerous misinformation. That's a significant challenge. I saw one of the people who came here to demonstrate last weekend in Washington saying they're there because they had found out that China had 1 minute before the polls closed dumped millions of votes for Joe Biden. And somebody said, well, what do you mean? They said, well, it was on the internet. It's got to be accurate. But now your platforms have taken some positive steps. I mentioned that one thing, and I hear from people all the time to stop me with some of these misinformation, sometimes very dangerous misinformation. They've gotten it from your platforms. And I have to think you can and must do better. You know, our security, I think even our democracy, understanding a basic truth depends upon you doing a better job. President Obama described the escalating erosion of the acceptance of facts, of science, of clear evidence as truth decay. It's a, you know, without facts, it's hard to imagine how a government by and for the people can exist, and your platforms can bring people together. I think often they act as a form of driving people apart. Now, during this election, President Trump has emerged as the most prominent distributor of false and misleading election information. He still does it. It's nothing short of propaganda. Without evidence, he routinely claims the election was rigged, says that states actually cheated and fixed the results. He even claims that millions of Trump votes were deleted. And he's doing that while his own Department of Homeland Security is saying the election was the most secure in American history. And there's no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was any way compromised. That's what our own U.S. government is saying, when the head of government, the president, is saying just the opposite. So it may make him feel better about the fact that he lost badly, but we shouldn't have to put up with it. So I have a question for both of you. Has Facebook or Twitter conducted an in-depth post-mortem review of election misinformation spread on your platforms? Not just what you labeled, but how far the misinformation reached. Have you done that kind of a post-mortem?
Senator, we will do that analysis, and also we are commissioning and working with independent academics to enable them to do the studies themselves and to publish what they find without any intervention or permission required from Facebook.
Thank you. And
we are doing the same, including opening up our APIs to researchers to make sure that others are able to see what we may not see ourselves.
Will that be made available to us? Can other people see that results of that that study you're going to do? Both of you, I'd ask.
Senator, yes, the academic research is going to be public, and the academics are going to be able to publish this themselves without even having to get Facebook's approval over what they publish.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey?
And we'll make our reports and findings public as well, so everyone can learn.
I'll look forward to reading them. And I'm actually one member of the Senate who will actually read them. So thank you. Because, you know, you look at some of the things that went on. There was I know Senator Blumenthal and others have raised this question about the Steve Bannon putting on a video. Think of what it did. It called for the murder, the beheading of Dr. Fauci and the director of the FBI, Christopher Wray. Just think what that does. I mean, the FBI director travels with security all the time. Dr. Fauci and his family are private citizens. They're calling for their beheading. And it was seen by, I think, 200,000 people on Facebook. Well, now, if you're going to have somebody threatening to murder somebody. What do you do? What do you do about that? I mean, how do you catch that in a hurry? Because, I mean, I was a prosecutor. I prosecuted murderers, and we didn't have to face this kind of threat at that time. But what do you do when hundreds of thousands of people see a threat, go murder somebody?
Senator, in that case, that content violated our policies and we took it down. And as has been the subject of some of the other questions, if someone had multiple offenses like that, we would remove their whole account.
Well, that I'm sure that's the threat that they do. If they multiple times say go out and murder somebody, cut off their head, we're going to face a real problem. Facebook will take down our posting. Oh my goodness, what a deterrent.
So, Senator, what we try to do is identify content that violates our policy before anyone in the community has to see it or even report it to us. And for some categories like terrorism, which I've cited before, about 98 or 99% of the content that we take down our AI and human systems find before anyone even has to report it to us. On hate speech, we're up to 94% of the content that we take down, our AI systems and content reviewers find it before people have to report it to us. What we try to drive on more effectiveness is basically finding more and more of that harmful content earlier before it is seen broadly across our system.
Well, let me ask you about that because, we've had these discussions before. I'm deeply concerned about Facebook's role in spreading hate speech in Myanmar. Hate speech that helped fuel a genocide against the Muslim Rohingya people. And I mean, horrible. I've seen the pictures. I've seen some of the genocide. Now, you've made some progress about this since you and I talked about it last. But my understanding is that Facebook shuts down specific accounts that violate your content-related policy, but then the user can, of course, just create a new account. In Myanmar, for example, on October 8th, Facebook took down 38 inauthentic accounts created and controlled by members of the Myanmar military, in part to promote anti-Rohingya content. And I compliment you for doing that. But the Myanmar military just turned around and created new accounts to promote the same content. So in some way, you got a whack-a-mole problem here. But is there a way that you can stop these things, not just at the account level, but at the user level? And I use that as an example because people are being murdered in a systematic genocide.
Please answer Senator Leahy's question, then we'll need to move on. But go ahead.
Well, and I'm sorry to take long, but the previous questioner took all his time plus all the time that has been allotted to me.
Yeah, no, we're at 2.5 minutes, and let's just wrap it up, but go ahead and answer the question.
Senator, you're correctly pointing out that we did disable certain generals in the Myanmar military as dangerous figures, and they are not allowed to sign up for new accounts. But as you point out, these kind of integrity problems are not ones that there's a silver bullet or where you can ever fully solve them. We will always be working to help minimize the prevalence of harm in the same way that a city will never eliminate all crime. You try to reduce it and get it and have it be as little as possible. And that's what we try to do through a combination of building AI systems to identify harmful content up front, hiring thousands of people and tens of thousands of people to do content review, and partnering with organizations, whether it's in the intelligence community, law enforcement, election officials, or in Myanmar, local civil society to help us flag things that we should be aware of and on high alert about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll have some questions for the record for both of the witnesses.
Thank you very much, Senator Lay. I appreciate that. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Facebook and Twitter and Google have massive power. They have a monopoly on public discourse in the online arena. I will say it's dismaying listening to the questions from our Democratic colleagues, because consistently the message from Senate Democrats is for Facebook and Twitter and Google to censor more, to abuse their power more, to silence voices that Senate Democrats disagree with more. That is very dangerous if we want to maintain a free and fair democracy, if we want to maintain free speech. There was a time when Democrats embraced and defended the principles of free speech. There was a time when Democrats embraced and defended the principles of a free press. And yet there's an absolute silence from Democrats speaking up for the press outlets censored by big tech. There's an absolute silence for Democrats speaking out for the citizens silenced by big tech. Instead, there is a demand, use even more power to silence dissent, and that's a totalitarian instinct that I think is very dangerous. At the same time that big tech exercises massive power, it also enjoys massive corporate welfare through the effect of Section 230, a special immunity from liability that nobody else gets. Congress has given big tech, in effect, a subsidy while they become some of the wealthiest corporations on the face of the planet. Mr. Dorsey, I want to focus primarily on Twitter and ask you initially, is Twitter a publisher?
Is Twitter a publisher?
Yes.
No, we are not. We distribute information.
So what is a publisher?
An entity that is publishing under editorial guidelines and decisions.
Well, your answer happens to be contrary to the text of federal statute, particular Section 230, which defines an information content provider as any person or entity that is responsible in whole or in part for the creation or development of information provided through the internet or any other interactive computer service. Let me ask you, was Twitter being a publisher when it censored the New York Post?
No, we have very clear policies on the conduct we enable on the platform. And if there's a violation, we take an enforcement action, and people choose to commit to those policies and to those terms of service.
Except your policies are applied in a partisan and selective manner. You claim it was hacked materials, and yet you didn't block the distribution of the New York Times story that alleged to talk about President Trump's tax returns, even though a federal statute makes it a crime to distribute someone's tax returns without their consent. You didn't block any of that discussion, did you?
Our policy was focused on distribution of the actual hacked materials.
Did you block the discussion of the president's tax return material?
And in the New York Times case, we interpreted it as reporting about the hacked materials.
Did you block Edward Snowden when he illegally released material?
I don't have the answer to that.
The answer is no. You haven't used this in a selective manner. Let me ask you, were you being a publisher when you forced Politico, another journalistic outlet, to take down their tweets on a topic that you had deemed impermissible?
No. We were enforcing our policy and our terms of service.
So on October 15th, Jake Sherman, a reporter at Politico, tweeted the following. I tweeted a link to the New York Post story right after it dropped yesterday morning. I immediately reached out to the Biden campaign to see if they had any answer. I wish I'd given the story a closer read before tweeting it. Twitter suspended me. So you actually have a reporter reporting on a story, asking the other side for comment. And Twitter says, hi, Jake Sherman, your account at Jake Sherman has been locked for violating Twitter rules. Now, what did the Politico reporter do? Immediately tweets after that, my goal was not to spread information. Well, that's a little worrisome just in and of itself. My goal was to raise questions about the story. Oh, my overlords in Silicon Valley, I was attacking the New York Post. You don't understand. I was attacking them, as I did in subsequent tweets, and see how the Biden campaign was going to respond. They later did respond. And then, not long after, Jake Sherman comes back with, my account is clearly no longer suspended. I deleted the tweet. When Twitter is editing and censoring and silencing, the New York Post, the newspaper with the fourth highest circulation in the country, and Politico, one of the leading newspapers in the country, is Twitter behaving as a publisher when it's deciding what stories reporters are allowed to write and publish and what stories they're not?
No, and that account was not suspended. It fell afoul of the hacked materials policy. We realized that there was an error in that policy and the enforcement.
Hold on, I'm literally looking at the tweet from Twitter that says your account has been locked. You're telling me that this is not an accurate...
That's a lock and can be unlocked when you delete the...
I understand that you have the star chamber power. Your answer is always, well, once we silence you, we can choose to allow you to speak. But you are engaged in publishing decisions. Let me shift to a different topic. Mr. Dorsey, does voter fraud exist?
I don't know for certain.
Are you an expert in voter fraud?
No, I'm not.
Well, why then is Twitter right now putting purported warnings on virtually any statement about voter fraud?
We're simply linking to a broader conversation so that people have more information.
No, you're not. You put up a page that says, quote, voter fraud of any kind is exceedingly rare in the United States. That's not linking to a broader conversation. That's taking a disputed policy position, and you're a publisher when you're doing that. You're entitled to take a policy position, but you don't get to pretend you're not a publisher and get a special benefit under Section 230 as a result.
That link is pointing to a broader conversation with tweets from publishers and people all around the country.
Mr. Dorsey, would the following statement violate Twitter's policies? Quote, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud.
I imagine that we would label it so that people can have more context and read through.
How about this quote? Quote, third-party organizations, candidates, and political activists voter fraud is particularly possible where, quote, third-party organizations, candidates, and political party activists are involved in, quote, handling absentee ballots. Would you flag that as potentially misleading?
I don't know the specifics of how we might enforce that, but I imagine a lot of these would have a label pointing people to a bigger conversation.
Well, you're right. You would label them because you've taken the political position right now that voter fraud doesn't exist. I would note both of those quotes come from the Carter-Baker Commission on Federal Election Reform. That is Democratic President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker. And Twitter's position is essentially voter fraud does not exist. Are you aware that just 2 weeks ago in the state of Texas, a woman was charged with 134 counts of election fraud? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
If I tweeted that statement with a link to the indictment, would you put a warning on it that says, well, the Democratic Party position right now is voter fraud doesn't exist?
I don't think it's useful to get into hypotheticals, but I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Well, we're going to test that because I'm going to tweet that and we'll see what you put on it. All right. Yesterday, Mr. Dorsey, you and I spent a considerable amount of time on the phone, and you said that you wanted to embrace transparency. So I want to ask you, I have asked Twitter, I've asked Facebook multiple times, how many times have you blocked Republican candidates for office, their tweets or their posts in 2016, in 2018, and 2020? How many times have you blocked Democratic candidates for office? How many times have you blocked Republican office holders? How many times have you blocked Democratic office holders? Twitter has repeatedly refused to answer that question with specific hard data and cataloging the examples. In the interest of transparency, which you said you want to embrace, will you commit in this hearing right now to answer those questions in writing?
And we'll exactly what we want to do.
Question. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dorsey, I didn't hear you.
That's exactly what we're pushing for as we think about building upon 230.
Is that a yes that you will answer those questions in writing?
transparency, not just of outcomes, but also our process as well.
Is that a yes, that you will answer those questions in writing?
We'll certainly look into it and see what we can do.
And actually answer them and not give lawyerly doublespeak about why you're not going to give specifics. Answer them. Will you commit to this committee that you will answer those questions?
We're going to work to answering broader transparency around outcomes.
All right, that's a no. Mr. Zuckerberg, how about you? Will you commit that Facebook will answer those specific questions, cataloging the number of instances in which Democrats in 16, 18, and 20 have been silenced versus the number of instances in which Republicans have been silenced on Facebook?
Senator, I'm not sure if we have that data available, but I will follow up with you or your team.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes, and I'm going to take Twitter. We'll see if it's a yes or transparency is bogus and we don't intend to provide it.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We live in a dangerous world. Issues of national security, the worst pandemic, public health crisis in modern times in America, and we are being challenged as to whether there's going to be a peaceful transition of power in America in the presidency. At that moment in time, we decided none of those topics were important. And what was important was to determine whether or not social media was discriminating against Republicans. It's an interesting question. I think there are more important and timely questions. We have a recount underway in Georgia. We have allegations made by the election officials there, where the Republican election officials, where they have faced literally death threats. We are trying to determine whether or not the social media instruments of America are fair to the Republican Party. I'm trying to struggle with this issue because I want to put it in a context, and maybe I can't. Maybe this is unique. We certainly know what the Constitution says when it comes to free speech, and we know what it meant over the years. New York Times versus Sullivan and others with publications. We certainly didn't suggest that anyone that used a telephone line for nefarious, illegal, banned activity somehow implicated the telephone company into it by its nature. And then came radio and TV, and we had to come up with new rules in terms of, at one time, equal time, fair content, and so forth. And now we have this relatively new mechanism of communicating information, and we're trying to determine what to do with it, whether to treat it like a newspaper publishing or treat it like some sort of a communications network alone. Section 230 is an attempt to do that, and I'm sure everybody finds fault with it. I'd like to ask the two witnesses if they would comment on the historical aspects of this particular debate, if they have any thoughts. Mr. Zuckerberg.
Senator, one of the points in the discussion that I find interesting is people ask if the regulatory model should be more like kind of the news industry or more like telcos. But from my perspective, these platforms are a new industry and should have a different regulatory model that is distinct from either of those other two. I think it is not the case that we're like a telco, and that there are clearly some categories of content, whether it's terrorism or child exploitation, that people expect us to moderate and address. But we're also clearly not like a news publisher in that we don't create the content and we don't choose up front what we publish. We give people a voice to be able to publish things. So I do think that we have responsibilities, and it may make sense for there to be liability for some of the content that is on the platform. But I don't think that the analogies to these other industries that have been created previously will ever be kind of fully the right way to look at this. I think it deserves and needs its own regulatory framework to get built here.
Thank you. Would the other witness care to respond?
From a historical perspective, 230 has created so much goodness and innovation. And, if we didn't have those protections when we started Twitter 14 years ago, we could not start. And that's what we're most concerned with, is making sure that we continue to enable new companies to contribute to the internet, to contribute to conversation. And we do have to be very careful and thoughtful about changes to 230, because going one direction might box out new competitors and new startups. Going another might create a demand for an impossible amount of resources to handle it. And going yet another might encourage even more blocking of voices, or what's being raised here, which is censorship of voices, and changing the internet dramatically.
Go ahead.
So I believe that we can build upon 230. I think we can make sure that we're earning people's trust by encouraging more transparency around content moderation and our process of it. I think we need much more straightforward appeals. And I think the biggest point to really focus on going forward is algorithms and how they are managing and creating these experiences, and being able to have choice in how to use those algorithms on platforms like ours.
Let me get into a specific, Mr. Zuckerberg. October 10th, Detroit Free Press reported 13 men charged Thursday in a conspiracy to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer used Facebook and secure messaging apps to connect and plot their attack. The group's use of Facebook spans almost a full year. Members began to use the social media platform as a recruitment tool in November 2019, according to an affidavit by Brian Russell, Detective Sergeant, Michigan State Police. Once recruited, members communicated via a secured encrypting message platform. According to news reports, Facebook alerted the FBI about the Michigan kidnappers' online activity several months before the arrest. Thank goodness. However, in August, a Facebook page for the Kenosha Guard militia, which advocated violence in the aftermath of the shooting of Jacob Blake, was reportedly flagged over 455 times to Facebook. However, the page was deemed non-violating and left up. More than 4,000 people responded to that event. Hundreds of armed militia members showed up. A member of this group, a teenager from Illinois, later shot and killed 2 people on the streets of Kenosha. Mr. Zuckerberg, you described Facebook's handling of this militia page as an operational mistake. Can you explain the exact reason why the Kenosha militia page was not taken down?
Senator, yes. And first, what happened in Kenosha was obviously terrible. What happened here was we rolled out a strengthened policy around militia pages in general. Whereas before that, we would have allowed a group that was a militia, as long as it wasn't planning or organizing violence directly. In the lead up to the election, we strengthened the policy to disallow more of those groups because we were on high alert and we're treating this situation as very volatile around potential civil unrest around the election. We just put that policy into place, and for a number of reasons, it had not yet been fully rolled out, and all of the content reviewers across the company hadn't been fully trained on that. So we made mistakes in assessing whether that group should be taken down. But upon appeal, when it was escalated to a more senior level of content review folks who have more specific expertise in these areas, we recognized that it did violate the policy, and we took it down. It was a mistake. It was certainly an issue, and we're debriefing and figuring out how we can do better. Although one other piece that I would add is that the person who carried out the shootings was not in any way connected to that page or linked to any of the content there from anything that we or others can tell.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask one more question. Yesterday, the FBI released its annual hate crime incident report. The report found that more people were killed in hate-motivated violence in 2019 than any year since the FBI began collecting hate crime data in 1990. The report also found that race-based hate crimes remain the most common type of hate crimes last year, and documented increase in religion-based hate crimes, anti-Hispanic hate crimes, and hate crimes targeting individuals based on gender identity. Given these statistics, it appears to me that it's more important than ever for social media companies to combat hate on their platforms. And I might add to one of my colleagues who stated earlier, this is not Antifa, but these are documented hate crimes from FBI. Muslim advocates, Muslim have reached out to you many times, Mr. Zuckerberg, about this issue relating to published content that reflects on certain religious groups. And you said at a hearing, you do not allow hate crimes on Facebook. Yet in May 2020, the Tech Transparency Project found more than 100 American white supremacist groups, many of them explicitly anti-Muslim, active on the platform both on their own group pages as well as auto-generated content. Facebook did nominally alter some of the content, but the hate groups largely remained. Are you looking the other way, Mr. Zuckerberg, in a potentially dangerous situation?
No, Senator. This is incredibly important, and we take hate speech as well as incitement of violence extremely seriously. We banned more than 250 white supremacist organizations and treat them the same as terrorist organizations around the world. And we've ramped up our capacity to identify hate speech and incitement to violence before people even see it on the platforms. Our AI and human review teams, you can track our results in the transparency reports that we issue, now take down about 94% of the hate speech that we find on our platforms before anyone has to even report it to us, which is a dramatic amount of progress from where we were a few years ago, where when we were just starting to ramp up on this, we're taking about 20% of it down before people had to report it to us. So there's still more progress to make. We're very invested in this, and you have my commitment that we view this as an issue of the highest severity and one that we are very focused on.
Thank you very much.
Senator Sass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for hosting this hearing. Clearly important topics around content moderation. I'm a skeptic of the content moderation policies that exist, both because I don't think the standards are very transparent and I don't think the execution is very consistent. That said, I'm more skeptical than a lot of my colleagues, I think on both sides of the aisle, about whether or not there's a regulatory fix that will make it better instead of worse. I especially think it's odd that so many in my party are zealous to do this right now when you would have an incoming administration of the other party that would be writing the rules and regulations about it. And I think it's telling that a number of folks on the other side of the dais, I think of Senator Blumenthal, a guy I like, but who seemed to almost be giddy about the prospect of a new government regulatory agency to police online speech. And I think a lot of people on my side should take pause at the idea that so many on the other side of the aisle are excited about having the next administration get to write these rules and regulations. But to the broader question, first, just to get to kind of a level set, and I want to thank both the witnesses for being here today. But when Senator Lee lays out some of the issues he did about, just every human community is going to be situated in a different place about policy commitments and priorities and beliefs. But when Senator Lee said that 93% of Facebook employees who contribute to politics do so on the left, and 99%, I think it was, of Twitter employees contribute on the left, I would just be interested to see if either of the two of you think that has implications in the shepherding of your organizations. Again, I recognize fully that you're private organizations, and so again, I'm more skeptical of a governmental fix for a lot of the problems we're talking about here today. But I'm curious as to whether or not Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, and I guess we'll start with Facebook, I'm curious as to whether or not you think it's likely that there is systemic bias inside your organization in the execution of content moderation policies, given that your employee base is so unrepresentative of America in general.
Senator, I think it's a good question, and certainly I think it means that we have to be more intentional about what we do and thoughtful. Our principle and goal is to give everyone a voice and to be a platform for all ideas. As you mentioned, I do think it's undisputed that our employee base, at least the full-time folks, politically would be somewhat, or maybe more than just a little somewhat, to the left of where our overall community is, where the community basically spans almost wide varieties of people across society. So I do think that that means that we need to be careful and intentional internally to make sure that bias doesn't seep into decisions that we make. Although I'd point out a couple of things. One is that people have a lot of different views outside of work, and we expect and I think generally see that people conduct themselves professionally. And second, the folks who are doing the content review work, we have about 35,000 people doing content review, are typically not based in Silicon Valley. They're based in places all over the country and all over the world, because we serve people in countries all over the world. So I think that the geographic diversity of that is more representative of the community that we serve than just the full-time employee base in our headquarters in the Bay Area.
Thanks, Mr. Zuckerberg. Mr. Dorsey.
Yeah, this is obviously not something we interview for, and even have an understanding of when people are in the company. And with that understanding, we intend to make sure that both our policy and our enforcement is objective. And I realize that it looks rather opaque, and certainly the outcomes might not always match up with that intention, with our intention, and the perception of those outcomes may not match up. But that's why I think it's so important that we're not just transparent around our policies, but the actual operations of our content moderation. If people don't trust our intent, if people are questioning that, that's a failure. And that is something that we need to fix and intend to fix. And I think it would benefit the industry as well. But I do, again, point back to something I said earlier on the testimony, which is a lot of these decisions are not being made by humans anymore. They're being made by algorithms. And that's certainly enforcement decisions, but also decisions around what you see or what you don't see. And to me, that is the body of work. That is the conversation that we should be focused on, because that is the enduring use case for everyone who interacts with these services.
Thank you, and I wish it were true that these were all easy, objective questions. That the questions were, if somebody says, "Is the sky green?" That's an objective question. That the sky is blue and white, not green. But most of the things we're talking about here, and the places where you're applying content moderation labels, are not really simply objective questions. They're mostly subjective questions. If we talked about Medicare for all being, easily paid for inside a 10-year budget window on assumptions X, Y, and Z that don't raise taxes, that's not true. There isn't any math by which Medicare for all pays for itself in some short-term window. But I don't think any of us really think you're going to slap a label on that saying this is disputed, accounting or math or policy projections. And so really what's happening is there's a prioritization grid that people are going through as they build even the algorithms, even those that aren't driven by humans, and they're driven by policy priorities of situated individuals. I may be wrong about this, but my suspicion is that your employee base is not actually 99% left of center. I bet it's less than that. And I would speculate that part of the reason less than 1% of your employees give money to candidates on the right is because there's a social stigma attached to having conservative views inside your organization. And I would guess that those same sort of internal cultural biases inform the subjectivity of which issues end up labeled. So again, this is sort of an odd place to be in that I am skeptical that the content moderation policies are thought out well. They're not transparent enough for us to really know, but I'm definitely skeptical that they're consistently applied. And yet I'm not really on the side of thinking there's some easy governmental fix here. There's a lot about Section 230 that we could debate. I think some of the things Senator Durbin said about how in the era of telephones, nobody blamed the phone company for other people having spread misinformation by the phone. Exactly, that's what would be the case if Section 230 were actually neutral, but you're applying content moderation policies and seemingly in a way that's not objective. So I know that I'm nearly at time, but I think it would be useful for us to hear from both of you to give a sort of 3 or 5 year window into the future. If there isn't new legislation, what is changing besides just saying we're moving from humans to more AI? What qualitatively is changing in the way content moderation happens inside your organizations, short of a new regulatory scheme? Can you tell us where you think you're actually improving and what problems you're trying to solve? Mr. Zuckerberg, you first, please.
Senator, one of the areas that we're very focused on is transparency, both in the process and in the results. So we're already at the point where every quarter we issue a community standards enforcement report that basically details the prevalence of each category of harmful content and how effective we are at addressing it before people have to even report it to us. Over time, we would like to fill that out and have more detail in that and make it more robust. We've already committed to an independent external audit of those metrics that people can trust them even more. People have lots of different kinds of requests for where we might go with that in the future, whether that's breaking down the stats by country or language or into more granular buckets, adding more data around precision. But I think that would all be very helpful so that people can see and hold us accountable for how we're doing. And for what it's worth, I think that would be a valuable part of a regulatory framework that would not feel particularly overreaching to me, is something that could be put in law that would create an apples to apples framework that all companies in this space would have to report on the outcomes and effectiveness of their programs in that way, so at least we can see how everyone is doing. That seems like a sensible step to me.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Senator Whitehouse.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Dorsey's still answering the same question, and then I'll give it back to you in a hurry, Mr.
So sorry, I missed that.
It's a junior acting chairman. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. Well, I mean, if we're considering 3 to 5 years out, I mean, I think the realization that a centralized global content moderation system does not scale, and we need to rethink how we operate these services. And I would point to, we certainly need transparency around any process that we have and around the practice and the outcomes of those moderations. But I think having more control so that individuals can moderate themselves, pushing the power of moderation to the edges and to our customers and to the individuals using the service is something we'll see more of. And I also believe that having more choice around how algorithms are altering my experience and creating my experience is important. So being able to turn off ranking algorithms, being able to choose different ranking algorithms that are found, written by third-party developers and somewhat of an algorithmic marketplace, I think is important and a future that would excite and energize us.
Thank you. I've appreciated my interaction with both of your companies in the run-up to this, and I think both of you said some meaty things there about ways we can move toward greater transparency, so I'll follow up again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Gentlemen, let me start with just a moment's history to give some context to my questions. When the tobacco industry discovered that its product was deadly, it responded to that news with a systematized program of denying that set of facts. The upshot for the tobacco industry was not great. It was found in federal court to have been engaged in massive fraud and was put under court order to cease its fraudulent behavior. At around the same time, the fossil fuel industry began to run into a similar problem regarding the effects of its product, and it picked up the tobacco industry scheme kind of where it left off, including using some of the same individuals, some of the same entities, many of the same methods as the tobacco industry's denial operation. These are persistent, highly motivated, very well-funded and complex information operations, not unlike a hostile intelligence service would run, and they are quite secretive. And we're now seeing a new form, I guess you'd call it election denial, happening around our country right now. So that's the background that I come at this from seeing. And I'm wondering if each of you see a difference between individual error and basically mass disinformation. Is there a difference between odd people with fringe views who offer personal opinions and an orchestrated plan of deliberate misinformation or disinformation that is driven by motivated interests, whether foreign or domestic?
Senator, I absolutely think that there's a difference, and you can see it in the patterns of use on the platforms. And in our policies and operations, we view these coordinated inauthentic behavior operations, networks of fake and sometimes combining with real accounts to push out a message, but make it seem like it's coming from a different place than it is, or might be more popular than it is. This is what we saw the Internet Research Agency out of Russia do in 2016. And since then, a number of other governments and private organizations, including some companies like what you've mentioned, have engaged in this behavior. Now, the good news is that I think that the industry has generally gotten its systems to be a lot more sophisticated to defend against that in the last several years. It's a combination of AI systems that we've built to find networks of accounts that aren't really behaving quite the way that a normal person would, coupled with large numbers of content reviewers, sometimes with expertise in counterterrorism or counterintelligence, and then some signal sharing, whether it's with the intelligence community, law enforcement, different groups that have expertise in different areas, and with other tech platforms. But this is a big effort on I think all of our sides to make sure that we can defend against this kind of interference, and I think we are getting better and better at it.
Well, let me encourage you to persist. As you know, the last time you were here, you were asked about advertising paid for on Facebook denominated in rubles, which was not a very sophisticated scheme to be able to penetrate, but Facebook was unable to penetrate it, and your upgrade from that original setup was simply to allow a shell corporation to intermediate between the real actor and not. So I encourage you to continue to try to make sure that real voices are what are heard on Facebook. Mr. Dorsey, let me turn to you and ask you the same question in the context of bots. Brown University recently did a study that showed that about 25% of all tweets about climate change are generated by bots. Most of them obviously push out climate denial, as I described that operation. How is Twitter's capacity to identify a bot as opposed to a real customer?
Well, to build off your previous question, I do think there's a difference, as Mark said, and I do think there are many coordinated campaigns to manipulate the public conversation, to divide people all around the world, to confuse and generally to distract. And we do have policies and enforcement to prevent as much of this as possible. It is a growing threat, and it shows no signs of slowing down. Bots are one way that entities do this. Sometimes it may look like a bot, but it's actually a human that is organized with other humans for a particular agenda. So it is challenging. We are doing work right now to better identify bots on our service.
Let me just interject, Mr. Dorsey, real quick. As a baseline proposition, do you agree that a bot does not deserve a voice on your platform, that it should be actual people and organizations?
I don't agree with that as a high level. I think we should be labeling bots so that people have greater context for what they're interacting with.
Fair enough.
There are plenty of bots on our service that provide a valuable function, and I wouldn't want to take that away.
Let me ask both of you, and maybe you can supplement this as with the answer in writing for the record, because my time is getting short and this is a complicated question. But the question is, when does it matter to Twitter and when does it matter to Facebook to know who the actual entity is who is using your platform? Let me start with you, Mr. Dorsey, since Mr. Zuckerberg went first last time. And you can defer to a written answer if you like, because my time's running very short.
We'll add to this conversation with a written answer, but I do believe that pseudonymity is important. We have seen its usefulness with activists and with whistleblowers, and I think that is critical. But certainly there are times, and it's judged by a severity of potential outcomes, where we need to dig into identity and take actions.
We'll follow up with that. And let me just ask you, since my time has expired, Mr. Zuckerberg, to respond or have your organization respond in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we, Senator Whitehouse brought up something very important, and I'm going to add this as directly as I can. To Facebook and Twitter, do you have any internal research or evidence to suggest that your platforms can be addictive? Mr. Zuckerberg.
Senator, I think we can follow up with a summary of research that we have, but from what I've seen so far, it's inconclusive, and most of the research suggests that the vast majority of people do not perceive or experience these services as addictive or have issues. But I do think that there should be controls given to people to help them manage their experience better. Okay. And this is something that we're very focused on.
Mr. Dorsey.
I'm not aware of internal research, but we can follow up. But I do think, like anything else, these tools can be addictive, and we should be aware of that, acknowledge it, and make sure that we are making our customers aware of better patterns of usage. So the more information, the better here.
Thank you. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the late 19th century, the heads of the biggest corporations in America, the robber barons, got together and they set rates, they set prices, they determined how they would control information flow, they determined how they get rid of competition. And I'll be darned if we aren't right back there again. Except for this time, you're the robber barons. Your companies are the most powerful companies in the world, and I want to talk about how you're coordinating together to control information. In recent days, my office was contacted by a Facebook whistleblower, a former employee of the company with direct knowledge of the company's content moderation practices, and I want to start by talking about an internal platform called Tasks that Facebook uses to coordinate projects, including censorship. The Tasks platform allows Facebook employees to communicate about projects they're working on together. That includes Facebook's censorship teams, including the so-called community well-being team, the integrity team, and the hate speech engineering team, who all use the Task platform to discuss which individuals or hashtags or websites to ban. Now, Mr. Zuckerberg, you're familiar with the Task platform, aren't you?
Senator, we use the task system for, I think it's, as you say, for people coordinating all kinds of work across the company, although I'm not sure if I'd agree with the characterization specifically around content moderation that you gave.
Well, let's get into that, and let me see if we can refresh your memory and provide folks at home watching with an example. Here over my shoulder is an example, it's a screenshot of the Task platform in use. You'll notice if the cameras zoom in, several references to election integrity throughout, on these lists of tasks. Again, this is shared across Facebook's sites, company locations, by working groups. What particularly intrigued me is that the platform reflects censorship input from Google and Twitter as well. So Facebook, as I understand it, Facebook censorship teams communicate with their counterparts at Twitter and Google and then enter those companies' suggestions for censorship onto the task platform so that Facebook can then follow up with them and effectively coordinate their censorship efforts. So, Mr. Zuckerberg, let me just ask you directly, under oath now, does Facebook coordinate its content moderation policies or efforts in any way with Google or Twitter?
Senator, let me be clear about this. We do coordinate on and share signals on security-related topics. So, for example, if there is signal around a terrorist attack or around child exploitation imagery or around a foreign government creating an influence operation, that is an area where the companies do share signals about what they see. But I think it's important to be very clear that that is distinct from the content moderation policies that we or the other companies have, where once we share intelligence or signals between the companies, each company makes its own assessment of the right way to address and deal with that information.
Well, I'm talking about content moderation. I'm talking about individuals, websites, hashtags, phrases to ban. Is it your testimony that you do not communicate with Twitter or Google about content moderation, about individuals, websites, phrases, hashtags to ban? Just yes or no. Do you communicate with Twitter or Google about coordinating your policies in this way?
Senator, we do not coordinate our policies.
Do your Facebook content moderation teams communicate with their counterparts at Twitter or Google?
Senator, I'm not aware of anything specific, but I think it would be probably pretty normal for people to talk to their peers and colleagues in the industry.
It would be normal, but you don't do it?
No, I'm saying that I'm not aware of any particular conversation, but I would expect that some level of communication probably happens. But that is different from coordinating what our policies are or our responses in specific instances.
Well, fortunately, I understand that the task platform is searchable. So will you provide a list of every mention of Google or Twitter from the tasks platform to this committee?
Senator, that's something that I can follow up with you and your team after on.
Well, yes or no, I'm sure you can follow up with the list, but why don't you commit while I've got you here under oath? It's so much better to do this under oath. Will you commit now to providing a list from the tasks platform of every mention of Google or Twitter?
Senator, respectfully, I'm without having looked into this, I'm not aware of any sensitivity that might exist around that, so I don't think it would be wise for me to commit to that right now, so but I would be happy to follow.
How many items on the task platform reflect that Facebook, Twitter, and Google are sharing information about websites or hashtags or platforms that they want to suppress?
Senator, I do not know.
Will you provide a list of every website and hashtag that Facebook content moderation teams have discussed banning on the task platform?
Senator, again, I would be happy to follow up with you or your team to discuss further how we might move forward on that. But without
will you commit to it here? Senator Cruz and Senator Lee both asked you for lists of individuals, websites, entities that have been subject to content moderation. You expressed doubt about whether any such information exists, but you've also now said that the task website, you've acknowledged the task platform exists, that it is searchable. So will you commit to providing the information you have logged on the task website about content moderation that your company has undertaken? Yes or no?
Senator, I think it would be better to follow up once I've had a chance to discuss with my team what any sensitivity around that would be that might prevent the kind of sharing that you're talking about. But once I've done that, I would be happy to follow up.
All right, so you won't commit to do it here. We could, of course, subpoena this information, but I'd much rather get it from you voluntarily. But I think let everybody take note that Mr. Zuckerberg has now repeatedly refused to provide information that he knows that he has and has now acknowledged that he has, that Tasks has under oath. Let me switch to a different topic. Mr. Zuckerberg, tell me about Centra. What is the Facebook internal tool called Centra?
Senator, I'm not aware of any tool with that name.
Well, let me see if this refreshes your memory. There's a demonstrative now over my shoulder. Centra is a tool that Facebook uses to track its users, not just on Facebook, but across the entire internet. Centra tracks different profiles that a user visits, their message recipients, their linked accounts, the pages they visit around the web that have Facebook buttons. Centra also uses behavioral data to monitor users' accounts, even if those accounts are registered under a different name. And you can see a shot here, a screenshot provided to us of the Centra platform. We blocked out the user's name in the interest of privacy, although you can see this individual's birth date and age, when they first started using Facebook, their last login, as well as all manner of trackings. How many different devices have they used to access Facebook? How many different accounts are associated with their name? What accounts have they visited? What photos have they tagged? And on and on and on. Mr. Zuckerberg, how many accounts in the United States have been subject to review and shut down through Centra?
Senator, I do not know because I'm not actually familiar with the name of that tool. I'm sure that we have tools that help us with our platform and community integrity work. But I am not familiar with that name.
Do you have a tool that does exactly what I've described and that you can see here over my shoulder? Or are you saying that that doesn't exist?
Senator, I'm saying that I'm not familiar with it and that I'd be happy to follow up and get you and your team the information that you would like on this. But I'm limited in what I can, what I'm familiar with and can share today.
It's always amazing to me, Mr. Chairman, how many people before this committee suddenly develop amnesia. Maybe it is something about the air in the room. Let me ask you this. When a Facebook employee accesses a user's private information, like their private messages or their personally identifiable data, is a record made of that, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat that?
Is a record made of any time a Facebook employee accesses a user's private information, personally identifiable information, for example, messages? Is a record made any time a Facebook employee does that?
Senator, I believe so.
Does it trigger an audit?
Senator, I think sometimes it may.
How many audits have been conducted?
Senator, I do not know the exact number of audits.
Can you give me a list?
Senator, we can follow up on that to see what would be useful here.
Will you, I'm almost finished, Mr. Chairman. Will you commit to giving us a list of the number of times Facebook employees have accessed users' personal account information without their knowledge? Yes or no?
Senator, we should follow up on what would be useful here. It is, of course, in the operations of the company, if someone reports something, sometimes necessary for people at the company to go review and understand the context around what is happening when someone reports something. So this is fairly frequent and is a matter of course. We do have security systems that can detect anomalous patterns to flag. But we should follow up in more detail on what you're interested in.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just say in closing that what we have here is clear evidence of coordination between Twitter, Google, and Facebook. Mr. Zuckerberg knows he has the tools to track this, but he either doesn't remember or won't commit to letting us see it. We have evidence of Facebook tracking its own users all across the web. Mr. Zuckerberg won't answer questions about it, can't remember the name, isn't sure if the tool is deployed in this way, and won't commit to giving us basic information. I submit to you that this is both totally unacceptable and totally predictable, because it is exactly what these tech companies have done to the American people and to Congress for years now, which is why it is time we took action against these modern-day robber barons. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm, as you know, the lead Democrat on the Antitrust Subcommittee, and I'm going to take a little different approach here than Mr. Hawley did when it comes to competition policy, because I understand why they might be coordinating when it comes to security. What I want to focus on is what I think we're seeing all over this country, not just in tech. We're seeing a startup slump. We're seeing more and more consolidation. And throughout history, we've seen that that is not good for small businesses. It's not good for consumers. And it's not good for capitalism in the end. Even successful companies, even popular companies, and even innovative companies are subject to the antitrust laws of this country. When I asked Mr. Pichai about this at the Commerce Committee hearing a few weeks ago, he said he told me Google was happy to take feedback, and my response was that the Justice Department already provided feedback in the form of a federal antitrust complaint. And I know there is investigation reportedly going on out of the FTC right now regarding your company, Mr. Zuckerberg. So I want to start with exclusionary conduct regarding excluding smaller competitors by limiting interoperability with the Facebook platform. The investigation that we saw in the House recently gave us a number of examples of companies, excluded companies, including Vine, Stacklum, MessageMe, and Arc. And my view is this conduct, exclusionary conduct, not only damaged the ability of these smaller businesses to compete, but it deprived customers of convenient access. You're one of the most successful companies, biggest companies in the world, Mr. Zuckerberg, Facebook. Do you think that this is fair competition or not with regard to the interoperability and how you've conducted yourself with these other companies?
Senator, I'm generally strongly in favor of interoperability and building platform and API access for companies to be able to access. That's why we built the Facebook platform in 2007. Some of the policies that you mentioned, I think came about because what we were seeing was not necessarily startups, but larger competitors like Google and some of our Chinese rivals from trying to access our systems in order to use their scale to compete with us better. And it just felt to us like at the time that wasn't the intent of what we were trying to enable.
Okay, well, we may have a non-Chinese example here. I just want to know, I know that maybe we could hear from Mr. Dorsey, and I have concerns about Facebook's treatment of Twitter's subsidiary Vine. It's my understanding is that once Facebook recognized Vine as a competitor after Twitter acquired it in 2013, it cut off Vine's ability to interoperate with Facebook so that Vine users couldn't upload their videos to Facebook. And then I think that Twitter shut down Vine in 2016. Mr. Dorsey, could you tell me about the actual impact of Facebook's actions on Vine's business, on Vine's ability to compete, and on your decision to shut down the service? And I know you're not a Chinese company.
Well, I don't know about the intent on the other side, but I know our own experience was we found it extremely challenging to compete with Vine, and ultimately decided that the ball moved past us and we shut it down. Again, I don't know the specifics and the tactics and what was done, but we did find a very, very challenging market to enter, even though we existed prior to some of our peers doing the same thing.
Okay, I'm going to move to something else quickly. Instagram and WhatsApp. We have some released internal Facebook emails in which you, Mr. Zuckerberg, wrote that Instagram was nascent, and if they grow to a large scale, they could be very disruptive to us. And in a later email, you confirmed that one of the purposes of Facebook acquiring Instagram would be to neutralize a competitor. You wrote those emails that were mentioned in that House report. Is that right, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Senator, I believe so, and I've always distinguished between two things, though. One is that we had some competition with Instagram in the growing space of kind of camera apps and photo sharing apps, but at the time, I don't think we or anyone else viewed Instagram as a competitor, as a kind of large multi-purpose social platform. In fact, people at the time kind of mocked our acquisition because they thought that we dramatically spent more money than we should have to acquire something that was viewed as primarily a camera and photo sharing app at the time.
Okay, well, I mean, here's the issue: is though we don't know how it would have done, and when we look at your emails, it kind of leads us down this road as well with WhatsApp, that part of the purchase of these nascent competitors is to, I'll use the words of FTC Chairman Joe Simons, who just said last week, a monopolist can squash a nascent competitor by buying it, not just by targeting it with anti-competitive activity. So I know that this is a subject of investigation. Maybe we'll be hearing something soon, but I think it's something the committee members better be aware of, not just with Facebook, but what's been going on with these deals that have gone through and how it's had led to more and more consolidation, and how we as the Senate, and I just talked to Chairman Graham about this last week, could actually do something about this by changing some of the standards in our laws to make it easier to bring these cases and not just involving tech. So I want to go to something here at the end, the political ad discussion we had in front of the Commerce Committee, Mr. Zuckerberg. I know you said that Facebook had made over $2 billion on political ads over the last few years. You said this was your, quote, relatively small part of your revenue. I know that, but it's a kind of a big part of the lives of politics when that much money is being spent on ads. This is a bill I actually have with Senator Graham Yet we have seen these political ads that keep creeping through despite your efforts to police them on your own. And this is why I would so badly like to pass the Honest Ads Act. One ad that went through, it says, in 3 battleground states, ballots marked for Donald Trump have been discarded. Poll, will voter fraud only increase closer to November? So it stated in 3 battleground states, paid ad, ballots marked for Donald Trump have been discarded. This played between September 29th and October 7th, 2020, had up to 200,000 impressions. Does this ad violate Facebook's policy?
Sorry, can you repeat what the ad was?
The ad was an American Action News ad. They've advertised a lot on your platform, and it said in 3 battleground states, ballots marked for Donald Trump had been discarded. This was pre-election.
Senator, I don't know off the top of my head if that specific ad violates our policies. I'd be happy to follow up.
Okay, would you commit to a policy where actual people's eyes, people could review these ads instead of just being hit with algorithm review?
Senator, we do have review and verification of political advertisers before they can advertise.
Okay, so does every ad go through a human being? Like the
Senator,
TVs do?
I think our policy is that we want to verify the authenticity of anyone who's doing political or social issue advertising. And I think it's worth noting that our people reviewers are not in all cases always more accurate than the technical systems.
So are you saying a human being reviews every ad? It's just really yes or no, or I don't know.
Senator, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, we'll follow up then in the written. And then you brought this cease and desist order against NYU for publishing a report that noting over the last 2 years, Facebook has not properly labeled approximately 37 million in political ads. Why would you not support this project? Why would you bring a cease and desist against them?
Senator, is that the project that was scraping the data in a way that might have been
That's your definition, but it's
the consent decree that we have?
The reason it's happening is we haven't passed the Honest Ads Act, but so they're not violating privacy. They're trying to get the ads so people can see the ads, other campaigns, journalists, everyone.
Senator, you know that I support the Honest Ads Act and agree that we should have that passed, and even before that, that we've implemented it across our systems. But I think in the case that you're referring to, that project was scraping data in a way that we had agreed in our FTC consent decree around privacy that we would not allow. So we have to follow up on that. And make sure that we take steps to stop that violation.
Okay, last, Mr. Dorsey, do you think there should be more transparency with algorithms? As part of this is not just, and I'm off of the ads now, I'm on just generically. Part of this is that people don't know how this data is going across the systems and across the platforms, and people basically are buying access, has been my impression. So that even if you say, like, what's the news in the last 24 hours, old stuff comes up, something's gone awry from the beginnings of this. Would it be helpful, do you think, if there was more transparency with algorithms?
I do think it would be helpful, but it's technically very, very challenging to enforce that. I think a better option is providing more choice to be able to turn off the algorithms or choose a different algorithm so that people can see how it affects one's experience.
Okay, thank you. And I ask that both of you look at the bill that Senator Kennedy and I have, the Journalism Competition and Preservation Act, to help the content providers negotiate with digital platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining. Mr. Chairman, I know you've asked the question a couple of times about whether or not these platforms can be addictive. I think they probably can be based on what I've read in one of two ways. They could be just the nature of the personality and engagement in a tool that can that they can somehow relate to. But I also think there's a transactional addiction, and I think you also mentioned social dilemma. I think that's the use of analytics, which I don't criticize among the platforms, but it's the use of analytics to addict you to go down a certain path to produce a certain outcome. And that could either be an outcome forming an opinion or an outcome buying something you didn't even think about 30 minutes before you started going down that path. So I think there are things that we've got to look at, and I do agree with Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey. It's not conclusive, but common sense would tell you it's a problem already, and it could become a bigger problem. Mr. Zuckerberg, I'd like to go back to the task platform for a minute. When I looked at the screenshot that Senator Hawley put up, it looked a lot like a work management tool. Can you tell me a little bit about that and how many people are actually engaged as users on that platform at Facebook?
Senator, yes, thank you. I was a bit surprised by Senator Hawley's focus on our task system because all this is, it's a basic internal project management tool. It's exactly what the name sounds like. It's used by companies, by people across our company thousands of times a day to assign projects and track them. And it's used for all manner of different types of tasks across different people and teams.
And do you know roughly how many Facebook either contractors or full-time employees are actually users of the task platform?
I think that probably the majority of Facebook employees and people we work with have some interaction with the task system as part of some part of their work. It's basically just a company-wide to-do list.
The other platform that Senator Hawley mentioned was the Centra platform. You said you weren't familiar with that one, but I think that is something that would be helpful, maybe as a follow-up, to really understand the nature of that platform. I won't press you on it today because you said you weren't specifically familiar with the name of the tool, but I would be more interested in how it's used. But Mr. Dorsey, does Twitter have a platform similar to the task platform for work management communication among staff?
Absolutely. I mean, even the smallest companies use these tools. We use a tool called Jira.
Yep. I was involved in implementing these in my time in technology sector, so I could see why you have these platforms. But Mr. Zuckerberg, you mentioned you didn't think there was a systematic coordination between Google and Twitter, but you could conceive of how people in similar professions, may have a discussion, have a relationship, maybe talk about it over a beer. So could you see how the skeptic could see how these platforms could be used across platforms to force certain outcomes? Let's say you had 100 people at Facebook, 100 people at Twitter, and 100 people at Google that all had a political bent. they get together, they share notes, and then they go back and make decisions that could make it appear like it's a corporate initiative, but it could be an initiative by maybe some well-intentioned but misguided staff. Could you at least conceive of that being possible?
Senator, I understand the concern, and I think that coordination, specifically on writing the policies or enforcement decisions, could be problematic in the way that you're saying, which is why I really wanted to make sure that it was clear that what we do is share signals around potential harms that we're seeing, whether it's specific content in the aftermath of a terrorist attack that people are trying to share virally, so that way if one platform is seeing it, another platform can be prepared that it will probably see that content soon too. Signals around foreign interference in elections. But I think it's quite important that each company deals with those signals in the way that is in line with their own policies. And that, I think, is very different from saying that the companies are kind of coordinating to kind of figure out what the policy should be. I understand what the concern would be around that, and that's why I wanted to be clear about what we do and don't do there.
No, I agree with that. I would find it horribly irresponsible to think that this was some sort of a systematic approach across the platforms, but just with the sheer numbers of people that you all employ now, I could see how some of what's been suggested here in the hearing could actually occur with just small groups of people trying to manipulate certain outcomes. I don't want to get into details there, except to know that the task platform, if it's similar to ones that I have experience with, has a lot of logging, has a lot of data to where maybe you could do yourself a service by saying, I hear what's been suggested here, but in analyzing the interactions between groups of people and seeing maybe some aberrations, some people being more active and more geared towards one outcome or another, it could actually help you alleviate some of our concerns with the way these platforms are being manipulated. I'm not going to have time to drill down into some of the specific questions. I am glad to hear that you all are open on some regulatory outcome. I will tell you, if you listen to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle today, I fully expect that Congress is going to act in the next Congress, that we're going to produce an outcome. And some people think that that's not possible because that maybe the Republicans and Democrats are far apart. But if you listen to what they're asking you, they're concerned with a kind of outcome that they didn't like on social media in equal measure. So I do believe that you would be well served to come to the table as an industry and identify things. Mr. Zuckerberg, I like what you've said about transparency. And Mr. Dorsey, I do think that the algorithms, when you talk about the sheer scale, are probably the most sustainable way to go. But we're still going to have some confidence. I like your concept on choice as well. But we're going to have more visibility in what's occurred and what's produced certain outcomes. Like a Veterans Day post that I did after the election. It was actually after my opponent had conceded. I just posted a picture thanking veterans. And for a period of time, I think it was suspended and directing people towards election results. I would like to think if that was a result of an algorithmic decision, that my opponent, who almost certainly posted a veterans ad, and every other person who was up for election got a similar treatment, because if they didn't, it would seem to me that there was some other factor in play if these algorithms are being applied to the base of, in that case, political commentary from elected officials or candidates. So I view this hearing as an opportunity to seek your commitment on two things. One, I mentioned to you all yesterday, I've got a intellectual property subcommittee hearing in the middle of December. I would like to have a Facebook and Twitter representative there. I know you're very different platforms, but I think you play very prominently in a hearing that Senator Coons, who's sitting across from me now, would like to have you represented. I think I can speak for Senator Coons that would be helpful, and we'd like to get your commitment to have witnesses for that hearing in the middle of December. Mr. Zuckerberg, can I get that commitment?
Senator, yes, we will make sure that we have the right subject matter expert to join your hearing.
Thank you. And Mr. Dorsey?
We'll follow up with determining the best course of action.
Thank you. And then we'll be following up on a series of questions that I'd like to ask that let me get my head around some of the analytics information that I think you almost certainly have, and hopefully be willing to share it. But we'll do that in a collaborative way in my office. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I think our witnesses have requested a break, and they certainly have earned it. And if that's okay with you, Senator Coons, we'll come back in about 5 minutes.
All right, so a short break right now that is happening on the Senate Judiciary Committee there as they continue to talk with Facebook and Twitter CEOs about the election 2020, just about as well as how they flag certain content on their platforms and why some content is not flagged. So that has been a really interesting hearing that we have been continuing to bring to you right here on NewsNOW from Fox, and we will continue once they resume there in about 5 minutes. Live look here at the White House on this Tuesday. Some of you are going to take a short 2-minute break, but stay right here with us as we will have more coverage from across the country right here on NewsNOW from Fox, everyone. For those of you staying around here with us, thank you. We do appreciate that. And we're going to keep you in a double box right now and take you out to a Pennsylvania COVID hearing right now.
And what I'm wondering is, given the fact that sometimes the messenger is just as important as the message, what the state is doing to ensure that local officials, for example, who believe many of the same things that you're saying, but who maybe have more credibility with some of these people, that those messages are being delivered in those communities as well as in other communities where people might trust different leaders alongside what you're doing.
Sure. So a couple of things. One, as you pointed out, COVID-19 is not just an urban issue at all. And throughout Pennsylvania and throughout the nation, we are seeing rural communities significantly impacted by the spread of COVID-19 with community transmission. So actually, we have reached out to stakeholders throughout the state yesterday and today about these orders. I spoke directly with the legislature yesterday and legislative leaders of both parties, and we have reached out to the county commissioners and all of our county and municipal health department partners today about these messages. And you are entirely correct. This cannot just come from me, and this cannot just come from the governor. This needs to come from all local officials and other local public health officials, from hospitals and from health systems. This message has to come out in a coordinated, unified way so that the public can understand how this impacts them and then be able to work to stand together and stand united against COVID-19.
Thank you.
Okay, next up will be Wallace McKelvey. Wallace, your request to be unmuted has been processed.
Thank you, Secretary. I wanted to have you elaborate a little bit on the hospitalization issue for me, because as you probably know, hospitalizations are a lagging indicator, and looking at the curve right now, it's been on an exponential rise for the last few weeks. I know you keep saying you can't predict the future, but I think you probably can a little bit based on past experience here. What should the public know about hospital capacity right now? And do you anticipate, for example, pausing all elective surgeries, operations at some point in the next few weeks?
So, I mean, $170 are withstanding that surge. Our hospitals and health systems throughout the state are doing well. They're able to take care of the COVID-19 patients. They're able to take care of non-COVID-19 patients. And we have been in discussion with hospitals and health systems, and we know.
All right, sounds like that feed is having a little bit of trouble there in Pennsylvania, so we're going to continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for continuing to join us. We're about to just 3 more minutes away right now from the Senate hearing to resume, so we will bring that out to you as soon as that happens. But we do have Dr. Mike on deck to give us some updates, what he is seeing across the board from the country with America in a pandemic.
Dr. Mike Srigliano with Penn Medicine joining us out of Philadelphia. Good morning to you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure to talk with you, Thomas.
We love to start with encouraging news on the vaccine front. Tell us, what more do we know about Moderna's announcement?
Well, Moderna, like Pfizer, has a messenger RNA technology vaccine. Very exciting, very effective, so far very safe, and it could really be something that brings this to an end. Now, the difference between the two, and there's a big difference, is that the Moderna virus vaccine needs no special refrigeration. It can be kept in regular vaccine refrigeration units like I have in my office. So we don't need something that keeps it under minus 80 degrees like the...
All right, we will play out a little bit later for you that Dr. Mike interview there, but we do want to go out right now, back out to the Senate hearing. Huge demand for that as thousands of you continue to watch with us right here on News Now from Fox. Thank you for that, and let's take you back out to the Senate Judiciary hearing talking about content suppression claims from Facebook and Twitter.
Social media and social media platforms. So if I might, Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, free expression and open debate are, of course, core values of our society. But whether you wished for it or not, the inescapable fact is your algorithms, your policies, and your business decisions shape what billions of people across the world and a working majority of people here in our nation understand to be true. That's the case for election integrity, for a potential COVID-19 vaccine, for climate change, for hateful and dangerous stereotypes and many other critical issues. I also want to recognize that it, in no small part, was the hard work of many, led by your ingenuity and resolve, that built these impressive American companies and revolutionized the way the world communicates. We need that same resolve to reckon today with what must be done to win our society's battle for truth. Mr. Zuckerberg, as you know, yesterday I sent you along with 14 of my colleagues, a total of 15 senators. We sent you a letter urging Facebook to do more to address hate speech and calls to violence on the platform. We focused particularly on anti-Muslim bias on an issue that warrants specific attention given the tragic consequences of anti-Muslim hate speech in Myanmar and Sri Lanka, in New Zealand, and right here in the United States. And I appreciate that Facebook has taken actions in response to these issues, but this letter points out why we need better metrics and transparency to actually evaluate your actions. So my colleagues and I urge better enforcement, in particular, of your call to arms policy, which could have made a difference in a recent tragedy in Kenosha, Wisconsin. You and I spoke last week. I appreciated our conversation. Can I count on you to provide specific and written responses to each of the questions in this letter, and then can we discuss them again?
Senator, yes, I read your letter, and I commit to getting back in detail with our team to address the important topics that you've raised. And one of your questions that I can actually answer right now, I think it was your second question about reporting in our quarterly transparency reports about the prevalence of hate speech that we find on our platforms. We will actually be adding that metric into our transparency reports this Thursday when we announce our latest round of our latest transparency report.
Well, thank you, Mr. Zuckerberg. Let me just make sure I hear you right about prevalence, because that's one of my areas of concern, is the absence from the report of the prevalence of hate content. You mean you'll be reporting not just what percentage of hate speech on the platform you're identifying, catching, proactively removing, but the total volume?
Senator, that's my understanding is the prevalence of that content is a percentage of content on the platform. And over time, our goal is going to be to get into more detail, which is the subject of some of the questions that you've asked here, as well as we've already committed to an independent audit of the community standards enforcement reports, so that way people can have full confidence in all of the numbers that we're putting out. We've been doing these reports for I think less than a few years now, and we'll continue to flesh them out and add more details. That way, people can apply the appropriate oversight and scrutiny to the work.
Thank you. I want to move on for a moment, if I could, about your call to arms policy. You said earlier today that Facebook made an operational mistake in not taking down an event page that called for people to bring weapons to a public park in Kenosha. As I think we all know, there was a tragic incident of vigilantism in Kenosha where a young man brought his AR-15 from Illinois to Kenosha and ended up with 2 protesters dead and 1 injured. You indicated this was because this operational mistake was because Facebook had just adopted its militia policy a week earlier, and contractors without specialized training didn't pick up the violation. And I appreciate your frankness as to that in your answers to questions earlier today from Senator Durbin. But your response to Senator Durbin didn't mention that the event page also violated a separate call to arms policy in place for over a year that contractors aren't tasked to enforce. So I just have to ask as a follow-up, why didn't you before and also today reference the call to arms policy when reviewing what went wrong in Kenosha?
Senator, my understanding is that post did not necessarily violate that call to arms policy at the time. The call to arms policy does not prohibit anyone from saying, let's go get our guns and do something. For example, if people are organizing a hunting trip, that's obviously not going to be something that should be against the policies. But what we do on some of these policies, which I think I'm glad to get the opportunity to address this, is some of these are context specific and just require a higher level of context and expertise in the area to enforce. So we don't necessarily have all of the 35,000 reviewers assess every single one of these policies. So I can follow up in more detail if you would like on the call to arms policy and the nuance there specifically. But that's also a bit on how we operationalize these policies.
Well, thank you for that answer. I do want to follow up because just facially it seemed to me that this was a violation of your own call to arms policy, but I look forward to that conversation. Mr. Dorsey, if I might, at a House Energy Committee hearing, I think it was 2 years ago, you committed to something that I was just discussing with Mr. Zuckerberg, an independent civil rights audit, but in your case of Twitter. The audit released by Facebook in July has proven invaluable to bringing sunlight to some key areas in which Facebook does need to improve. Will you follow through in your commitment and commission to this independent audit of Twitter?
So we work with civil rights groups all over the country and around the world to get feedback. We're in constant conversation with them. And we do believe that being more transparent and making our transparency report a lot more robust, which today we still have some gaps, is important for any entity to audit independently of us. We believe that's important because an audit like that could take away from the work that we need to do. We'd rather provide the information in a raw format so that people can do that work.
If I heard you right, you aren't going to pursue an independent civil rights audit, but you are going to continue to release data and to consult with civil rights groups. I'd welcome a more thorough answer as to in which way having an independent outside audit would actually harm your transparency efforts.
I don't mean it would harm it. I mean that we want to provide enough information so that people can do this work independently of us on their own timelines, and that's where we need to make our transparency report more robust. And as I said, we have regular conversations with these groups and take feedback regularly.
You do, Mr. Dorsey, have policies against deep fakes or manipulated media, against COVID-19 misinformation, against things that violate civic integrity, but you don't have a standalone climate change misinformation policy. Why not?
Well, misleading information, as you are aware, is a large problem. It's hard to define it completely and cohesively. We wanted to scope our approach to start to focus on the highest severity of harm. We focused on 3 areas: manipulated media, which you mentioned, civic integrity around the election specifically, and public health specifically around COVID. We wanted to make sure that our resources that we have the greatest impact on where we believed the greatest severity of harm is going to be. Our policies are living documents. They will evolve. We will add to them. But we thought it important that we focus our energies and prioritize the work as much as we could.
Well, Mr. Dorsey, and I'll close with this. I cannot think of a greater harm than climate change, which is transforming literally our planet and causing harm to our entire world. I think we're experiencing significant harm as we speak. I recognize the pandemic and misinformation about COVID-19, manipulated media also cause harm, but I'd urge you to reconsider that, because helping to disseminate climate denialism, in my view, further facilitates and accelerates one of the greatest existential threats to our world. So, and thank you to both of our witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, thank you both for being here with us today virtually and for your commitment to constantly improving the way your platforms are serving people across the country. There has been a lot of talk today. Many of us have been listening from our offices or online about the censorship of ideas and news on your platforms. And these are the things that have been at the forefront of Americans' minds in the lead up to the election, as well as the weeks since our 2020 general election. And, you know, the people that I hear from, of course, believe that conservatives were wrongfully being silenced, while those on the left that were given basically free reign of your platforms. And one of the points of contention that is often brought up is that you do recruit heavily from California, which leads to your employee base skewing quite heavily to the left. So my first question is for both of you. Do you have concerns about your ability to monitor disinformation on both sides of the political aisle equally, given that the majority of your employees typically do lean towards the more progressive side? And again, to both of you, have you taken any steps then at all to make your employee base more representative of the country as a whole when it comes to political affiliation? And Mr. Zuckerberg, if we could start with you, please.
Thank you, Senator. I think that this is those are both really important topics. In terms of assessing what is misinformation, I think it's important that we don't become the deciders on everything that is true or false ourselves, which is why we've tried to build a program of independent fact checkers that we can work with on this. And those fact checkers are accredited not by us, but by the Independent Pointer Institute for Journalism as part of the International Fact Checking Network. And it includes fact checkers that I think span the political spectrum, as well as I think the majority of them who would call themselves apolitical. So we've tried to address the issue of making sure that there isn't a bias in our actions by actually having us not be the deciders on that type of content ourselves. And to your second question about taking steps to diversify the employee base, this is a sensitive area in that I don't think it would be appropriate for us to ask people on the way in as they were interviewing what their political affiliation is, which of course makes it hard to know what the actual breakdown of the company is on this. But one of the areas where I'm more optimistic over time is I think we're going to see more people working remotely around the country and also around the world, which will mean that fewer people and smaller percent of our employees will have to come to the cities and areas like the Bay Area where our headquarters is, and we'll be able to employ an increasing number of people across all of the different geographies in the country.
Very good, thank you. And Mr. Dorsey?
First and foremost, the most important thing is that we build systems and frameworks independent of any one particular employee or individual at our company. And included in that system are checkpoints. Checkpoints to make sure that we are removing any bias that we find, checkpoints to do QA and monitoring of all the decisions that we make, having an appeals process, which is an external checkpoint on whether we made the correct enforcement action or not. So we want to build something that's independent of the people that we hire, and that is our focus, building a system. Second, like Mark, I'm really excited that we are at a stage where we can decentralize our company even more, that we do not need people to move to San Francisco, that we can hire people all over the country. They can stay where they want to be, wherever they feel most creative. And that's not just in this country, it's around the world. And I think the tools are in a state where we can do that more easily. We've obviously been forced to do it with COVID. And I don't think it's a state that we will return from. With the days of having one centralized, massive corporate headquarter in any one particular city are certainly over for us, at least, and I think many other entrepreneurs starting companies today.
Yeah, very good. I really appreciate that, and I think that COVID has taught us all a very important lesson, and for those to be able to work remotely, I think you will find greater diversity in thought, which is very important, I think, for the types of platforms that you both represent. Now, I'd like to move on to an entirely different topic, and since I began my career here in the Senate, I have been committed to, of course, protecting those who need it most, and folks, our children are the most in need, and it's our job as lawmakers to respond to the ongoing threats against them. And social media has created a whole new world for all of us, and it can help us share that information and resources with the public about human trafficking and child exploitation, and it can also help us keep track of sexual predators and ensure our children are safe from those known threats. And in fact, I've been working on legislation that would help update what information sexual predators have to provide about their online identities. And as we all know, however, social media can also be incredibly harmful. Child sexual abuse material, CSAM, is present on nearly every single social media platform that exists. And in such polarized times, I am grateful that it is this subject that we do find, it doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right, we can come together to find solutions for this issue. And Mr. Zuckerberg, I know that you and I touched upon this briefly last week when we spoke over the phone, and I do hope, Mr. Dorsey, that you also share Mr. Zuckerberg's commitment to fighting these types of issues on your platforms. So just very briefly here, as I'm running out of time, but Mr. Zuckerberg, I do understand that Facebook is planning to outfit Facebook Messenger with end-to-end encryption. And how do you hope to prevent the dissemination of child sexual abuse material if neither law enforcement nor you can access that messenger data? Is there some sort of apparatus that you will have in place that can help law enforcement with those situations? And then Mr. Dorsey, will go to you next as well.
Senator, thank you for this. I think you're right on every count in what you just said, both that child sexual exploitation is one of the gravest threats that we focus the most on. And it is also an area that will face new challenges as we move to end-to-end encryption across our messaging systems. Of course, the reason why we're moving to encryption is because people want greater privacy and security in their messaging systems, and over time are choosing systems that can provide them more privacy and security. And that's something that I think it makes sense for us to offer. I think encryption broadly is good, but it is going to mean that we're going to need to find and develop some new tactics. A lot of what we have found around the best ways to identify bad actors on our system is not actually by looking at the specific content itself, but by looking at patterns of activity and where is it that a group or a person is not behaving in the way that a normal person would, so you can flag and review that. And we've grown increasingly sophisticated at that. That goes across the foreign interference prevention work that we do, and it also will be a factor here. And I'd be happy to follow up in more detail on what we have planned. But overall, I would say that this is something that we're very focused on, and I agree with your concern.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Dorsey, you as well. So those that are on Twitter, making sure that law enforcement would have access, if at all possible. If you could give me an overview of that, please.
Yeah, child exploitation is absolutely terrible, and we don't tolerate it on our service at all. We regularly work with law enforcement to address anything that we see, inclusive of the patterns that Mark has mentioned. The majority of Twitter is public, so we don't have as much activity in private channels. So it's a different approach, but it's still, we still see the same activity, and it's one of our highest priorities in terms of the severity of harm.
Thank you both very much for being accessible to us today. I truly appreciate your input, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Zuckerberg, I really want to appreciate what Facebook has done in the area of sexual exploitation of children. You all have done a very good job of trying to help law enforcement in that area. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zuckerberg, for the second time in 3 weeks, you've been called before the Senate committee so my Republican colleagues can beat you up over claims that your platforms are supposedly biased against conservatives. The fact of the matter is that these allegations are completely baseless. Everyone who has systematically looked at the content of social media, from Media Matters to the Cato Institute to former Republican Senator John Kyle, has found absolutely no evidence of anti-conservative bias. And data from CrowdTangle show that far-right content from the likes of Fox News, Ben Shapiro, David Bongino dominates the daily top 10 most engaged pages on Facebook. So all of these allegations about the fact that you hire or all of your employees are left of center is relevant of nothing. Certainly not relevant of some sort of anti-conservative bias in terms of your content moderation. So the way I see it, this hearing is a transparent effort by my Republican colleagues to work the refs. And unfortunately, in my view, it is working. 2 weeks ago, the Washington Post reported that Facebook has bent over backwards to avoid claims that it was biased against conservatives, and it removed a strike against Donald Trump Jr.'s Instagram account that would have penalized him as a repeat offender. Apparently, one of several strikes removed from the accounts of Trump family members. Pro-Trump super PAC American First Action was allowed to post material rated false by Facebook's third-party fact checkers without penalty. And these are just a few examples. And they are nothing new. In 2019, Facebook included Breitbart, a website described by its co-founder as a platform for the alt-right, as one of its trusted news sources. And early in 2019, Facebook selected the Daily Caller, another site with white nationalist ties, to be one of its third-party fact checkers. And the Wall Street Journal has reported how Joel Kaplan, former deputy chief of staff to George W. Bush, stopped changes designed to make Facebook's algorithms less divisive because the changes would have disproportionately affected conservative users and publishers, according to Kaplan. So Mr. Zuckerberg, you founded Facebook, a company with a market capitalization of approximately $80 billion, and you control a majority share of the company's voting stock. And Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm really wondering at what point you will stop giving in to baseless claims of anti-conservative bias and start exercising your control over Facebook to stop driving division and actually, to quote you, build community and bring the world closer together, end quote, as you claim is Facebook's mission. My questions to both of you. A recent Harvard study found that President Trump was the single biggest source of voting-related misinformation in the run-up to the presidential election. Since the election, President Trump has only continued the lies on Twitter and Facebook, falsely claiming that he won re-election and that the election is being stolen from him. But the truth is, Joe Biden won the election, as major news networks and the Associated Press have confirmed. In response to President Trump's lies, you have, at most, added a warning label, while still allowing the president's misinformation to remain online. In response to questions from Senator Feinstein, you defended the labels, claiming they point people to a broader conversation around the election. I have serious questions about the effectiveness of these labels, particularly since President Trump and his allies continue to spread their lies. For both of you, what evidence do you have that these labels are effective in addressing President Trump's lies? Response, please.
So, and I think Mark mentioned this earlier as well, we are doing a retrospective on the effectiveness of all of our actions through the election. We believe the labels point to, as you said, a broader conversation that people can see what's happening with the election and with the results. We don't want to put ourselves in a position of calling an election. That is not our job. So we're pointing to sources and pillars that have truth.
We're listening right now to the Twitter CEO, Jack Dorsey, as they continue the Senate Judiciary hearing on really election security and election content monitoring and how that all played into this election and really after it as well. We'll keep an eye on that, but I do want to alert everybody to this big event that we are going to be having in the next several minutes. You can catch it all on NewsNOWFox.com as we are expecting at any moment right now a Pentagon briefing where there's multiple sources in reports saying that the U.S. military is anticipating President Trump will be issuing an order to plan for further troop withdrawals in Afghanistan and Iraq. So that will be major breaking news, and we will be continuing to bring this to you right here on News Now from Fox, waiting on this news briefing that'll be happening at the top of the hour. Some of you are going to be taking a short 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we continue to bring you these live events happening throughout the country.
Voting information campaign in the history of our country. So I think when taken together, these actions were quite strong of an effort to communicate accurate and reliable information to people at the times when they needed it about how they could vote in the election, encouraging them to vote, having confidence in the election system, knowing who and when the election had been called. It's just part of an overall system.
My time is running out, and so all of the information, the actual information, voter information you provide, that is good, but we're talking about all of these misinformation, actually outright lies that are put out by the president, and you have these labels. And I really have questions as to whether or not this kind of labeling, and I'm glad that at least Mr. Dorsey is determining whether these labels do anything to actually create a larger framework for discussion. I really seriously consider, doubt whether that is actually happening. Since I'm running out of time, I just wanted to get to, Donald Trump as president, you consider him newsworthy, so a lot of his posts get on whether they contain misinformation, especially on whether he won the election and COVID, you name it, the fraudulent elections that he alleges, et cetera. But I'm wondering, what are both of you prepared to do regarding Donald Trump's use of your platforms after he stops being president? Will he still be deemed newsworthy, and will he still get to use your platforms to spread his misinformation?
Senator, let me clarify my last answer. We are also having academics study the effect of all of our election measures, and they'll be publishing those results publicly. In terms of President Trump and moving forward, there are a small number of policies where we have exceptions for politicians under the principle that people should be able to hear what their elected officials are saying and candidates for office. But by and large, the vast majority of our policies have no newsworthiness or political exception. So if the president or anyone else is spreading hate speech or inciting violence, or posting content that delegitimizes the election or valid forms of voting, those will receive the same treatment as anyone else saying those things. And that will continue to be the case.
Remains to be seen. Mr. Dorsey?
So we do have a policy around public interest, where for global leaders, we do make exceptions in terms of whether if a tweet violates our terms of service, we leave it up, but we leave it up behind an interstitial, and people are not allowed to share that more broadly. So a lot of the sharing is disabled, with the exception of quoting it so that you can add your own conversation on top of it. So if an account suddenly is not a world leader anymore, that particular policy goes away.
I am running out of time, but I have, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record a number of studies, particularly a November 1st, 2020 article in the Washington Post titled "Trump Allies Largely Unconstrained by Facebook's Rules Against Repeated Falsehoods Cement Pre-Election Dominance," a May 26, 2020 article in the Wall Street Journal titled "Facebook Executive Shutdown Efforts to Make the Site Less Divisive," 3 studies from Media Matters finding no anti-conservative bias on Facebook, and an article by Dr. Francesca Tripodi titled "No, Big Tech Isn't Silencing Conservatism." I would like to enter these items into the record.
All right, folks, we want to break away from that and take you to the breaking news. Pentagon briefing update that is just getting started right now, where there are reports there that President Trump could be withdrawing troops by January in Iraq and Afghanistan. So let's bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox, everyone.
Iraq to a successful and responsible conclusion, and to bring our brave service members home. From Kabul to Kandahar, and from Mosul to Fallujah, hundreds of thousands of America's finest sons and daughters who selflessly answered the call to serve in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard have brought us to this point. Their efforts and sacrifice will go down in history as epitomizing the strength, commitment, and empathy of a force that is unlike any the world has ever seen. Just last night, I joined Vice President Mike Pence and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, to attend the dignified transfer of 5 American soldiers who perished on duty in the Middle East. This was a somber and humbling moment that reminded us of the tremendous sacrifices made by the men and women of the United States military in service of freedom and security. Our armed forces take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. They serve not for personal gain, but for the protection and well-being of their fellow Americans and their homeland. They are champions for peace, liberty, and the rule of law, and unrelenting when called upon to defend our people and our values. We owe them and their loved ones an enormous debt of gratitude. This is why I'm enormously blessed and privileged to stand before you today to outline the next phase of our campaign to defeat terrorists who have perpetrated attacks on our homeland, including those who help and harbor them, and to prevent future acts of terrorism against our nation. We owe this moment to the many patriots who made the ultimate sacrifice and their comrades who carry forward their legacy. Together, we have mourned the loss of more than 6,900 American troops who gave their lives in Afghanistan and Iraq. And we will never forget the more than 52,000 who bear the wounds of war and all those who still carry its scars, visible and invisible. In light of these tremendous sacrifices, and with great humility and gratitude to those who came before us, I am formally announcing that we will implement President Trump's orders to continue our repositioning of forces from those two countries. By January 15th, 2001, excuse me, I clearly am thinking of where this started in 2001. By January 15th, 2021, our forces, their size in Afghanistan will be 2,500 troops. Our force size in Iraq will also be 2,500 by that same date. This is consistent with our established plans and strategic objectives, supported by the American people, and does not equate to a change in U.S. policy or objectives. Moreover, this decision by the President is based on continuous engagement with his National Security Cabinet over the past several months, including ongoing discussions with me and my colleagues across the United States government. I have also spoken with our military commanders, and we all will execute this repositioning in a way that protects our fighting men and women, our partners in the intelligence community and diplomatic corps, and our superb allies that are critical to rebuilding Afghan and Iraqi security capabilities and civil society for a lasting peace in troubled lands. And just this morning, I spoke with key leaders in Congress, as well as our allies and partners abroad, to update them on these plans in light of our shared approach. We went in together, we adjust together, and when the time is right, we will leave together. One of my calls was to NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg. Another was to Afghanistan's President Ghani, who expressed his gratitude for every American service member who has fought for peace and strengthened the long-standing friendship between our countries. President Ghani highlighted the caliber of our troops, which he noted has always been more important than the quantity. We continue to stand with him as his government works toward a negotiated settlement for peace. Meanwhile, let us remind those who question our resolve or may seek to interfere with this prudent, well-planned, and coordinated transition. The United States Armed Forces remain committed to protecting the safety and security of the American people and supporting our like-minded allies and partners worldwide. If the forces of terror, instability, division, and hate begin a deliberate campaign to disrupt our efforts, we stand ready to apply the capabilities required to thwart them. As a veteran whose life and family was irrevocably changed in the deserts, mountains, and cities of Iraq and Afghanistan, along with the hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops who have fought there and were forever transformed by their experiences, I celebrate this day as we continue the President's consistent progress in completing the mission we began nearly 2 decades ago. I want to thank the Afghans and Iraqis who have partnered with us throughout and who now carry the bulk of the fighting to secure their homelands. I want to thank our NATO allies and other partners who have fought alongside us and taken the lead on training and advising the Afghan and Iraqi security forces. We will continue to support their efforts. And thanks to our more than 80 partners in the Defeat ISIS coalition, we have destroyed the ISIS caliphate and will ensure they never again gain a foothold to attack our people. In closing, we set out to accomplish 3 goals in 2001. First, go abroad and destroy terrorists, their organizations, and their sanctuaries. 2, strengthen our defenses against future attacks. And 3, prevent the continued growth of Islamist terrorism, to include by working with allies and local partners to take the lead in the fight. Today is another critical step in that direction and a result of President Trump's bold leadership. With the blessings of Providence in the coming year, we will finish this generational war and bring our men and women home. We will protect our children from the heavy burden and toll of perpetual war, and we will honor the sacrifices made in service to peace and stability in Afghanistan, Iraq, and around the world, and celebrate all those who helped us secure freedom over oppression. God bless our women and men in uniform. Thank you very much.
Can you tell us why you're not going to take any questions?
Mr. Secretary,
All right, there we go. The big update from the Pentagon. And really, this was one of President Trump's campaign promises that he made back in 2015 when he was running for president, that he would significantly reduce the amount of troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. And we just heard that will be happening by January 15th, 2021, where there will be 2,500 troops each in Afghanistan and Iraq there by the end of January 15th, 2021, and that is just 5 days right before the inauguration for Joe Biden. So we will be keeping an eye on that. That was major breaking news that we wanted to get into right here on News Now from Fox. Let's go out to some more breaking news here, because that's what we do here on News Now from Fox. We got feeds after feeds after feeds for you coming in right now. So let's go out to Chicago right now. We're getting an update there on the latest on COVID-19. This is all really on the heels of Illinois seeing 12,000 more cases regarding COVID-19. This is the 11th day in a row now that they have seen more than 10,000 cases. That is now 11 days spanning right now. So we're going to keep an eye on everything that is happening in Chicago. Let's go to it right here on News Now from Fox.
Keeping that 6-foot distance, protecting people who are at higher risk for severe outcomes, not having anybody over to your home, and right now, staying home as much as you can. If you need to go out for work, for school, for essentials like medical care or groceries, obviously you can do that. But otherwise, we need to take chances away from COVID-19. It is spreading right now every chance it gets in Chicago. Our test positivity also continues to increase without signs of slowing. On this graph here, the gray represents our number of tests per day, and we are breaking records there. We're testing almost 16,000 Chicagoans on average every day. That's twice what we were doing if we look back just a couple of months ago. However, despite that increase in testing, our positivity rate has more than tripled since early October. We are now at a 16% positivity rate here in Chicago, where we were just at 5% early October. Go ahead. Also, these cases have continued to dramatically increase across all race ethnicity groups. They've continued to increase across all zip codes, and they've continued to increase across all age groups. I still hear people saying to me, this is a problem among young people. No. We are seeing high case rates among people in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s. Those are our highest rates. But if you look at this graph, and you can go to chi.gov/COVID- if you want to explore this yourself, every age group has seen these significant increases, including Chicagoans over 60, over 70, and over 80. And that is why hospitalizations and deaths are also significantly increasing. We have more than 3 times as many people hospitalized, but not in the ICU in Chicago with COVID-19 as we did in early October. You can see at our low point, we had 249 people in Chicago hospitals who were diagnosed with COVID or likely COVID and waiting for a test. As of now, our average is at 910 people in Chicago hospitals with COVID, not in the ICU, and our most recent number was 977. People hospitalized. If we look at the ICU, back in early October, we had 77 people in Chicago ICUs. Today, we're averaging 256 people with COVID in Chicago ICUs, and our most recent number was 280. And then finally, people on ventilators. We have more than 4 times as many people with COVID-19 on ventilators in Chicago hospitals as we did in early October. We had just 33 people seriously ill on ventilators a month ago. And now we're averaging 140 people with our most recent number of 153. And unfortunately, deaths too continue to surge. We're seeing 7 to 8 deaths per day. We had 56 Chicagoans die from COVID last week. That's up from 2 to 3 Chicagoans dying a day throughout the summer. And unfortunately, we've not seen signs of any of this heading the right way yet. And so in that context, of course, we've launched Protect Chicago. As you heard last week, you can go to chi.gov/protect if you would like to be part of our initiative to making sure that all Chicagoans have the information they need to help protect themselves, their families, and Chicago from COVID. We're developing information to help you create a COVID family plan with an expectation that it is likely someone in your family may be diagnosed with COVID. We want you thinking ahead about testing, about isolation and quarantine, about who you're calling, who your healthcare provider is. We'll be getting more information out to make sure people are understanding the current recommendations and restrictions, because those do continue to shift. But the bottom line is we need people limiting their activities as much as they can. And then finally, not just for traveling, if you haven't covered your Thanksgiving plans yet with your friends and family, please do cancel your traditional Thanksgiving plans. I normally would be traveling to Michigan, seeing my extended friends and family. I love Thanksgiving. This year, I'll be staying home. I'll be having that celebration over FaceTime or Zoom. It's not what I want to do, but it is the right thing to do for myself, for my family, and for Chicago. Please make that same decision. For the last part of this conference, we wanted to shift to some good news about vaccine progress. So I know some of you have seen in the news that there have been a couple of announcements related to ongoing COVID-19 vaccine trials. Just recently, the first COVID-19 vaccine trial that is in phase 3, meaning the large-scale trials in the United States, announced some preliminary results, interim results, that the vaccine was more than 90% effective with a good safety profile. Similarly, just this week, the second vaccine that is in large phase 3 trials in the U.S. from Moderna also announced a vaccine efficacy of over 90%. Let's talk just for a minute about what that means, because I know people have questions. There are many vaccines that are in trials, meaning they've been developed in the laboratory, they're checked first on animals, and then they move through a series of successively larger trials in humans to make sure first they're safe, second, that they mount the appropriate immune response, and then thirdly, that they actually perform like we would expect them to perform in the real world. Those phase 3 trials are the trials that involve tens of thousands of volunteers. And the way they work at the most basic level is that half of the people, the volunteers in the trial, receive the vaccine that is under study, and the other half receive a placebo, meaning they get a shot, but there's no vaccine in that shot. The participant does not know whether or not they received the real vaccine, and the doctor giving the shot does not know whether they received the true vaccine. Those tens of thousands of people then go about living their lives, and we wait to see who gets COVID. And once a certain number of people have gotten COVID in this trial, we're able to get these interim analyses, because still the participants and the doctors don't know who's gotten COVID, but behind the scenes, there's a group of scientists that monitor the safety and monitor the efficacy, and they open it up and they say, okay, we've had, for example, 94 people get COVID in this trial. And they look and they say, wow, out of those 94 people, 90 of those people were in the placebo arm, meaning they did not get the real vaccine. And only 4 of the people that got COVID were in the vaccine arm, meaning they got the real vaccine. And importantly, at least in the Moderna information, the people who did get COVID in the arm of the trial where they got the vaccine did not get seriously ill. All of the seriously ill people with COVID were in the placebo arm. And so this lets us know in the preliminary assessment, this vaccine was more than 90% protective against COVID, and the safety profile looks good. But these trials are not done yet. They go until a predetermined endpoint when a certain number of people have gotten COVID and there's been enough time to collect the safety data that is required. One of the only good things about the way COVID is surging in the United States, in Europe, and around the world is it's actually made these vaccine trials go a little bit faster only because more people are getting infected with COVID. And in that context, we are anticipating both of these companies to likely finish their trials just in the next few weeks and be submitting what's called an emergency use authorization request to the FDA, and it will then be under review. If the final data from these trials, or the next data from these trials, continues to look as good as this interim data looks, and if the safety data looks good, most importantly, I think it is likely that we may see the first emergency use authorization FDA approval for a COVID vaccine in the next few weeks. And if that happens, I think it's likely we could have our first COVID-19 vaccine here in Chicago before the end of the year. We don't know that for a fact. We will only know that when the vaccine trials are appropriately completed, when the FDA has completed its review, and then the CDC also looks at the data, and there's an external group of scientists that make recommendations about who should receive this vaccine, and there's some more detail there. But we are planning here in Chicago. We've been ready, and we are ready to start COVID-19 vaccine administration when the trials are done and when we're sure that the safety and efficacy data looks good. However, the initial supply will be limited. There's been a decision to distribute this vaccine across the United States. And so we'll be receiving tens of thousands of doses likely. Those will start with healthcare workers. And I'm going to bring up Dr. Robinson, who knows all of the details about all of the work that we've been doing here in Chicago for vaccine preparedness that goes all the way back to February, when most of the country was frantically scrambling to buy personal protective equipment. We had to buy some PPE, but we had stockpiles of millions of masks and gloves and other information because we had purchased that ahead. We spent time back in the spring buying up the supplies that we would need to be ready for an immunization campaign. We've also been doing much more in the logistics, much more in the planning, and working closely with the many, many partners that will be part of this. So I'm happy to be able to share this vaccine news, but as a reminder, it will be months before this vaccine is widely available. It's not going to be available for the general Chicagoan, certainly this year, likely not in the first quarter, which means right now, the things that we have to control COVID are the things that we've had all along, and that remains in your hands. I'll bring up Dr. Robinson.
Good afternoon. I want to talk a little bit more about the vaccine prioritization that Dr. Arwady mentioned. As she mentioned, initial supplies of the vaccine will be limited, and thus we have to prioritize who will receive the vaccine first. Now, healthcare workers will be the first population recommended to receive the vaccine. And specifically, healthcare workers who work in the hospitals, taking care of COVID-19 patients, and doing procedures that put them at higher risk will be prioritized first amongst healthcare providers. Now, there are other considerations. There are other groups that will be early groups vaccinated, such as first responders. And we're also probably also vaccinating long-term care facility residents after the vaccination of healthcare workers and first responders. And that's just based on the recognition that the virus has spread easily in long-term care settings, and that those residents are typically at higher risk for severe disease, just given age or other conditions. Now, all of our prioritization planning is based on the framework currently that was released by the National Academies of Sciences, and we'll also be updating our framework to include recommendations by the CDC as they come out as well. Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about what the Chicago Department of Public Health has been doing to prepare and plan for COVID-19 vaccine. So our current focus is coordinating with partners and specifically hospitals to prepare for the first phase of vaccination and vaccination of the healthcare workers. So we are working with our hospitals. We are enrolling them to be vaccine providers. We are getting additional information from them on their healthcare worker numbers and who may fit into those higher risk categories, et cetera. But we've also been doing a lot of preparedness work, as Dr. Arwady mentioned, in advance of this. So as she mentioned, we have been acquiring supplies needed for vaccine administration. We have expanded our capacity for vaccine storage at multiple different temperature levels. One of the early vaccines requires a very low temperature for storage, and so we have freezers that can maintain that temperature. We've also been doing a lot of logistical planning. So we have been planning for all the logistics associated with the storage and handling of these vaccines. We anticipate that over time there will be multiple vaccines on the market. We are planning for that. And in addition, we are also planning our clinics when we do start to run the Chicago-based clinics. We actually used our flu clinics as an opportunity to practice for our COVID-19 vaccine administration and really instituted a lot of new practices in our clinics to allow for social distancing, allow for pre-registration and expanded hours, et cetera, so that we can social distance people and have people arrive at different times. So we continue to get more information, and as we receive more information and as we move along in the planning and through the different groups prioritized for vaccination, we will of course have additional information. And I will turn it back over to Dr. Arwady at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Happy to take questions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Arwady. I'm Michelle Gallardo with ABC7. I'm the pool for today. My first question from you is from one of my colleagues at Crane, and it does have to do with the vaccine, which is, and you may have mentioned it briefly in terms of, does the city have a sense how many vaccine doses it will get in the initial release, and what is the city planning in terms of maybe an educational campaign for residents who might be apprehensive about getting that vaccine initially?
Sure, I can start, and then if you want to chime in afterwards. So we do not know yet how many doses we will be receiving. We have built up and sort of have an expectation where we look at what some of the distribution has been. As I said, that this would be in the tens of thousands range that we would likely be anticipating. We've been thinking for some of our planning, if perhaps, across the first two vaccines, maybe we received enough to vaccinate, say, 150,000 people, for example, what would that look like related to our healthcare workers? We have more than 150,000 healthcare workers in Chicago. And so being able to start from a place of getting specific. I think one of the most challenging things when it comes to really vaccine administration is taking this down from the very high level to not millions and not thousands, but really thinking about the number of doses that come in a package. How do we divide that up? How do we send that out? So we're making some assumptions around that. We have, for example, for the ultra cold vaccine, we do have the capacity here in Chicago to handle 135,000 doses of that ultra cold vaccine, which is a lot and more than we would anticipate receiving in an initial dose. But there are other hospitals that do have some other capacity for that ultra cold storage. But importantly, we will be distributing to places that do not have that capacity. We're really focused on making sure the vaccine will get where it is most needed. And related to the outreach campaign, I think I'll let you speak a little bit more to the details, but we want to make sure that when we are talking vaccine specifics, it is based on trials that are complete and that we absolutely have the clear scientific information about how the safety and the efficacy of this vaccine has been proven. And so we're not quite ready to get into the specifics of the vaccine. A number of these, the early vaccines, for example, all have 2 doses. Some of them have different timing. There's lots of details within there. But at a high level, we have very much already started conversations with partners. And some of the work of Protect Chicago is laying some groundwork for that ground game to also be able to get additional vaccine information out to the public when it's available. And I'll let you chime in on either of those parts.
Yes, so yes, Dr. Arwoody mentioned we don't exactly know how many doses that we are receiving, but she is correct. We've been planning just based on multiple different scenarios and, what if we got 50,000 doses, what if we got 100,000 doses, et cetera, so that we can be ready and able to distribute whichever amount we receive.
Just to interrupt you a little bit on that, because you mentioned, for example, that the city has the ability to store 135,000 doses of the ultra.
And we continue to listen right now to the Chicago update regarding COVID-19. Some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Right. So technically, the federal government is planning to only allocate a half at a time. Essentially, we would only receive the first dose all at once. And then later they would give us the amount for the second doses. So we wouldn't have to store that here. They are planning to distribute that accordingly to make sure that we have that. With regard to communications, we are working with our partner organizations. We've also started working to look at messaging. This will be a coordinated communications effort. We will have, messaging, from CDC and from the manufacturers and from the federal level with regard to the vaccine itself. And we will be working with community messengers as well for vaccine messaging. So this will be a coordinated effort to get messaging out about vaccine and to hear the concerns of the community when it comes to vaccines so that we can address them.
Thank you. And Dr. Arwoody, if I may go back to asking you about testing. I have a question here from Manny Ramos at the Chicago Sun-Times. And Manny asks, lines at drive-through testing facilities in hotspot zip codes and elsewhere in the city are growing by the day. Yesterday, the line at Belmont Cragen's Hanson Park stretched over 1.5 miles with people waiting nearly 2 hours to get tested. Some say that they were turned away. Is there a plan to increase the number of drive-through testing centers in the city to help alleviate the pressure, especially in these hotspot zip codes?
Yes, and not just that, but on a number of fronts, we are working to quickly expand testing capacity. This, as you can imagine, is a problem not just in Chicago, but really across the country at this point. We will be sharing very shortly some additional details related to not just some expansion, but also some winterization related to some of those drive-through testing sites. There's been a lot of work happening in that space. But we also have been meeting with a lot of our clinical partners. So whether that's our federally qualified health centers, our hospitals, our private providers, we really want to be increasing their capacity to be doing testing and having that be well coordinated so people are able to find tests. The state also has some drive-through testing capability here, and we've been talking to them. And we'll be sharing some additional information related both to new tests that are now available and FDA approved that you can take from home. They're mail-in type tests, and more information will be coming there, but we are exploring every single avenue here in terms of improving access to testing and trying to be creative about it so that we're not overburdening the same networks that other parts of the country perhaps will be. We've been talking with hospitals about ways to pull this in, and we've received some additional rapid tests through the federal government, which are the rapid antigen tests. And so those have been distributed to federally qualified health centers and others. We're starting to also use some of those in some of our higher risk populations, and we'll have some more details on this to share very shortly. But suffice it to say, we know the lines are long. I encourage people to pre-register wherever they can. And you can look online. The best place to check first and foremost always is with your own doctor, because if you could get a test through your doctor, that's where we'd most like you to get a test anyway, because then you're connected into the medical care, et cetera, if it does turn out to be positive. So we're breaking records every day for the number of tests we're doing here in Chicago. I expect that number to continue to increase.
Now, when you say that you'll have more information very shortly, are we talking about a matter of days,
Yes.
next week, days? Okay. This question is related as well, and it's from Kelly Bauer at the Block Club, and it's about why the city's testing sites keep running out of COVID-19 appointments and tests, and how are you working to increase the supply of tests?
Yeah, so again, the city's testing sites are a small portion of the testing that is done in the city. And we have also been breaking records at the city testing sites. But part of this comes down to the logistics of how many cars you can move through a drive-through area in one day, or how many people can even walk up in one day. Some of what we're going to be sharing related to winterization and moving to some other...
Our diplomacy. I want to take everyone out right now. This is Delaware. Some tape playback of Joe Biden getting a national security update. And let's listen to a little bit of this.
I've been unable to get the briefings that ordinarily would have come by now. And so I just want to get your input on what you see ahead. And to state the obvious, there's no presidential responsibility more important than protecting the American people. And so I appreciate you taking the time. I'm anxious to hear what you all have to say. Hopefully I can ask you a few questions as we go along. And I want to thank, and I guess, Alvaro, you're going to recognize folks in some order somehow?
Yes, sir. We're going to split this up into...
All right, that's all you get right there. As you could hear, they are pushing the media out as he was getting that update. Just a little pool spray right there. And let's go back out to Chicago.
Also recognizing that where people have other options, we'd like to encourage them to use those as well.
Okay. I have a question here from Fox. How closely are you and the mayor's office working with large institutions like the Shed, which already announced that they will close through the holidays today, Field Museum, et cetera, on whether they should remain open moving forward, and what advice are you giving them?
Yes. So I think these large institutions, right, we're under a stay-at-home advisory right now where we're really recommending that people not be out of their homes for things that are not essential. And that obviously makes it difficult for some of these institutions that we most love as Chicagoans. So we have, through the mayor's office, there's a number of groups working with a lot of the different industries. As you can imagine, there are major conversations and have been throughout this whole year. And I think, really appreciate that partnership through the Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, through DCASE, the special events folks, through the mayor's office, through many others, to try to make sure that our partners, and they have been really closely involved in these conversations and remain so.
Would you ask the other museums to follow the Shed's example and to close down during the holiday season?
I think we're going to continue to see shifting sort of requirements and guidelines here. I also think that from a business model where we're recommending that people are staying home, I would expect their numbers to be dropping significantly regardless. But I think this, unfortunately, is going to be, especially in the short term here, a time where it is going to be difficult for some of those larger institutions to stay open.
If I may now move to just a couple of questions for myself. The number that you gave at the top, 1 in 15 Chicagoans, that's pretty shocking to hear. Could you explain to us just once again how it is that you came to that number?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Can you just bring the slide up, Janelle? Thanks. So the way that we calculate this is we look at how many people have positive tests right now here in Chicago. And we look at their likely infectious period, meaning the time where they're potentially spreading COVID. Somebody who has a very mild infection from COVID, we think of them as being infectious for 10 days. But then the last 3 days of that, they have to be without symptoms. We know there are people that are longer than that. And so we've made an estimate that basically people are infectious for this estimate for an average of 14 days, assuming that they are not hospitalized, and for 30 days if they are hospitalized. So our active cases include people within 14 days of having a test if they are not hospitalized, and within 30 days if they are hospitalized. So that's how we get to our 26,000 people who have COVID right now. And again, I mean, for me, I know there's a lot of numbers on the chart, but 19% of the people who have had COVID at any point have it right now, is a pretty striking number. And then we know that there are many people here in Chicago and across the country who do not ever get tested or diagnosed for COVID. The national estimates on this are that this is between 5 and 10 times as many people have COVID as are diagnosed. We think our estimates here are in the 5 to 7 times as many cases as are tested and diagnosed. And that's based on our mortality data, it's based on some serology data, and it's based on the fact we've had pretty good testing access here compared to a lot of the country. And so if you take that 25,000 or so active cases, you multiply it by 5 or by 7, that gets you to between 125,000 and 180,000 Chicagoans. And then if you just divide 2.7 million Chicagoans by 180,000, that gets you 1 in 15 Chicagoans. So unfortunately, I do not think that is an overstretch. It is somewhere between 1 in 15 and 1 in 21 Chicagoans have active COVID-19 right now, based on the best scientific estimates.
Okay. That's pretty sobering.
Yeah.
A question for you on Thanksgiving, and we keep telling people to do the right thing and to cancel their plans and just be with their own households. But, everyone wants to justify things and rationalize things. So as we go into the conversation again of Thanksgiving travel, a lot of folks will tell you, you know what, I haven't seen my parents for nearly a year. They don't see anybody. I don't see anybody. What's wrong with me traveling down to Florida and spending the holiday with them?
Right. So, I do these Facebook Lives where I take questions directly from the public, and I've done more than 100 of these going back to before the stay-at-home order. And the number one question I get in every realm is like, please, can't I get an exception to whatever the recommendation is? Because it is human nature for people to think, surely you can't mean me. Surely you can't mean me when I say you have to stay home right now, or you shouldn't have somebody over, or you shouldn't have Thanksgiving. But the problem is that when everybody thinks that they are the exception, together as a society, we are not able to do this. And the fact of the matter is that I know that there are people who have been exceedingly careful, but we can't make recommendations that are different for people who have been exceedingly careful. And the problem we also find is that even people who think, I've had a very small bubble, right? Like I've only had 4 people in my bubble. The problem is those 4 people have also had the people in their bubble, and their bubble, and their bubble. And with the amount of COVID we have right now in Chicago, that 1 in 15 number, I'm not pulling that out of the sky. That is based on actual data here in Chicago. The risk is just really significant that you yourself could be bringing COVID. And then all of those states that are in red on that map, They're having worse COVID outbreaks than we are right now here in Chicago, and all of the states in orange are the equivalent of here in Chicago. You know how we were trying to keep our number under 400 cases a day? All those states in orange are having an outbreak at least that bad right now. And so our whole country is fighting with COVID. And I cannot say at an individual level, you get an exception, you get an exception, you get an exception. The ask for everybody is not to travel and to have a different and probably virtual Thanksgiving celebration. I want us to get to a point where we can all gather again. I don't want my team doing, the number of these really sad investigations that we do where people get together for birthday parties and funerals and weddings and christenings. These celebratory gatherings, more and more and more and more, are significant COVID outbreaks. And I don't want that to be your Thanksgiving dinner. And I don't want that to happen across Chicago and get us to a point where more than 1 in 15 Chicagoans has COVID right now.
Right.
A couple more.
Good. Charlie?
Yes, Doctor, I want to talk about this period between when the vaccine and the efficacy has been announced and the time it might be available. And do you have any worries that during this time people are going to say, oh, I'll just wait for the vaccine, I'm not going to do what I need to do?
Yeah, so I think a couple pieces in that. So first of all, one of the major ways that this vaccine process has been safely accelerated is that the federal government invested in a number of these vaccine candidates that showed early promise and started manufacturing while the phase 3 studies are ongoing. If the study does not show that a vaccine is effective or a vaccine is safe, all of those vaccine doses get thrown away. You've sort of wasted that money. But the ability, in a typical vaccine, you would finish this phase 3 trial, and then you would start sort of raising the money toward production. It's often a couple of years before you're really in full production. There are doses of both the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine that have already been produced, and they are in storage. And I would anticipate we may even see some preliminary distribution of that as the trial information is being submitted to FDA. It will go through all of the appropriate scientific review. I can't say that strongly enough. There will not be a recommendation at the federal level, at the state level, or certainly from me at the local level or any of our other scientific experts looking at this, unless the data on safety and efficacy looks good. But assuming that that's there, once the approval is done, the CDC has taken a look, we would anticipate to probably be able to begin very, very quickly with the healthcare workers. I am worried, and part of the reason why we started talking about vaccine today is that I think people hear, oh, vaccine is coming, I don't need to worry anymore. But the problem is that even if we're receiving potentially tens of thousands of doses even before the end of the year, which is a little sooner than I thought this might happen, it is going to be months before we have the amount of vaccine where we start being able to, talking about vaccinating hundreds of thousands or 2.7 million Chicagoans and having that available. And we didn't talk a lot of detail about the prioritization, but this will continue sort of in waves as it's available. And throughout most of 2021, even as the vaccine is being rolled out, we are going to need people to keep wearing their masks, to keep social distancing, even the people.
All right, folks, so we've been getting that update there from Chicago, which is currently on lockdown, along with Cook County there. Illinois seeing 12,000 new cases today as it continues to surge in that state and city. Some of you are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break. When we come back here on News Now from Fox, we do have Senator Chuck Schumer that's just starting his news conference now. Stay right here with us on News Now from Fox. If it's happening now and it's live, we got it covered on News Now.
Everywhere you go in this country, it's awful. So the election's over, and the country is ready, eager to move, to get us to move so that we can begin healing the process. The country wants us to come together and get something done to deal with this COVID crisis. But Senate Republicans have continued denying the election results, and they are holding America back The classic example today was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee calling around to states to try and interfere with the process. That was reckless, inappropriate. Instead of meddling with the vote counting in states that Trump lost, Lindsey Graham ought to be calling Senator McConnell and telling him to stop blocking COVID relief for small businesses, working families, state and local governments, hospitals, you name it. After the election, Americans expect us to put aside our partisan differences and do the job they sent us to do. So how do Senate Republicans respond? Instead of working to pull the country back together so that we can fight our common enemy, COVID-19, Senate Republicans continue to push debunked conspiracy theories, denying reality, poisoning the well of our democracy. The Republican shenanigans include indulging the president's temper tantrum, and it endangers our national security, as you'll hear about, makes it harder for us to fight COVID. Everyone, regardless of party, should want President-elect Biden to be successful in vanquishing the pandemic. But delaying the start of an orderly transition makes that a lot harder to do. It's outrageous that the Trump administration has refused to provide the president-elect with high-level intelligence briefings or brief the transition on the vaccine distribution plan. These are essential to ensuring that our country remains safe and the COVID vaccine is distributed quickly and effectively and efficiently. That's how we can get our country back to normal. Americans want us to have a smooth process. They want us to put politics aside and get something done. But Senate Republicans are distracted by an angry, petulant president. They're afraid of his wrath. They're afraid of what he might tweet about them. His refusal to accept the results of the election make it harder for Congress to move forward. So the bottom line is very simple. We know that Donald Trump will never act like an adult. But what about the Senate Republicans? Do they have to mimic him in his childish and infantile behavior? They need to get the message to the president that it's over. For the good of the country, he should transition appropriately with the Biden team and help us get some real COVID relief in a bipartisan bill. Senator Kaine.
Well, I want to thank the leader for the chance to appear together with him and my friend Senator Duckworth on this. If you look at inaugurations in American history, I would argue that the inauguration that will take place in January is probably the toughest for our country since March of 1933, the FDR first term. A pandemic that has caused unprecedented and unnecessary death, economic challenges, challenging global health situation, challenging global security situation. So what President-elect Biden is walking into is one of the toughest first days in office probably in the last 90 years. That makes the need for this transition so important. And what is the Trump administration doing? I won't repeat the comments that the majority leader made, but one in particular, the refusal of the GSA to give this ascertainment, to say, okay, Congress has put monies together, a transition, we can start spending them to let the Biden team work. Who would it harm if they did that? If they wanted to fight court battles, they could still fight court battles. Who would it harm allowing the Biden transition team in this most challenging time to start working on these really significant issues? It would harm nobody, but it's harming everybody that they are just giving in to the whims of this petulant president. And I'm so disappointed. I'm not surprised at the president, but as Senator Schumer said, I'm disappointed in my Republican colleagues. This is hurting national security. Senator Duckworth and I are both on the Armed Services Committee. When you see a president ignoring the advice of everyone in the Pentagon and deciding, hey, we got to do a troop withdrawal for political reasons 5 days before I leave. We've always said that withdrawals should be conditions-based and not arbitrary. But this is worse than an arbitrary date. It's a purely political date. And that is leading our Republican colleagues to call out the president and Pentagon leaders to call out the president because it will make the world less safe for us and others. And then the second is in the area of the vaccine. Having been a governor during H1N1, a vaccine development is great, and thank goodness we're seeing some good news about that. But the distribution of a vaccine of this complexity, to try to get to 70% of the American population, to have a phasing and a staging, and to do it for people who don't have the money, is extremely challenging. The logistics of it are really, really hard. And not interacting with the incoming team or letting the Biden transition have the full resources at their disposal will make that distribution challenge much worse. Last thing I'll say, matter of kind of personal privilege, if I can. I stood on a stage in a hotel room in New York City the morning after the 2016 election with a former Senate colleague, Secretary of State. The polls had only been closed for 10 hours. The race had only been called for 8 hours. She had won the popular vote by 3 million votes. She was behind in the 3 key states by 77,000 votes. I saw how hard it was for her to deal with her own feelings that day, but I saw what she did was, but I got to think of the country first. And she stepped to the mic and she said, I know we're not going to change that many votes. We've got to start a transition, help President Trump be a successful president. Now, that's what we should expect of any president. And we know we can expect it of this president, that kind of courage, that kind of putting country first, but we ought to be able to expect it of Republican senators. And that's what I'm finding just very disappointing at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Leader. You know, at the height of a global pandemic and in the depths of a national recession, Donald Trump has endangered our national security by forcing the Pentagon into his latest culture war. Since the moment that it was clear that he was going to lose, he has been spewing baseless conspiracy theories and using these lies as a rationale to refuse to accept the results and make the first steps towards a peaceful transition of power. These lies could lead to more Americans dying from COVID-19 because they cannot be vaccinated quickly enough, but they could also have serious national security implications. Over the past week, President Trump has upended any sense of stability in the Department of Defense. Aside from reports that he literally wants to attack Iran and has plans to weaken our military, betray our allies, and arm our enemies with a rapid, unsafe drawdown in the Middle East, he also fired Secretary Esper and replaced him and other top Pentagon officials with a series of unqualified loyalists who seem to have been chosen for their loyalty to this one man in the White House rather than their own competence. This upheaval represents a dangerous escalation at one of the most fraught moments possible. Let me just give you a little historical reference here. Our enemies historically have tested us within the first year of each new administration. Less than 6 weeks into Bill Clinton's term, a truck laden with explosives detonated in the basement of the World Trade Center. Within 6 months of Barack Obama taking the oath of office, North Korea had rattled its sabers twice, launching a rocket over the Pacific and then conducting a nuclear test. 4 months after Trump was sworn in, Syria's Bashar al-Assad launched a chemical weapons attack that killed at least 90 people and tested American commitment against the use of chemical weapons. And of course, 9 months into George W. Bush's presidency, we had the 9/11 attacks. You know, our troops will always do everything in their power to keep us safe. I have every confidence in their tactical and technical proficiency and their professionalism. Unfortunately, the commander-in-chief is making it harder for them to do their jobs. Looking at the history, the value of ensuring a smooth, stable transition between administrations becomes obvious. So too does the necessity of ensuring that the next commander-in-chief is fully briefed on the gravest national security threats at the moment that they step into the Oval Office. And that's one reason why incoming administrations are typically given access to Defense Department building and personnel prior to taking office. Yet instead of following precedent, Trump's White House has barred administration officials from cooperating with Biden's transition team, prevented President-elect Biden from having access to the all-important president's daily briefs, and that he himself has ignored, and he's refused to provide the president-elect a secure government line to speak with world leaders. Rogue states, terrorist groups, and adversaries like Russia, they are all watching us right now. And they're all aware of the opportunity this transition period presents for their own strategic goals. They will see that we now have lackeys instead of experts in crucial Pentagon positions, and Trump is once again putting his own self-interest ahead of our national interests. He is sowing chaos, and we most need stability, and exposing his weaknesses to those who would do us harm. With all that is at stake, it is on the GOP, my colleagues in this GOP to say enough and prove that they care more about protecting our national security than protecting one man's ego. We need to do better, and our national security is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Both excellent statements, my two fair senators. We'll take a few questions. I have to get down to the floor when the vote starts. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So we know that over the past few months, we've seen a lot of violence in the streets, whether it's protests or whether it's people that are out looting and causing some trouble in some of our major cities. This last weekend, we actually saw protesters from supporting both political parties coming out and causing issues amongst each other. What would you suggest that Vice President or President-elect?
Well, all I'd say is this: violence, wherever it comes from, is wrong and should be condemned. That's it.
It seems like Judy Shelton's nomination is on the rock. When did you contact Senator Harris to come to the Senate to vote today?
Senator Harris knows this is an important vote, and she's here for it. She didn't need contacting.
Senator Schumer. Hey, Senator Schumer, knowing how critical you've been of the Trump administration for its entire handling of the coronavirus, we now have two highly effective vaccines right on the horizon. Do you give the Trump administration and its program Warp Speed any credit for where we are now with the vaccine?
Well, you know, I've talked to the heads of some of these companies, and they've done a great job. And there's times when the private sector is good and the public sector is good. This was a good combination of both. But I really give a lot of credit to the private sector for developing. The test is out on the Trump administration because their main goal is to get the vaccine distributed fairly and equitably, and so far they've behaved poorly on that. Yes.
Schumer, people have been hearing for months now from Democrats and Republicans that it's their priority to get a COVID deal done, that it's the top priority. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. Leader McConnell just a few minutes ago told all of us reporters that he still has not had a single private conversation with Speaker Pelosi about a negotiation. What do you say to people
I've said
this is a complete failure?
It's Leader McConnell. I have asked Leader McConnell 3 times, and on the floor yesterday and today, to sit down and negotiate with us. According to some of his own members, they don't even know what he's doing. So this idea, Democrats are eager to sit down and get a bipartisan bill. It's only the Democratic House that has passed a bill. If you want to get something done, we need our Republican senators to tell Leader McConnell to sit down and come up with a fair, comprehensive, bipartisan negotiation. Next.
Senator Schumer, some of your Democratic colleagues are disappointed they didn't win more races, Senate races on election day. Can you talk a little bit about the feedback you've heard from the caucus?
Yeah, we've had great feedback. Look, we are all we did job number 1. No Donald Trump as president and Joe Biden as the next president. And we're all very happy with that. We're working very hard on Georgia. And, we're going to examine the races that we didn't win and try to figure out why. Next.
On this troop drawdown from 4,500 to 2,500 in Iraq and Afghanistan, do you think that this is sort of in line with the public sentiment?
Well, you know what I'd say? I just learned about this. The Trump policy has been so erratic, almost based on whim, what happens when the president rolls out of bed each morning and how he feels. So I don't have a strategy. The American people don't have a strategy. I don't even know if the military has a strategy in terms of what he's done. Please, Tammy. Started? Okay, that's good. This is the last answer. Sorry.
No one wants the troops home more than I do. But frankly, to bring the troops home in a chaotic way like he is doing with very few weeks, literally, to bring the troops home with just literally weeks of planning, actually no planning at all, sets up a logistical impossibility. How do we bring all those troops back? And we actually will leave the remainder of the troops there in a dangerous situation because we are going to have to leave behind our military equipment. There will be caches of military equipment left behind because we lack the logistic capability to bring all that equipment back. So we bring back half the troops by the beginning of January. That means that we're leaving equipment behind that the Taliban and our enemies can fall in on to use it to then attack the remaining troops that are still in theater. This is the wrong way. This is why all of the military commanders have spoken up and said this is the wrong thing to do. We want our troops home, but let's not bring them home in body bags. And that's potentially what's going to happen if this president gets his way and puts his own political timeline ahead of our national security.
Thank you, everybody. That's it. Thank you, folks. I'm sorry I'm going to hurry ahead of you guys.
Yep, no, I gotta go vote too. Thanks, everyone.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Those were Senate Democrats out there speaking about the idea of bringing home troops by January. That's what President Trump and his administration is talking about. We're going to get into that a little bit further. We have Secretary of Defense who is going to be holding a briefing as well, or I'm sorry, did this morning. We'll play that out for you here on News Now from Fox, but when we have these live events, we want to take them. So I'm going to go ahead and play out some of them for you. It looks like we do have an update coming from North Carolina, COVID-19 update. So we'll play that out for you here on News Now from Fox. Again, thank you for joining us this morning.
Just today, but for months and months on end. So that's actually part of the reason, one of the reasons that I did accept this position is because of that leadership.
Next question comes from Joe with the Seattle Times.
Dr. Shah, given how much people have learned about the virus and its response sort of on the fly as it's come, what are some things in Harris County that you learned and readjusted during the course of the pandemic down there?
Oh my gosh, you know, there's so much. There is no playbook for this. Unfortunately, it's a novel virus. Once in a century, we have learned so much. I will say that we fought successfully the first couple of waves, the March, April, and again in June, July. And, you know, we've seen an uptick here locally. It's not been as bad as other parts of Texas or other parts of the country. But I will tell you that, you know, it is you know, one of those really what I've continued to say is don't say that everything is fine because you just don't know. This is one of those super slick viruses that when you just take your eye off the ball very quickly, it can take hold of a community. I think one of the biggest things that I would say is the real importance of working with state leaders, state and local leaders working together. This is elected officials and all other aspects of community members, but also health officials. And we all have to be on the same page. You know, whenever you have any inconsistencies, whether it's at a global or a federal, national, or a state or a local level, I don't really care what level of government it's at. It causes an incredible amount of confusion and complacency at the individual community member level. And then people tend to take risks with their health. And when they do that, unfortunately, that's when people and communities get in trouble. So what we've learned in our community is that we're all in this together. And we have to work together. And that means public health, that means healthcare, that means all of community approach. And finally, we've learned is that we have to invest in health. And that means it's not just during a pandemic, and we're learning a lot about things that we have to do, but it's also well after and well in advance of the next pandemic or the next emergency that comes our way, because they definitely will be lurking around the corner. So it's just incumbent on all of us to just continue to champion the importance of health and not just any one aspect of all the work that we do. So it's all of us in this together.
Joe, would you like to ask a follow-up?
Yes, for the governor, given how much cases are rising, both here and around the nation, it seems like certainly an open question of whether restrictions would be relaxed in mid-December. And of course, Congress is not likely to act on any federal relief soon. Why not call the legislature into a special session this month and set up some mechanisms for quickly providing relief for workers and businesses over what could be very difficult couple months here?
Well, certainly we can do that if we have, A, a necessity of doing that, and B, an ability to do that. And I will continue to listen to legislators' ideas about that. The difficulty they have, and we have at the moment, is the persistent lack of action from the federal government. And we are continuing hopeful that they will act to extend unemployment compensation. They simply have to do that. They have to give us additional resources to help these businesses that have been infected, restaurants and gyms and many, many others. This is just a national necessity. And there really is no excuse for the federal government not to respond to this. So we remain hopeful that with the election of a new president and the emergence so that we now are in a third national wave, that the federal government will act. Now, we're not sure of that. So at the moment, we don't have clarity about whether we'll have federal action or not. And it makes it more difficult for the legislators to say, yes, we're going to do X, Y, or Z, still having uncertainty whether the federal government's going to act. What I believe it is most likely is that in January, we will have a much better assessment whether federal government's going to act or not. And then in January, make the appropriate decisions in a very rapid pace to find out what we can or should do. And we will be able to do that. But I am talking to legislators, I'm listening to their ideas. At the moment, there isn't a consensus in the legislature about what could happen or should happen even before January. Again, because of this hope that I believe is actually realistic that the federal government will act in January. Now, I have heard some comments by some in the Republican Party that we should do something right now and just use the rainy day fund to solve the problem. But the problem is we already have a multi-billion-dollar budget, even if we use all of the rainy day fund just to keep the wheels on the truck for the state government. So that really is not a solution about where we would get dollars to do another major program. Now, as I've said, we are committing $50 million. I hope to have more description of that program later this week. So there would have to be major decisions either on the cutting or revenue side to free up some additional funds for additional business or employee relief, because we're going to use that rainy day fund just to keep our mental health system working, just to keep our schools funded. That's going to be drained given the multi-billion-dollar hole in our budget already. So I guess in answer to your question, number one, it will be a very challenging effort by our state if we have to do that, and B, we don't really know whether we have to do it this moment, because I think there is a reasonable chance, and I have an expectation that Congress will act in January.
Next question comes from Keith with Como.
Governor, I know that Secretary Weissman made the decision to go to Chapel Hill in February, but we are in the middle of a war. Why are you changing generals in the middle of a war?
Well, the general decided a long time ago to make a change, and I respect people's ability to, whatever reason. I'm not making the change. I would like to keep John for the next 100 years. He's done an exceptional job, but obviously I respect his decision-making. He made it a long time ago, and I can't contest his decision in that regard. The work he has done has just been fantastic, and I'm serious about this. Look, in the middle of a pandemic, it's hard to recognize this, but what we have achieved under his leadership and Dr. Lofi's leadership, and I've had a role in it, is quite extraordinary. Look, we had 45 other states in late October that had more infection rate than we did. To be in the top 5 when we were the first state to get hit, and be in the top 5 of keeping this under control is an extraordinary achievement. And it has not happened by accident or just luck. It's because we've made some good decisions, and John has been principally responsible for that. But also Washingtonians have heeded our scientific advice of wearing masks, socially distancing, and because Washingtonians have done that, we've had great success, and I believe we can continue to do that. So I wish him well. He's had an incredible run here. And listen, I can't overstate how lucky we are to have Dr. Shaw. To have a nationally recognized health expert willing to come to Washington State is just a remarkable thing.
Governor, if I might add, this is John. Just, my commitment too has been to make sure we have this amazing transition to an amazing new leader. And Dr. Shaw is that person. I have known him for a decade. We have worked closely together. He is knowledgeable, compassionate, energetic, thoughtful, and I think just in what you have seen him engage just in the first few minutes here, you can see he's an amazing leader. And that was one of the advantages of my giving sort of advance notice that we could do this really well, even in a time of a pandemic. And we have a strong team at the Department of Health that Dr. Shaw is going to come in and help lead. And I will see to it that the transition goes smoothly. So I couldn't be more thrilled than to have Dr. Shaw lead the department. He meets the exact profile that I talked to the governor's team about in terms of what I thought we needed in a new leader, and somebody who, as you can see, is going to hit the ground running.
Keith, would you like to ask a follow-up?
And for Dr. Shaw, you come from a heavily populated county, but state of Washington, 7 million people, extremely diverse. You've got populated areas, you've got rural areas, and not everybody is buying into what the governor and Secretary Weissman have been talking about as far as masking up and staying socially distant. There was a huge wedding, a super spreader event in eastern Washington. How are you going to handle such a large, diverse state?
Well, thank you for that question. And, you know, I guess the pause that I would give in your question is that I'm actually coming from a very diverse community. We have 5 million people in Harris County. It's larger than 20 some states. It is by population, it's geographically larger than Rhode Island and under the state of Delaware. So, you know, it's pretty big. And it's not just that we're geographically large, we're incredibly diverse. There is no majority population in our community. We are frank urban, we're also suburban, we're also rural. And we have also been challenged by very much very similar kinds of ways of, if you will, approaching COVID-19. Some who have said it should be this way, some who have said it should be that way. And the governor and I spoke about this, that, you know, all the decisions that are made are very difficult during this pandemic because there are trade-offs to all of those decisions. And yet we have to make those difficult decisions. I will tell you that our county elected official, Judge Lina Hidalgo, our county leadership, and also the mayor of the city of Houston have all worked together to bring that diversity towards really an approach to health. And one, again, to focus back on the state of Washington, is that I recognize that there's a diversity of thought and opinions, but at the end of the day, we have to let science and evidence guide us. And ultimately, you know, if I have a patient who is taking blood pressure medication, I can say, hey, you know what? Take your blood pressure medication. It's actually good for you. It's gonna reduce your risk for complications. That's not been politicized. My patient will take the medicine. But something as simple as wearing a mask has become politicized. So I think it's not about any one community or any one state. It's about all of us as Americans really working towards how do we address a pandemic once in a century. And I do agree with Governor Inslee. I wish we could keep Dr. Weissman for another 100 years, because that would be the next pandemic we get a century from now. And so it'd be fantastic to have him. And I recognize that you know, following in the footsteps of someone like John is incredibly challenging. But I did want to make one other comment, Governor, if it's okay, which is there is never a good time to transition. There is never a good time to transition. It's been a lot. The last 12, 24 hours for me has been very difficult. A lot of tears that have been shed. There is never a good time to transition. A lot of things are happening during this pandemic. We just have to make sure we are leaving teams behind that are strong, they're capable, they're ready. And while the Johns of the world or the Omers of the world move on and move in different directions, that work continues, that mission continues, whether it's in Harris County or in Texas, or whether it's across the state of Washington. So I'm looking forward to joining Governor and making sure that, you know, I can do whatever I can, but it's not about me, it's about the we, it's about all of us working together.
Next question comes from Jim with the Spokesman Review.
Yeah, Dr. Shaw, I wonder if you could compare Washington's response to COVID-19 to what you've seen in Houston and Texas. Is there anything that Washington has done that you wish that you had done in Houston, or vice versa? Anything that you've done in Houston that you think Washington might have considered?
Well, let me leave it at a very high level. I would say that, for example, Sunday when Governor Inslee announced the changes in how, with indoor dining and other activities, he talked about one thing which I'm very much about metaphors. You'll learn that. Sometimes I mix them. Sometimes they're not the right metaphor, but I do my best to continue with metaphors. It's a rubber band. And if the healthcare system and the system stretches, eventually it breaks. So we've got to do everything we can not to stretch the system. And in Texas, one of the challenges we've had is about masks and about, fortunately, our governor here eventually came to the conclusion that we do need to require masks. We went through some very challenging times until that happened. The fact that Governor Inslee and the team have been responsive and have been assertive in starting early and in advance of a problem or an issue, that's what you need. That's what is really what is needed for COVID-19, is to be proactive, because if you wait, it's too late, and that's the problem.
Jim, would you like a follow-up?
Yeah, Governor, people, how do you respond to folks in the hospitality industry that say that if people can't go to restaurants to be with friends, where there are certain restrictions already and certain cleanliness protocols, they're going to go to other people's houses where those protocols aren't in place, and there's going to be bigger spread, not smaller spread?
Look, what we've done is to reduce the number of interactions in the riskiest categories. And the riskiest categories are when people are breathing on each other across the table with no masks on, in any context. And I have issued executive orders under our emergency authority that effectively imposes a legal requirement to not do that in any setting right now. Restaurants, homes, cafeterias, coffee shops. We have acted equally in all of those contexts, and that's the best thing we can do. I also believe that this is an important as an alarm bell for the community to realize the risk factor that we're in. That when restaurants are not open, it is an alarm message to people, and we are hopeful that people will recognize that and act accordingly in their own homes. Now, is every single person going to abide by that? Assuredly not. But I hope and I believe many of them will, and this will reduce the risk dramatically in the state of Washington. And I would point out that these things work. This is not a speculative endeavor. When we did these things in March, the same thing could have been said. We had to close restaurants in March, and that knocked down the infection rate. So please don't tell me that this doesn't work. Don't tell me that people are just going to go somewhere else and cause more infection, because that's not what happened in March. We took action in March, and it succeeded. So I guess the best evidence, the proof is in the pudding. We know this works. It has worked. I believe it's going to have some beneficial impact now. Now, what I would also say to people in the restaurant industry, the pain, the economic and emotional suffering associated with this is profound. Look, a person who starts or puts their life saving in a restaurant and then has to shut it down twice in a year and lay people off, even temporarily, it is a horrible situation for these folks in these businesses, both the owners and the employees. And you can't minimize how painful that is. I feel it very personally. These are very hard decisions for that reason. I even used to work in the industry. I was a server at Clinker, Dagger, Bickerstaff, and Pets Public House. And I don't want to minimize how tough this is for them, and that is why we are examining every possible way to help them through this. It's why I immediately set out $50 million. It's why we're going to continue our efforts to get Congress to work, and we'll continue to look at other ideas on how to help the industry. So I don't want to minimize how tough this is for folks.
Next question comes from Austin with Northwest News Network.
I did have a question for the public health officials on the line about the rules around grocery stores, and what is the scientific basis for limiting occupancy to 25%, especially when we see other states like Oregon at 75%, and especially when we've been told that as long as we mask up and do our shopping efficiently, we're in pretty good shape. And just by announcing this limit, it's created an environment where people are clearing the shelves of toilet paper and other supplies again.
Again, I'll start, and Kathy or Amir can certainly join in. One of the things, again, that we are looking at is obviously, as you said, wearing masks is what we want people to do. Masks aren't 100% effective. They're great, and they're really, really helping bring down our rates. But the other things that we consider are time in a place, the number of people who are in a place, the ventilation. And so paying attention to what the science tells us says that we limit our time somewhere, limit the number of people who are there at the same time, keep your distance, cover your face. All of those things together can help us be successful. And it's about putting those things together that is so important. And so we've had a limitation on retail for some time. I think, Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 30%. We're bringing it, to 25% as that additional sort of safety valve there, and to bring things in alignment across the system. So again, all of those things are important from the science, and that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
If I can add on a little bit to what Secretary Weissman mentioned, and this is Nick Struley. So grocery stores and all retail activity have been limited for many months to 30% of their occupancy in every county of the state. And what we heard from many of the larger grocery stores was that at 30% occupancy, they were never in a position where they needed to count individuals coming in, because they were never at a place where they were bumping up against that 30% occupancy. So that's why we felt bringing this equity, bringing everybody in line in retail, whether that's small or large, to 25% was another tool to help address this issue.
Austin, would you like to ask a follow-up?
Yes, briefly, Governor, you're making an appointment today, but you have been mentioned numerous times in the last few days as a potential pick for the new Biden administration. 3 quick questions. Have you been contacted by the president-elect or his transition team? Are you being vetted? And if asked to join that administration, what would be your answer?
No, and my answer remains the same, no matter how many times you ask it, with all due respect. By the way, going back to this issue of hoarding and our 25%, I do think it would have been probably beneficial if the public knew that it was such a modest change. That would have been a beneficial situation. Maybe some of that's on us. Maybe we could have made that more clear. Maybe the media could have made it more clear. But what is clear now is that the supply chain is very robust. There is no reason for hoarding. And I hope the folks, in our media industry can share that with people as much as you can. This has not changed your ability to get paper products or food really in any way whatsoever.
We have time for one more question. We go to Jerry with the Everett Herald.
Maybe I want to follow up on the question that Austin asked to the public health officials, using that science about limiting the time spent in place, the number of people as it related to retail stores. Did you apply the same science to the court system? And if so, how did you come to the conclusion that courts could continue to have jury trials and in-person proceedings in which individuals are in one space for hours at a time?
So again, I think the court system has procedures in place where we are actually giving them the guidance around wearing the face coverings, keeping distance, sanitizing, and the things that we think are important for that. The law, I believe, allows for, folks to have jury trials. That's part of the due process. And we are doing our best to make sure that the system can continue to move forward as safely as it can, and working with the justice system so they have all the information they need to be able to carry on their duties as safely as they can.
I may note that in neither case are these restrictions prohibiting the activity. Jury trials will allow to go forward, and shopping is allowed to go forward. It's just in a safe way.
Jerry, would you like to ask a follow-up?
Yeah, for the governor, I want to be talking about the budget situation and the federal CARES Act funding. Several counties are bumping up against that December 30th deadline to allocate money and are leaving potentially tens of millions of dollars unspent going into the new year. The state, I think, is around $300 million, according to some lawmakers. So will the state be able to allocate its full federal CARES Act, and if not, what's the plan to protect those dollars heading into January?
Yes, we'll be able to do that. And I think so far our pace of decision-making has worked quite well. We reserved enough to deal with unanticipated expenditures, including the third wave. So instead of spending all the money in the first few months, we reserved some, realizing some things could come up, and indeed they came up. The third wave came up. So that's why we're in a position to do the $50 million now and deal with some of the other issues that are now striking us. So I'm confident we'll be able to use these resources, and we're doing it, I think, a way that has been pretty much vindicated in this situation.
Any final words, Governor?
No, again, please be careful. Please take care of yourself. And I just want to note that we can take care of ourselves. This is a temporary situation we're going through. We have the ability to control this virus. This virus has no legs. It can't move at all. We are the only agents that can spread this virus. And we don't want to be a friend of this virus. At Thanksgiving dinner, we don't want to be a friend of this virus. At birthday parties, we don't want to be a friend of this virus. At coffee clashes, we do not want to be friends of this virus. We should be enemies of this virus. And the way to be enemy of this virus is to not be around people without wearing a mask in our homes or anywhere else. And I'm urgently asking people to consider this. If we do this, we can get through this without large loss of life. If we do this, we can get through this without people not being able to get necessary surgery because our ICUs are full. If we do these things, we won't have people in the parking lots of hospitals and the morgue having to rent semi-trucks and ice for our lost loved ones. If we do not do these things, that's the situation that we face. So if you do note urgency in my voice, it's because it's the reality that we face. And I hope everybody can pull together in that regard. Thank you very much.
Months, we know the whole goal.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. That was Governor Inslee coming out of Washington. We're going to flip gears and move into the state of Colorado, where new changes are being implemented there. They're talking about COVID-19 relief for businesses and also the adding of a new dial, which is their version of restrictions for the state. So let's listen in.
Be prompt and direct. There is not time for some different program to be set up, implemented in July of next year, nor is there time for one that would be passed through the normal legislative process beginning in January, normally not culminating in bills reaching me until February or March. So that's the reason for these extraordinary measures, is to find ways to get the assistance out to those who need it the most, small businesses and individuals, as quickly as possible.
And Charles, I think that's a really good question, and I just wanted to thank the governor's office for their collaboration with legislative leadership. I also just want to point out that this is different than some of the other actions that were taken before, primarily due to the fact that we're talking about general fund revenue that the General Assembly has direct oversight of, and so I'm sure I speak for all of our members and the Joint Budget Committee where when I say special session makes the most sense to come in and tackle these problems in a collaborative way with the executive branch. And it's an important distinction, and again, thank the governor and his staff for the amount of work that's been put into this, and I do think this is the appropriate direction to go when tackling these three particular buckets.
Hi, this is Erin Prater with the Gazettes in Colorado Politics. My question is, if purple is now the new stay-at-home order and red is no longer a stay-at-home order, how different is red actually from like a lockdown light like we've seen in Germany? Thank you.
Well, you'd have to, I don't know exactly what Germany's doing this week. I saw that recently Sweden and a number of other countries have limited capacity and closed down large social venues. We all share the goal of avoiding a lockdown where people can't go to work. In this scenario, that we are now in, folks are able to be productive and work. They can earn a paycheck. The most significant part of the workforce affected are that in some of the restaurants and gyms that are affected, they're certainly not closed, they're open, but they might very well have difficulties in this environment. So we want to give them direct data. I also want to encourage Coloradans to support their local restaurants. Order takeout, order delivery. You know, with your household, you can eat outdoors if they offer it. We want to help our cherished neighborhood institutions get through this. I think, you know, restaurants are important not just because of the jobs for hourly workers that they provide and entry-level jobs. They're also mainstays of our downtowns and of our city streets, meaning that really they're an important part of that retail ecosystem. When we return to normal, when the pandemic ends, we want those vibrant destinations there so people are not just dining but shopping, enjoying, having an ice cream after dinner at an ice cream store or a cappuccino before. This is really what vibrant living looks like, and it's important that we can maintain that through this and avoid the economic and psychological costs of a lockdown like some areas have had to re-enter. As you indicated, I haven't looked at what Germany's done in the last few days, but there are areas that have reverted to that. We hope that this will provide the needed change in trajectory here to avoid that kind of situation.
Looking at the changes now between level orange and level red, there's only 3 or 4 new restrictions that are being enacted. Back when you initially set up this dial, you and your health team felt like level red was so serious that counties at this level were in such bad shape you needed to shut everything down, and that was just something that we had to do, the price we had to pay. What has changed between now and then that makes it less safe or changes your mind about why we should be adding this new kind of changing the bar here?
We have reason to believe that this will work. We have more data on successful interventions in other areas. We know the high health and economic costs of lockdowns and want to avoid them. We also know that we have additional capacity in our hospital system in terms of ICU and non-ICU beds. And most importantly, if we didn't have cause to believe that this would work, then we wouldn't be taking this step. But we are confident that if Coloradans avoid social interactions, and some of these that are the focus of this are a proxy for social interactions. So there's nothing unsafe about these experiences per se of working out or dining. It's who you go with and what the social environment is like. So these are proxies. And, you know, can you go out to dinner with your family outdoors? It's reasonably safe. But it's that mixing. It's people from several different households going together. It doesn't matter whether it's in a private home or a restaurant or wherever it is. That is, I hope, what the people of Colorado are taking more seriously right now, because that is what the data shows would have the single biggest impact. Simply eliminating as a goal, but at least reducing significantly interactions with other households.
Minority Leader questioned why yesterday, even during the rumblings and rumors of a special session being started, why it's okay for 100 people from 100 different families to gather in the state capitol when it's not safe public's voice is heard when it comes to the special session.
And I'll defer to the legislative leaders on part of that, but I do want to applaud the decision to work together to come in does involve a certain courage on behalf of our public servants who will be putting themselves at some risk to be able to alleviate the needs of others. Now, that being said, they are making accommodations for their vulnerable members. I'll let the Speaker Designee and Senate President talk about some of those precautions, including social distancing and others. But I do want to applaud their courage in being willing to come together to do the people's work.
It's a great question, an important question, and one that we have fortunately been able to have learned from, especially because we were in session during this pandemic, and unlike other legislatures, when we look at the national data, some weren't convened. I think obviously our members' safety and well-being is at the utmost of our top priorities, but also ensuring that we're changing how we participate. And so, for example, you've seen us move and gravitate towards methods that traditionally didn't exist in the Senate or in the House or in committees, including remote testimony and those options. Obviously, transparency is really important for us. So that's the work that we have before us. I think we recognize that we have a responsibility. We take this oath to do what's in the best interest of our citizens, and so why you'll see us working hard to make sure that that's the practical way we move forward.
Governor Jason Gonzalez with Chalkbeat, Colorado. Many districts have gone remote, cited staffing challenges and a high number of quarantines. What's your reaction to those districts going remote, and what can the state do to address the challenges of staffing quarantines?
We are encouraging for those who are at any part of the dial that any Colorado county is at, that includes red and orange and green and yellow. We are encouraging in-person instruction for at least K-5, and we also encourage either hybrid or in-person for middle school. We know that high schools are a tougher call. Some are back and some aren't. There's a way to do it safely with the cohorting, but it's more challenging given the way that the classes work with different grades, not always staying with their own grade level in high school. We do look forward to redirecting additional federal resources towards helping schools make the safety improvements they need to have the confidence to be in for this semester and for next semester. And as one of the things that I think we've learned nationally and internationally about the pandemic is especially elementary schools are a lower risk vehicle for transmission than many other activities in society. Is it perfectly safe? Is anything perfectly safe? No, but it is reasonably safe. I have confidence in as a parent that my kids are in school. I hope that more, and many Coloradans have that. Many other Coloradans are hoping their kids get back soon, or they've been back and now they're out and they'll come back soon. So we hope that more Colorado school districts can do in person. We will be, there will be an extension of additional federal resources really in the next day or two that are announced that will help schools achieve that in-person learning. Final from the room.
You have said some other areas had these interventions and it worked well. Where are some of those places, or what are some examples?
We're happy to give you a review of I'll take another question because I don't have that in front of me, but we're happy to give you a review of some of that data from other places. Marianne? We should give Marianne a second.
You guys use a number of values to determine where on the color scale different counties are. So where will the new kind of trigger points be to go from orange to red and red to purple?
So I don't have that in front of me, and I don't know if it's on your handout, but essentially there were 3 ways that we looked at red. 2 of them are now red, and 1 is now this urgent, purple, which is literally hospitals overflowing. That's purple. Red is 2 metrics: cases per 100,000 and positivity rate. And I don't have that right in front of me, so I don't want to rat it off because I might not get it exactly right, but those should all be posted.
This is more of a question for the legislative leaders. We've already seen that half of the General Assembly, or maybe not quite half, have a complete disregard for wearing masks, whether it's in committee hearings, walking around the building. If you're going to have a special session, is there anything you can do to require mask wearing, not only to protect each other, to protect their staff, to protect all of us who are down there? They just won't wear them.
Thanks, Marianne, and this is a really important question, and there's no doubt that making sure that we have the safest environment that we possibly can at the Capitol is one of our top priorities as we think through a special session in this pandemic. We are going to build off, just like Senator Garcia said, we're going to build off of the things that we learned from that COVID session. And I think you're going to see us following guidelines from health professionals, considering possibly testing regimens, making sure that people have access to the best high quality masks that they possibly can, KN95s, which is more about protecting the person wearing them than worrying about whether or not people around you are wearing masks. I've also had very collaborative, good conversations with Republican leadership about the concerns that the public has and that staff have about people not wearing masks. And I remain encouraged that we can get to a place where people are, thinking about the community and thinking about each other and making sure that we have the safest possible environment that we can. But regardless, I think we're going to have stronger measures in place than we even did in the COVID session, which I think should instill confidence in staff and legislators as they come in to do the people's work.
I'll just quickly add to that the Senate did pass rules that require that, and with the exception of one specific member who had a disclosure qualification as to why that member could not wear a mask, the Senate regularly had no real challenges with this. So I have talked with Leader Holbert, and he has continued to echo his support for ensuring that the masks and social distancing and those parameters are used.
Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, our legislative leadership.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was an update coming out of Colorado. If some of you tuned in a little bit late, I want to kind of just explain to you what's going on. The mayor of Denver says that he expects Denver is going to be moving into the red level on the state's COVID-19 dial soon. You're taking a look at the updated dial for Colorado. Red will no longer be the highest level, with the state adding purple starting on Friday. So if you heard the governor at the very end right there, he said purple is hospitals totally overwhelmed. That's going to be the most extreme risk for this state. So as of right now, they are moving into that red level, which is no longer the highest risk level, but still definitely a lot of restrictions being implemented right now in the state of Colorado, including some of those travel advisories. Another state that is dealing with travel advisories right now is Illinois as well. We have Governor Pritzker up at the podium speaking about some of those updates coming out of Chicago. There's only 3 states now that have been added to the city's travel order. Hawaii, Maine, and Vermont are the only states that are not listed in the order, so people can still travel there without really having to quarantine. So let's listen in to that update coming from Governor Pritzker out there. Some of you are going to be going out to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, you'll hear from him. For those who are sticking around, let's listen in.
When it comes to gathering with people outside your household, because the terrible truth is that getting together with people in this way is exactly how the virus spreads. To stop this spread and preserve our December holidays, all of us need to do more than just wear our masks now, though masks are mandatory throughout the state of Illinois. The simple fact is that COVID-19 is spreading quickly and widely. Our hospitals are beginning to experience real strain, and at the current infection rate, they will be overwhelmed. We must not let that happen. So whenever possible, we need you, we want you to stay home. I'm hopeful that by limiting our in-person interactions now, we will succeed at avoiding a stay-at-home order like what we had last spring, when the choice between saving lives and saving livelihoods was even more stark. Tier 3 may allow us to do both. Similar to new restrictions announced over the last few days in Michigan and California and Washington, Tier 3 is Illinois' effort to avoid a stay-at-home order. Meanwhile, no matter what we do, there will be unnecessary economic pain. The virus rages on while Senate Republicans in Washington continue to block additional aid that families and healthcare institutions and small restaurants and nonprofits and cities and states in every corner of our nation desperately need. Their inaction is unnecessarily turning a pandemic into a twindemic. While states with and without mitigations are experiencing a new wave of the virus, the economy is on the verge of taking another step downward, potentially costing millions more jobs across the United States, and all because of the U.S. Senate's refusal to push genuine, meaningful, significant stimulus across the finish line. This will go down as a travesty in American history, because many people in this country cannot sustain one more blow. While we wait for Washington to hear the pleas of American families, we must keep each other safe from this disease. As painful as it is, we must hold the line, avoid another stay-at-home order, battle through these next few months, give our hospitals some breathing room, and save thousands of lives until we can get to the other side of this difficult time. Our single best weapon in the weeks ahead is all of you, and the individual and collective actions that we take as a state to get through this. Those will really matter. As always, these mitigations are based on the latest science and data focused on what will keep people safe. You'll notice that retail stores, as well as personal services where you can keep your mask on, will remain open at limited capacities. Gyms can allow individuals to schedule workouts as long as they wear masks throughout. Schools and daycares can choose to remain open, but with the precautions set out previously by IDPH and ISBE. We continue to rely on local school boards to determine the right approach here. We've provided extensive IDPH attendance to schools, and I urge local officials to carefully consider that, as well as the unique needs of their students and their communities. So far, most public schools have chosen e-learning and hybrid learning solutions, and daycares continue to operate relatively safely. Safety and health is my primary concern, and with Tier 3, the doctors have struck a careful balance based upon what the data and studies show about the risk of contracting the virus in various settings. Unfortunately, no matter what we do to mitigate the potentially damaging effects of this virus, it will require some sacrifice. These mitigations pause a number of indoor activities where the science shows us this virus can most easily spread. Museums, theaters, and casinos will need to temporarily close. Indoor recreational activities, including youth, club, and adult sports, will need to take a pause until we can get our spread under control. All workplaces that have remote capabilities should have their employees work remotely. If you are able to work from home, we need you to do so. For businesses affected by the virus, please apply for the business interruption grants that we created to help you through these times. They can be applied for on the DCEO website at dceo.illinois.gov. Folks, this is not a time to be out and about. Stay home as much as possible, whatever your job or school will allow. While we fight this latest COVID storm, our guiding principle about interactions outside your family bubble remains this: if you don't need to do it, don't do it. I know that this virus is taking its toll in so many ways. We all want this to be over. We want to fast forward to a world where masks are once again things that only doctors wear, where grandparents can hug their grandchildren, where Thanksgiving tables are full of loved ones and friends and neighbors, and where handshakes don't add fuel to the fire of a worldwide pandemic. But I know with my whole heart that we will get through this. A vaccine is coming. We just have to keep going a little bit longer. We have to keep going so that when we get to the other side of this pandemic, we will have done everything we can to get everyone there with us safely. So thank you, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to our Director of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Ngozi Ezike. Doctor.
Good afternoon.
It does look like we have an update from Kevin McCarthy and the rest of the GOP from the House. They are talking about COVID-19 relief, so we're going to listen in right there.
Continue to do that work. In this next Congress, we might not be able to schedule the floor, but we are going to run the floor. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our whip, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Kevin. And I also want to congratulate our leadership team. It truly is an honor to be going into this next Congress with such a great united team. Kevin as our leader, Liz as our conference chair. We have Mike Johnson joining us as the conference vice chair. Of course, Gary coming back as policy, and for Richard coming in as well, welcome to you. Tom Emmer is also going to be joining our team again as the NRCC chair. I think he's probably out recruiting right now for the 2022 class. That's going to get us back in the majority. But look, it's been a battle the last 2 years to fight for the hardworking families of this country that felt left behind by Washington for so long, and we've delivered a lot of wins for them. But there are still big issues left unresolved. I'd like to see us in these next few months get another relief package, in these next few days really. Get another relief package for those hardworking businesses that are literally hanging on by a vine, those small businesses that we've been trying to help get another round of PPP forgivable loans so we can save millions more jobs. And Speaker Pelosi, for whatever reason, has chosen not to bring a bill to the floor that has wide bipartisan support. Hopefully she reconsiders and does that. But really over the next 2 years, we know what this fight for the future direction of our country is going to be about. It's truly a battle between freedom and socialism. And you saw voters across the country in all kinds of districts reject the socialist agenda that Speaker Pelosi pushed for these last 2 years. She's going to have a tough decision to make. Does she continue catering to the most radical far left elements of our conference? Or does she work with Republicans to get things done for hardworking families? It's going to be a choice she'll have to make as Speaker, but we're not going to stop fighting for those hardworking families that make America work, that still are counting on us to work together for them. So we're going to continue battling for those hardworking families and fighting for those free market ideas that have always made America the greatest country in the history of the world. And with that, why don't I now turn it over to our newly reelected conference chair, Liz Cheney.
Thank you, Steve. And it's really an honor to be here with our leader and our whip, with Mike Johnson, our newly elected vice chair, Gary Palmer, reelected as policy chair, and Richard Hudson, who's going to be our conference secretary. We've just come from our leadership elections, and the feeling in the room and the enthusiasm and the excitement about where we are and about the hard work ahead of us, but the momentum and the energy to get that work done has been really remarkable. We have a tremendous class of incoming members, many of whom themselves have fought these challenges that we're fighting now. We've got 4 members of the incoming class who were born, whose families came to the United States from socialist countries, who've lived firsthand what it means when the government takes power away from the people and when people lose their freedom. And we are all absolutely committed to continue to fight against that and to make sure that the kinds of results that we saw in the House across this country are replicated and expanded in 2024. We also are committed to making sure that we do the work the American people have sent us here to do. As the leader and the whip said, the Speaker time and time again has proven that she's more concerned with placating the far left of her party than she is with actually getting things done for the American people. Whether you're talking about COVID, whether you're talking about health care generally, the extent to which they've embraced socialism across the board. So we're committed to doing the work our constituents sent us here to do, to doing it together in a unified way so that we can deliver again in a majority in 2022. And with that, I'm going to turn things back over to our leader.
Does anybody want to say? Gary, want to say a few words?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to serve as policy chair.
Kevin provided great leadership in working with us to develop the commitment to America, and it's resulted in historic gains in the House for us, incredible diversity. We really reflect America, but there's one group that's not a part of our conference, and that's the socialists. We have a conference that represents what I believe most Americans want to see, a conference that's committed to putting American families and workers first. I'm proud to be a part of it.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you. Richard Hudson from North Carolina. I'm honored to be part of this leadership team. You know, I represent someone who had to win a tough election to come back. I understand what it takes to win back this majority, and I'll be a voice for all the folks in our conference. I'm very excited about us working together in one unified message about what conservative principles can do to make America better for all Americans. And I believe that message is what's going to put us back in the majority in 2 years. Thank you.
Mike.
Thanks, Kevin. Mike Johnson, Louisiana. I'm really excited to be on this leadership team. We've got a strong one. And we had a very encouraging meeting with all the new Republican members. We filled the whole ballroom over at the Hyatt. This is a really exciting time for us. We know we have I think, a fateful 2 years ahead of us, and we're ready for the challenge. I mentioned to my colleagues just a simple thought that comes from Ronald Reagan, and he is the one that reminded our party that it's time for us to raise a banner, he said, of no pale pastels, but of bold colors. He said we need to make sure that the people know we need to be unmistakably clear where we stand on the issues that are troubling all the people. We live in troubling times, but we're very, very confident in our answers, and we're going to paint with bold colors, and we're going to lead this country out of this. We're going to get the majority back, and we think our best days are ahead of us. So I'm grateful to be a part of the team. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, R. As you can see, our party, especially in the incoming class, is more diverse than we've ever been. That what makes us only stronger. We won from Miami to New York, to defeating a committee chair in Minnesota, to Iowa, to California, even the Speaker's home state. But I'm proud to say it's my home state, too. And we still have a couple more seats out there, gaining in New Jersey. I think our numbers are going to be well on the way to over 210. It's going to be exciting next 2 years, but we have work to get done this time as well. Hopefully, Speaker Pelosi will have put aside her partisanship and actually put the American public first, especially in a time of COVID, that we can get a relief bill through. When we departed last, we have a discharge petition on the floor for all those people who work for a small business. The billions of dollars that are sitting there that still could be used, or the billions of dollars sitting there for the states. I know Speaker Pelosi had held a number of her Democrats not to sign that discharge petition. If she won't act, we still should. All they have to do is sign the discharge petition. The bill can come to the floor. If they want to vote against it, vote against it. But I watched what they said in their rhetoric back home. Now's the opportunity for them to keep their word. So with that, let me open it up for questions, comments. Yes, sir.
How do you square the impressive gains that House Republicans have made in states all over the place with the president's claims of all these widespread voter fraud, irregularities, and so forth? I assume the same elections that were useful for you in California and Minnesota and Florida weren't also, fraud, infested pits of illegality.
Well, I mean, I think from one aspect, I've always firmly believed that every legal vote should be counted. Every recount should be finished, just as they're going to do in Iowa in a congressional race. Just as we're watching in New Jersey 7, where the AP had called the race and now they had to pull it back. So I think what the president is saying, the same exact thing. Let every legal vote be counted. We've watched races that we were ahead on in Pennsylvania. All of a sudden, Sean Parnell come behind. When he was ahead by thousands of votes. We've watched races on the recount. Let's finish them all. We've got 2 in California still going forward, so it takes time. I think all the president is saying is let's make sure we take the time that that these races are honest and accurate in the process. That's all. Sure.
Do you regret it all, or will you do anything differently in the future as regards to encouraging Republicans to vote by mail if they think that's the safest way to do it? I mean, we've seen these shifts as votes have been counted that came in late.
Well, as we sit back and look, I think we need some uniform when it comes to elections. Absentee ballots have some protection to it. When you mail everybody a ballot that's on the rolls, we know there's problems. We watched in L.A. more than 1 million people on the rolls that don't even live there in that process. I've watched in my own community the number of ballots that were sent to people who were dead, who no longer live there, and others. You want the accuracy, and I think that's something we have to be able to work through. Some states mail to everybody. I actually vote by absentee, but I have to apply for it. They check my signature. They send me the ballot after I have applied for it. When I send my ballot back in, my signature is on it. They check the signature before they open. I think those type of measures are very important in the process of voting in person. In California, you don't have to show an ID. But I have to show an ID to get on an airplane. I think there's a number of things after this election and after others, not based upon a Republican or Democrat, but just from an accuracy point of view. I think we should sit down with a number of Secretary of States and people across this nation and find a way that we can make sure we do this in a more secure and accurate way, that every vote is counted. Yes.
What do you see your role as as a minority, a large minority, with the president of the opposite party? Is it similar to what you saw it as in 2009?
I think it makes no difference. Our role is to make sure America is stronger, make sure America is secure. First and foremost, we have what we need to do in the commitment to America. We need to defeat this virus. That's why we voted for Operation Warp Speed. This is why we have 2 vaccines already in the process and more coming on board. We want to make sure we secure and make our streets safer. So don't defund the police, but add to it. We have an infrastructure bill. We have a bill that actually builds on our economy to add 10 million new jobs. The challenge will be is we'll work with anybody who is in that office, but if they have a difference of opinion, we're going to have to find common ground. And we're not for socialism. We're not for higher taxes. We will fight every step of the way.
Joe Biden has positioned himself as somebody who's uniquely qualified to break a logjam that he sees existed on Capitol Hill. I'm curious what your reaction is to that. That's the calling card of his campaign, pretty much, right?
Well, his calling card is a campaign. If I listen to what former President Joe Biden said, former President Obama said, is there's no difference between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. If I watched what Joe Biden as a candidate said, he probably pretty much surrendered to the socialists, letting them write the green.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and switch gears. We got the Georgia Secretary of State and the election officials out there giving an update on that hand recount. This is big news, so we'll listen in here on News Now from Fox.
Walter, all right, should I just riff for a couple of minutes while we get everybody on the recording side?
Yeah. I do want to say that if you want to talk, the easiest way is if you raise your hand. If you go down in the bottom right of your screen, there should be a little 3 dots that says more, and that way we'll see you.
Alrighty, it does look like they're still preparing for that update, so we'll listen in to Kevin McCarthy as we wait for this Georgia update.
President to get any credit. Shouldn't you foremost think, if you're a Speaker of the House, not about who gets the credit, but about what help will go to the American public, for those who are unemployed, for those small businesses that have a dream and watching it collapse simply because government is shutting them down, or to those employees that they strive to want to pay when you have PPP money already sitting here, already appropriated, but you're holding it up time and again. Those are the real challenges that I think should end, and we'll work with anybody to make that happen. But you know, the unique part is, even if the Speaker continues to play games, there's an opportunity, because everybody in Congress is elected by their own constituency. They can sign a discharge petition and make something happen. So the question is, would we work with them? 39 times from this summer forward, we put bills on the floor with an opportunity to vote when it came to relief packages. 39 times the Democrats have defeated it. So the question really probably isn't to us. The question is to them.
I asked two there, but the first question, if you could characterize how you think the party may look different moving beyond President Trump.
Well, you're assuming
Specific county where we found a memory card based on the audit. There was an issue. We noticed that there was more people on the absentee ballot file for voting in person in Fayette County than was in the actual reporting. So we thought that might be the case. And it was discovered today for certain. And it's about 2,755 votes. They're going to recertify their results with these added tomorrow. This is a slightly different situation from Floyd. These were scanned votes that are on a memory card, whereas Floyd were a box of unscanned votes. That is where we stand with that. So that means the total, I'll give you the totals as slow as I can so you can write them down, but then I'll give you the total and how it affects where the margin is right now. So for President Trump, 1,577. For former Vice President Biden, 1,128. For Joe Jorgensen, 43. And write-ins, 7, because we look at every single ballot. So that's why the write-ins are there. I do not know if those are qualified write-ins or just Mickey Mouse write-ins. I don't know the answer to that. So when we left off the call this morning, we were looking at a margin of 13,378. The net gain for the president on this memory card is 449 for a new total of 12,929. So that is where we stand right now. The situation is because of the audit, we found this. We saw some potentials on this. And again, this is where the county had a couple of places where they should have been able to see it. 1, the absentee voter file for the reconciliation. They obviously didn't do that. 2, the check-ins. They didn't check that. And then 3, the tabulator screen on the election management system has a box that's checked or unchecked depending on whether the card has been uploaded or accounted for. So there were several spots where the human beings who were running it, this didn't follow the procedure, and that's why this happens. But this is why you have the audit to discover these things. Now, let me frame this up with a couple of other items. We have 57 counties that are flat out at 0 deviations from the ballot count that they started with. So that's 57. We have 21 other counties that are either +1 or -1 off of the original count that they had. So that's 78 that are basically spot on. We have another 32 counties that are in single digits that they're off. So they're finalizing that, looking, did they miscalculate something? Did they switch data entry, things along those lines? But single digits is not that much to be concerned about on these things, but we're trying to get it as right as we can, but to prove the outcomes are proper and correct. Now, again, I want to frame up how the audit works. You know, we saw that Fulton was done with the audit and DeKalb was done with the audit. They were done with the first phase of the audit, which is the hand counting. Then you have to go to the data entry side where we have a lot of quality control measures. Did you put the numbers in properly? Did you get every batch? Did you transpose any numbers? Did you forget to put a number from the tally sheet into the data entry? Now, for larger counties, there's more pieces of paper. It's going to take more time. And again, as we have been saying repeatedly, the human beings that are part of this are the weakest link in the whole system. But that's why there's these checks and double checks and triple checks that we do before we finalize the audit phase of this. And that's why this handout audit is important. Now, there's one other county that we have a potential, it looks like in Walton County, there may be a memory card with 224 votes on it from an election day polling location. That is still, we're still trying to see if that was a batch that might have been missed or if there's actually a memory card that I don't have a final answer on that yet, but there could be potentially 224 votes in Walton County as well. But we don't have what that is yet. Floyd County is continuing to do their scanning, and they should be done by about 6 or 6:30. And they're having to rescan all of the early votes because at some level they were intermingled. The batches were not segregated from what had been scanned before versus what hadn't potentially. So that came through the audit process. So they had to do all of them. I think it's a little over 8,000. And then on the provisional side, they're having to rescan those at the end of this because it looks like they had 2 batches of them and they scanned 3. So that'll probably take a couple of votes away. So I'm not sure what the final outcome of that would be for Floyd, but they are on a pace. They got permission from both their county attorney and their county elections board to take these steps so they can recertify either tonight or tomorrow morning and re-upload everything. Then we'll have those results added to what will be the state certified results at the end of the day. Let's see. Those are the basic points we have right now. I'll now open it up for any questions the way we did before, where you raise your hand and then Ari or Walter will ask you to unmute and you can ask us. We need to try to do this one at a time. We'll try to get to everybody's questions. I know there's gonna be some out there, but let's just go ahead and get rolling. So who are we starting with, Ari or Walter?
Nick Wooten.
Okay.
Hey, Gabe. Hey, Gabe. It's Nick Wooten with McClatchy. Just could you go over exactly what happened in Fayette County and how that's different from Floyd? Just more of a developed explanation.
Okay. For Floyd County, they literally had a box of ballots that no one even scanned. So they were off to the side, and there would never have been a record of a tabular being produced that wasn't accounted for. So there was no backstop because of that decision or that lack of a decision that was made. In Fayette County, they had them scanned and they had the ballots. They had both sides of the equation, but in their practices at the end of doing their reconciliation, they failed to do the reconciliation properly. And we saw that there was already a deviation on the absentee in person, which is the early vote, and the audit confirmed it. So they did all the practices except one thing, whereas in Floyd, it was several things. And a secondary thing with Floyd, they had a very bad situation in the August runoff as well. So it was a series of managerial miscues in Floyd that was the reason it kind of rose to that next level. This is something that we recognized. We wanted to make sure it was there before we started making suppositions that absolutely was this. So going through the audit process allowed us to get to that point.
So these were just a portion of votes that were on this memory card, but not uploaded to the county's electronic results.
Correct. They had scanned them. They were ready to go. They didn't do the reconciliation process properly, and there was 3 different ways they could have checked, and it just got by them. But we saw that there was an issue because they had already done the check-ins into the absentee ballot file, and then we saw the ENR uploads, and we saw they were off by about 2,700 and some odd votes. So we said, okay, either they doubled up check-ins for people, which doesn't make any sense, or they're missing a card. So we went through the audit process, counted them out, the votes were there, and that's when we realized, okay, there is a card, and then they found the card. If that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Who's next?
Kate Tobin.
Kate? I saw you there for a second.
Yeah, Kate, you have to unmute your phone. All right, tell you, let's come back. Mark Nacy.
Yes, thank you for doing this again. Could you have a summary of how many counties have completely finished their audit process and how many counties have not yet finished, and also how many votes have been loaded to the state and how many are remaining?
The votes loaded to the state, we don't do this. We have an audit is a complete audit, so we don't do a partial on that. The best way I can tell you, the ones I know for sure are flat out done, are the 57 that are spot on 0 right now, and the 21 that are 1 up or lower. Some of our elections officials are very perfectionist, and they want to go through and track down those. If they're 4 off, they want to figure out why and get to it. So they have the opportunity to do that. We have another 30 hours in the audit. So, and some of the larger counties are just going to take more time because there's more pieces of paper and more potential for there to be issues that need to be, noodled through with the consultants on the ground and with the elections team that are there in those counties. So that would be 78 probably would be a good number to say they're flat out just done with the whole thing. And they've got their stuff loaded in Arlo and they can, go to bed tonight and sleep well. And there's another 119 or so or 121 or so that still need to keep on working a little bit. Is that right? Wait a second. Don't make me do math on the fly. Either way, 78 minus 159, you get the basic number.
Very good. And I'm also interested in the voter histories, that will help us do some analysis on who voted and who didn't. Are those voter history files completely updated? I see like 4.9 million records, but I know in the past, sometimes we wait until certification is done.
So some of the people are still uploading their credit for voting into the ENET system, which is a very frustrating thing because that should have been done a lot earlier. But we're asking a lot of these people this year There's been a lot on them. They're either managing a pandemic, they're managing these elections and this new equipment and a new system that they haven't been used to seeing before. But now this will be the third or fourth time they're going through it. I anticipate that you will see the final uploads within the next week in terms of all the people getting the credit for voting. And that was one of the issues I discussed earlier with Fulton County. They were behind on getting some of that credit for voting. And I've seen a couple other counties that are still kind of catching up on the credit for voting. They're going through the certificates and checking and making sure everything got done.
And finally,
all part of the process.
Very good. And finally, going back to our call this morning, you talked about investigations of Fulton County. Is Fulton County now at risk of having to pay that $50,000 penalty that would have been abated if it had complied with the order?
I'm not going to get into that right now. It's a legal question, and I really honestly don't know. So that would be a legal question. Go to our counsel and Ryan Germany. And look, we're trying to work with these counties because our main thing is the money's, that's just taxpayer money. They're just shifting from one bucket to another. Our main thing is we want to make sure they run elections properly and well and tightly because we're trying to work hard to protect the integrity of the vote overall.
All right, let's try Kate again.
It says you're unmuted, Kate. Is your microphone on?
My microphone is on.
There we go. All right, there we go.
All right. I would like you to step us through how you expect events to play out on Thursday and Friday. Are all counties on track to upload their data by the deadline? Is there any processing of that data that has to go on in your office before you tell us what happened? Do you expect to have a briefing on Thursday or Friday, or what do you anticipate?
I anticipate that we will continue doing these 2-a-days until we get to the full process and get through certification, because we want to be as transparent as we can to let people know what is happening on the ground so they have a greater faith in the outcome at the end of the day. The processing is still going on at the county level. They have, like I said, a little less than 30 hours left to get all the work done, get everything loaded to Arlo for us to get the final audit report. So then we can say that, yes, the outcome of the election is the outcome of the election. And the hope is, and I said yesterday, the hope is we don't find any more of these counties with a couple of hundred here or 3,000 votes there. But the reason you do the audit is to find these kind of human errors and then make sure that they are corrected. So we will continue this process. We will follow the law. I don't see any reason why we can't meet the midnight deadline tomorrow for the audit to be completed. And then working Thursday and Friday in our office to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed so we can get to the final certification. Because the other thing that our office is still doing right now is building ballots so that we can have them out the door ready to go for the Saturday UACAVA deadline for the military and overseas voters. That is our main goal, is to make sure we have smooth election administration and have the proper outcomes reflected in all these elections.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Archith.
Thanks, guys. Hey, Gabe, real quick. I know this is planning the week ahead with the Jan 5th Senate runoff. What will be different in terms of what you guys might be doing with other counties and county officials, given what you guys have seen this past 2 weeks? Is there something you guys have already put together?
No, it won't be that much different. I mean, most of the counties have executed everything very well. So the main things we'll be looking at least on the voter registration side, is we want to make sure that they are verifying people's their intent to live in the state and make sure people understand the laws and rules around that. We are going to definitely go over page 204 of the election manual, showing them that they can look and understand when they have a memory card that is still not accounted for. That's a very specific thing we have in the training. And obviously some people didn't get that, including Fayette, it looks like. So that's an important bit of training. We've actually had a conversation today with our training manager and our Center for Elections director about making sure that we really focus on that, because there's lots of tools available to make sure you're doing your job right. The issue you have sometimes is people get so caught up in doing their job, they're not checking all their boxes to make sure they're doing it properly. They just want to get it done. And as I said in my very first press conference, speed is great. We love speed. We much more prefer accuracy as the final outcome. And that's one of the things we're going to really hit home with everybody. But like I said, we got 159 counties, and the vast majority are doing everything great.
Thank you.
Okay, Zach.
Yeah. Thanks, Gabe. Thanks for doing this. I think you actually kind of alluded to this in a past answer. You said you're pretty confident you're going to hit that midnight deadline tomorrow. Of those remaining, I'm not going to do the math either. Of those remaining 70-ish counties, is there anybody that you think that could come kind of close to that midnight deadline? Anyone that you're concerned about, or do you think that you're all in a good shape?
There's no way to be specific about this because it's going through the process that shows if there's an issue or not. I mean, granted, the larger counties are going to have the potential for more issues just because there's more pieces of paper, more human beings, more tally sheets, and more more items to be put into the data collection bucket. So the larger the county, the more likely there is to have some error that needs to be corrected and found. And what you want to have is the smallest amount of errors to be chasing as you get through this, is why it was very good that the largest counties like DeKalb and Fulton finished the physical front end of the count so quickly, because that gives us the time to do the quality control we need to make sure the outcome is actually proper and correct. So there's no way for me to say, I'm expecting this county to do better or this county to do worse, because it's all a process, and they could have one person who transposed numbers on a tally sheet in, let's say Webster County. And that's a thing that has to be corrected just as much as if a person did that on a tally sheet in Fulton County. So there's no way for me to say one county is giving me more pause than the other. At this point, all the counties have to do their jobs, and they seem to be doing them well. Voting Works, our outside consulting vendor on this one, feels pretty good about where we're at right now, especially, like I said, with the larger counties getting the front end of the work done. It gives them the opportunity to go through and do the quality control work to make sure the outcomes are correct and there's not, and mitigate human error. We can't eliminate human error, but we can mitigate human error. Who we got next?
Let's see, Julia.
Hi, thank you for doing another one of these today. I wanted to get your office's response to the release that went out from the Trump campaign this afternoon with the subject, Georgia recount reveals that President Trump is right about voting irregularities and fraud, saying he was correct to raise these concerns that favored Biden-Harris, specifically noting the issue in Floyd County and also taking aim at Georgia's consent decree, saying that it makes it impossible to check signatures. What is your response? I don't know if you saw the full release.
I didn't see it. I actually busy doing the work of the election precludes me sometimes from reading the politics and the press around some of that. Nice glasses, by the way. The situation we see here is Floyd County was found because of the audit. He picked up a good chunk of votes because of it. So our process is actually aiding him on that front. But on that side, we're just trying to find all the legal votes. And that was one that was found because of this audit. The consent decree, he's just wrong. He's just flat out 100% foursquare wrong. The consent decree, literally, all we did was send out an official election bulletin telling people, hey, follow our rules and how we already do signature match, and give people a notification within 24 hours, within 11 days of the election. It's just wrong. It's confusing to people, and people want to believe it because the president's saying it. But this consent decree literally didn't do anything and change the law of how we do signature match. If you look at it, it says you can match the signature back to the request, but the request was already matched to what was on file. And what they do is they always keep all the signatures there so that they can have a history of these things. One of the things we learned from what we did is we strengthened the training from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations to where you say, you want to see a history. If you get more signatures, you get better signature match. And that's one of the things we did. We actually strengthened signature match, not the opposite of that. So on that one, he's just wrong, and it's just confusing to people. So I wish they would understand what the consent decree actually did and what our law actually says and the practices that our office actually does with the counties actually doing it. This office doesn't look at signatures. Counties look at signatures. And the situation we have there is that if there's a question, they run it up the chain to say, well, what do y'all think? And they get extra sets of eyes before they would throw a potential signature out. And I talked to one of the elections directors who basically says it moves up to the registrar, which is me, that this is the election they're talking about, to look at the thing that's the final person to say, yes, this either is a valid signature or it's not. And if it's not a valid signature, if they're within 11 days, they have to be notified within 24 hours. Before then, they have to be notified within 3 days. and they have 3 days after the election to cure that situation. And there's another thing I want to make sure people understand, because I've seen this 3% number thrown around as the old rejection rate. What they're doing there is they're comparing apples and oranges. The entire rejection rate is 3%, and the vast majority of that 3% is the ballots that show up late. If it's just signature match on the oath, that is 0.15% to 0.2%, and that's been that way, as I said on the phone call this morning, in 16, 18, and 20. It's about the same. Of the 1.3 million ballots we had this year, we had 2,011 that were eventually, not allowed to be brought in, which is 0.15%. In 2016, the last presidential election, there were 580 ballots that had a missing or inaccurate oath, which is a signature, out of 246,000, which was, guess what, 0.15%. So they're confusing the issue in some degree. And again, they have due process through a court of law to try to do anything they want to. We encourage the president and his people, if you have evidence and you feel like you have a good case, bring it up to the court of law, let them do due process. We're going to continue to follow the law in our office. And the law says we're going to finish this audit by Wednesday night. We're going to certify by Friday.
Okay, next is Alexa.
Hey, Gabe, thanks for doing this. I just have a question about Fayette County. Can you explain exactly, what it means to find a memory card? I mean, our readers, know that there's a paper record of ballots. So how did they look for the memory card as part of the audit process, or how did they even know that was there, and what role does the memory card play with the paper ballots?
During the early vote process in this state, we use what are called the polling place scanners, or an ICP. That's the Dominion letters for it, ICP. It's a polling place scanner. It's a scanner that sits on a really big black box. It's a locked box. It's the same thing we use on election day. So what happened in this particular case, in Fayette County, they were given the credit for voting appropriately in our voter registration system. And so you can see the number of people, when you get, it's absentee in person. So it's in the absentee voter files where you see this. And when you see a person that has submitted their request, voted, and had it accepted all on the same day, that is an absentee in-person voter. You can see that in the file. So we already saw that there was a discrepancy on what was in the election night reporting, which was about 2,755 or 2,700 off, give or take. We can't be sure because some votes are skipped and stuff. So we saw that already. So we said, okay, let's just let the process move forward with the audit, and we'll see if those ballots are there. And sure enough, when they counted the ballots, they had 2,700 more than they had on election night reporting, which matches what they had on their check-ins. So that means that they had a scanner that they emptied the ballots out from, but never uploaded the memory card that had the record of those votes. So I don't know this specifically, but my assumption is they said, oh, let's go look and find this memory card. They finally found the memory card in a little baggie that has which place it was, and they were able to open it and see that yes, there was these were the votes. They do happen to match up with the other things we just counted. So that's where that came from. And that's what you take the memory card, that gets loaded into the air-gapped election management system, which is then aggregated through what they call RTR, which is results tally reporting. And then that's taken, we take a thumb drive and get those results out and put it into our election night reporting system from CITL. And that's what you see on the Secretary of State's website, which is the unofficial results. So we knew that there was an issue on this particular one, but we didn't know exactly if they had the ballots or not. So they did. They matched the check-in, which then they found the card, which matches the amounts. So the guardrails that were there caught this, and we're going to be able to put those results into the final amounts. And you hope that people do every part of their job perfectly. In this case, that did not happen. Like I said, there were several ways they should have known to be looking for that card before this process kicked off. They just failed to do that. And like I said, we're going to really focus on page 204 of the EMS training guide to make sure in the future that doesn't happen in some of these counties. And just as a quick thing, the old EMS, the GEM system, had a really obnoxious color-coded thing to let you know when you were missing a card. It was green if you had accounted for it. It was red if you didn't. And this one, it's a checkbox, which is still pretty clear, but not as obnoxious. So maybe we'll look at making it a little more obnoxious in the future so people will be more, realize that there could be a potential card out there.
Just a quick question, follow up. Do you think that did they find this because they pulled out those boxes of ballots and were looking at the paper, or did they find it because they were like looking at the list of voters who checked in, if that makes
Well,
sense?
what it was is we knew there was an issue based on the check-in. It was verified when we did the physical counting of the ballots. So
Okay, so they just
there is a card out there.
okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen Fowler.
Yeah. Hey, Gabe. Pretending this isn't 2020, which I know is something we all want to do, can you contextualize this process and how much of this is normal? You know, counties tweaking results, or it taking 2 weeks for things to be finalized. Can you just put it into context of how a normal post-election process looks?
Well, let's look at it this way. Normally, you wouldn't have a hand count like this, and historically, in nearly every state, other than maybe Florida, you have pretty wide margins. So you have counties that have up to last Friday, and we've kind of thrown some extra work on them. So some of them kind of slid over for a couple of more days to go through and do those reconciliations. Make sure they have all the ballots and all the cards accounted for. This is, for lack of a better word, normal. You have 159 counties with different levels of resourcing. And again, one of the things I said early on in this audit process is I was less worried about the really, really big counties because they have lots of resources and ability to handle some of this. I wasn't that worried about a lot of the small counties because it was a small amount of things that a couple of people can probably manage. It was those middle counties with sort of mid-level to low-level resources and a decent amount of balance was the ones we would see a lot of the sliding around. So it kind of fits with the Floyd and the Fayette and potentially the Waltons of the world. So that's where you see some of those things, but all of this is normal. The abnormal thing is the presidential election is now within 12,929 votes in this state. The last time we had one that close was 1992. I was the political director for Bush Quayle in 1992, so that one stings a little bit still. I think it was 13,000 votes that President Clinton was elected by. We had the Ross Perot situation, which was another weird thing to deal with. So again, this is all normal. We are trying to get done accurately in a smooth, orderly, methodical way. So when we find some of these things like this, it's irritating to a degree because you want it to be spot on as you go. But the reason you have the audit is because human beings are going to make mistakes, and you find those mistakes and you correct those mistakes as you go. And in this case, when the margin is so narrow, every little thing matters. I mean, I can guarantee you in 18 and 16 and 14, you just keep on going back, there's always these things that slide around onesie, twosies on stuff. And generally, it's going to be smaller on the paper. On the old machines we had, it was a memory card and that was it. Other than the handful, and I say handful in the scheme of things, paper absentees, emergency ballots, or provisionals. Now everything is on paper. So it is a different world that our elections directors are having to deal with. So that is a situation that changed it up a little bit. So normal in a paper ballot environment, this is normal, but this is the first time Georgia's had to deal with a 100% paper ballot environment.
Right.
So
and then
in context on that.
Yeah, and then one more quick thing. When we talk about certification, obviously with counties, they had to certify that their votes were correct and things like that. But like from the state perspective, what is left to do before the Secretary of State certifies that these are the election results?
Well, we are in the middle of a pre-certification audit. We have to finish that audit first. Then we have to go through and make sure the paperwork all lines up with the vote totals we've seen, with the information we have in the voter registration system. The credit for voting is there, and they essentially all balance out. We look for any discrepancies at that front just to make sure, sort of like a last check before you have the airplane take off. But those are the basic things that we'll be doing as we go into the certification process on Thursday, Friday, hoping that we hit all our marks on this audit and we are done by Wednesday at midnight. The county's work has to be done, and then the final stuff, going into Thursday morning, we have to get the report out from the Arlo system. But again, I still feel confident that we will meet those goals, hit that certification, and get those ballots out the door for military and overseas voters on Saturday.
Okay, LaCrae is next.
Hi, thanks for doing this again. I just wanted to, if you could remind me, is there any penalty associated with the counties not having this done by midnight Wednesday? And also, if it is the case that a county doesn't finish by then, does that mean that we could potentially still find ballots that were not properly reconciled in other counties too?
There's always that possibility until we're done. There's if they don't make the deadline of midnight on Wednesday, there is potentially things under the SEB rules that we can then look at fining or giving a letter of instruction. But look, this isn't about punishing people. This is about getting it right and setting deadlines and meeting deadlines. So our hope is that we can work with the counties, get them the resources they need to finish this up in an appropriate way so we can get the accurate results finalized into our election management system so that we can certify the election results by Friday.
Emil Moffitt.
Hey, Gabe, you said you had an inkling that something was a little off with the numbers in Fayette. Are you seeing anything else around the state that kind of is similar to that?
Not that I'm aware of right now, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That was one that we saw that was, when you look at the reports you get from that out of the absentee ballot report, it was kind of, it was too large to just be, and it could have been a data error, but that would mean there'd be lots of individual data errors. And it made us think there might be one of those. We figured we'd go through the audit process to verify what we were looking at. And as it did match up. And that's when we knew the card was there. And I don't know the individual, I don't know the timeline of who found it when, but I do know they saw this discrepancy and they said, okay, there has to be a card. And then they found the card. So that's kind of where that went down.
And the single digit, just a quick follow-up, the single digit differences we're seeing in the majority of counties who've finished their process so far.
No, the majority is zero. The majority, you'll see 57 of them are at no discrepancy. Let's be clear. So of the 110, 57 are at zero right now on the discrepancy side.
Okay, for those in the single digits, you believe those are errors, slight errors, and not ballots that were uncounted.
Yeah, because in some cases they went up by one ballot or down by one ballot, and they could have gone up by one ballot because two absentee ballots got stuck together when it went through the scanner. I mean, there's no real way to necessarily know for certain, or a human being did a stack of 11 when it should have been a stack of 10. I mean, that's the kind of thing you see when you're down to the single digit kind of things.
Thanks.
Hmm?
Joan.
Hi, Gabriel. Thank you for doing this. I'm with the Epoch Times. I actually have a question. We heard that counties don't tabulate their own vote totals, even in the hand counting process, because they upload them to the Arlo system, and then the Arlo system run by the Secretary of State office tells them their totals. So in other words, we like local counties don't calculate their final vote totals in the local office. Is that understanding correct?
No. What we're seeing in Arlo, they're only looking at the presidential race. They still have all the stuff they have to put into our normal election management system, into the normal election night reporting system run by CIDL. So in this particular case, most counties are keeping their own spreadsheet of their tally sheets because they have the physical tally sheets on those. They put it into Arlo, and Arlo is just doing a measurement to say, this is the appropriate outcome for this race. And we're not using these results to certify. We're using these results to verify the results we saw of election night in our election management system as reflected in the election night reporting. So the final thing that we certify is going to be those results that are tallied together inside the 159 election management systems individually, and then they're sending to our system when we do what we call the ballot run, which is where we have to get the physical jump drives and paperwork to go with those to get our certified results finished up. So that's how that all kind of comes together for the final version of the final numbers. But no, Arlo has nothing to do with our certification other than it's the tool that we use to run the pre-certification audit. Does that help you? Joan? Okay, who's next?
Julia.
Okay. Julia, unmuted. Oh, you're still muted. Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
Sorry. Just quick thing. Sorry if I missed this somehow. Do you have I know that as of 11 a.m. there were 300,000 ballots left to count. Is there any update on that number? And then just to follow up on my earlier question about the Trump campaign's message, just in general, when you're seeing these accusations of voter fraud in Georgia as a result of some of these discrepancies, do you feel like it's on the Secretary of State's office to be more kind of public messenger about why it's not fraud, and kind of convincing some of these critics that is not the case as you've outlined here. Is
I
there
think
any
that we've been pretty apparent that we do not see widespread voter fraud in the state, that there will be illegal votes, and we know that. We're tracking those down. But I think the secretary, I think every time I've been in front of the cameras, I've been very clear we have not seen widespread voter fraud. We do know that there's going to be illegal voting, but it's going to be down in the low hundreds, not in the 12,929 range. We have no reason to believe we've seen anything like that, but we will investigate everything. Like I said, we opened up 2 other investigations this morning in Fulton to go over some specific things, some relating to some of these charges to, either confirm or deny the outcomes on those. So that's what we've been doing. And I think we've been very clear that we have not seen rampant voter fraud in this state. And if anybody has evidence of that, as I said, and I suggested, there is due process in this country. There is a system of courts where you can take your grievances and take your evidence. But this office will continue to follow the law, which means right now we go through the process of doing this risk limiting audit, which turned into a hand audit, which will be completed on Wednesday night. And then we'll move the certification process, which we need to complete by Friday in order to do our duty to get the ballots out to our military and overseas voters on Saturday.
Well, that's all we've got.
Everybody?
Wait, I think Julia wanted to follow up.
I saw it looked like a gang sign for a hashtag. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, sorry, I was reminding you of the number of the balance left to count.
I was looking online. I was waiting to get a report from the Voting Works folks. I'll spitball and say we're probably at 4.8 million right now, only because there's a lot of work's being done to try to balance everything out and see where they're at. But I do know that like Chatham is still counting and Gwinnett is still counting. So those are the biggest buckets to get us over that 5 million mark that are still out there.
Got it. And sorry, one last thing, just to clarify, are the results of the manual recount in the official presidential race tally, that will be made public, right? Do you have a timeline for that, or?
Our intent is this audit verifies the outcome of the stuff that we loaded through our election management system and was basically shown on election night reporting. And we will be certifying what comes out of our election management system. It's precinct based. The Arlo number is just to verify the outcome. Now we will make that public. We will show every county result. We will show every ballot that they were off. All that will be public. We will put the tally sheets, PDFs of those scanned in to them, so that everybody can go review everything. I mean, we're trying to be as transparent as we can, but all that information will be released. I don't have a timeline because there's going to be thousands of pieces of paper, and we're trying to figure out how do we organize and put it on a website that makes rational sense to navigate. But that we do intend to do that as quickly as we can. We will probably do a release on the numbers and probably give county level results with a spreadsheet attached as a starting point so that y'all have information you need to tell your viewers and your readers. I guess listeners too, for the radio folks out there. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Who else we got? Anybody? I saw Emma jump late.
Joan,
Yeah.
That's another question.
Okay.
Yeah, just a follow-up question, Gab. Thank you for doing this again. So I guess maybe a lot of people, they are concerned about using the computer system to even just save the data. How would the Secretary of State office make sure there's no glitches in the computer system?
Well, the easiest thing to do is the fact that all election management systems and every piece of our equipment that's done for voting and tallying voting is air gapped, which means it is not touching the internet. So that's one of the biggest things we talk about. In our voter registration system is put on we just rebuilt and putting it onto a very secure new server environment. And we have partnerships with Department of Homeland Security to keep an eye on these items. And you might have seen that the Homeland Security and especially the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency put out this was the single most secure election in the history of the United States. We absolutely know this is the single most secure election in Georgia. There is no, hammer and scorecard. It doesn't exist. It's not real. Anybody telling you that, discount what they're saying, because it's just zero evidence. It doesn't exist. And all it does is undermines people's confidence in the outcome. So the biggest thing is our systems are air gapped, which means they're not on the internet, so nobody could do anything on that front. And then the voter registration system, which is the secondary, another system as part of that, is put in a very secure environment. We have partnerships with Homeland Security. We have outside vendors that do penetration testing. We look for vulnerabilities at all time, because when you're dealing in the cybersecurity environment, it is a never-ending race. And we know that. We're always going to be very leery of that, especially going into this January 5th runoff. There used to be 50 targets in 50 states. Now there's going to be one target here for people to try to make mischief on that stuff. But we see more problematically from both foreign actors and some internal here, people who are supplying disinformation. And disinformation is kind of eats away, it's corrosive to everybody's belief in the system, the outcome of these elections. So our system is very secure. You can always work to make everything more secure with time and effort and money and resources, and we will always be continuing to do that to improve on what we have done so far. But we've really focused on that in this office over the last 2 years, basically. Walter, what else we got?
That's it. That's all the hands that are up.
All right, so it's 4:45. I think we'll be doing this again tomorrow at 11, I believe. Just keep an eye out that those potentially can move based on, other information that's happening. And there is actual work we have to do, but one of the most important things we can do is to continue to inform y'all so you can inform the public of what's actually going on in Georgia and give you as much reality check as we can on the system. We remain transparent. We remain dedicated to the rule of law. We remain dedicated to the process. This is process, process, process. We will continue to follow those rules, those laws. And if anybody has a specific issue that they want to address, there is a court of law. Take it to them. This is the opportunity. I mean, it's coming very soon that everything will be done here, and we will be able to move on to the next round of elections, which is our January 5th elections, which is very important we execute those properly as well. So with that, I say have a good night, and if you've got any other questions, circle back up with Walter or Ari, and we'll try to get you the answers. Thanks a lot.
All right, everybody, that was the update coming out of Georgia as that audit does continue there, and they continue to count the votes there of that hand recount. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here today on News Now from Fox, as we're always breaking down everything that is happening live and worldwide for you here on News Now from Fox. Before we go to a quick break, we do have some breaking news that we want to get to you coming out of California, where voter fraud has been found. Let's go to this update here, and I'll read it to you right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. So just hold on one second while I update this here for you. Okay, we do have the lower third up. This is coming from Jackie Lacey, District Attorney out of Los Angeles County. 2 people charged with voter fraud. 2 men have been charged in a 41-count criminal complaint for allegedly submitting thousands of fraudulent voter registration applications on behalf of homeless people. That's according to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office announcing today. Carlos Montengro and Mark Anthony Gonzalez and have each been charged in this case with 1 count of conspiracy to commit voter fraud, 8 counts of voter fraud, 4 counts of procuring and offering a false or forged instrument, and 4 misdemeanor counts. The men face an additional 10 counts of voter fraud, 7 counts of procuring and offering a false or forged instrument, 2 counts of perjury, and 5 misdemeanor counts of interference with a prompt transfer of a completed affidavit. The case was filed for warrant on November 12th. Arraignment is scheduled today in Department 30 of the Fultz Criminal Justice Center. One man allegedly submitted more than 8,000 fraudulent voter registration applications between July and October of 2020. The defendant also is accused of falsifying names, addresses, and signatures on nomination papers under penalty of perjury to run for mayor in the city of Hawthorne. If convicted as charged, this man faces a possible maximum sentence of 15 years and 8 months in state prison, while the other guy faces a possible maximum sentence of 7 years in prison. The Public Integrity Division is prosecuting this case. The case remains under investigation by the District Attorney's Bureau of Investigation, the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder, and the County Clerk's Office. Also, the FBI is assisting here in this voter fraud case. So if we get any updates regarding that for you on News Now from Fox, we will definitely bring that to you. But I wanted to bring that to your attention, as we always try to bring you everything that is happening in the world of news. Some outlets might not be showing that. We will right here on News Now from Fox, always here for you. Live look at the White House. Some people will be taking a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, folks. We're just getting warmed up. Now let's go out right now. We're getting a live COVID-19 update. Harris County, Texas, providing this one.
We need to be concerned about and be around, especially in those intimate settings. We have to be very careful of inviting those other people into our homes, in indoor settings, because when we invite people into our homes in indoor settings outside of our social bubble, guess what? We're also inviting the virus in with us, and we do not want to do that. So we are pleading with our community to do everything you can to really help us fight this pandemic. And Judge, you are right. We fought it successfully twice before. We did that in March and April, and we did that in June and July, but it took all of us as a community to do that. We are still in threat level red. We want to make sure our community is doing everything it can to help us fight this pandemic. I wanted to address something at the very end that the judge said. You have all undoubtedly heard the news, and I want to thank everybody for the kind wishes that I've received. I am starting a new chapter in my journey and my professional career. I'm honored to be joining Governor Jay Inslee at the Department of Health in the state of Washington as the next Secretary of Health. I will be at Harris County Public Health through, as the judge mentioned, mid-December, actually through December 18th. And what I want to underscore is that it's not about the me, it's never been about the me, it's about the we, it's about our team. And the reason that Mac McClendon is here is because he represents that team. It is about all of us here, it is about all of us together, and it's never about one individual. So while I may be cheering this community from afar, our team is strong, it's capable, and it continues to fight the mission of public health for our community. But we can't take that mission on without your help. So please, during the holidays, do everything you can to avoid large and small gatherings, especially indoors. Do everything you can to watch travel and do all those things that are going to allow you and your family and your loved ones and ultimately our community to stay protected. Let me close by saying we have a lot of information on our website, but remember one thing before Dr. Porsick comes up. This is like a rubber band in our healthcare system. It can stretch, but at some point you can't stretch any further and the rubber band will break. And we do not want the rubber band to break, because what you are seeing across the state or across the country, we don't want that to happen in the community that we love, especially when we had the opportunity to prevent that. And so it is an honor, a privilege, Judge, to have served with you. And I want to say that your leadership is going to be something I'm going to remember and continue to be a part of and watch as I continue in my career. But I want to thank all of you, because ultimately the judge, myself, all the people up here, we cannot do anything unless our community works with us. So please work with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge, for inviting me to have this opportunity again to share my thoughts with the community. But before I start, I also want to thank Dr. Shaw for your friendship and for your leadership. What you've done in this community, I think this community owes you a debt of gratitude for what you've done. As I was standing here listening to the judge and absolutely echoing everything the judge said, I remember it seemed like a lifetime ago, I was standing here and I said, Houston, we have a problem. It was toward the end of March, April, when New York was having all the problems, and I asked the community to help us to please flatten the curve. Give us, the health service providers, the hospitals, the time to get our surge plan in place, to get our PPE supplies in place so that we can take care of you. And you all did that successfully, gracefully. And I thank you for that. Then we had the June and July situation. You know, we had a huge surge. Our health system was tested. The rubber band was stretched. We came close to having the rubber band broken. We came too close to being inundated with patients and overrun with patients. Luckily, we did not. We came close to it, but never got to that point. Right now, it's no mystery. You all have seen the numbers on the TV and the radio and the newspaper. We are getting an increasing number of new COVID-19 cases in this community. That is the bad news. The good news is that we are not getting as much of our patients in the hospitals. There is a reason for that. The data is showing that there is a younger segment of our population right now that is getting infected with COVID-19, the 20 to 40-year-olds, the young adults, the adolescents. They don't tend to get as sick. They're not coming to the hospital. That's great, even though our hospital numbers are going up. As you can imagine, we now have a groundswell of a lot of COVID-19 cases in this community, waiting for a super spreader event to occur to completely turn the table on us. We are right now at the threshold of that event, the Thanksgiving holiday. Somebody asked me, is Thanksgiving going to be the next Memorial Day or 4th of July? Thanksgiving holiday actually has the potential of being a lot worse than what happened in Memorial Day and 4th of July, for the simple reason that we have a lot more cases of COVID-19 in our community right now. When that younger segment of the population goes home to gather with the parents, the grandparents, the aunts and uncles, the older segment of the population who tend to not do as well with COVID-19, that's when things can really change very quickly. And that's the reason that I'm here, the judge is here, Dr. Shah is here, asking you to please continue this fight. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Vaccine is coming, not for a few months, not widely available for everybody, but it is coming. We need this next 6 to 8 weeks of dealing with COVID-19 virus for us to be able to get to the point where we have the vaccine available for general distribution. Really important. Please take the advice that the judge gave about not gathering for Thanksgiving holidays. If you absolutely have to gather, please get tested before you gather. Please self-isolate before you gather. If you have to gather, please keep the number of people in the group to a minimum, ideally less than 5, absolutely no more than 10. If you have to gather, please move it outdoors. If you have to gather, please provide enough social distancing. If you have to gather, please continue wearing your face mask when you're not eating and drinking. Don't gather around the dinner table. If you have to serve, do it individually, one person at a time. Use disposable utensils so that not everybody touches the same utensil. Wash your hands before and after you serve your food. Do the common sense things that are going to impact the result of the gathering. Again, don't gather. That is the best thing to do. If you have to gather, please remember those words that I said, so that after the Thanksgiving holidays, we can have a great Christmas holiday, and then the New Year, as Dr. Shah said, the second half of this football game, we can have a better outcomes. The way I describe it the other way is, in June and July, in June, we were driving at 40 miles an hour, and all of a sudden we got in trouble because we went to 120 miles an hour. Right now, because of the pent-up COVID cases in this community, we are driving at 90 miles an hour. It's not going to take us much to get to that 120 miles an hour and get in trouble again. And that's the reason for all this advice. Let me thank you again for what you have done so far to get us to this point, avoiding the disasters that we have avoided, and asking for your help again to help us avoid another disaster in terms of creating a super spreader event during the Thanksgiving holidays. Judge, thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Porsa. And Dr. Shah will take questions now.
We have a couple here from 13, Judge. The first one being, on Friday, El Paso County lost its court case over its shutdown order. Knowing this, does this mean you won't attempt a shutdown in the future here in Harris County?
We've been watching, obviously, the litigation very, very closely, and we're always keeping all options open. What I'm focusing on right now is two things. First, making sure that the governor's office is aware of the numbers we're seeing and how pretty much exactly they're tracking what we'd seen in June. And second, being very clear with the community. I don't want to get people caught up on what authorities there are or are not, what litigation happened or didn't happen. The reality of what's going on in the ground right now is our numbers are very high, our trends are all looking consistently heading in the wrong direction, and so what folks need to hear right now is stop gatherings and get tested. And so I'm going to use the platform that I have, the voice that I have, but of course we're looking around and trying to keep options open.
Another one from 13 here. It says that during the State of the County, you said, we now know another pullback is necessary. It's going to be coming soon, I'm sure. What do you mean by a pullback, and what measures are you considering, and what point would the region have to reach in order to for that to take place?
We've been at threat level red in Harris County. The reason we're back where we are is, we've been discussing this for months. If you open everything pretty much as things are right now, before the numbers get to where they need to be, and in an arbitrary way rather than based on consistent metrics, you are going to see the types of increases we're seeing. And so I think it's very likely, if trends continue, unless folks take the steps right now that we need them to take, there's going to have to be some sort of action. And that's why I'm consistently trying to show the state, the numbers we're seeing, but most importantly, going directly to the community. I know it's hard, and it's hard to do it when you're not getting that leadership from the state, the federal level, and the best that I can do is be very clear with the advice and the requests. And so that's why right now, all is not lost. We are at a point in time where if we stop gathering with people that we don't live with, if we all go get tested, well, we can avoid that. But if the trends continue, that's not going to stop on its own. I am concerned by what's happening in El Paso and seeing that they've got no recourse. That they're having to pull up those mobile morgues. That folks hospitals are overwhelmed. Stories of tragedy. I don't want that to happen here, and that's why we're having this conversation to try and avoid that fate.
¿Podría hacer los comentarios en español sobre la primera pregunta de la situación que enfrenta El Paso y la orden que trataron de emitir, pero después pues enfrentaron esa resistencia por parte del Estado?
Sí, obviamente las opciones todas.
All right, so that was the update there in Harris County, Texas. Let's keep you in Texas right now as we're continuing to get updates on COVID-19 right here on News Now from Fox.
People have been dependent on Klamath River salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, eels since the beginning of time. And again, I look forward to that day when I can tell our tribal members that that has been restored, our fish are back. I want to make sure I thank the Karuk tribal staff, our Department of Natural Resources, who have been involved in this since the beginning. I'm so pleased to have the full support of Governor Newsom, California, and Governor Brown in Oregon. You and your staff have been outstanding partners to the tribes, and I want to make sure I thank the Klamath River Renewal Corporation, Director Bransom. Make sure I don't forget Chuck Bonham, who's been instrumental in all this. Make sure I thank our downstream brothers and sisters, the Yurok tribe. We have weathered this together, and we consider you good neighbors and brothers and sisters that we look forward to a long existence along the Klamath River. I want to make sure I thank our friends at Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett, Greg Abel, Bill Furman, all that has been involved, personally involved, and your commitment to a solution and your personal commitment to working with the Karuk and Yurok tribes allowed us to find a solution when many thought there could not be one found. For all the Karuk people here today, and more importantly, the Karuk people yet to come, I say Yotua, thank you to all. Historic day. Again, I can't give out enough thanks. I just looking forward to moving forward with this project. We have discussed many times. We hope it is a benefit to everyone. Everyone that comes into contact with the Klamath River. Everyone that lives close to the river. Everyone that wants to vacation here. The farmers, the irrigators that live in the upper basins. We want to make sure that there is enough water for everybody. Working together, we can do that. So again, from the bottom of my heart and behalf of Karuk people everywhere, I say Yotua, thank you. With that being said, I would like to hand off the baton to Mark Bransom, CEO of KRRC, Klamath River Renewal Corporation.
Thank you, Chairman Atterbury. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Renewal Corporation, I'd like to thank this group assembled here this afternoon for all of their work that has brought us to this historic moment. Governor Newsom, Governor Brown, Chairman James, Chairman Atterbury, Mr. Abel, and all of your staff who have worked so hard and who will continue to work very hard to see this through. As most of you know, my board of directors is a very committed and skilled group of men and women who have been abundantly and consistently clear that failure to fulfill our mission of dam removal is simply not an option. So we will continue to work diligently toward that goal. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all the signatories to the 2016 amended Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement for your invaluable support and your guidance. The Renewal Corporation always wishes to acknowledge that we are building on all the good work that you all have done, in many cases for several decades, and we thank you for that ongoing support. So it remains full steam ahead for the Renewal Corporation toward achieving our goal of dam removal at the earliest possible time. So to that end, we will continue to advance all of our work to obtain the necessary outstanding permits and authorizations for dam removal, with the goal of having all of those final approvals in place in 2022. As Director Bonham mentioned at the top of the call, today we filed with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission an amended license surrender application, which is a granular, detailed plan explaining how we propose to remove the dams and complete all of the related work so that FERC can undertake their review and keep us moving forward. Our engineering work and constructability reviews are nearly complete. We have built a comprehensive insurance package and put in place other risk management mitigations and measures that will provide appropriate protections for the parties. So with that, again, today we're crossing a historic threshold that ensures that dam removal remains on track. The Renewal Corporation, again, thanks the parties for their commitments to our joint enterprise and all of your hard work. Thank you. Chuck?
Great. 3 things, and then we'll call it a full lid. First, for the thousands of people who are watching the live stream, let's put our hands together for these individual leaders. Second, if you've got a pen at home, write this down. Klamath Renewal, one word, all lowercase, .org. That's where you can find the posted memorandum of agreement and the summary documents describing what we've talked about today. Last thing, speaking from my heart, First, I hope everyone that's watching and your family and friends are safe and healthy and you remain so. I want to thank each governor and the chairs for leading their nations and states through a global pandemic. It's overwhelming. I feel it often. But for this moment, this hour, right here today that you spent with us, know this fact. In this corner of the universe that is the Klamath River, the light shines brighter today. Despite all the wrongs, against all the odds, the hard work done by these individuals and teams puts us where we are. Time is short against that historical backdrop. Let's take this moment. Let's not lose this moment. Let's go forth and get it done. It's the right thing to do. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks to each of you leaders. Have a great day.
Congratulations, everybody, all the progress. Greg, thanks again, and thank Mr. Buffett. Wonderful.
All right, that was the update there coming from Oregon and California, where an agreement announced today paves the way for the largest dam demolition in U.S. history, a project that promises to reopen hundreds of miles of waterway along the Oregon-California border to salmon that are critical to tribes but have dwindled to almost nothing in recent years there. So that was the Zoom meeting there between Oregon and California state officials. You had both governors on there as well. So we will be keeping an eye on anything that comes from that. Also, we'll be keeping an eye out in Nevada, everyone, where it looks like Nevada GOP officials are going to be announcing a new lawsuit in Nevada regarding the election. So if any news breaks out of that, we'll bring it to you here on NewsNOW from Fox, everybody. We'll keep you going right here. And it looks like, well, we got a little bit more update coming, but it looks like Houston is going to wrap up there. So let's keep it going right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Show you from our sister station, Fox 2 in Detroit, talking about COVID-19 in the schools.
Kids who are part of the Detroit Public Schools Community District, and they've been doing online learning since the start of the school year, despite the option to attend in person.
Every year, like, my kids bring home plenty of viruses, and it just makes the whole house sick. So I don't think it would be an exception for COVID, for them not to bring COVID home.
But as the fight against COVID-19 rages on, the superintendent of DPSCD pushed to keep in-person learning as an option for the school community. But starting November 16th, that will change as all classes switch to a remote format. The move comes as coronavirus numbers skyrocket, not in the schools, according to Dr. Nikolai Vitti, but across the state. The city of Detroit also seeing an increase.
With these infection rates increasing, statistically, it means that more people are positive, which naturally means that that's going to penetrate our schools, which just creates a greater risk for outbreak and spread.
At the start of the school year, the Detroit Federation of Teachers and the district agreed to have ongoing conversations as both sides monitored COVID numbers, and they agreed to make changes when needed.
We support it because it is in an effort to protect our students, protect our community, and protect our staff.
Suspending the in-person learning option goes until January 2021, but if numbers start to go down, some students could return to the buildings.
We could open back at least our learning centers so parents can send their children to school. They can log in, eat, have adults that support them.
During the remote learning only phase, DPSCD will still have some schools open to support its community.
We're going to feed our families and students every Monday and Thursday. We're going to open up 12 schools as technology support hubs, so parents can bring devices that aren't working. They can bring their questions about online learning, technical issues.
As Dr. Vitti and his staff work to keep the community safe, they don't want education to take a back seat.
We have to have parents ensure that students are logging in and they're continuing to know that school is taking place.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Trying to be as safe as possible.
School officials at Cleary University switching gears at their Livingston County campus to remote-only classes for the remainder of the semester to avoid the spread of the highly contagious and deadly coronavirus.
We were already scheduled to go remote starting on November 24th. And we thought it was much safer to go to the remote location sooner and reduce activities on the campus just to mitigate that risk and slow the spread.
The move coming after some students attended an off-campus party, causing a student athlete and another student to test positive for the virus.
Recently there was a situation off campus where someone who had COVID, was not aware of that at the time, had attended the event, came back to campus and was then at that point had exposed multiple parties.
The university put students living on campus in quarantine as they wrap up the semester and before leaving for the Thanksgiving holiday.
And give students time to quarantine, monitor symptoms if they need to, prior to going home and being around grandma, grandpa for the holidays.
I live in Ohio, so going home for Thanksgiving, it makes me feel a lot better that we took these precautions now, that I still have 2 weeks to stay healthy before I go home to my family.
But for now, these students are focusing on their online learning.
It was pretty successful first day back on remote learning.
Now the university is working with county officials to monitor and keep the campus community safe.
You know, it's hard to tell exactly the stretch as far as how many cases could occur from this event or how far the spread is, but we just wanted to make sure that we got in front of it.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
COVID is growing in Michigan right now. We have more cases, we have more hospitalizations, and tragically, we have more deaths.
The numbers highest in the UP, followed by the west side of the state. It's an increase school officials on the west side of Michigan are paying close attention to, notifying their school communities that, as a worst-case scenario, schools may have to shift to a distant learning model until cases decline.
I was talking to a superintendent from the western part of the state, and it's unfortunate that residents in the area think wearing a mask is a political statement.
Dr. Vitti and state officials believe the success is largely because Detroiters are following protocols.
Detroiters are doing a good job with social distancing, wearing a mask, and you're seeing that reflected even in our schools with no outbreaks to this point.
The superintendent for Rochester Community Schools is also watching COVID numbers. Students started the school year remotely, but are now learning in person.
In a cohort model, a cohort and a B cohort, and the middle of the week is a remote day so we can clean and contact trace. We do have some active cases, and that calls for us to have decreased density in our buildings.
I would rather her be in a safe environment than be rushed into somewhere where she could be easily exposed to it.
Dr. Shaner says the district works with the county health department to keep the school community safe. And if parents have concerns, he does not want them to keep them silent.
If you have fears, you have concerns, talk to your child's teacher, talk to your child's principal, talk to your superintendent, and make sure that we're able to attend to those fears. And if you need accommodations, we can help with that as well.
In Rochester Hills, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News. It's a frightening reality, but the number of people impacted by COVID-19 in Michigan continues to grow.
My uncle passed away from it. My sister recovered from it. I have a couple friends quarantining now.
So the state of Michigan is working to increase its efforts to fight coronavirus. On Monday, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services announced its statewide rollout of its voluntary coronavirus exposure notification app called My COVID Alert.
That's something that we've piloted at MSU in Ingham County, and we're now making it available statewide.
The process is simple to use and works like this.
People can just download the app, and then if somebody tests positive for COVID-19, their local health department will give them a PIN number to enter, and they enter that into the app, and it will essentially alert anyone whose phone had been within 6 feet of that person's phone for 15 minutes or more.
But what about privacy concerns?
Anonymous, your information is not going to be going out to anyone when you're pinged, unless you then call the health department or someone else. Nobody else is going to have your name or know that you've been exposed to COVID-19.
And if you do receive a notification about exposure, then what?
Then reach out to their county health department. They can go get tested. They should consider quarantining, all those types of things.
The app was successful at Michigan State University and in Ingham County.
We had about about 46,000 people that downloaded the app during the several-week pilot period.
But officials caution that this app is just one step in continued efforts to slow the spread of coronavirus.
It is one small, simple thing that people can do to protect themselves. By itself, it is not enough. The most important things people can do are to wear masks, socially distance, and to stay out of crowded indoor spaces.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
We knew that if the increase within our community continued to go up, it was going to impact our staffing, and that's exactly what we saw.
As COVID cases continue to rise throughout Michigan, some school districts in Oakland County are having to return to online learning.
When we closed, we had 4 buildings that had active cases. We had north of 30 staff members in quarantine, and we had innumerable students, all not from exposure at school, but just outside in the community.
In fact, it's the impacted staff members, some infected with the virus and others forced to quarantine, that partially led to a return to online learning for Troy schools.
Without staff, it's very hard for us to accommodate students and make sure that we're bringing the level of instruction on a daily basis.
But the return to online learning comes as the Oakland County Health Division makes key changes to its COVID-19 screening and reporting guidelines. Some changes include no longer accepting an alternate diagnosis, like an allergy note, to return after a student has been sent home or stays home with possible COVID-related symptoms. The changes go into effect Monday and will impact school districts when they return from online learning.
We in the Troy School District had been going over and above those guidelines to begin with, so our shift to those new guidelines was really not a problem at all.
The week of November 23rd, Troy schools will reevaluate its online status and decide to remain online or return to in-person learning. As for West Bloomfield, the plan is to return after Thanksgiving on November 30th. For now, these school districts are working to keep staff and students motivated.
We're checking in with our students every day, that we're checking in on our staff. We're working on some social emotional learning things to make sure that we keep everybody engaged.
As school officials continue to do their job to keep students and staff safe, they have a message for lawmakers.
Supporting us and not having so much infighting among themselves about what really is a public health issue. It is, I think, it's a shame that this has become much more about a political discussion than a public health discussion.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
So there you were hearing from our sister station at Fox 2 Detroit about the challenges a lot of these school districts and colleges are facing now with the second wave of coronavirus cases soaring across the country, debating on whether to still hold in-person classes or to go fully remotely online for learning. So it's definitely a discussion and a conversation we're following here. I'm Andrew Kraft. This is News Now from Fox. It's almost 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We wanted to play out for you, though, from earlier. The House Democrats held a news conference on Capitol Hill today. We did show you the House GOP news conference from Minority Leader McCarthy. So this is going to be the House Democrats, and Hakeem Jeffries, Representative Jeffries, will be speaking. He's running unopposed for a second term as the House Democratic Caucus Chair. That's the 5th top leadership position amongst the House Democrats. So a lot of these House Democrats are jockeying for leadership positions as elections within the caucus take place this week. So we're going to show you that in its entirety. It's about 30 minutes, so stick with us here on News Now.
Here in the United States Capitol, we had our first caucus meeting this morning. We did it virtually. Subsequent to the November elections, everyone was in good spirits. We welcomed our new members. We're excited about them and the opportunity to serve with people from throughout the North, the South, the East, and the West, another incredibly diverse class that will add to the most diverse Congress in the history of the Republic. More women serving in Congress than ever before, more African Americans, more Latinos, more Asian Americans, more members of the LGBTQ community, 2 Muslim American women, two Native American women, both serving in Congress for the first time in history, and our diversity will be strengthened by the new class upon its arrival. We also valued by the fact that our long national nightmare is about to come to an end on January 20th at noon, because the most existential threat to our democracy, our values, our American way of life has been defeated decisively. He lost the popular vote decisively. He lost the Electoral College vote decisively. Joe Biden has secured more votes than any other presidential candidate in the history of the Republic. And when you look at first-term presidents who have been defeated, it has been difficult to do. Joe Biden has done it, and he has done it with one of the most decisive margins ever. President will remain in office for 64 days or so. We're hopeful that he'll demonstrate some leadership in that interim time period, because the COVID-19 pandemic has not gone away. Wasn't it the president who said, all we hear about is COVID, COVID, COVID? That was the president. But then he said it was going to go away on November 4th. What is wrong with this guy? It has not gone away. It's gotten much worse. The pain, the suffering, the death has increased exponentially over the last several days, the last several weeks. And Donald Trump is in the witness protection program. No one can find him. Our nightmare is coming to an end on January 20th. And we're thankful for Joe Biden, because he's going to bring competence, he's going to bring integrity, he's going to bring leadership, he's going to bring unity to the Oval Office. Because we don't have Democratic problems or Republican problems. We don't have progressive problems, moderate problems, centrist problems, or conservative problems. We have American problems. And Joe Biden is committed to solving them. The House Democratic majority is committed to working with President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris to build back better for the people. I now yield to my distinguished Vice Chair, the great Catherine Clark from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And if I may just take a moment of personal privilege, not only were we able to greet our new members and come together in this caucus call, but it was my last official caucus call as Vice Chair of the caucus. And I want to thank my colleagues that have, it's just been a pleasure to serve, but a special thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, for all your partnership, your friendship, and for always taking the hard questions at this press conference first. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful. And I think that Hakeem has put it well. We are back in session after a historical election where President Trump has lost in an electoral college landslide and has won the popular vote. And one of the most heartening things about this is that it is a return to truth and to science. President-elect Biden has already put his task force together, and we heard today on our call from Dr. Murphy, and the numbers are not good. When we have over 11 million cases of COVID-19 in this country, and we are approaching 250,000 Americans who have lost their lives, and the untold number who've then lost their livelihoods. But with President-elect Biden and the House Democratic Caucus, we know that we will have the tools and the powerful ally in the White House to be able to reduce these numbers. And this will be an end to an administration defined by chaos, misinformation, and a pursuit of power that is above all else and above the well-being of the American people as we face this pandemic. In 64 days, progress is back on the table, and House Democratic majority is eager to get to work and make this critical agenda part of what we can accomplish for the American people. Because back at home, the statistics are startling. Too many families are facing hunger and homelessness. In one of my communities in Massachusetts, the city of Revere is providing 20% of its population with help with food assistance, and we know that's an undercount. We are seeing businesses and schools that have remained closed as this virus continues to run rampant. And we have stood since May for making sure that we are reaching out, that we are helping, providing the relief we need through the HEROES Act. And now as we move into the final month of the 116th caucus, we are concerned not only that we have not seen a relief package from Mitch McConnell and a willingness to come to the table, but that relief is going to expire for unemployment, for pandemic unemployment assistance for gig workers, the eviction moratorium, student loan forbearance, small business debt relief. Never mind that in the HEROES Act, we had a vaccine distribution plan that remains unpassed by the Senate, unsigned by this president. So our work is before us, but we have a new president that is going to join with the House Democrats to be able to lead us forward, to get through this pandemic, to restore equality and truth and justice, and to be able to not only rebuild our economy, but make it more inclusive. And we are eager to get to work for the American people.
Thank you, Catherine. It's been an honor and a blessing to serve with you, and I know we will continue to serve and work closely together. Questions?
Yesterday, Representative Ilhan Omar said in an interview with Washington Post, she referred to Trump rallies as being Klan rallies. Do you agree with the Congresswoman?
Well, I don't know the context within which she has made those remarks, but we do know that many of Donald Trump's rallies have resulted in violence. Hatred has been spewed by none other than the president himself. I personally have often referred to his rallies as Make America Hate Again rallies. I can't comment on Ilhan's remarks. I've got great respect for Ilhan, but I don't know the context in which those were said.
We had these protests here in Washington, D.C. this weekend. Some of them turned violent. As you know, there were some on your side who were very critical of the president, asking to condemn Proud Boys, some of those right-wing groups, that were lined as racist and so on. We've not heard as much outcry against some of the left-wing groups and some of the violence there. Have Democrats been silent? Should President-elect Biden be doing more to condemn some of the left-wing violence and extremists there?
I think Vice President-elect has done a tremendous job during the campaign to make it clear. Looting and rioting is not peaceful protesting. We support peaceful protesting, and we condemn all forms of violence, no matter where it originates. The problem that we confront is that the hater-in-chief has not done that. He plays footsie with white supremacists, with the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, the Good Old Boys, the Jim Crow Boys, and the out-of-control boys all the time. But again, a long national nightmare is ending on January 20th, and so we feel good about where we are at, and we will have a president who will bring us together, not one who constantly tears us apart.
Because of some of the tension, though, do you think ahead of January 20th, President-elect Biden should be more forceful, reiterate that because of some of the concern on both the left and the right and potential for violence or anything?
I'm going to yield to Catherine too, but Joe Biden has been incredibly clear. And every time I've seen him speak, he has said he is going to be the president for everyone, those who voted for him and those who voted against him. We've never heard the current occupant of the White House suggest anything of that nature. Never. And he's ending up his 4th year. Joe Biden has said it every single time I've heard him speak over the last few weeks. And so I think our country is going to be in good hands.
There's been no apparent movement on COVID relief negotiations since before the election. Are we more likely to see elements of relief bills attached to whatever y'all pass in terms of spending bills at the end of the year than we are to see one big COVID package pass?
Well, we remain committed to trying to get something over the finish line in terms of a COVID relief package that does 3 things. Crush the virus, provide direct relief to everyday Americans who are struggling, and revive the economy. It's our hope that we can reach that agreement over the next few weeks. That is our intention. And Speaker Pelosi is working incredibly hard in that regard. Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn, the entirety of the caucus, our chairs, are working incredibly hard in that regard. We hope that we will find a partner in Mitch McConnell to do just that. Simultaneously, it's my understanding that a lot of progress has been made with respect to the need to fully fund the government in the current fiscal year. It remains to be seen whether there will be crossover negotiations. That's a question that I think is best directed to Speaker Pelosi, but let me yield to Catherine, who's also a distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee.
We completed our appropriations bills back in the summer, and we are now hearing from Mitch McConnell that he too is willing to begin that process. They are behind, but we will continue to work with them to make sure there isn't a shutdown. And we have never left the negotiating table since May when we passed the HEROES Act. We understand what is at stake for the American people, but it cannot just be a relief package for relief's sake. We cannot leave out key territories, state and local government. We have to make sure that this is a package that will deliver the aid where we need it. But it is a negotiation, and our concern is twofold, that we are addressing this pandemic that is raging. It has never been higher since it first came to this country. And so we have to make sure that we are being targeted, that we are getting this aid out, and that we are also addressing the litany of relief and aid that came through the CARES Act that is expiring at the end of December. So we remain at the table. We certainly hope that Donald Trump will turn his focus back from his loss and on to the American people. It will be a first, but this is his time to answer the needs of this country, and that we will have Mitch McConnell come to the negotiating table after an absence of months since going back to May. So we're going to keep working. We know what's at stake. We know we cannot afford to not help people who are in such crisis and hurting and have suffered such loss across this country.
So obviously you guys are having your leadership elections and are welcoming new members. Back 2 years ago, Speaker Pelosi committed to 4 years as Speaker. As you guys are having this conversation with your new members, is there a sense of, among the caucus, of what you guys need to do over the next 2 years to prepare a new generation of leadership?
Well, we're working through the leadership elections that will begin to take place this week, starting with the caucus chair election by tradition, which our vice chair will preside over, and then whoever's elected caucus chair will then preside over the election for the speaker designee, Nancy Pelosi, then of course Steny Hoyer for majority leader, Jim Clyburn for majority whip, and then the race for assistant speaker. We expect that those races will take place tomorrow, and then the other contested races will likely occur on Thursday, including for caucus vice chair, as well as the DPCC, the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, and the 5-term and under caucus leadership representative, where there are 3 dynamic newer members who are running. And so I think there's a tremendous mix of experience. Nancy Pelosi is a legendary speaker, one of the best who's ever done it, ever, in the history of the Republic. She certainly has my strong support. I believe she of course has Catherine's strong support as well. And we're looking forward to getting started in the 117th Congress because there's so much work that needs to be done. Whatever happens in the future is going to happen. During the Trump era, we've just been all trying to get to tomorrow. And now we're trying to get to January 20th, and it will be a new day in America.
Thank you, Chairman. So speaking to that point of work, you said before that if you look back in American history, largely black Americans have been left out of big sweeping pieces of legislation, the New Deal, you've cited the GI Bill. As you've talked about the reparations conversation, I'm curious to what degree you think that will be a priority for your caucus in the 117th, and can we expect recommendations, for instance, from the CBC on it?
Well, that's a question that I think Karen Bass and whoever's elected as the new CBC chair, it's my understanding those elections will take place in a few weeks, will discuss. The caucus has been very clear. We want to provide relief to everyday Americans who are struggling with all the pain, the suffering, and the death, and at the same time make sure that we are providing relief to those Americans who have been disproportionately and adversely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. That's the African American community, that's the Latino community, that's Indian country, that's everyday Americans in rural America, and those are many in the immigrant communities. And so I think from the standpoint of COVID-19, our immediate concern, we want to provide relief to everyone, but of course, the data should drive in part where the resources go, because the COVID-19 pandemic is not over for any of us until it's over for all of us. With respect to the history, we've been grappling with, and I'll then yield to Catherine, we've been grappling with systemic racism that has been in the soil of this country for 401 years. We have come a long way in America. We still have a long way to go. This is the greatest country in the history of the world. But we're still working through some challenges. And when you trace the history, our resident historian, the great Jim Clyburn, savior of our democracy, Jim Clyburn will tell you that when there have been big moments of transition where we are trying to deal with pain that the American people are dealing with, the record speaks for itself in terms of the New Deal and the GI Bill as it relates to who was explicitly included and who was explicitly excluded. The record speaks for itself. Hopefully we're at a different time in America. I believe we are. And we look forward to working with Democrats and Republicans to provide relief to all Americans.
I want to underscore that our focus is going to be on those kitchen table issues that affect everyday Americans. We want to work on the issues that people talk about around their kitchen tables and that they worry about when they're trying to fall asleep. Will they be able to provide for their family, have a good job, have the health care they need? Is someone going to get sick in their family from this pandemic? The basic issues are the ones that we have to deliver for the American people. And tying back to the previous questions about the negotiations and not leaving people behind, this pandemic has revealed inequities that we knew were there, but it has brought them into stark relief. And one of them is healthcare disparities for people of color in this country. And one of our parts of the HEROES Act was making sure that we are collecting accurate data so we can understand why there were so many more disproportionate deaths and illness in our communities of color. so that we can not only make sure that healthcare is a right, not a privilege, but that we are breaking down these barriers of access for people of color. And we know the disparity exists. That was taken off the table by the Republicans earlier this fall. And that is the type of issue that, as you said, we are not going to leave these communities behind. These issues are here. We are at a moment of racial and economic justice in this country. And we have to look at every single policy for its racial implications and be active anti-racist in every single thing we do for the American people.
Two final questions here, and then we'll go.
Just on stimulus, though, I mean, it sounds to me like you're still at a stalemate. Is there any concrete evidence or steps that you could, is anyone making phone calls to each other, lowering their offers, changing their offers? I don't see any movement at all. Is there any?
It's my understanding that Speaker Pelosi has talked to Mitch McConnell, but of course, those are conversations that the Speaker can discuss at the appropriate time. But based on the reports that I've received, there is a feeling that there's a pathway to getting something done. We'll need Senate Republican partnership to do it. I think some of Mitch McConnell's public statements may actually provide a pathway toward arriving at a meaningful agreement. We're not interested in a cosmetic press release. The American people are suffering in a once-in-a-century pandemic. This requires a once-in-a-century congressional response, which means it has to be sustained, continuing, and meaningful until the pandemic is over. We've passed the HEROES Act not once, but twice. And hopefully, we'll find common ground with our Senate Republicans in the next few days or weeks prior to departing for the holidays. I see another hand, and so we'll take you, and then we'll end with one last question.
Related, back to on COVID relief, is the position right now among House Democrats, is it still $2.2 trillion? There was some appetite before the election to go lower than that. I imagine there's probably some appetite to go higher now that the numbers are going up. Is your position still 2.2?
Well, from the standpoint of the last piece of legislation that we enacted, that was a $2.2 trillion intervention. That's our public offer as to where we're at. There were, of course, intervening negotiations that were taking place. It's my understanding that Secretary Mnuchin had come up to 1.9. I believe we had held at 2.2 because a lot of what needs to happen depends on how the money is allocated. And so, as far as I'm concerned, we passed the HEROES Act a second time on October 1st. It contained $2.2 trillion. That's our caucus-wide statement as to what we think needs to happen, but we, of course, are open to finding common ground. Catherine?
Okay, I'm following off of this as well. I mean, we understand the default position. The default position on the Senate side is also just don't move, like just sort of stalemate. So you're running out of time. The pandemic is getting worse. At what point do you go, God, something small is better than nothing at all, because all you've had since HEROES is nothing at all. So at what point is there like you've crossed the line where just anything is better than where you are right now?
Well, it depends on what that anything turns out to be. The details matter. We can't give $500 billion to a slush fund that Secretary Mnuchin would be free to disseminate at his own discretion based on no evidence, no data, and no science that can be handed out as a friends and family plan for Donald Trump and his boys on the way out the door, right? I mean, this is a serious situation that we're confronting. The legislative details matter, and that's what's being worked out. We have to provide another round of direct stimulus payments to the American people of $1,200 per adult, $500 per child. We need to provide billions of dollars in assistance for tenants who are struggling to pay their rent. and homeowners who are struggling to pay their mortgage. We need to provide hundreds of billions of dollars in assistance to state and local governments, blue states and red states, because of the fact that if these state budgets and these local budgets, town budgets, city budgets, village budgets, in urban America, rural America, small town America, suburban America in terms of counties, if these budgets are cut, the people who have already suffered the most as a result of this pandemic are going to suffer even more, because budget cuts result in cuts to public health, public safety, public transportation, public housing, the provision of the public good across the board. And of course, we need to extend out the emergency unemployment insurance benefit that they allowed to be expired on August 1st, and extend that out, that $600 per week emergency unemployment insurance benefit, because we're still in a recession. There are still tens of millions of Americans who have been adversely impacted from an employment standpoint, one way or the other. So I think our view is that the substance matters. We recognize we're in a divided government context. We're willing to find common ground. We came down from $3.4 trillion to $2.2 trillion, and there are ongoing negotiations. Catherine?
I would just frame it like this. We're not haggling over the price of a used car, and could we just get to the middle? The details matter. The policies matter. Who is included in these policies and who is excluded from relief matters. So the price, we can work with. We've already come down by half while taking on more, like putting the airline industry back into our proposal to adjust for that. But it matters how this money is spent.
Portion for members of the press, and a reminder that we are joined today by Managing Director Tumar Alexander. We have about 30 minutes left for questions, so we will be limiting questions only to the topic of COVID-19 and the restrictions just announced by the mayor and the health commissioner. Only one representative from each media outlet is permitted to ask questions, and reporters are asked to limit their questions to 3 or fewer. If your hand is raised now and you have a question on a topic other than COVID, please. Thank you. And let's start off with Victor Fiorello of Philadelphia Magazine.
Good afternoon. I have 3 questions. The
three primary displays, touchscreen displays that we use to control resilience. And so we can bring up our procedures, we can bring up maps that show where we are over the earth, and it's actually quite nice, the touch screens that we have here for controlling resilience. We also have some backup controls here, buttons, so that if anything should happen to these displays, we still have some of the critical functionality that we can accomplish with these buttons that you see here. So that's pretty much it here in the cockpit, and so now I'm going to pass you off to Ike.
Hello everyone, Victor here. Baby Yoda and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the hatches. Just about 24 hours ago, we entered resilience through this side hatch, and to open that hatch again until we are safely splashed down in the ocean and the recovery forces are bringing us aboard the ship and taking us out of the capsule. So when we dock to station, we will actually leave and go into ISS through the forward hatch, which is up here, and it's based on the body axis of the spacecraft, so the nose cone opens forward and you can go into station in that direction. And at this time, I'm going to hand you off to Soichi.
And Soichi, for awareness, we're not getting audio from you currently.
I'm sorry. Hey, good evening and konbanwa. This is Soichi Noguchi. I'm now talking through the lower tier of the capsule. Many people see the seat, but Dragon capsule has amazingly vast area of storage. And I'm now sitting over the mid-deck lockers, and this is quite a roomy area. There might be some other creatures kind of slowly coming through you. And this is also a very important stuff. This is the storage area for the EVA equipment for us when we go up. And this is actually powered payload, and it is now powered, and it's like a refrigerator which holds ice cream. Science material. Science material for the ISS. Okay, that's the vast storage area underneath our seat. Now I'm going to turn over to Shannon.
All right. Thank you, Soichi. As you can see, with the four of us in this Dragon capsule, it's quite a bit more crowded than it was with just Doug and Bob. And so I thought I would show you some of what it's like to actually live on a spacecraft like this. You'll see that we actually have bags stowed all over the place, and this is for a number of reasons. You can pan over here, Soichi. You will see up here we actually have some bags full of our emergency equipment, and we've got bags that hold our supplies, such as the shirts and pants that we are wearing now came up in these bags. You'll also see that we've got things such as food and water stashed around, because every once in a while we like to have a snack. A little bit later on I'm going to have some trail mix. These are the water bottles that we have to drink out of. You can see it can be a little bit challenging because there is air mixed in. After you drink some of your water, you've got air in there, so you may wonder, well, how do you drink the water and not just the air? So in order to drink water on the Dragon, you have to open it up, and then you have to gently rotate to get the water up near the top, and then you can take a drink. And the rest of the time you can just play with your air bubbles. So that's basically what daily life is like. We sort of dance around each other to try and stay out of each other's way, eat and drink, and wait for the next engine burn. So at this time, I'm going to hand you back over to Mike.
Okay, thank you, Shannon and Soichi and Victor. And so, I tell you, we're going to close out this little tour of Dragon Resilience here with something very, very special. Actually, this is something.
All right, and this is Andrew Kraft, and we're back here on NewsNOW from Fox, and we just want to apologize. There was some technical difficulties there, but we were showing you earlier that. That House press conference from the House Democrats of the Democratic Caucus, and they were talking all about the elections, the leadership elections that are coming up this week. They said they're pretty confident that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will remain Speaker, and as well as her deputies, her longtime lieutenants, including the Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer, the Majority Whip, Jim Clyburn, as well. And Hakeem Jeffries, the congressman from New York, will also run unopposed as the House Democratic Caucus chair. So we want to just break into some more congressional news we've been following in the last few minutes here. And we have some breaking news we want to report out of the Senate, and that's coming from Senator Chuck Grassley, who says he's tested positive for the coronavirus. And I'll read the tweet now. I've tested positive for coronavirus. I'll be following my doctor's orders, CDC guidelines, and continue to quarantine. I'm feeling good and will keep up on my work for the people of Iowa from home. I appreciate everyone's well wishes and prayers and look forward to resuming my normal schedule soon. So just some breaking news there that Senator Chuck Grassley, the pro temp president of the Senate, he's the oldest serving member of the Senate. He hasn't missed a vote since 1993, and he missed the votes today because earlier we learned he was in self-quarantine, and now we know that he has tested positive. He's 87 years old. He's the longest serving member in the Senate. He's one of the Senate's oldest members. So we're sending well wishes to Senator Grassley right now as we learn this news. So we wanted to keep it on some more coronavirus news as we go forward into the day. And we're going to play you now an update from Maryland and Governor Hogan, and the situation is quite dire there as well. So let's listen in to Governor Hogan of Maryland on the status of the pandemic in Maryland.
Yesterday, I joined Vice President Pence, Dr. Anthony Fauci, Dr. Robert Redfield, and members of the White House Coronavirus Task Force for a meeting regarding the new surge of COVID-19, which is raging across the country, and to discuss the progress on Operation Warp Speed and vaccine developments. Yesterday, I also again urged the members of Maryland's congressional delegation to put partisan politics aside and to reach a compromise on the stimulus bill, which has been stuck in gridlock in Washington since April after falling apart at the last minute. This relief is desperately needed, more than ever before. This new surge of COVID-19 is going to continue placing enormous strain on both our healthcare systems and on our economy. Everyone on both sides of the aisle in Washington needs to come together to finally get this done for the American people. Earlier today, I also convened another meeting of our Maryland Coronavirus Task Force to discuss the COVID-19 crisis here in our state. Later today, I will be joining my colleagues from across the country for an emergency meeting of the National Governors Association. And on Thursday, I will be joining President-elect Biden and his team for a discussion on the coronavirus response. I've always been a straight shooter, so let me give it to you straight. The sad reality is that all across America, more people are getting infected with COVID-19, more are being hospitalized, more are going into intensive care, and more people are dying. While Maryland is still much better than most of the country, we are now seeing widespread community transmission in every corner of our state. We have now had 13 straight days with more than 1,000 new cases of COVID-19, and those numbers continue to rise. On Saturday, we added 2,321 new cases of the virus, which was by far the largest number of daily new cases that we have seen since the pandemic began this spring. Today, the Maryland Department of Health reported another 2,149 cases in just the past 24 hours. There were 149,000 cases across the U.S. yesterday, the 14th straight day that America passed 100,000 cases in a day. Maryland's 7-day positivity rate is now 6.85%, the 8th straight day that it has been over 5%. 20 of our 24 jurisdictions currently have positivity rates which have now gone above that 5% benchmark. Maryland is in the red zone for the number of cases per 100,000, and our average case rate has risen to 29, which is a 46% increase in just the past week. Case rates have now risen above 10 in every single jurisdiction in our state, and above 20 in 18 of our 24 jurisdictions. I'll never forget back on March 19th, when it was my sad duty to report the very first coronavirus death in our state. This deadly virus has now taken the lives of 4,186 Marylanders. 26 Marylanders died yesterday. That's more than one dying every hour in Maryland. Now, I've heard people say, it's just the flu.
No, it's not just the flu. We've lost more Marylanders to COVID-19 than we lose each year to car accidents, gun violence, and the flu combined. More than 247,000 Americans have already lost their lives to this deadly virus. That is more Americans than we lost in the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Gulf War combined. Today is the first time since June 7th that we have surpassed 1,000 COVID hospitalizations in Maryland. Hospital capacity in our state is up 100% since November 1st. 255 patients are currently in intensive care units, the highest level since June 19th. Yesterday, COVID-19 hospitalizations in the U.S. surged to their highest level ever, with over 73,000 Americans hospitalized. All across the country, this virus is spiking out of control at a rate much worse than it was in the spring. Even with the additional 6,000 beds that we provided for in our hospital surge plan, Maryland hospitals are now reaching capacity. All of this requires additional immediate actions to prevent the overburdening of our healthcare system and to stop more Marylanders from dying. We are very concerned that hospitals in Western Maryland, for example, are already at their capacity limit, and 19 hospitals across the state are above 90% capacity. Many of the state's hospitals have moved to status red to restrict visitation. And we have also activated the next level of our hospital surge plan in order to further protect doctors and nurses and healthcare workers. Today, the Maryland Department of Health is issuing an order which will restrict hospital visitation statewide until further notice, with the exceptions of compassionate care, parents or guardians of minors, obstetrics, and support for patients with disabilities. The Maryland Department of Health has also issued guidance to hospitals and other medical facilities at this critical time that they should, whenever possible, avoid any elective procedure admissions that are not urgent or life-saving if they are likely to require prolonged ventilation, ICU admissions, or may have a high probability of requiring post-hospital care in a nursing facility. We're also implementing a plan for hospitals to closely monitor the rapidly changing local and state situations and to take early, measured steps to prevent the need for additional actions. We do not want Marylanders to put off life-saving treatments or surgeries. But our highest priority right now is preserving capacity at our hospitals so that our doctors and nurses can do their jobs and make sure that people get the right critical life-saving treatment. To help us meet that goal, today the Maryland Department of Health is also issuing an emergency order allowing hospitals that are either full or near capacity limits to transfer patients to hospitals that are equipped and able to provide them with the care that they need. This will help alleviate the overcrowded hospitals in some areas of our state and place patients in hospitals where beds and medical staff are available and where they can receive adequate care. Today, we are taking further steps to ramp up our efforts to attack the most acute outbreaks, clusters, and hotspots, particularly when it comes to our most vulnerable populations. Until further notice, we are significantly limiting visitation at all Maryland nursing homes. Indoor visitation will generally be limited to compassionate care visits. All visitors will be required to have proof of a negative test result within 72 hours prior to their visit. I realize that this is very difficult, especially at this time of year, to be unable to see your grandparents or your loved ones. But please know that by refraining from visits at this time, you are helping keep them safe and to save the lives of our most vulnerable. Today, I've authorized a 100% increase in the number of rapid response teams which we can deploy to nursing homes and to other outbreaks, clusters, and hotspots. This will allow us to provide an extra level of triage and to quickly supplement critical staffing shortages. Today's Health Department order also institutes mandatory twice-weekly testing for all staff at nursing homes, as well as mandatory weekly testing for all nursing home residents, effective no later than this Friday, November 20th. In addition, contact tracing data shows a large uptick in new cases among Marylanders who have recently been exposed in bars and restaurants. Today, we're announcing that effective Friday, November 20th at 5:00 p.m., all bars and restaurants statewide and all facilities, venues, nightclubs, social clubs, and other establishments where food and alcohol are served will be required to close by 10:00 p.m. Takeout and delivery services are encouraged to continue, but in-person dine-in operations at bars and restaurants and entertainment venues will not be permitted between the hours of 10:00 p.m. and 6:00 a.m. This action was made in consultation with our Coronavirus Recovery Task Force and representatives of the industry, based on increasing reports that compliance with public health protocols drops dramatically later in the evening. I want to reiterate that since the existing statewide order was put in place on May 29th, bars and restaurants in Maryland have only been permitted to be open for seated, distanced service only, with strict capacity restrictions. No standing or crowding in bars is allowed at any time. Patrons must remain distanced at least 6 feet apart, and no groups larger than 6 people are permitted to be seated per table. Customers who are not seated cannot be served. This order carries the full force of the law, and it will be enforced. We have seen widespread failures to follow orders and public health advisories statewide. And again, we are calling on the counties to implement strict enforcement of all existing and new orders and directives to ensure that closures are not required. In the spring, we took statewide action to make it easier for restaurants to adapt their operations for carry-out and delivery services, including off-site alcohol sales and deliveries. We continue to strongly encourage Marylanders to support your local restaurants. And we have provided federal and state assistance, financial assistance to these businesses, and we will continue to work with our local jurisdictions to ensure that they get this relief out immediately to restaurant owners and other businesses who are desperately in need of assistance. In addition, effective Friday at 5:00 p.m., the capacity for all retail businesses, organizations, religious institutions, establishments, and facilities statewide will revert back to the Stage 2 50% capacity restrictions. This also includes personal services businesses, bingo halls, bowling alleys, pool halls, roller and ice skating rinks, fitness centers, and social and fraternal clubs, with mandatory masking, distancing, and sanitation protocols required and enforced. In addition, fans will no longer be permitted at any collegiate or professional stadiums or racetracks. Maryland's statewide masking order remains in full force and effect. This existing order requires the wearing of masks or face coverings at any public indoor facility, including retail establishments, fitness centers, grocery stores, pharmacies, personal services establishments, and in the public spaces of all public and private businesses across the state, and when using public transportation. In addition, masks are required at all outdoor public areas whenever it is not possible to maintain physical distancing. This very simple step of wearing masks continues to be the single best mitigation strategy that we have to fight the virus. This is not a political issue. It's not a limitation on your right to infect other people, but it is the best way to keep you and your family members safe, to keep people out of the hospital, and to save lives. I want to remind Marylanders that we remain in a state of emergency and that all directives, executive orders, and public health advisories remain in full force and effect. Violation of the public health emergency orders is a crime, a misdemeanor, subject to a fine of up to $5,000 and up to 1 year in prison. In addition to masks, avoiding crowds, and social distancing, one of the most important things you can do to protect your friends and family is to get tested for COVID-19. If you are a college student planning on returning home, get a test. If you are planning to spend any time around your grandparents, get a test. If you are returning from any out-of-state travel, get a test. We have more than 220 sites available all across the state. You can find one near you by going to covidtest.maryland.gov. Last Thursday, I said that my family was canceling our Thanksgiving dinner. Since then, I've heard from hundreds of people who have said that they have decided to cancel their plans to celebrate with family and friends this year. More important than any public health order is our willingness to take personal responsibility for our own actions and to make the necessary sacrifices to limit our interactions, even sometimes with our own family members, in order to protect ourselves and one another, especially the most vulnerable. This virus has been with us for so long that, too many of us have become numb to the staggering, spiking numbers that are being announced every day. It does not matter how well we have done for all these months. If we falter now, and if we fail to take this seriously, we will look just like all those other states. And this deadly virus will strengthen its grip on our state and our nation. Regardless of all the disinformation that's being spread all over social media, this is not the flu. It's not fake news. It's not going to magically disappear just because we're all tired of it and we want our normal lives back. We are in a war right now, and the virus is winning. Now, more than ever, I'm pleading with the people of our state to stand together a while longer to help us battle this surging virus. Your family and friends are counting on you. Your neighbors are counting on you, and your fellow Marylanders are counting on you to stay Maryland strong. Now, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Thomas Scalea, who is going to discuss our hospital capacity planning and the surge management order that we talked about today. Thank you. Doctor?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I ran out of the operating room. I didn't have time to change. I apologize for doing this in scrubs.
You look very official that way.
Yeah, very. For almost 50 years, Maryland's been the role model for the nation for organized trauma care. It's based on the principle of delivering the right patient to the right place in the right amount of time. Centers with special expertise have been designated to provide the most sophisticated care. Most importantly, all Marylanders have equal access. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught healthcare practitioners many lessons. Perhaps the most germane for this particular discussion is that people who develop the need for critical care decompensate quickly. Standard ICU care may be fine for some, but not for all. During the first surge, the University of Maryland piloted a program that involved creating a central access point for critical care beds. Patients then got distributed across the medical system, all 14 hospitals, in a way that served the patients best. In particular, the downtown medical center didn't take care of every sick person, thus preserving our beds for the sickest of the sick, particularly those that needed heart-lung bypass to treat their lung failure. This was an unqualified success. We have proof of concept that a system like this would work. The governor and the state has created really a statewide plan to distribute critically ill patients across all hospitals. This program is both wise and timely. MIMS, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Service Systems, is the ideal place to house this innovative program. Trauma is the quintessential time-sensitive disease, but it's not the only one. Bad COVID is another. Organizing time-sensitive care is what MIMS does best. As with trauma care, no one medical center or medical system should own this. It should be a state resource open to all Marylanders. The physicians staffing this will have visibility for all ICU beds throughout the state, and more importantly, will know the capability of each of the individual intensive care units. Currently, individual hospitals need to go critical care bed shopping. That usually takes place within their own medical system, ignoring available beds that may exist actually relatively close to them. Now, a single phone call will give them access to the appropriate level of critical care services. This is, of course, based on a principle that everybody's going to cooperate and play ball. I'm sure that will be the case. The governor and the state of Maryland have stepped out in front of the second surge. This program will give immediate access to the most appropriate level for critically ill Marylanders. This may be transferring people with COVID to another hospital, but it may be having a patient in your emergency department that's COVID positive that's appropriate to stay there, and then transferring a COVID negative patient to a different hospital to make room for the COVID positive patient. It's a very dynamic program, and it's built on solid triage and disaster management principles. I'm certain that it'll improve ICU bed flow as we anticipate, as the governor has just told us, a large number of critically ill patients. We pray for the best, but we plan for the worst. Frankly, this program, not if, but when successful, will be an example for municipalities throughout the United States. Once again, Maryland will lead the way. This is about getting the right patient to the right place in the right amount of time to receive the correct level of medical care. It's exactly what all of us in healthcare train to do, and I speak for my entire profession when I say we stand ready for whatever lies in the future. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Doc. With that, we'd be happy to take a few questions.
Skeptics might say the virus isn't any different at 10:01 p.m. than at 9:59. Can you please elaborate on why the need to do something?
Well, as I said, it was based on the best public health advice from some of the smartest doctors and scientists in the world, and in consultation, our Department of Commerce with folks in the industry, that people are just less likely to follow public health advice after 10 o'clock after drinking for a long time in a bar.
Pam's asking about going farther with restrictions. How are you deciding how far to go now? I mean, some people are saying, let's go all the way right now. How are you balancing keeping things open versus moving forward?
It's a very difficult decision, and we try to balance the health needs, which are critical, keeping people alive and keeping our hospitals from being overflowed, with being worried about people's livelihoods and losing their jobs and their small businesses. And We just listen to all the best advice from everybody we can think of to ask, and then we make the best decisions, just like we did for the past 9 months. We may not always get it right. Some people may think we're going too slow or too fast, but we're taking the decisions, making the decisions every single day that we believe are in the best interests of the people of Maryland.
Governor, a minute ago, you seemed to be quoting the President of the United States when you said this is not fake news. It is not going to magically go away. Governor, can you tell us what you are going to discuss with the President-elect on Thursday and how the current situation with the election standoff is adversely affecting COVID response, not only in Maryland, but throughout the country?
Well, so I had a couple of great conversations with the Vice President yesterday. The White House coronavirus team is still working hard every single day. They're making great progress on Operation Warp Speed and the vaccine. This will be my first opportunity to talk with the President-elect. I talked about that yesterday with the current administration. I'm very concerned that we're in the middle of this battle with people dying and hospitals overflowing in every state in the country. And we have to make sure that there's a smooth handoff. I'm hopeful that we will, and I think it's getting better. But we have a brand new team that has not been involved, that doesn't really know much about what's currently happening, and that's a problem. So the good news is we're having meetings with both, and the Governors Association is having a meeting today for all of us 50 governors to talk about what we want from both the outgoing administration and the incoming administration and what we need. So I think we're having productive dialogue, which is the first step.
Governor, we're not seeing numbers that we were seeing in late May and early June.
We're seeing in some cases worse, that we had our biggest day ever.
To my point then, at the time, that was when we were seeing case numbers come down, but the state was in a very different situation. We were starting to get to the point of easing restrictions, but still in late phase 1, in some places phase 2. Are we moving away from the use of phases, and is that driven in any way by more reliance on contact tracing?
We know a lot more about the virus. We know a lot more about how to keep people, more people out of ICU and keep more people alive. Don't forget, back in February and March when we were first beginning this, nobody knew anything about it. And we had no testing. We were able to do 50 tests a day. Now we do 30,000. We had no 6,000 extra hospital bed capacity. We didn't have any therapeutics. We just had people dying and stacking up in ice rinks because we didn't have more capacity. So while the numbers of cases is alarming, we're in the battle's not getting any easier, but we have more weapons and we have more soldiers on the field, and we're in a better position to fight back. And so, what we thought was the best advice in March or April or June or July or August and September is different from the advice we're getting today based on all of those changing things. And we don't want to use kind of an old metric to deal with today's battle.
As far as the surge capacity is concerned, when it comes to the convention center in Baltimore and in Laurel, from what we gather, there haven't been a lot of patients, at least at the convention center. What is the plan, and is there an advanced plan to put more people, to make more surge capacity if you need it?
Well, our goal all along and our plan was to not fill up those additional surge capacities, but to have them there. And Dr. Scalia said, we pray for the best, but prepare for the worst. And that's sort of what we did with the surge capacity. We reopened the Laurel Hospital. We built the Baltimore Convention Center into a surge hospital to be prepared in case it was necessary. Our goal is not to fill them up with people, but they are currently still available and ready to handle that. And it's certainly looking more likely that we may need to. Well, the state has no delays whatsoever in testing. There is a big demand for testing. We're now doing 30,000 a day. I just did a 15-minute test. It took 15 minutes. That's available all across the state. Our normal point of care testing, I think we're turning around in 24 hours. There are private firms in other states where, different contractors are sending out to a state, for example, I don't know where they're headquartered. We can't control how fast or what their load is. When you have 60% positivity in South Dakota and you got, 40 states that are in much worse shape than us, I'm not sure how they're prioritizing which tests get done first. But no, we can't really do much about whether it takes a week for some private lab to get us back a test, which is why we're encouraging people to utilize, for screening purposes, the rapid tests, where you get instant results for most people, and or to use one of the tests that we can get back faster. Tom? Oh, sorry, then Brad. You guys always raise your hand at the same time.
Some of your most eye-opening rates right now are coming in rural counties.
Yes.
What can you attribute that to, and has there been any special effort to get the word out to regions that are not near Baltimore or not near rural, because those are quite geographically separated areas?
It's a really good question. In the early fight against this virus, the first wave, and the second kind of wavelet that we had in June or July, it was really more of our population centers, not just our urban areas, but our suburban areas, and it was in the Baltimore-Washington corridor. We had very little issue on the Eastern Shore, Western Maryland. And now we're seeing problems everywhere, but our absolute worst are in those rural areas, particularly in Allegheny and Garrett County, but in other places on the shore as well. And so, I think certain people out there had a false sense of security that, that's, it's very concerning, but I don't have to worry about that because I live out here in this rural neighborhood, and they maybe weren't being as careful and not paying as much attention and maybe not wearing masks and not following advice. And now they're calling us begging for help, and we're sending strike teams, and we're trying to move patients out of their overflowing hospitals, and we're talking with the local leaders. So it has changed. It just shows it doesn't matter where you live or what demographic group you happen to fall into. This virus doesn't care. It doesn't recognize county borders or state borders. It's coming for all of us, and we've all got to be as vigilant as possible to stop it.
I actually wanted to ask Dr. Over the last several days, weeks, we've talked to healthcare providers who say, yeah, we have capacity, we know more now. Is there any reassurance that, how much more do the hospitals, how much more do your care providers know about this disease now? What can you tell people?
Well, maybe I can have, you want to take that one? I'm going to turn that to the experts.
Yeah. How much better are you now at treating this?
We're a ton better. I've been doing this a long time, and I don't remember learning this much about a single disease over such a short period of time. And I think back to when we took care of our first person with bad respiratory failure and the way we care for people now, and it's completely different. That doesn't mean that everybody lives, though. It means we're a lot better. We've got a bunch more weapons. We understand how to use them, but they're not universally successful. We'd be really happy to do it less often. That answer?
Yes, there comes a time where if these numbers continue to surge to the extent they have, that we lose the ability to contact trace? I mean, can it overwhelm the speed with which it's coming and the numbers to the point where we can't keep up with that?
Well, it's a good question. We've been ramping up for quite a while. I think we have 1,400, contact tracers. Our problem right now, I don't believe, is capacity of the contact tracers. Our problem is that so many people refuse to give the information. And so it's like half the people somewhere? A little more than half. We contact them. They don't want to participate. And so, this is not Big Brother. We're not trying to, track you. We're trying to stop the virus and stop you from infecting people that you come in contact with. And it works very effectively, but we just have to get the word out for people to participate. We did launch our COVID tracking app just a week or so ago. We've already had 1 million people, 1 million, in a week go on to utilize that app. So some people are really concerned and want to help protect themselves, but there are an awful lot of people saying, I'm not doing that, and that's really the issue.
Governor, if you mentioned how this is a war, that the virus right now is winning, if things keep going the way that they have been in recent week or so, when will, like the convention center, the field hospital, when will we have to have some spillover into something like that?
Well, again, our goal is to not have to utilize the spillover, but it's why we instituted all the things that we're talking about today. We had a long talk with the leaders of every single hospital system in the state earlier today to talk about all of the collective ideas for keeping that from happening. But they're there in case we need them. That's why we built them in the first place. And we don't really know the answer. I mean, we do modeling and we look at the rising numbers and we see what's happening in 40 some other states. It's pretty scary. And you know, if we are not able to get it under control, we're going to look like those states. And I don't know if you see some of that stuff on the national news, but there are states with turning away patients and people stacked up in hallways and no ability to treat them.
Governor, do you anticipate that there'll be a need, given the increase in cases, that there'll be a need to reopen some of the testing facilities at the vehicle emissions, the state vehicle emissions places that
Well, we just transfer them to different locations. So we have more testing facilities than ever. We have 220. We're doing more testing than ever. We do, I think, 30,000 tests a day, which is, really strong. We just found that those locations didn't work as well as some of the others that we've opened up now. But if we need to think about that, we certainly will.
You said earlier you got a rapid test today. Is that part of normal protocol now for you, or?
Once a week, all of our staff here and all the government workers in Annapolis, we have once a week in Baltimore, once a week here. Anybody who wants a test can get a test. We'll even let you guys come get one. Yeah. Thank you all very much.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to step away from that COVID-19 briefing coming out of Maryland, where they are imposing restrictions as far as businesses go. Restaurants and indoor businesses are going to be reduced to 50% capacity. So that's out there in Maryland. But we are going to step back into election news. We are hearing that the Wayne County Board of Canvassers have been deadlocked at 2-2. That's coming today. That's along party lines on whether the county's November 3rd election results should be certified. This is even as at least 4 lawsuits have sought to stop the process. This decision came after a number of absentee ballot poll books were found to be out of balance, a situation that didn't stop the same board from certifying the results in the August primary or the county's November 2016 general election results. Again, this is Wayne County in Michigan. That's where Detroit is. A county board that fails to canvass within 14 days after the election must give all of its documentation to the Secretary of State's office and the Board of State Canvassers, which then has 10 days to complete the work and canvass and certify the results. That's according to the board's canvassing manual. So again, Wayne County kind of deadlocked right now on that certification. A lot of states still dealing with those election results coming in amid lawsuits. So I do want to take you out to one of our sister stations, interviewed an election law professor from Loyola Law School. She is fantastic. I did an interview with her back in the day. It's Jessica Levinson, and we're going to play out kind of an updated interview with her talking about not only these lawsuits that are in place from the Trump campaign, but also the presidential transition that will likely come soon, although Trump is refusing to concede in this process right now. So we'll play that out for you, and then soon we will take you to Georgia, where we have a live report coming from one of our Fox reporters talking about the latest on the by-hand recount that is still going on out there and the process of what that's looking like, even though we just had an update from the Georgia election officials out there. Lots of breaking news coming here on News Now from Fox. Again, I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to go out to this interview with Jessica Levinson to talk about the political process and election law. And then we'll bring you a lot more. Thanks for watching.
Tomorrow will mark 2 weeks since Election Day. In a normal presidential election, the losing candidate concedes, the transition process begins. The first part of that is ceremonial. The second part is not and can only begin when the government approves not only federal funds, but access to federal agencies to the incoming administration. So far, that has not happened.
Joe Biden's going to become president of the United States in the midst of an ongoing crisis. That has to be a seamless transition. We now have the possibility, we need to see if it gets approved, of a vaccine starting perhaps in December, January. There are people at HHS making plans to implement that vaccine. Our experts need to talk to those people as soon as possible so nothing drops in this change of power we're going to have on January 20th.
Ron Klain there, the incoming chief of staff for the president-elect. Loyola law professor and host of the Passing Judgment podcast, Jessica Levinson now joins us. Good to see you on a Monday, and hopefully you've been catching up on some of your sleep. I know there's new developments every day for you to look at and think about. So we're hearing Ron Klain, the chief of staff for the president-elect, talking about what needs to be done. Give us your take on what needs to happen before Biden and Harris can have those conversations.
Well, what needs to happen is that they have access to briefing, that they have access to information. We do not want to be in a space where Joe Biden, the most experienced president-elect in modern history, goes in essentially with one hand tied behind his back. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of what could be an economic crisis. This is exactly the moment when you want the president-elect, the vice president-elect, to have every bit of information available to them. They also have to start assembling their staff. I know it doesn't sound particularly sexy, but the GSA freeing up funds, it allows them to start hiring. It allows them to start putting their people through conflict of interest checks to make sure that everybody who starts in the White House at 12:01 on January 20th should be there. And it really does become, and I don't mean to sound hyperbolic, but at a certain point it becomes a national security issue if you have a president-elect who doesn't have every bit of information available to him walking into the Oval Office.
And that's a concern that many have. Let's also talk about the lawsuits that are going on. I want you to bring us up to date on the state of the many lawsuits being pursued by Trump's team, the president's team, rather. Are any of them looking particularly promising for the president?
No, I'm going to give you that unfortunate lawyerly answer, which is a little bit, it depends on what the definition of promising is, but the punchline is no. None of these lawsuits are going to change the outcome of the election. You know, as you and I have talked about, what you need is that kind of perfect Bush versus Gore storm where everything comes down to one or two states. And then there are lawsuits in those one or two states that could affect enough ballots to swing the election. That's not happening right now. I believe as of right now, the Trump administration is 1 in 20 in terms of losses, wins and losses in these particular suits. Where the most action is in a case out of Pennsylvania. But I do not expect that even if the Trump administration wins, and this deals with late arriving ballots, I don't expect that there's enough ballots at issue that could change the outcome of Pennsylvania. And of course, we're not in a situation where Pennsylvania is the only state that gets Joe Biden to 270. So I fully expect there to be an inauguration. And that, again, is why it's so important that the GSA free up those funds, free up the information for President-elect Biden.
There is a lot of conversation right now as we're looking ahead to a Biden presidency about the potential for a national mask mandate. Could there be legal challenges to that?
Absolutely. You know me, I'm rarely unequivocal. Could there be legal challenges? I expect that there will be legal challenges. I'm not saying that they'll be meritorious, but in terms of how our government is structured, a lot of people at the end of February didn't realize how much power our states have over our lives. Under our system of government, the federal government essentially says anything that we don't specifically say we have, any power we don't say we have, that goes to you, the states. And the states have a lot of these so-called police powers over health, safety, and welfare. That's how states are able to say shelter in place. That's how states are able to say wear a mask. And so under the 10th Amendment, under our structure of government, we essentially envision that states do a lot of this work.
Right.
Now, could there be a federal mask mandate. Yes, there's one statute that people are looking at that we could use. There's also Congress's inherent spending and taxation power where they could try and incentivize states to do this. But I absolutely expect that there would be challenges, particularly by governors that say, hey, you're in my purview right now. State sovereignty, back off.
But I suppose messaging doesn't have to be necessarily, put into legal form. It can just be the messaging of the importance of it, the modeling of wearing a mask when in public. That'll go a long way with a lot of people, I think. Jessica Levinson, always a joy to speak with you. Thank you so much for bringing your very bright legal mind to our show. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great week. Tomorrow.
Again, that was our sister station out there, Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We appreciate them, and we appreciate Jessica Levinson giving us the latest on the presidential transition and the election lawsuits that are happening right now, as well as the possibility of a mask mandate, something that a lot of these states are talking about in their COVID-19 briefings. So, of course, we're bringing you all of that here on News Now from Fox. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you in a little bit. For everyone who is sticking with us, I told you right before that segment that we will have a live report coming from Georgia. One of our Fox reporters is out there closely monitoring all of these Georgia recounts that are going on tonight, but there's also a tight Senate race that's going on out there. This is an important race. It's going to decide where the Senate stands as far as minority or majority for those Republicans out there. So we're going to play out the latest update from our sister station Fox 5 Atlanta before we go out to Georgia for that live report. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. All right, so unfortunately, it looks like we do not have audio on that clip, so we will figure that out and bring it back to you here on News Now from Fox. For now, we're going to go out to a COVID-19 update from Mayor Bill de Blasio in New York, and then we'll take you out to that live report.
About really tough realities we're facing and the ways that all New Yorkers have to participate in addressing this situation. We're going to be very clear about the things that we have to do to protect our city, our communities, our families. But before we go into some of the things that are going to take real resolve, let's also take stock of some of the things that are working in our favor, because it's really important to see that part of the equation too. Just in the last days, we've gotten some extraordinarily good news about the vaccine situation. For the first time, we can certainly say with some confidence the vaccine's coming very soon. It's going to take a lot of work to distribute, to say the least, but we have the most tangible evidence we've ever had about the vaccine timeline. That's good news. We're seeing some real progress in terms of the use of antibody medications that are helping to protect those who are most vulnerable and reduce the impact of COVID on them. These are big, tangible realities that really can change the trajectory. But in the meantime, we're dealing with a clear upsurge in the presence of this disease in this city. And the way to address that is the way we have done every time before, whether it was back in the spring when the whole city dealt with this extraordinary challenge out of nowhere, or even more recently in neighborhoods around Brooklyn and Queens, where we had a major uptick and people worked together to fight it back. That's what we have to do again now. Now, of course, in the last 24 hours, we've gotten new guidance from the state of New York, and I've talked about this with the governor in detail. We're working to ensure the city and state are always closely coordinating on these issues. So the new state rules include having bars and restaurants closed by 10 p.m. each evening, although takeout and delivery can go later. Gyms as well must close by 10 p.m. There's a limit on certain gatherings to 10 people, and these rules will be put in effect this coming Friday, tomorrow at 10 p.m. And of course, the city will work to enforce these new rules and all the existing rules effectively. Enforcement is a crucial part of the equation. The most important part of the equation is everyone being bought in and following through on these rules. So we need to take them to heart because it's all about protecting all of us. And this is where New Yorkers have excelled, taking the approaches that have been put together by our public health leadership and putting them into action. That's why we had all those months when we were doing so well. These specific measures, they're the kind of things we know can make a huge difference. And now let's talk about the other decision we heard from the state yesterday, the decision to indicate certain parts of Staten Island as a yellow zone. Now again, this zone approach is something we've seen work in Brooklyn and Queens, work actually in a matter of weeks. That's really good news. We're dealing with a bigger challenge now, unquestionably. But we also have evidence that these focused approaches can work. So in Staten Island, a huge outreach effort underway now, a lot of information being provided, masks being provided, more and more testing, the kinds of approaches that have worked time and again in recent months in other parts of the city can and will work in Staten Island. We're going to need to work with all Staten Islanders, with leaders, clergy, organizations, everyone, to protect the people of that borough. And here to talk more about this effort and what we need to do to keep Staten Islanders safe, the Borough President of Staten Island, Jimmy Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to take a few moments of your platform to speak about Staten Island and to Staten Islanders. I think it's fair to recognize that to varying degrees, many of us are enduring COVID fatigue. For me, it's the distortion of time. I can't tell you how many moments when it took me a good 3 to 5 seconds to remember which day of the week it was. Chronological order seems out of balance. But despite that, I have a date and a time etched in my head, and that is 8 p.m. on April 2nd, because that's when I emailed you, one of my many emails in those days, and said to you, a switch has happened. It's no longer about chasing PPE, it's about chasing staff. And I remember that moment. And I remember those early days and weeks of this pandemic. I remember talking every day to the leaders of our two hospital systems as we chased equipment and we chased PPE, as they converted their hospitals as they served this pandemic, as they stripped away the burn unit and the therapy unit, and they took every possible space and turned it into standing ICUs. I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to go back to anything close to that. And we can't allow some sort of warped, self-fulfilling prophecy that we resist controlling what we can control. We resist these steps because some feel it's too much. That eventually leads us to more onerous restrictions. Control what we can control. Wear the mask. Keep at a safe distance. Be smart about social gatherings. Mayor, I am a born and raised Staten Islander, so that gives me certain privileges, and I can talk about my home community while others can't. And I can admit we are a unique lot. We can be abrupt. I swear we would cut off grandma to get 10 feet ahead on Highland Boulevard during traffic. But we are at our best in crunch moments, post 9/11, post Sandy. The selfishness that we have is stripped away. We are quickly approaching, if not at that moment, Staten Islanders. Let's rise up to the occasion yet again. I will close with this, Mr. Mayor, and you may think this is corny, or you may not. In these moments, we get inspiration where we can. You're reading a book about John Lindsay and some other things. I've cultivated a nice list of podcasts and books. But it is in rewatching The West Wing for the umpteenth time that I caught a line that I had not heard before. And it's Jed Bartlett, the president, arguing with his wife about a homily in the Mass, and they talk about Ephesians 5:21, be subject to one another. That's the message. Be subject to one another. Wear the mask. Be subject to one another. Keep a safe distance. Be subject to one another. Don't have the gratuitous gatherings. Be subject to one another. Be smart about the holidays coming up. That's the message that I have for Staten Islanders. It echoes yours. I appreciate you giving me the time to look into the camera and talk to my fellow Staten Islanders.
Thank you, Borough President. Look, I want everyone just to reflect on the passion and the sense of urgency you're hearing from Borough President Otto. And when he said the part about what Staten Islanders do in a time of crisis, it brings me back to the many times we've been together on 9/11 at memorials, the beautiful memorial at the Postcards Monument that you do every year, the gathering you do every year, which is in solidarity with families who lost their loved ones on 9/11, but is also a tribute to the strength of Staten Island and the incredible sense of public service that pervades Staten Island, a borough with just an amazing number of public servants, first responders, teachers, sanitation workers, you name it, people who are there for us every single day and do that selflessly. That is the spirit of Staten Island. I think the borough president's right. Everyone's going to have to dig deep at this moment. But it can be done. Staten Island's overcome huge challenges before. There's a lot of heroism, a lot of spirit, and we can do it again. We just saw it happen in Brooklyn and Queens. And again, we're going to have a lot of questions today. I'm going to keep coming back to it. If we were having this conversation a month or 6 weeks ago, we'd be talking about how tough the situation got in Brooklyn and Queens. And yet, today, even in the midst of other challenges, we've seen an extraordinary improvement in the very same neighborhoods in Brooklyn and Queens because people got involved and people worked together. We're going to do that again on Staten Island. Thank you for your leadership, Borough President. Okay, now everyone, look, these next days are going to be crucial. And again, I want to echo another point the Borough President made. I don't want there ever to be an air of quote-unquote inevitability that takes away people's agency, it takes away people's ability to make an impact, that tells us we don't matter. In fact, everything you do does matter. Every single thing you do matters, because you can stop the disease from being transmitted by doing the right thing, or you can inadvertently transmit the disease by doing the wrong thing. So every single New Yorker matters. When we talk about that core four, these are the basic things that make such a huge difference. When we tell people go out and get tested, it's because it tells us what's going on and what we need to do and helps us protect everyone. So these approaches work, but this is a participatory reality. They work when people really own it. And this takes me to another topic that is absolutely more crucial than ever, which is what happens if someone tests positive. What happens to protect their family? What happens to make sure that if they were in contact with other people, we reach them? And then when we find the need to protect someone, to safely separate them from their family, make sure that they get what they need, we don't just leave them out there and say, good luck. We, in fact, engage even more. And here's a time where we're telling people how important it is not to travel. Really want to keep emphasizing that. We're urging people not to travel for the holidays, but we know some people have to, or some people will choose to despite the warnings. What you do thereafter when you come back becomes crucial. And following the rules that require you to quarantine unless you have gone through certain testing is crucial. All of this works when people know that they will be supported. If you have to stay home, there's going to be help available to you. If you need medical help, if you need support, if you even need another place to stay. This is going to be more important than ever in our effort to stop the spread of COVID. So here to talk about this, what we call our Take Care effort. And again, it is going to loom large now because we need every single human being to honor the need to safely separate when that time comes, or to quarantine, to honor it, and to know they'll be helped. The person we put in charge of making sure this support is there for every single New Yorker needs it is Dr. Amanda Johnson from Health and Hospitals and our Test and Trace Corps. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start out by talking a little bit about household transmission. We know that household transmission is a significant concern for New Yorkers. We know that many of us live with roommates.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We mentioned that we were going to have a live report, so here we are. The largest hand recount in American history is underway in Georgia. We've been hearing about Georgia quite a bit lately, and they've uncovered over 2,500 ballots. We have Fox's Jayla Whitfield, who's out in Rome, Georgia. Jayla, can you tell us what's going on out there?
Yeah, so I'm in Rome in Floyd County, where they discovered over 2,500 ballots, and all of those ballots came right here from this location behind me at the administration building. Now, I asked them today, how did this happen? How did these ballots not be accounted for? And they don't know. They're still investigating that. But what they could tell me is there was a scanner during early voting that jammed. So that may have caused some issues, but they're not sure of the direct cause yet. Now, today, all of the election officials came back in to recount these ballots that were here at this location. Excuse me, not recount, but rescan these ballots. So they rescanned about 8,000 ballots, and that includes the 2,500 that were unaccounted for after that hand recount. I actually spoke with the election officials. This was a very tedious process. They separated the ballots into stacks of 50, and then they scanned each set of those ballots. They told me they did that because each scanner can take up to 100 ballots a minute, but they wanted to lower the risk of error and do a little bit lower than that to make sure things went correctly. But the people here tell me they're happy that they did this recount to make sure that every vote was counted. I think we have some sound from an official.
Yeah, I think initially a lot of us, when we found out that we needed to do this hand count, there was the thought of this isn't going to reveal anything. And I can tell you right now, we're very thankful now that we did this hand count, because it's going to ensure that everyone's vote counts. And that makes us feel really good that the process worked.
And you know, someone from the Secretary of State's office was also here today to investigate. They couldn't comment yet, but of course they are investigating these unaccounted for ballots to see what this problem is, to make sure it hopefully doesn't happen again.
Jayla, I do have a question for you, because we just took an update from the Georgia Secretary of State's office, and they're talking about Fayette County. Can you explain what is going on out there?
Yeah, that's more votes that were unaccounted for. And in Fayette County, it's about 2,700, a little bit more than that were unaccounted for. Now, in that situation, those ballots were scanned, but they weren't added to their total amount. But in this situation in Floyd County, these were votes that were never scanned or added in at all. So it's a little bit of a difference, but still, it's a good thing that we did this recount and this hand recount to make sure that these votes were counted, because if it wasn't done, they wouldn't have been counted.
Okay, so let's talk about dates now. The Secretary of State's office has a deadline of midnight tomorrow for counties to submit audit results. Do you feel like that's even possible to get done by tomorrow?
Yeah, the Secretary of State is saying that it's very likely that all of the counties are going to be finished by tomorrow at midnight. That is the deadline. There's 159 counties in Georgia, and most of them have already finished. So I think it's very likely that we're going to be finished wrapping things up by then. So hopefully we can certify this election in Georgia.
When that happens, the losing candidate can then request a recount. Are you hearing anything from the Trump campaign about immediately requesting after those results come in?
I'm not, only because the Secretary of State requested this hand recount. So that may take the place of President Trump requesting another recount on top of that. I'm not sure exactly how that will work, but I do know the Secretary of State requested this hand recount, and it was very tedious. They went through and counted each one of these 5 million ballots by hand. So this should be the right number when it comes out.
All right, Fox's Jayla Whitfield out there in Georgia. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
All right, again, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. That was Jayla out there, and we appreciate all of our reporters around the country. We're going to have more live reports tonight, so make sure you're staying tuned with us. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when we come back. For everyone who is staying with us, we're going to go back to that update coming out of New York City with Mayor Bill de Blasio. He's updating on restrictions amid cases surging across the country right now.
Is there for every single New Yorker needs it is Dr. Amanda Johnson from Health and Hospitals and our Test and Trace Corps. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start out by talking a little bit about household transmission. We know that household transmission is a significant concern for New Yorkers. We know that many of us live with roommates, and it's not uncommon to have households where you have children, parents, and grandchildren all sleeping under the same roof. We have emerging data from the CDC that shows us that in households where one person has tested positive for COVID-19, 53% of those households go on to have a second person test positive for COVID-19. And we also see that that transmission happens very early on. Of those 53% of households that went on to have a second person develop COVID-19, 75% had those infections happen within those first 5 days after exposure. So time really is of the essence here. We want you to know that the Take Care program is here to support you in doing the things that are going to keep your family members safe. So what can you do? I want to put out up front that you don't have to stay in your household posing undue risk to the people that you live with. We've served over 2,500 New Yorkers to date from the inception of our Take Care Hotel program, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how to connect with that program toward the end of my remarks. I also want to remind people that once you complete your interview, your first phone call with that contact tracer, we're going to ship you our Take Care package. I was here a couple of months ago and I shared with you the contents of that package, but just to recap, it includes personal protective equipment, it includes monitoring equipment such as thermometers, and if you are a COVID positive case, it includes a pulse oximeter, which is critically important for managing and watching your trajectory during your infection. It also includes cleaning supplies, hand sanitizer, and very recently we started to include an at-home testing kit. If you are a contact household, you'll start seeing this in the Take Care packages that arrive on your doorstep. So why is this kit important? When you know your status, you're going to take the right steps to protect your household and your workplace, and you're going to reach out to us for help. And when you test, we have the information that we need to continue fighting the virus, to continue identifying where it's spreading so that we can break the chains of transmission. I'm going to take a moment to go over just how to use this testing kit. So you're going to get a box like this in your Take Care package, and it has a couple of items in it for you. On the day that you decide to complete your at-home testing kit, you're going to want to go online and create an account. And you'll need this gift code, because we're giving it to you for free in your Take Care package, as well as this activation code so that this kit is linked with you specifically. The first thing you're going to want to do is find a flat surface and open this vial. This little plastic tube is where you're going to eventually put your specimen after it's been collected. I like to lean it in the box itself so that it stays upright. You also have a swab in your testing kit. This little plastic Q-tip-like instrument is going to be used to collect your specimen. You're going to put it inside each nostril, swirl it around about 4 times, and then take that same swab, put it in the other nostril, swirl it around 4 times. It should not be uncomfortable. Do not insert it more than an inch into your nostril. Once you've collected your specimen, you're going to take your tube and you're going to put the Q-tip into the medium, into the solution, and there's a little indentation so that it snaps off very easily. You're going to recap it. You're going to make sure that it's on tight and that it's not leaking. You'll put it in this bag. You'll seal this bag. You'll put it in your box, and then there's a sticker so that you can seal it up in your box as well. Once your box is sealed, you're going to put it in the prepaid mailing bag. And you're going to call the number that's included in the instructions in your Take Care package so that someone can pick it up for you and deliver it that same day. So test on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, because this needs to get to the lab on time so that your specimen can be processed appropriately. You should have your results within 48 hours. You get an email notification saying that your results have been imported into your account and they're visible for you to view online. But regardless of the result of the test, it's critically important that you stay in touch with your monitor. Your contact tracer is the only person who's going to be able to say for you when it's safe to exit isolation or quarantine. And regardless of whether you've tested, if you have symptoms, if you've been in close contact with someone who's tested positive for COVID-19 or has had symptoms that are consistent with COVID-19, don't wait. Separate. The Take Care program is here to help you do what you need to prevent the spread of transmission of COVID-19 to the people you care about or the people that you work with. So what does this look like? Call 212-COVID-19 so that you can get connected with the hotel program. Press 4 for hotel, and you'll speak immediately to somebody who can complete your intake, get your information, schedule a pickup, and get you to the hotel that evening. And if you decide that the right thing for you is to separate at home, we are still here for you. Call 212-COVID-19, press 5 so you can get connected to one of our amazing resource navigators. Resource navigators can help you get food delivered to your household, medications delivered to your household. If you're someone who uses methadone to treat opiate use disorder, we can help you get that delivered to your household. Find out how to get a quarantine order so that you can pursue paid sick leave or paid family leave if you're eligible. Let us know what it is that you need. The Take Care program has your back. We want to support you. We want to keep you safe. We want to get us out of this situation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. And I'm going to amplify a point. First of all, 212-COVID-19, that number opens up a lot of doors. And I keep saying if people need to talk to a medical professional and just consult with what's going on and get clarity, you can get that kind of help plus all the types of help that Dr. Johnson just outlined. What's crucial here is the fact that this city will go the extra mile every time to help someone who needs to navigate the situation. And this really needs to be fully understood. I think sometimes people feel alone. I think sometimes they feel they don't know where to turn for answers, or they feel overwhelmed by everything we've gone through. As Jimmy Otto said, this has been a long, tough time. But when you call 212-COVID-19, you get answers, you get help. It's all for free. We need to keep saying that. And I also want to thank Dr. Johnson. That quick display right there of what it takes to do the test and send it back, all live on television. I give you credit. It went through all the steps there very nicely. It's a reminder of how simple we're making things. So, wrapping all the pieces together, and thank you, Dr. Johnson, to you and your team for really making this an exceptional effort and one that any New Yorker News help can turn to any time for free. But this is also a reminder of how we do things in this city. We're up against a big challenge. That's true. We see what's happening all around us in the country. Most places doing, very sadly, much, much worse than New York City. We see a lot of what's happening around the world. We've seen a bunch of European countries lately go into lockdown. But we're different. I want to emphasize that because New Yorkers have been so disciplined, and we need to get even more disciplined because people have been paying attention, have been helping each other, watching each other's backs, because we have a Take Care initiative to help people, whether they're at home or they go to a hotel, because we have Test and Trace Core on a huge level. All of these things help, but nothing helps more than what you do. So continue to remember the power of just the basics. And remember that this year, it's not going to be with us much longer. I know we could all count our blessings, but I think we all would agree we are going to be really happy when we turn that calendar page to 2021 and put 2020 behind us. But the good news is that's not too far off. It's only weeks away. We have to tough it out now. We have to do everything that we're capable of doing so we can get to that point where the vaccine is here and the help is here we need. So everyone, let's go to today's indicators, and I'm going to talk about them as I go through. And they are sobering, but they also tell us there's still a chance to turn things around, as always. So number one, a daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. That threshold is 200 patients. Today's report is 100 patients with a confirmed positivity level of 36.19%. So again, 100 patients, we don't take that lightly. We want to always have that number be lower. But it has still remained lower than might have been expected. That's something we're watching carefully. The positivity level has gone up, still a lot less than what we experienced in the spring. So this is an area that we're going to be very carefully watching, very concerned about. but one that still remains well within our threshold. Number two, new reported cases on a 7-day average, threshold 550 cases. Obviously, over the last couple of weeks, we've gone well past that. Today's report is 870 cases, a cause for real concern. And then number three, percentage of people testing positive citywide for COVID-19. The daily report, 2.3%. The 7-day rolling average report is 2.6%. So again, we've seen growth there, but we have still a chance to turn this around before it starts to have more of an impact on our daily lives and on our city as a whole. And this is where each and every one of us have a role to play, including going out there and getting tested. And I'm going to keep saying it. If you haven't been tested in a while, get tested. If you've never been tested, get tested. Folks in Staten Island, particularly in that yellow zone set of neighborhoods, we need you to get tested. It makes a huge difference in our ability to fight back this disease. Few words in Spanish. Los próximos días y semanas van a ser críticos para nuestra ciudad. Esta pandemia no ha terminado y no debemos bajar la guardia ahora que enfrentamos una posible segunda ola. Juntos debemos hacer sacrificios para proteger a los nuestros y a nuestra ciudad. With that, let's turn to our colleagues in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Good morning, all. We'll now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we're joined today by Borough President Otto, by Dr. Ted Long, by Dr. Amanda Johnson, the director of the Take Care, by Dr. Dave Chokshi, by Dr. Mitchell Katz, and by Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma. The first question today goes to Bridget Bergen from WNYC.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I want to start with a question about schools. In the past, you've said that when the city hits a 7-day average of 3% positivity, that's the trigger for a system-wide shutdown of schools. And as the daily indicators make clear, we're very close to that. Are you still planning to shut schools down citywide immediately upon crossing that threshold?
Yes, Bridget, and it's something, look, no one wants to see that happen. I don't want to see that happen, and this is still, there's still a chance to turn that around, obviously, but we're preparing for that possibility. It's a rule we've put out there very clearly, and if any day we see in the morning the indicators come out and they've reached that level, then we will move immediately. The next day, schools will be shut down. But there's still a chance to do something to avert that, and that's why it's so urgent that everyone does what we're calling upon them to do to help protect our schools, which have been extraordinarily safe, thank God. Go ahead.
Some experts have pointed to the lower transmission among younger students. Is there any chance you would consider, just keeping elementary schools open if you were to cross that threshold, or reconsider the number or make it more targeted, or is this just sort of once we hit 3%, the system shuts down?
Bridget, we've put out a clear standard. We're going to stick to that standard, but I think there's another piece to this equation that needs to be considered, which is what happens next. And we do have to factor in that we've had unbelievably low level of transmission in our schools. That's a great blessing, and everyone deserves a lot of credit. Educators and staff, the parents, the kids, everyone's done what we needed them to do. So if we get to a closure point, we're then going to assess what we need to do to come back as quickly as possible. And at that point, we'll look at a variety of options, because we have something now we didn't have before, evidence about how schools would actually end up being in this and how things would end up working in this environment. And so now we'll take that information, and that will determine, if we get to that point, it will determine the road back.
The next is Emma Fitzsimmons from the New York Times.
Hi, good morning, Mayor. First question about the schools. The World Health Organization says 5%, even the governor has said 9% should be the threshold for schools in other parts of the state. Can you help New Yorkers understand why you're sticking to the 3% threshold? Is it about the teachers union? Why are you so committed to that standard?
The standard was put forward, Emma, to really create a bond with the whole school community, to say to parents and students, to say to educators and staff that we would act out of an abundance of caution to really protect our school communities and so that people could come back with confidence. What everyone has done has really exceeded all of our expectations. The extraordinary strength and discipline of our school communities has played out, and the numbers are amazing, how few kids, how few staff have tested positive. But we put a standard out to say to everyone, we'll have your back. We're going to do this in a very rigorous fashion. We need to stick to that standard. But again, if we get to the point where we have to close, that is for a limited period of time by definition. Big picture, vaccine is coming. But even before we talk about vaccine, if we get to a 3% or above level, then what we all need to do is fight it right back and get it back down again. So we're going to be talking with everyone in our school communities about what it's going to take to come back in that instance. But I do think people needed to have faith that their safety came first, and we provided that faith, and that's part of why our schools worked as well as they did. Go ahead.
Thanks. And back on the second wave, so are you and Governor Cuomo?
And this is Andrew Kraft with NewsNOW from Fox. We just want to break in here for some breaking news that we're getting out of the White House today. The president hasn't tweeted really all day, and this is the first time we've heard from him on Twitter today, and we want to just bring this up now. We're getting news that the president has fired the DHS cybersecurity head over election disputes, election differences. So we want to just bring this up here, and we have the president's tweet. Let's read that right now. The recent statement by Chris Krebs on the security of the 2020 election was highly inaccurate in that there were massive improprieties and fraud, including dead people voting, poll watchers not allowed into polling locations, glitches, in quotation marks, in the voting machines, which changed votes from Trump to Biden, late voting, and many more. Therefore, effective immediately, Chris Krebs has been terminated as director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. And we'll just note that the same Chris Krebs and his agency within DHS issued a statement that we want to just put up on the screen here, and it's a little small to read, but we want to read some of it, and this is what the president is responding to at the moment. This was from November 12th, and let's put this on the screen. We're going to drop the banner here just so you can see it. This was a joint statement from Elections Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council and the Election Infrastructure Sector Coordinating Executive Committees. And I want to just read some of it. They said the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history. Right now, across the country, election officials are reviewing and double-checking the entire election process prior to finalizing the result. When the states have close elections, many will recount ballots. All of the states with close results in the 2020 presidential race have paper records of each vote, allowing the ability to go back and count each ballot if necessary. This is an added benefit for security and resilience. This process allows for the identification and correction of any mistakes or errors. And this is the key part here in bold. There is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. And so you see now that the president, after this statement was released, that statement came on November 12th, that he is now taking some type of retaliatory action on the officials who released that statement, directly contradicting what the president said, and the president issuing these highly questionable claims that these machines switched votes from Trump to Biden, that there was late voting, and many more, the president says in this tweet. Therefore, we reported to you just a few minutes ago that the president has fired the DHS cybersecurity head via this tweet coming from the president just moments ago. In the meantime, we just want to take it back out now to Mayor Bill de Blasio, who is still giving that press conference from earlier about coronavirus in New York City. So let's listen in.
Which we can talk about offline, about the Archdiocese to close some of the Catholic schools on Staten Island. But the yellow zone designation is a statement that says we're going in the wrong direction and we have to alter our behavior, and I concur with that.
Yeah, and Paul, just to add, I talked to the governor about this, but I also talked to Cardinal Dolan about everything that needs to be done to protect people. And I respect the choice of the Archdiocese. We will support them with the schools, whatever they choose to do. But I also want to thank the Cardinal. He's been a very clear voice saying to folks how important it is to take the precautions, to practice social distancing, to wear the masks. You've seen in Catholic churches exemplary safety approaches. And his message, which he's been very public about, is that everyone needs to realize this is what works and gather together, with that meaning come together with the understanding that we have proven tools to fight back this disease and protect everyone, and that's what we need to focus on. Go ahead, Paul.
For sure. Thank you, guys. Just to follow up on that, I guess my question, maybe I didn't phrase it correctly, but the fact that we're waiting until Friday to put these rules in place and that we're announced Wednesday, do you think that that delay is appropriate? And just related to...
Paul, I couldn't hear that last part. Do we still have him?
I think I got cut off.
Go ahead, you're good. Paul, you're okay.
I'm good? Oh, sorry. And just regarding the schools, in terms of shutdowns, the governor has repeatedly asserted his authority over those decisions. I just wanted to see how you square that regarding the city's plan.
Yeah, so Paul, first of all, look, the state made their announcement yesterday on a Wednesday, and they said it would take effect Friday at 10 o'clock. I think that's been very consistent. What the state's done before, they usually give a couple of days for people to make adjustments. In terms of schools, I talked to the governor about, the standard that we set a long time ago. The state's general approach to school districts all over the state has been to make sure they had clear health and safety plans, but to also provide a certain amount of leeway to local realities. So, it's quite clear this 3% standard's been out there for quite a while. Again, I think it's absolutely crucial to abide by it now, but then to also recognize that we need a strategy for comeback as quickly as possible if, in fact, we ever get to that shutdown point. And I think the state understands that, and they'll be working with us on that.
The next is Andrew Siff from NBC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and all on the call. I know you've been addressing this so far today, Mayor, but I want to sort of press you on this. Have you reached out to Mike Mulgrew at the UFT and asked whether or not he'd be willing to move the threshold, given how safe the schools have been and how important you went on and on for weeks about the importance of in-person school, given how safe they've turned out to be? Why wouldn't you try to move the threshold before you close them down?
Yeah, this isn't about one person or one organization, Andrew. I really want you to understand this. This is a standard we set that was about keeping faith with everyone in all school communities. So on the bigger question, I've been in touch with Michael constantly since school opened. We talk about a whole host of issues. But this goes far beyond one institution, because we said to everyone, we will keep you safe and we will hold very, very stringent standards. I've talked about that gold standard for the schools. That meant everyone wore a mask, students and adults alike all the time. And it meant social distancing, it meant constant cleaning, it meant all sorts of things in combination that, are far beyond what's done almost any place else in the world. And we had to prove to people it worked, and we have been able to do that. But we also said, if this situation changed in the city, we're going to have a very, very tough standard, and we're sticking to that standard. We're not there yet, thank God, and we don't have to be there. If everyone, joins in, I think we still can avert this. But if it does happen, then we're going to work quickly to bring the schools back, and that will be its own discussion about what those standards should be, especially in light of some of the success that we've had. Go ahead, Andrew.
Timetable, if it should reach that threshold where schools might be closed for, say, December and January, in your mind, is there a target goal for when they could reopen?
Yeah, I think this is the fastest possible turnaround based on the facts that are going on in the city as a whole, and obviously what we've seen and what we've learned now from the actual experience of running the schools. So again, we are not there. Everyone's worried, everyone's preparing, but we're not there. Our schools are open today. We're going to maintain hope. If they do close, I want to see them come back at the first available opportunity, and we'll be having that conversation with a lot of different stakeholders and the health experts especially to figure out what's the right way to do that.
We have time for two more for today. The next is Nolan Hicks from The Post.
Good morning, everybody. I want to follow up Andrew's question. In Europe, most of the major cities are once again under lockdown, but public officials there have taken precautions and great pride in keeping their public schools open in spite of that. Is there anything to be learned from their example? Why are we still looking at closing the schools at 3% if other major cities under lockdown have kept theirs open?
It's a different reality in my mind. I can't speak for the European situation. I can speak to what we went through in this city and what we've seen in the rest of the country. So Nolan, we went through a horrible time. Obviously, we were the epicenter of the crisis. And you will remember there was so much concern over the summer about what it would take to bring back schools safely. And we strongly believed we could make it work. But until you do it, until you prove it, it's a different matter. So now we have proven it can be done. But that was when the positivity levels were much lower. We need to now figure out what makes sense going forward. But I think one thing that's crucial here is parents, educators, staff have all seen there's been a consistent standard in terms of health and safety. It's worked. We're sticking to what we committed to. But then we're also, if we get to that point, we're going to figure out what it takes to come back as quickly as possible. And I remind people the history of this city and even the recent situation in Brooklyn and Queens. Every time it looked dire in New York City, people rallied and fought back. It's been an absolutely clear pattern, whether it was what we saw earlier in the summer in places like Sunset Park or Soundview, bigger problem in Brooklyn and Queens. Every single time that fight back occurs. So I hold out that real hope that even if we get to a shutdown moment, it's just how quickly we gather our forces and come back. Go ahead, Nolan.
And on that point, obviously there's been the coronavirus has caused a great deal of disruption in everyone's life. A lot of parents who are trying to figure out what their kids are going to do for high school. We've been told that the high school admissions workshops have been canceled, at least so far. When are they going to be rescheduled? And if they're not, how are kids applying for high school this year?
Yeah, Nolan, we obviously have to address all that, and we will. To say the least, we've been dealing with a lot of moving targets because of the coronavirus and absolutely unprecedented situations. And our central focus for the last few months was getting school up and running safely and effectively and trying to make things work well in this new environment. But we've got to start to turn more and more focus to next year and therefore the admissions process. So we're going to have a lot more to say on that soon. We're going to make it clear to people, even under these conditions, how we keep going with it. So parents can rest assured they're going to get guidance on that very soon.
Last question for today goes to Christina Vega from Chalkbeat.
Hi, Mayor. Thanks so much for taking my question. I was hoping you could share more about how, if we get there, a shutdown would actually happen. Would remote learning start immediately the next day, or would teachers have time to transition? Are plans being shared with principals about how logistically this will work out? It seems like the last shutdown, understandably, was pretty abrupt, and so people are just wondering how logistically this would happen.
Yeah, Christina, really important questions. Thank you. Well, remember, I want to put in perspective not only the last shutdown, which was a very painful situation, but we've said throughout that now as we go into the colder months, if we had what used to be called a snow day, the new version of a snow day would be the physical buildings would be closed, but online learning would be available to everyone, to every single child, whether they're blended or remote. So we're already in a situation where principals and teachers knew that we could teach every child remote at any point if we had to, literally the next day if we had to. Everyone is being alerted to prepare for something that might be obviously longer than a single snow day, that might go on for days or weeks. So we're preparing that now. But the simple idea would be, if in the morning, any morning, we saw that we had unfortunately reached that 3% level on the 7-day rolling average or higher, that school day would be completed, the next day school would be shut down, and everything would go all remote. Go ahead.
And what about for pre-K centers that are run by CBOs, private schools, independent schools, and also like state-run special education schools? Are they subject to the city's shutdown order, or can they continue to do what they think is best?
Yeah, and again, we're not there yet, and let's pray we don't get there. But this is another good question, like some of the ones earlier about the essential workers. We have to figure out, now that unfortunately it's something that might happen, we have to figure out those standards. So we will get that guidance out right away. We do look at each situation differently. We're also particularly concerned about special education kids and the needs they have, which is even more important that some of that be in person. So those are areas we're working on right now, and we'll be able to give you an update on that real soon. So everyone, look, as we conclude today, just want to say we have something that is different this time. Some people may tell you, we're about to go through the same thing we went through in March and April. I don't think that is at all true, honestly. I think we have a challenge we're facing right now, but we have a profound difference to begin with. Experience. We've all been through this, and we proved that we could fight back and overcome it. The experience also means our hospitals know a lot more about how to manage this fight against the disease. Our people know a lot more. It's a very, very different reality. And so I really want people to remember to always keep hope. It's been tough, but now we know a lot more, and we actually see a vaccine coming for the first time, an actual, real, tangible vaccine. We know that when that vaccine arrives, we'll be able to start distributing it right away. We know that new medications are actually working in protecting people, even the most vulnerable, and saving their lives and stopping this disease from taking their lives. There are a lot of things that are very different in November than the situation in March and April. So let's take some hope and some energy from that. And the most important point is New Yorkers won the battle before. We can win the battle again, but we need everyone to be working together to get it done. Let's do that. Thank you, everybody.
Well, we were just listening to Mayor Bill de Blasio out of New York City there, giving his daily coronavirus update. We want to just take you out now to the White House, where we were just broke in a couple minutes ago with some breaking news to share coming from the president, in that the president has fired the head of the Cybersecurity Elections Division at the Department of Homeland Security. His name is Chris Krebs, and he did this via Twitter just a couple minutes ago, responding to a statement Krebs and other election security officials issued November 12th. Directly contradicting the president's unverified claims that the election was stolen from him via a number of highly suspect and false measures. We showed you that tweet just a little earlier where the president claimed the election was stolen from him via late votes, including votes that switched from Trump to Biden. There's no evidence for this, and yet the election official who works in his administration directly contradicted that just a couple days ago and now has since been fired for directly contradicting the president. Krebs is a former Microsoft executive. He ran the agency. It's known as CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. He won bipartisan praise as CISA coordinated federal, state, and local efforts to defend electoral systems from foreign or domestic interference. He kept a low profile, even as he voiced confidence ahead of the November vote, and afterward knocked down allegations that the count was tainted by fraud. And we showed you one of those, we showed you that statement the president was referring to in this tweet, and we can just bring it up here. And remember, in bold, it said there is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. Obviously, that is directly contradicting what the president said on Twitter as he terminated Chris Krebs, and now there's a vacancy in that position. We'll be monitoring any reaction from Republican leaders, from Republican elected officials, from the Biden transition. We'll see if the president-elect has anything to say about this recent firing via tweet by the president. You'll remember just last week, the president fired Mark Esper, his former Secretary of Defense, amid some disagreements over troop drawdowns in Iraq and Afghanistan. His new acting Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, announced today that troops will be drawing down in Afghanistan and Iraq by mid-January of next year. And so the president remains to be seen if anyone else is on the chopping block in the administration as we enter this lame duck period of the Trump White House. So we want to kind of keep on this story a little bit and just show you this statement. And I have it on the screen here. And remember, this statement was released directly responding to one of the president's tweets from about, I believe, 6 days ago, 5 or 6 days ago, in which the president claimed that some of these votes that were tabulated using these Dominion voting processing machines, he claimed hundreds of thousands of them switched from Trump to Biden. There's no evidence to support that. That's why this statement was released. It was a joint statement from election security officials in the administration, mind you, members of Election Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council Executive Committee, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, that we were referencing. That's the head of that. Chris Krebs just recently got fired mere minutes ago by the president. And a number of other election security officials. And just to reiterate and say and read this to you from this statement, the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history. Right now across the country, election officials are reviewing and double-checking the entire election process prior to finalizing the result. When states have close elections, many will recount ballots. All of the states with close results in the 2020 presidential race have paper records of each vote, allowing the ability to go back and count each ballot if necessary. This is an added benefit for security and resilience. This process allows for the identification and correction of any mistakes or errors. In bold, this is the point we want to emphasize here that this statement is emphasizing. There is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. And granted, this is coming from the entity at the Department of Homeland Security that oversees election security, and they're saying this. It's directly contradicting what the president has been tweeting over the last few days and the tweet that just came down today firing Chris Krebs. We're efforting some more info on Chris Krebs, trying to get a picture of him on the screen for you just to get a sense of his likeness and his background. But we want to just, excuse me, repeat from some of the Associated Press's reporting right now that Krebs was a former Microsoft executive. He ran the agency known as CISA from its creation. And remember, this agency is very young. It's very new. It was created in the wake of Russian interference with the 2016 election. So its primary goal, its primary objective is to root out foreign interference in elections. But the head of the agency having to root out now interference done domestically, it could be argued, by the president, sowing doubt in the electoral process. And that is why Krebs got fired today, make no doubt about it. So we're sticking on this story. If we learn more, if Chris Krebs makes a statement in response to his firing, we clip this on our stream channel for you. We'll be getting reaction and efforting reaction from the Biden transition, from any Republican officials, any Republican senators or congressmen, to see if they have any reaction. And we just want to bring up something for you. This was a tweet from earlier today via Chris Krebs, and this could have directly been the through line for maybe the president saw this today. He said, Chris Krebs said, tweeting this morning, in case you missed it, on allegations that election systems were manipulated, 59 election security experts all agree. In every case of which we are aware, these claims either have been unsubstantiated or are technically incoherent. Hashtag protect 2020. So, like I said, we'll be following this story here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back in 2 minutes. Once again, I'm Andrew Kraft, and we thank everyone for watching, going into the 6 p.m. hour here Mountain Time in Phoenix, 8 p.m. there on the East Coast. And we welcome you back to News Now from Fox. We want to just switch gears here as we're efforting more information on this breaking story. And we'll be monitoring if the president makes any more firings, terminations, personnel moves. Like I said previously, remember last week, the president, via tweet, fired his Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper. He installed another DOD official there, Christopher Miller, as acting Secretary of Defense. And this was all due to the president's disagreements with Esper and other DOD officials about keeping troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. We now know that it was announced today by the new acting Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, that troop levels in Iraq and Afghanistan will be brought down about 50% going into January. So interesting to see if the president will make any more firings or personnel moves going into this lame duck session, and we'll be monitoring that here. But for now, we do want to take it back out to the coronavirus news that's ravaging the country. More than 150,000 cases daily for like the last 3 weeks. So we want to go out to Ohio, where the Republican governor, Mike DeWine, gave a briefing today, taking questions from reporters on the situation there in the Buckeye State.
The country. So very, very, very good news. The bad news is that our situation in Ohio is deteriorating. We see more and more cases, more and more people in the hospital, and we've got to turn this thing around. We literally have to build a bridge to get from here to the point when we're going to have the immunity from the vaccine. So we got to get over this. We got to get over this bad spot. And I'm going to talk today about some of the things that we can do. And it sounds like the reports I'm getting around Ohio, we're already starting to do that. More and more people are wearing masks in retail outlets, which is just great news. So let's, Eric is back. Good to see you, Eric. Let's take a look at the numbers. Let's go to today's slide. 7,000 cases. This has been running between 7,000 and 8,000 for about a week. 6 weeks ago, we were at about 1,000, so it's gone up dramatically. Number of deaths sadly at 30. Hospitalizations way up, 368. We'll talk about hospitalizations in a moment. Those people in the hospital. 21-day average was 210, and ICU admissions is up a little bit as well. Let's talk a little bit about hospitalization. October 13th, we had 1,000 people in our hospitals in Ohio who had COVID. November 5th, that number was 2,000. By November 12th, that number had gone from 2,000 to 3,000. And you look at today's number, 3,648. So this is just, as you can tell, going up dramatically. You'll see that the yellow is the ICU, and that's going up certainly as well. And you'll see COVID positive hospitalized is the purple. So just a dramatic change. I spent yesterday traveling around in some of the southeastern parts of the state, as well as the northwestern part of Ohio. I had doctors with me at each stop, and each one of them described what they were seeing in their local hospital. Let's the ICU. Let me give you the ICU numbers. 1 month ago, we had 280 of our fellow Ohioans in ICU. Today, we have 900. So a dramatic increase of those in that situation. So Eric, let's take a look at the next one. This is our slide. Of course, 88 counties ranked by highest occurrence. And again, as you'll see, every single county is now a high incidence. And these numbers continue to go up even for the counties that have the least spread. If we look here, Meigs County, for example, still these are high numbers. Every county in the state is at least 2 times the high incident level set by the CDC. Eric, let's look at the top 20. And if you look at the top 20, these are astronomical numbers. If you look at the top 5, Putnam, Mercer, Allen, Lake, Auglaize, these numbers are just shocking. It means that 1 out of 100 people in the last 2 weeks was diagnosed with COVID. So just think about the odds, and we know that's always lower than not everybody's diagnosed, not everyone has the test. And so what that means is that dramatically increases the chance of someone in those counties running into somebody who does in fact have the COVID. And again, it's the reason for the mask, it's the reason for the distancing. All right, Eric, let's take a look at the next slide. This is something we've shown before. I believe this is cases versus testing. This shows we're very happy to see the testing going up, and it continues to go up. But number of cases is going up obviously much more dramatically. So we have some people who think that the increase in testing is what's causing the increase in cases. Yeah, a little bit of it, but most of it is more and more cases. So let's take a look at the next slide, Eric. So this is number again, tests performed, and you can see these numbers are going way up. We're certainly happy about that. And the positivity number, the 7-day running average is 12.8 positivity. The last day was 13.8. So certainly not heading in the right direction. So let's talk a little bit about building that bridge to get us across till we get to the point when we start not only getting testing out, getting vaccinations out, but get them out enough so that we're starting to get that herd immunity. So it's a ways away, but the good news is it is coming. And it's great news that we got this week and last week. Well, we started down that path last week with our retail mask order. We had inspectors go out yesterday for the first day Again, our goal is to protect the workers in the retail establishments, also to protect customers when they go in. It's the right thing to do with every county now being hot, every county now having very significant spread. The good news is that we have had some reports that even before Monday, when it started to be enforced, we were starting to see number of people who are wearing masks in retail establishments go up. And I got some emails from some folks who have been in these different retail establishments and some of them. So that's great. We just encourage people to continue to do that. We reissued last week the order that people should not come together, 10 or more people. That has to do, of course, with wedding receptions and funerals. Again, not impacting the wedding receptions or the weddings themselves, the ceremony, nor the funerals, but the receptions, the getting together. The order simply says that it has to follow basically the restaurant protocol. There's a few additional tweaks in there, but it's basically people need to wear masks when they're not actively eating. They need to be seated. They need to be careful. And we think that will help when people follow that, as well, as we've seen a lot of tragedy come out, sadly, out of weddings and out of funerals, and spread coming from that. What else can we do? I think really, if we could summarize what we need to do, it's wear a mask and have fewer contacts. What do I mean by that? Well, think back to the spring. We did some shutdown. People stayed home, not looking at anything that drastic. But we know that if we reduce the number of people we come in contact every day with, that we reduce the chances of getting the virus. And we reduce the chances of spreading the virus if we unknowingly have it. You can look back in the spring, or you can look back in March, April, and you just saw activity went down. And we're not talking about closing any businesses as we did then, but what we're asking every Ohioan to do is to limit your activity, limit your contacts with other Ohioans. So how are we going to do that? We're issuing a curfew. And the curfew will start Thursday at 10 p.m. So the curfew every day for 21 days. We're going to try it for 21 days, see how we're doing. For 21 days, 3 weeks, at 10 p.m., retail establishments need to be closed and people should be home. That will run until 5 a.m. I know a lot of people like to get up and exercise and do things. That's great. We believe that this is going to help. It's going to reduce some of the contacts that are taking place. What else can be done? So I'm asking, in addition to the curfew itself, I'm asking each Ohioan every day to do at least one thing that reduces your contact with others, or one thing that enhances your personal contact with someone, your emotional contact with them, but not a physical contact. What are we talking about? Let me give maybe some examples that I just wrote down today. You're thinking about going and watching the Ohio State game with a bunch of friends. Don't do it. Pull back. Watch that at home. Talk about it on the phone. Skype in if you want to talk back and forth about it. But pull back. Wear a mask to church. Again, something that people can do. Call a friend. Just talk to a friend. Chris is going to talk a little bit later today about some of the mental health toll that's going on during this pandemic and what people can do to alleviate that. Something you can do. Write a letter. Write a letter to someone. People like to get mail. They don't get a handwritten note very often. Give them that. Again, something positive that we can do during this time. something we did back in the spring. We consolidated trips. I was talking to someone the other day. They said, you know, in the spring I would have made one trip to the grocery store. Yeah, this week I've made 2, maybe 3. So you can buy the same amount of stuff. We want to help the merchants, but make a list, consolidate it. These are just simple things. Everyone can come up with their own list.
So we've been listening to Governor Mike DeWine there of Ohio, and he says the situation is looking pretty dire there. Still in the Buckeye State, hospitalizations are up, positive cases are up. So we'll be monitoring that. We're going to go back to that a little later. But we have a live report coming from Wilmington, Delaware, and Fox's own Madeline Rivera is there, and she's been following the Biden transition now going forward. And Maddie, Biden had a national security briefing today, but it wasn't official government channels. What was discussed, and was the press allowed in?
Hey, Andrew. Yes, Biden met with diplomatic intelligence and defense experts today, and this is what he's had to do because the General Services Administration has not formally recognized the transition process, so Biden can't meet with federal government employees and receive classified intelligence briefings, so he's trying to work around some of those roadblocks, including, again, meeting with those national security experts. He's trying to make do with that. And as for whether press was allowed in, they were allowed to do a photo spray, but they weren't allowed to listen in to that briefing, Andrew.
And Madeline, I was kind of curious as well. Has there been any pushback, especially to the Biden transition, about making these events more transparent going forward, especially if the people he is talking to could potentially be cabinet picks?
Certainly, and that is something that the press corps has pushed the Biden campaign with. They've been looking for more daily press briefings, and it's hard to tell why the Biden campaign or the Biden-Harris transition team did not decide to make this meeting today public, but you can imagine that perhaps there was some information there, private information and sensitive information that perhaps they didn't want the public to know about, but one can only assume, of course, because the press wasn't allowed in, but I'm imagining that might be the case, Andrew.
And Madeline, talk about some of these senior staff hires that have been reported today. Obviously, the Biden transition is beefing up the White House staff, anticipating going into the White House next January. So do we have any names? Do we have any high prominent positions that you can tell us?
Yes, so Biden has brought on board people who have been around with him, close with him throughout the campaign trail, people who brought him to the dance, essentially, as he likes to say. So one of them is former campaign manager Jen O'Malley-Dillon. She will serve as deputy chief of staff, chief strategist Mike Donilon, who will serve as a senior advisor to Biden, and Louisiana Congressman Cedric Richmond, who we talked about yesterday, and at the time we were thinking of it as just a rumor, but that was confirmed this morning. The congressman will be leaving his seat in Louisiana to serve as a senior advisor for Biden as well. So those are some of the names that have been out there and released this morning. And just to give you an idea, Biden has made, or he has said that he wants to make diversity a main priority in his administration. He said during the campaign trail that diversity, that he wants his administration to look like the country. And so that's what he's trying to do there. In fact, the Biden-Harris transition team released some data over the weekend regarding the numbers that they want to accomplish. They said that 41% of senior staff are people of color and 46% of all staff are people of color. 53% of senior staff are women and 52% of all staff are women. So their hires today, they hope anyway, reflect some of those goals that they've been trying to achieve, Andrew.
And lastly, Madeline, just one more question. What is Biden's schedule going forward throughout the week? Are we expecting more meetings like this? We know he's had a few more calls with world leaders today, but what about going forward in the week?
Yes, you can expect that he will continue meeting with those or speaking with those foreign leaders, and tomorrow he will be having a COVID-19 briefing. And these were some of the priorities that Biden identified again during the campaign trail, so he's trying to tackle some of that. So he will be meeting with the health experts tomorrow, Andrew.
All right, Fox's Madeline Rivera for us in Wilmington, Delaware, giving us all the latest on the Biden-Harris transition. Madeline, thanks so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, and we are following all things Biden-Harris transition here on News Now from Fox, giving you the latest updates on the staff hires, the world leader calls, the strategy going forward as we await Biden incoming in the White House January 21st, 2020. Remember, the president has not conceded. He's not legally required to do so. He still has a lot of these election disputes pending before district and state and federal courts around the country, especially in those battleground states. So we're going to watch out for those and see what happens there. But we want to take a quick commercial break. It's 2 minutes long, but stick with us once again on News Now from Fox. And we want to thank everyone for joining us. It's a little after 6 p.m. here in Phoenix, Arizona, a little after 8 p.m. there in Wilmington, Delaware, where we just spoke to Fox's Madeline Rivera on all things Biden and Harris. We want to just let all of our viewers know we would love a follow on Twitter at NewsNowFox. We're trying to get our Twitter brand up there. If some of your family or friends want to know where to watch us here on News Now, they can go to newsnowfox.com. It lists all the places, all the platforms you can find us on, and we really appreciate you watching. We're going to bring more breaking news throughout the evening. Remember, News Now from Fox has extended hours of live coverage. We're going to 1 a.m. Eastern and then picking up back again at 6 a.m. Eastern at our East Coast Bureau in Orlando, Florida. You probably saw some new faces recently, and they're our team there on the East Coast. So I want to thank everyone for watching. Still, we're going to go back out now to Ohio and listen in to some more of what Governor Mike DeWine has to say about the dire COVID situation there in his state.
Maybe 2, maybe 3. So you can buy the same amount of stuff. We want to help the merchants, but make a list, consolidate it. These are just simple things. Everyone can come up with their own list. So I'm really asking, and we're asking every Ohioan to do one thing at least, or 2 or 3, that cuts down the contact every single day. Ask what you can do for your fellow man. Ask what you can do for the people of Ohio. And we are all in this together. And what each one of us does will make a difference. We don't have to cut these contacts down by as much as we did in the spring. But if we can cut it down, say 20%, 25%, we're going to have a significant impact. And you couple that with what we really didn't know in the spring, and that was that these masks work really well. And so you couple the mask with that, couple the cutting down on the number of contacts, and that's going to go a long way to keeping our hospitals from being overrun. It's going to go a long way to keep our kids in school. It's going to go a long way to keep our loved ones who are in a nursing home safe. I want to now go to our Chief Medical Officer of the Ohio Department of Health, Dr. Bruce Vanderhoff. Doctor, thank you for joining us. You're officially on the team, and so thank you very, very much for this, the good work that you're doing. I know that you and I have talked an awful lot. We talked some before you took the position, but we've been talking a lot more since you took this position. So give us a little perspective from a medical, scientific point of view about what we're seeing in Ohio right now, and maybe some of the things that we should be looking to do and what the significance of all this is.
Well, thank you, Governor DeWine. I'd like to share information about really 2 things: the science of COVID-19 and how our hospitals are handling all of this. First, let's turn to the science. At the beginning of March, when COVID-19 first arrived in Ohio, we didn't know much about the virus and the disease it causes. This science has evolved as the virus has spread across the world, and today our picture of how the disease progresses is much more complete. What we know is that this disease is spread mostly through the air by respiratory droplets. When we cough, sneeze, sing, talk, even when we breathe, we expel virus droplets into the air. If an infected person is having a conversation in close proximity to another person, or coughs, or sneezes next to them, we know now that that second person is at real risk of being infected by some of these airborne droplets. Fortunately, what we know today is that there really are simple things each and every one of us can do to protect ourselves from these droplets. We can maintain a good distance, say 6 feet, from those around us, and we can wear a mask. These are simple and yet very effective non-pharmaceutical interventions that accomplish 3 things. They protect the person you're interacting with because the mask limits your respiratory droplet spray, and keeping your distance makes it harder to share the virus. Today, we also know that the masks protect the wearer from being on the receiving end of another person's respiratory droplets. And there's now scientific evidence that if you're wearing a mask and yet still are infected, you're less likely to get sick than if you weren't wearing a mask. I also want to comment on the importance of good ventilation. As we shift to being more and more inside, we need to look for ways to ensure good ventilation when we're around others. So if you're going to be inside around people who aren't in your inner circle, consider cracking a window in addition to wearing a mask. The science is absolutely clear. Keeping your distance, wearing a mask, and good ventilation all work together to form a protective barrier against viral transmission. It doesn't matter if you feel fine or you just have a mild tickle in your throat. You could be asymptomatic and still a carrier, able to infect the people around you, even if you feel absolutely fine. That's why it's crucial that each one of us wears a mask when we're around anyone who isn't in our immediate circle. Now, as the holidays approach, these protective measures are going to be even more important. It's obviously not possible to wear a mask while you're eating or you're drinking, which is why we're recommending that you celebrate small this season. Keeping your celebrations to the inner circle of people who live in your household will help protect you and your family. Now I'd like to turn to our hospitals. Something that's important for us to know as we think about and talk about COVID-19 is the trajectory of this disease and how long it may take for someone to get sick enough to end up in the hospital. Say, for example, I was infected with COVID-19 on Monday. It could take 3 days for the virus to make me sick enough to start showing symptoms. Then it could take me another couple days of feeling lousy before I decided to go to the doctor. Assuming I got tested and the doctor gave me a result and that result came back, let's say, fairly quickly in 48 hours, it could take another couple of days of feeling badly before I got sick enough to say, I need to go to the hospital. Once people get admitted to the hospital, we need to be aware that they aren't staying a short period of time. We've made great strides in the treatment of COVID-19, and those advancements have, in fact, reduced hospital stays a lot. Nevertheless, even with these improvements, a person who gets admitted to the hospital for COVID-19 typically will stay several days. And if you're sick enough to end up in the ICU, especially on a ventilator, your length of stay could be weeks. Now, if you've never seen anyone who needs a ventilator for assistance with breathing, you should know that it's not an easy road. It can take a long time to rebound from being on a vent. It's grueling and requires a long recovery, even after you're breathing on your own again. I speak directly with my colleagues in healthcare around the state each and every day. And what they're telling me is that the situation is very serious. As we look around the state, every county is being impacted. There's no relief valve. There's no place where the virus isn't transmitting at a high rate. A month ago, we had 1,000 people in the hospital at any given time. Today, that number is more than 3,600, and it's growing considerably. In the spring, we focused our efforts on conserving PPE and building physical capacity, the space and the stuff for our healthcare system. We were successful, and we're in much better position today to help support our hospitals through this surge. However, we now face a different kind of crisis. It's the people. It's a staffing crisis. Our caregivers are in a precarious situation. They're at risk of illness because of their exposure or their family's exposure outside the hospital. As a result of these outside the hospital exposures, some of those people, some of those vital nurses and other medical staff may be quarantined or may become ill themselves. Many of them have been treating COVID-19 patients since March, and they're just exhausted. Let me leave you with this thought. We all need to do absolutely everything we can to contain the spread of this virus. We're at a critical juncture. We need to protect our healthcare workers. I spoke earlier about the trajectory of the disease. Remember that even if we make necessary changes immediately, it's going to take us weeks before we start seeing any real improvement in those hospital numbers. Even if you don't believe in masks, please wear one. Keep your distance from other people and reconsider your gatherings to protect our healthcare workers. They really need us now more than ever.
Doctor, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. Great to have you on the team. Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services Director Lori Chris is next, and we're going to Skype her in. And Lori, you've talked to me a lot about what we're seeing out there with people and their mental health needs. I know that as I've talked to other people across the state, we're seeing that as well. Maybe you can help us a little bit about how to get through this and maybe help family and friends get through it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Governor, for having me back. I appreciate your attention to our physical health and our mental health as Ohioans, and I know that so many others do as well. This pandemic is definitely creating prolonged stress for all of us, and if you're feeling stressed out, you're not alone. It's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to ask for help. And these are things that you've heard me say before, you've heard the governor talk about before, and it's true. We've established an Ohio Care Line so that if you want to talk to someone about your stress, you can call 1-800-720-9616 to connect with a mental health professional 24 hours a day. And maybe you don't want to have a conversation. You'd rather just text with someone. That's available too. You can text the number 4 and the word HOPE to 741-741, and you can chat via text. Either way, you're connected to a mental health professional that's just going to walk you through answering questions that you have, listening to your concerns, connecting you to resources or information in your local community. Maybe you don't really need to talk to someone yet, but there are still healthy ways for each of us to think about adapting to adversity during the pandemic. And these are pretty simple things that each of us can do, but they do take some attention on our part to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. So the governor's already talked about this, staying emotionally connected to people that we care about each day, reaching out to a friend or a family member with a phone call. It helps us feel better as the person making call, and it's always great to get a phone call from a friend too. Get a little bit of fresh air, a little bit of sunlight, a little bit of exercise each day. That gets a little harder in the colder months in Ohio, especially the sunlight sometimes, but getting outside, and even if it's just bundling up and taking a walk around the block or doing some stretches inside near a window, these are good things for us physically. And then the other thing I'll just mention quickly today is prioritizing time for your spirituality or your faith. Spending some time in meditation or prayer is something that can really help with managing stress too. So again, these things sound simple, and it's easy to move away from any one or all of these things on a day-to-day basis, especially if we're dealing with financial struggles or missing loved ones during the holidays or supporting a school-age child during the learning from home. But research shows that these coping strategies will help each of us deal with adversity, and they help each of us build some confidence in our skills, calmness in our mind, and perseverance when we're starting to feel the fatigue of the pandemic and it taking place over months and months. So remember, taking care of yourself is a priority, not a luxury. And now I just want to take a minute to talk to our friends and family and neighbors who have been struggling with or recovering from a mental illness or a substance use disorder, maybe starting before the pandemic. Please keep up with your treatment, keep up with your medication, stay connected to your support groups. If you run a facility that hosts a support meeting, find ways for that meeting to continue in person in a safe way if possible. And if not, look for ways for people to connect virtually through social media meetings or other connections. These support meetings are life-saving, so stay connected to your peers. They'll help you when times get tough. Also, we know that no matter how long someone's been in recovery from a mental illness or a substance use disorder, relapse can happen under prolonged stress. And so the pandemic is certainly something that can threaten relapse for our friends and family who are in recovery. Let's make sure that none of us are making assumptions, that we're checking in with our friends, checking in with our families who we know have struggled with addiction or mental illness in the past. Invite these family members, these friends into our inner circle, into our bubble, to help them find ways to be safe and help support their wellness from COVID-19, but also to reduce opportunities from being alone and for having a substance use crisis without support, and that could include an overdose. Ask your friends and family who are in recovery if they're okay. Encourage them to stay connected to treatment and support. Ask if they need help getting what they need. And if they do, then there's resources available. You can go to takechargeohio.org, or you can again call the Ohio Care Line at 1-800-720-9616. These are simple ways that each of us can commit to supporting ourselves and one another every day during the pandemic and beyond. And remember, taking care of yourself is a priority, not a luxury.
Well, Director, thank you very much. All good comments, very important comments. You know, for example, if someone is in an AA group, what you're saying is try to figure out either how to physically continue that, maybe wear masks, do something, or do it online, or somehow keep that connection.
That's right. That's right. There are a lot of peer support groups, family support groups that are continuing in person. Maybe there's fewer people, they're sitting further apart, they're wearing masks, the meetings might be shorter. So don't assume that a meeting's not happening, reach out and find out. But also online, there are a number of meetings available, and there are organizations that are hosting those, and they're private and confidential and secure as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for the great work you do and your team and folks around the state of Ohio. We appreciate that very, very much. Before we go to the Lieutenant Governor, maybe just a couple more comments about the curfew, because I'm sure people are saying, well, what all does that mean? Again, 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning. Basically want people not to be out, but there certainly is always exceptions. It would not apply to those who need to go to work during those hours or those who need to be out for any kind of emergency purpose. Curfew is not intended to stop anyone from getting groceries or getting a meal from carryout or drive-through or delivery. Curfew is not intended to stop anyone from going to a hospital, obviously, or seeing a doctor or getting help or treatment for medical or mental health conditions. So just kind of common sense. Our idea is to kind of carve this time out, and we know that if we all do it, with some exceptions, that in and of itself will reduce some of these contacts that are going on. So, Lieutenant Governor, we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks very much, Governor. Last part, people need to pay attention to that. It's just common sense. And Lori and Bruce are great. A lot of great advice there.
So we've been just listening for about 20 minutes here, the coronavirus update coming to you out of the state of Ohio, where Governor Mike DeWine had to issue a number of restrictions as cases rise there, hospitalizations rise there. So we've been following that for you here on News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to just hit some more of the breaking news we've been showing you in the past couple of minutes here out of the White House. President Trump firing the head of the cybersecurity unit at the Department of Homeland Security. And we just want to bring up some of the reaction now that we've been getting. So as you know, Chris Krebs, who is the head of the cybersecurity division at DHS, was fired via tweet by the president. We want to just play out now. He has since responded. He learned via Twitter that he was fired. This is Chris Krebs. This is his personal account. Remember, he just mere minutes ago led the agency known as CISA, and I believe that's cybersecurity and a cybersecurity agency within DHS. I'm not familiar with the exact acronym at the moment. Apologize. But he was in charge of leading that agency, protecting the 2020 elections from foreign interference, domestic interference, and he has had to push back on a lot of the president's claims that he's been making via Twitter and in statements that the election was stolen from him. So we just want to play this response now from Chris Krebs saying, quote, "Honored to serve. We did it right. Defend today, secure tomorrow." And so this is the statement from the president that announced the firing. The recent statement by Chris Krebs on the security of the 2020 election was highly inaccurate in that there were massive improprieties and fraud, including dead people voting, poll watchers not allowed into polling locations, glitches in the voting machines which changed votes from Trump to Biden, late voting, and many more. Therefore, effective immediately, Chris Krebs has been terminated as, this is CISA, as the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. So as you can imagine, a lot of reaction now coming via Twitter from elected officials, including many prominent Democrats. We haven't heard from many prominent Republicans just yet about this firing, but we're going to show you some of the reaction right now from Democrats who are responding to this, and they're concerned and outraged, some are saying. This is Senator Amy Klobuchar. The Trump administration just fired Chris Krebs. I know this guy. He is in charge of protecting our critical infrastructure, including elections, from cyber attacks. He did his job. He did it without fear or favor. To use all caps like our outgoing president likes to do, outrage there in all caps. And remember, this agency within DHS isn't just tasked with protecting elections from cyber attacks. It's also tasked with protecting a lot of our infrastructure here in the United States from ransomware attacks that includes businesses, hospitals, and threats from foreign actors. Here you can see now Senator Angus King, from the independent senator from Maine, tweeting, "Chris Krebs is a dedicated public servant who has helped build up new cyber capabilities in the face of swiftly evolving dangers. By firing him for doing his job, President Trump is harming all Americans who rely on CISA's defenses, even if they don't know it." So, there from Senator Angus King, the independent senator from Maine. So, we're following this story. We heard from Chris Krebs just a little bit ago via his personal Twitter account. He found out he was fired on Twitter. He got no heads up. That's what Fox sources are saying. And so we are here on News Now following that story. We're also following another story out of the state of Michigan, and we brought this to you live earlier in the day, and you can Remember that as these counties in these states have to certify, they have to vote to certify the elections, the ballots in their states that have been counted, and then it goes up to the Secretary of State if there are any discrepancies. This happened in Wayne County today. The Wayne County Board of Canvassers deadlocks 2-2 on certifying the November 3rd election. Now remember, Wayne County is the largest county in the state of Michigan. It comprises all of the city of Detroit, where thousands of ballots were cast. And right now, a lot of Democrats in the state of Michigan are saying that this was a political hit job, that this smells of rank partisanship. The commission of canvassers in Wayne County is made up of 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. Those 2 Republicans voting not to certify the election in Wayne County. And we're getting a reaction now from Jocelyn Benson. It's the Secretary of State in Michigan. She says, should the current decision of the Board of Wayne County Canvassers hold through the adjournment of today's meeting, the Board of State Canvassers will be responsible for certifying the Wayne County election. In similar circumstances in the past, state canvassers have appointed the Bureau of Elections to carry out the processes of canvassing the vote and voter totals. It goes on to read, the Bureau stands ready to fulfill this duty, and we expect this will address clerical errors and improve the quality of the canvass overall. It is common for some precincts in Michigan and across the country to be out of balance by a small number of votes, especially when turnout is high. Importantly, this is not an indication that any votes were improperly cast or counted. Now, that's the Secretary of State there in the state of Michigan, and she says, and that's how the procedure now goes, that because the county did not vote to affirm the results of their own election within Wayne County, it now goes up to the Secretary of State's office and the Board of Canvassers there, and they'll look for any irregularities, and they will be now responsible and deemed responsible to certify that election rather than Wayne County itself. We're also hearing from Governor Gretchen Whitmer. She issued a statement on the decision made by the Wayne County Board of Canvassers that split 2-2 and didn't certify the election. She says in refusing to approve the results of the election in Wayne County, the 2 Republican members of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers have placed partisan politics above their legal duty to certify the election results. The people have spoken. Joe Biden won Michigan by more than 140,000 votes. Today's action is a blatant attempt to undermine the will of the voters. The process, however, will move forward. Under Michigan law, the Board of State of Canvassers will now finish the job, and I have every expectation that they will certify the results when the job is done. So this is now 2 weeks after the election was held, 2 weeks after November 3rd on the day, and this drama is playing out in states all across the country, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Nevada. And so we are following it here all on NewsNOW from Fox. We want to thank everyone for watching. It's about 6:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to take a quick commercial break. I'll be joined now by my fellow digital journalist, Daytona Everett. She'll be taking the reins over for the next hour. We hope you enjoy the coverage going into tonight on this Tuesday. Remember, like I said before, NewsNOW from Fox has extended live coverage. We're going until 1 a.m. Eastern, picking back up at 6 a.m. Eastern. So we appreciate you watching. We're going to take that 2-minute commercial break, but stick with us, and we're going to go back to the Ohio Governor, Mike DeWine, giving an update on the coronavirus there in his state.
Social media meetings or other connections. These support meetings are life-saving, so stay connected to your peers. They'll help you when times get tough. Also, we know that no matter how long someone's been in recovery from a mental illness or a substance use disorder, relapse can happen under prolonged stress. And so the pandemic is certainly something that can threaten relapse for our friends and family who are in recovery. Let's make sure that none of us are making assumptions, that we're checking in with our friends, checking in with our families who we know have struggled with addiction or mental illness in the past. Invite these family members, these friends into our inner circle, into our bubble, to help them find ways to be safe and help support their wellness from COVID-19, but also to reduce opportunities from being alone and for having a substance use crisis without support, and that could include an overdose. Ask your friends and family who are in recovery if they're okay. Encourage them to stay connected to treatment and support. Ask if they need help getting what they need. And if they do, then there's resources available. You can go to takechargeohio.org, or you can again call the Ohio Care Line at 1-800-720-9616. These are simple ways that each of us can commit to supporting ourselves and one another every day during the pandemic and beyond. And remember, taking care of yourself is a priority, not a luxury.
Well, Director, thank you very much. All good comments, very important comments. You know, for example, if someone is in an AA group, what you're saying is try to figure out either how to physically continue that, maybe wear masks, do something, or do it online, or somehow keep that connection.
That's right. That's right. There are a lot of peer support groups, family support groups that are continuing in person. Maybe there's fewer people, they're sitting further apart, they're wearing masks, the meetings might be shorter. So don't assume that a meeting's not happening, reach out and find out. But also online, there are a number of meetings available, and there are organizations that are hosting those, and they're private and confidential and secure as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for the great work you do and your team and folks around the state of Ohio. We appreciate that very, very much. Before we go to the Lieutenant Governor, maybe just a couple more comments about the curfew, because I'm sure people are saying, well, what all does that mean? Again, 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning. Basically want people not to be out, but there certainly is always exceptions. It would not apply to those who need to go to work during those hours or those who need to be out for any kind of emergency purpose. Curfew is not intended to stop anyone from getting groceries or getting a meal from carryout or drive-through or delivery. Curfew is not intended to stop anyone from going to a hospital, obviously, or seeing a doctor or getting help or treatment for medical or mental health conditions. So just kind of common sense. Our idea is to kind of carve this time out, and we know that if we all do it with some exceptions, that in and of itself will reduce some of these contacts that are going on. So, Lieutenant Governor, we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks very much, Governor. Last part, people need to pay attention to that. It's just common sense. And Lori and Bruce are great. A lot of great advice there. And, you know, I've had lots of conversations over the last week from people who offered opinions and advice. And I've just tried to put it in perspective for them. We've heard a lot of statistics. It's always hard to know which ones to use, but it took us 5 months to get to our first 100,000 cases. And we had 100,000 cases of virus spread over the last 3 weeks. That puts in perspective about what we're confronting now. And I know the governor and Bruce alluded to this, but over the past 21 days, hospitals, as a result of that spread, have seen the increase from around 1,400 patients to over 3,600. And as a result, some of those hospitals have had to accommodate this increasing numbers by slowing, postponing some elective surgeries. And we just can't see this trend continue without it having a really increasingly negative impact on the way that our caregivers provide that care. And so doing nothing is not an option. It's easy to understand why, though, because I've had a lot of these conversations. It's easy to understand why targeted shutdowns of businesses like restaurants and fitness centers were for some considered pretty unpopular. And they didn't consider it a fair solution because those businesses and the people who rely on those paychecks would bear a disproportionate responsibility of the burden when we all know this, that the responsibility for the solution lies with all of us. Personal responsibility and accountability and shared responsibility. We don't need a shutdown, but we do need to slow down for a few weeks to get this virus back into a manageable situation. I often hear people asking for this balanced approach. as the best approach. And our challenge now is how do we reduce the spread of the virus, not overwhelm our hospitals, keep businesses open, save jobs, educate kids, avoid the unintended consequences, anxiety and stress and mental health issues, addiction and abuse, those things that Lori Chris talked about that can wear on us. This is the complexity of the problem that we're trying to resolve. And of all of the options we discussed with business leaders, healthcare community leaders, legislators, school leaders, a 21-day temporary curfew was considered the least disruptive option to our economy, but also believed to have a meaningfully positive impact for our healthcare providers. That's the balance. And the majority of the opinions of the people we talked to felt the approach the governor outlined today would be the best way to go. The virus spreads when people get together. So for a while, we need to make sure that fewer people are coming together and spreading the virus. No shutdowns, just a slowdown. This has been hard on everyone. I've talked to sons and daughters who've lost parents to COVID, overwhelmed nurses who care for COVID patients and don't want to carry the virus back home to their families. I've talked to business owners who've closed and even more who are struggling, and employees who've lost their jobs and those who are anxious, fearful that they might lose theirs, and moms who are stressed over educating their kids at the same time they're trying to work from home. I know it has been hard and it is hard, but we need to get the spread of this virus under control, and we can do that. And we'll get through this. We just do what the governor's asking us to do. We're going to get through this to that vaccine. That's the light. There's some great news, as the governor mentioned, about some quality vaccine options that are on the way. We just got to get through this tough part. You know, I know it affects every family, and every family needs to have a plan. And I shared with the governor this morning about what our family plan is. On Sunday, my dad called. He and my mom are in their 80s. And I know the highlight of their year is Thanksgiving, because it's the only time of the year where all of their kids and their grandchildren are ever together. And I knew when I picked up the phone, answered my dad's call, he was concerned, didn't know how to do it safely. So we talked about it. We made a family plan. Our families are all going to limit our exposure between now and Thanksgiving. We decided that we would have Thanksgiving outside this year. Now I know that can be weather dependent, so we're going to be flexible. Maybe it'll be the day before Thanksgiving. It might be on Thanksgiving. It might be the day after Thanksgiving, based on whether the weather will allow us to, will cooperate and allow us to do that. And we're going to space everybody out, have every family sit at their individual table in our normal family group, but we're all going to be together, just a little farther apart than usual. And we know that this will dramatically reduce the chance that my mom and dad will get the virus or be exposed to the virus. And no, it won't be a Thanksgiving as usual, but with the right attitude, it will be a great Thanksgiving. And if we do it right, if we all do it right, that will make sure that my mom and dad get to be around for their next Thanksgiving. It will be inconvenient, but we'll get through it. We'll all get through this. Everybody has to have that family plan. And sometimes we have to have those difficult conversations, like I've had to have with my own family about how we do this. And I want to say thank you. Thank you for all of you who will make sacrifices, have been making them, and will be making them as families over this holiday season and during the next 21 days. But we're going to get through it. We just got to stick together. With that, I'm going to introduce somebody that I've been sticking together with, at least on the phone, for an hour a week since April, and that's John Barker. He represents the Ohio Restaurant Association. We have been in regular conversations with them about how to keep those very difficult to operate businesses during a pandemic open and safe. And maybe over Thanksgiving, just as a thought, you can order out from one of his restaurant members that will help you keep things safe for you and your family as you're trying to celebrate the season. So let me introduce John Barker, and he's going to really, I think, reflect what the conversations have been with the business community about how we find that balance between the needs of our healthcare community and the needs of businesses and the economy. So John, let me turn it over to you.
Thanks, Lieutenant Governor. Our restaurants appreciate the plug, for some pick-up Thanksgiving dinners. That'll help everybody. Also thank you, Governor, for all the time that both you and Lieutenant Governor have given to the business community and to the ORA. I'm really happy to be here today. I represent the Ohio Restaurant Association, but our board of directors were in support of your announcement today about the 21-day curfew. And, we're all committed. We're going to do our part to help control the spread of COVID-19. We know there's tremendous pressure on the medical system and healthcare workers. It is severe. We know that. And all Ohioans now have the chance to kind of step up a little bit more, help curb the spread and lower the number of patients that are in our hospitals and the ICU units. We know those are real numbers, and we know we're all very concerned about that. I have two daughters in the healthcare field. My oldest is a physician assistant here in Columbus, and the other is a registered nurse in Iowa. They talk to me all the time about what they see firsthand, and this virus, getting it down in Ohio and getting it down across the United States is part of all of our jobs as citizens. So we appreciate everybody being so focused on this. And we really appreciate your decision as well as this announcement today. We think it's the right step at the right time. It's going to allow Ohioans to do their part without having what we thought would be an immediate and disastrous impact on restaurants and thousands of employees if we shut everything down. The vast majority of restaurants and hospitality locations in Ohio, they are operating safely. We know that. They care so much about their employees. They actually refer to them as their family. And we know that we also love taking care of our guests. So we certainly want to be safe. Months ago, we started something called the Ohio Restaurant Promise. And that's where operators pledge to meet and exceed the Dine Safe Ohio requirements. And we've seen incredible examples all over the state. Restaurants, they're separating their tables. They're doing that 6-foot distancing. They're placing barriers between tables and booths. They're doing more extensive cleaning and sanitizing. And it was already something that was critical to our industry. They make sure that their employees are wearing their mask and the guests are wearing masks until they sit down to eat. And I even saw over the last couple of weeks the installation of new air filtration, updated air filtration systems and units in restaurants all over the place. It's just a great thing that we're seeing. We're really proud of the work that's being done by restaurants, food service locations, and many bars. Even though many of them are facing sales that have been down between 20 and 70% versus the same time a year ago. And any of you that are in business know how difficult it is to operate that way. At the same time, they have all these PPE costs. They're very significant. I think it's important to recognize that restaurants have done everything to ensure that they're not spreading the virus. And the good news is that medical experts confirm it's true. The spread appears to be occurring in unregulated settings, like we've talked about, home parties, family gatherings, social events, some schools and other places where individuals are not always following the advice and wearing masks, as our doctor talked about. We believe the curfew is the best choice to slow things down right now and help everybody understand it's time to be even more cautious. I think it's a good decision. Most restaurants, especially independent and family-owned ones, can't survive the pandemic without all of us doing our part to control this virus. Many restaurants and small businesses all over Ohio were able to take part of the Paycheck Protection Program, which was a lifeline. That was funding that we got a few months ago, but that money's gone. Now, more recently, Governor, you and Lieutenant Governor provided several forms of financial support, including the BWC refund, and we're so thankful for that. Those are all steps to help businesses get through this and employees. However, we all know it's not enough. Restaurants and food service and retail businesses, they need to remain open. We're providing food to guests at restaurants, but that we're really stepping up and doing more and more carryout and pickup window and delivery. And this is going to help ensure that as many of those 585,000 people who call our industry their home, that's where they work, keep their jobs. We're really also thankful for our ability to continue offering takeout and delivery past 10 o'clock. We feed Ohioans and we take care of thousands of essential employees who work those second and third shifts, as well as everybody on the front line who's working 24 hours a day. We take this responsibility seriously, and we pledge to continue operating safely and continue to work with you. Thank you.
John, thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. A number of your members have contacted me about what they're doing with their air filtration.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to cut in really quickly and just kind of break down what's going on in Ohio. We've come in and out of this conference, so big news coming out of there because Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has issued a 21-day curfew that's starting today to combat the spread of COVID-19 out there. We're just seeing a resurgence in not only Ohio, but across the country right now. That curfew is going to run from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., but it does not apply to those traveling to and from work or medical care. So I am going to play you out one of his tweets from today. He's saying there are some exceptions. The curfew does not apply to those who need to be at work, those who have an emergency, or those who need medical care. The curfew is not intended to stop anyone from getting groceries, a carry-out, drive-through meal, or delivery. A lot of this is common sense. He said that we're in this together, Ohio. Each one of us will make a difference. If we can cut down contacts between 20 and 25%, this will make a big difference. Paired with mask wearing, this will go a long way from stopping our hospitals from being overrun. So that is the latest out there in Ohio, as the state reported more than 7,000 COVID-19 cases over the past 24 hours statewide. 368 people were hospitalized and 27 were admitted to intensive care units. On Monday, DeWine announced new restrictions on private gatherings that include the prohibition of dancing at wedding receptions and other events. So Governor DeWine, along with several other governors across the country, really cracking down right now on these COVID-19 restrictions. California also has some restrictions in place, so we'll touch on that a little bit later. But I do want to switch gears a little bit and go back into some, I guess it's still kind of the same topic because we're talking about COVID-19, but we're talking about stimulus. It's beginning to sound like a broken record right now. Stimulus talks have stalled once again on Capitol Hill, except this time is more pressing than ever. The Fox 13 Tampa team tells us about some COVID-19 relief programs that are about to expire and why lawmakers on both sides of the issue have gone somewhat silent. So we'll listen into that really quickly, and then we'll actually take you to some of those briefings from earlier today on both sides of the Senate aisle. So we'll listen into that. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox.
Elect Joe Biden is urging Congress to pass a COVID relief bill before he takes office in January. But so far, talks have stalled and both sides are pointing fingers. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with a closer look at the sticking points and what happens next. Craig?
Well, Linda, looking at the situation, the time frame, we have a lame duck Congress right now until early January when the new Congress is sworn in. And at this point, we have the president and members of both parties in Congress simply not delivering what they had promised before the election.
We will have a tremendous stimulus package immediately after the election.
That did not happen. And at this point, we still have a stalemate. House Democrats have a $2.2 trillion plan, which includes another round of stimulus checks because they say we need something big, while Senate Republicans have a much smaller $500 billion plan with no stimulus checks because they say we need something focused. And President Trump tweeted Congress needs to make it big and focused, though he appears to have withdrawn from negotiations himself. That leaves Democrats who blame the stalemate on Republicans.
The word he spelled wrong was Congress. It should say McConnell. McConnell should do this because he's who's holding it all up.
And Republicans who blame the stalemate on Democrats.
There is no time to waste. The numbers are troubling in places all across our country.
Well, given the lack of new talks, it appears as if the White House and Democrats and Republicans in both chambers of Congress are all missing in action. Before the election, the Trump administration proposed a $1.9 trillion stimulus to try to bring both sides together. But the outgoing president does not appear to be pursuing that now, which leaves the House and Senate roughly $1.7 trillion apart. Individual members like Senator Marco Rubio say they'll give some ground in order to strike a deal.
I'm willing to be very flexible and very accommodating because I know that to pass a law, we've got to do something that Democrats will support in the House and that the president will sign.
But House and Senate leadership from both parties do not appear to be talking and do not appear to be budging. And keep in mind, it's not just the prospects of new COVID relief or stimulus or the lack thereof. It's also the fact that we have a lot of existing relief programs set to expire at the end of this year. We're 44 days away. For example, debt relief for small businesses, eviction moratorium, PUA assistance, pandemic unemployment benefits for many will expire if there is no action. Relief for people with student loans, for example. And with this, you know, have Senator Schumer calling on the president-elect once he takes office to take action by way of executive order on student loan issues, for example. But the president-elect is saying he wants Congress to get together and do something, Linda, before he even takes office.
So are there any deadlines or calendar dates that we should keep in mind in terms of potential compromise?
Well, you know, the first date, unfortunately, is going to take us beyond January 3rd. Perhaps a new Congress can take us somewhere. The date in the meantime is going to be the middle of December, around December 10th, because on top of all the other things we just listed, you also have the approach of another deadline that could lead to a government shutdown if Congress does not take some kind of action. They probably will to stave that off. And that is a point on the calendar where other things could be included in a spending or funding bill. Not a grand deal by any stretch, but certainly components of what both parties want. So that will be a key date to watch as well.
All right, and I know you'll keep an eye on all that for us. Thank you, Craig.
That was Fox 13 in Tampa speaking about the COVID-19 stimulus, and we briefly saw Senator Chuck Schumer right there and Craig Patrick talking about him. Let's hear from him earlier because some of that new information from earlier today was not in that segment right there. So we're going to listen into Senator Chuck Schumer along with other Senate Democrats, and then also Mitch McConnell on the other end. He spoke today as well. So we'll play him back to back for you here on News Now from Fox. We are going to send some of you to a 2-minute commercial break, but when you come back, you will see those updates. Thanks again for watching. And again, follow our Twitter account at News Now Fox. We've got all of these updates on there. You don't want to miss it.
We're going to try to move a little quickly because of the next vote, where I may have to be on the floor. But we're waiting for Senator Duckworth. And here she is, the lady of the hour. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and I want to thank both Senators Kaine and Duckworth for joining me. Now, we know this is a moment of great national challenge. COVID-19 is surging. People are dying. More people are getting sick than ever before. Families are struggling. Businesses are shuttering. People lose jobs. It's awful. Everywhere you go in this country, it's awful. So the election's over, and the country is ready, eager to move, to get us to move so that we can begin healing the process. The country wants us to come together and get something done to deal with this COVID crisis. But Senate Republicans have continued denying the election results, and they are holding America back. The classic example today was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee calling around to states to try and interfere with the process. That was reckless, inappropriate. Instead of meddling with the vote counting in states that Trump lost, Lindsey Graham ought to be calling Senator McConnell and telling him to stop blocking COVID relief for small businesses, working families, state and local governments, hospitals, you name it. After the election, Americans expect us to put aside our partisan differences and do the job they sent us to do. So how do Senate Republicans respond? Instead of working to pull the country back together so that we can fight our common enemy, COVID-19, Senate Republicans continue to push debunked conspiracy theories, denying reality, poisoning the well of our democracy. The Republican shenanigans include indulging the president's temper tantrum, and it endangers our national security, as you'll hear about, makes it harder for us to fight COVID. Everyone, regardless of party, should want President-elect Biden to be successful in vanquishing the pandemic. But delaying the start of an orderly transition makes that a lot harder to do. It's outrageous that the Trump administration has refused to provide the president-elect with high-level intelligence briefings or brief the transition on the vaccine distribution plan. These are essential to ensuring that our country remains safe and the COVID vaccine is distributed quickly and effectively and efficiently. That's how we can get our country back to normal. Americans want us to have a smooth process. They want us to put politics aside and get something done. But Senate Republicans are distracted by an angry, petulant president. They're afraid of his wrath. They're afraid of what he might tweet about them. His refusal to accept the results of the election make it harder for Congress to move forward. So the bottom line is very simple. We know that Donald Trump will never act like an adult. But what about the Senate Republicans? Do they have to mimic him in his childish and infantile behavior? They need to get the message to the president that it's over. For the good of the country, he should transition appropriately with the Biden team and help us get some real COVID relief in a bipartisan bill. Senator Kaine.
Well, I want to thank the leader for the chance to appear together with him and my friend Senator Duckworth on this. If you look at inaugurations in American history, I would argue that the inauguration that will take place in January is probably the toughest for our country since March of 1933, the FDR first term. A pandemic that has caused unprecedented and unnecessary death, economic challenges, challenging global health situation, challenging global security situation. So what President-elect Biden is walking into is one of the toughest first days in office probably in the last 90 years. That makes the need for this transition so important. And what is the Trump administration doing? I won't repeat the comments that the majority leader made, but one in particular, the refusal of the GSA to give this ascertainment, to say, okay, Congress has put monies together, a transition, we can start spending them to let the Biden team work. Who would it harm if they did that? If they wanted to fight court battles, they could still fight court battles. Who would it harm allowing the Biden transition team in this most challenging time to start working on these really significant issues? It would harm nobody, but it's harming everybody that they are just giving in to the whims of this petulant president. And I'm so disappointed. I'm not surprised at the president, but as Senator Schumer said, I'm disappointed in my Republican colleagues. This is hurting national security. Senator Duckworth and I are both on the Armed Services Committee. When you see a president ignoring the advice of everyone in the Pentagon and deciding, hey, we got to do a troop withdrawal for political reasons 5 days before I leave. We've always said that withdrawals should be conditions-based and not arbitrary. But this is worse than an arbitrary date. It's a purely political date. And that is leading our Republican colleagues to call out the president and Pentagon leaders to call out the president because it will make the world less safe for us and others. And then the second is in the area of the vaccine. Having been a governor during H1N1, a vaccine development is great, and thank goodness we're seeing some good news about that. But the distribution of a vaccine of this complexity, to try to get to 70% of the American population, to have a phasing and a staging, and to do it for people who don't have the money, is extremely challenging. The logistics of it are really, really hard. And not interacting with the incoming team or letting the Biden transition have the full resources at their disposal will make that distribution challenge much worse. Last thing I'll say, matter of kind of personal privilege, if I can. I stood on a stage in a hotel room in New York City the morning after the 2016 election with a former Senate colleague, Secretary of State. The polls had only been closed for 10 hours. The race had only been called for 8 hours. She had won the popular vote by 3 million votes. She was behind in the 3 key states by 77,000 votes. I saw how hard it was for her to deal with her own feelings that day, but I saw what she did was, but I got to think of the country first. And she stepped to the mic and she said, I know we're not going to change that many votes. We've got to start a transition, help President Trump be a successful president. Now, that's what we should expect of any president. And we know we can't expect it of this president, that kind of courage, that kind of putting country first, but we ought to be able to expect it of Republican senators. And that's what I'm finding just very disappointing at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Leader. You know, at the height of a global pandemic and in the depths of a national recession, Donald Trump has endangered our national security by forcing the Pentagon into his latest culture war. Since the moment that it was clear that he was going to lose, he has been spewing baseless conspiracy theories and using these lies as a rationale to refuse to accept the results and make the first steps towards a peaceful transition of power. These lies could lead to more Americans dying from COVID-19 because they cannot be vaccinated quickly enough, but they could also have serious national security implications. Over the past week, President Trump has upended any sense of stability in the Department of Defense. Aside from reports that he literally wants to attack Iran and has plans to weaken our military, betray our allies, and arm our enemies with a rapid, unsafe drawdown in the Middle East, he also fired Secretary Esper and replaced him and other top Pentagon officials with a series of unqualified loyalists who seem to have been chosen for their loyalty to this one man in the White House rather than their own competence. This upheaval represents a dangerous escalation at one of the most fraught moments possible. Let me just give you a little historical reference here. Our enemies historically have tested us within the first year of each new administration. Less than 6 weeks into Bill Clinton's term, a truck laden with explosives detonated in the basement of the World Trade Center. Within 6 months of Barack Obama taking the oath of office, North Korea had rattled its sabers twice, launching a rocket over the Pacific and then conducting a nuclear test. 4 months after Trump was sworn in, Syria's Bashar al-Assad launched a chemical weapons attack that killed at least 90 people and tested American commitment against the use of chemical weapons. And of course, 9 months into George W. Bush's presidency, we had the 9/11 attacks. You know, our troops will always do everything in their power to keep us safe. I have every confidence in their tactical and technical proficiency and their professionalism. Unfortunately, the commander-in-chief is making it harder for them to do their jobs. Looking at the history, the value of ensuring a smooth, stable transition between administrations becomes obvious. So too does the necessity of ensuring that the next commander-in-chief is fully briefed on the gravest national security threats at the moment that they step into the Oval Office. And that's one reason why incoming administrations are typically given access to Defense Department building and personnel prior to taking office. Yet instead of following precedent, Trump's White House has barred administration officials from cooperating with Biden's transition team, prevented President-elect Biden from having access to the all-important president's daily briefs, and that he himself has ignored, and he's refused to provide the president-elect a secure government line to speak with world leaders. Rogue states, terrorist groups, and adversaries like Russia, they are all watching us right now. And they're all aware of the opportunity this transition period presents for their own strategic goals. They will see that we now have lackeys instead of experts in crucial Pentagon positions. And Trump is once again putting his own self-interest ahead of our national interests. He is sowing chaos, and we most need stability, and exposing his weaknesses to those who would do us harm. With all that is at stake, it is on the GOP, my colleagues in this GOP, to say enough and prove that they care more about protecting our national security than protecting one man's ego. We need to do better, and our national security is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Both excellent statements, my two fair senators. We'll take a few questions. I have to get down to the floor when the vote starts. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So we know that over the past few months, we've seen a lot of violence in the streets, whether it's protests or whether it's people that are out looting and causing some trouble in some of our major cities. This last weekend, we actually saw protesters from supporting both political parties coming out and causing issues amongst each other. What would you suggest that Vice President or President-elect Biden...
Well, all I'd say is this. Violence, wherever it comes from, is wrong and should be condemned.
What should he?
That's it.
Senator Schumer, it seems like Judy Shelton's nomination is on the rocks. When did you contact Senator Harris to come to the Senate to vote today?
Senator Harris knows this is an important vote, and she's here for it. She didn't need contacting.
Senator Schumer, knowing how critical you've been of the Trump administration for its entire handling of the coronavirus, we now have 2 highly effective vaccines right on the horizon. Do you give the Trump administration and its program Warp Speed any credit for where we are now with the vaccine?
Well, you know, I've talked to the heads of some of these companies, and they've done a great job. And there's times when the private sector is good and the public sector is good. This was a good combination of both. But I really give a lot of credit to the private sector for developing. The test is out on the Trump administration because their main goal is to get the vaccine distributed fairly and equitably, and so far they've behaved poorly on that. Yes.
Senator Schumer, people have been hearing for months now from Democrats and Republicans that it's their priority to get a COVID deal done, that it's the top priority. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. Leader McConnell just a few minutes ago told all of us reporters that he still has not had a single private conversation with Speaker Pelosi about a negotiation. What do you say to people who see this as a complete failure?
It's Leader McConnell. I have asked Leader McConnell 3 times, and on the floor yesterday and today, to sit down and negotiate with us. According to some of his own members, they don't even know what he's doing. So this idea, Democrats are eager to sit down and get a bipartisan bill. It's only the Democratic House that has passed the bill. If you want to get something done, we need our Republican senators to tell Leader McConnell to sit down and come up with a fair, comprehensive, bipartisan negotiation. Next.
Senator Schumer, some of your Democratic colleagues are disappointed they didn't win more races, Senate races on Election Day. Can you talk a little bit about the feedback you've heard from the caucus?
Yeah, we've had great feedback. Look, we are all we did job number 1. No Donald Trump as president and Joe Biden as the next president. And we're all very happy with that. We're working very hard on Georgia. And, we're going to examine the races that we didn't win and try to figure out why. Next.
Senator Schumer, on this troop drawdown from 4,500 to 2,500 in Iraq and Afghanistan, do you think that this is sort of in line with the public sentiment?
You know what I'd say?
Americans very at war?
I just learned about this. The Trump policy has been so erratic, almost based on whim, what happens when the president rolls out of bed each morning and how he feels. So I don't have a strategy. The American people don't have a strategy. I don't even know if the military has a strategy in terms of what he's done. Please, Tammy. Started? Okay, this is the last answer. Sorry.
No one wants the troops home more than I do. But frankly, to bring the troops home in a chaotic way like he is doing with very few weeks, to bring the troops home with just literally weeks of planning, actually no planning at all, sets up a logistical impossibility. How do we bring all those troops back? And we actually will leave the remainder of the troops there in a dangerous situation because we are going to have to leave behind our military equipment. There will be caches of military equipment left behind because we lack the logistic capability to bring all that equipment back. So we bring back half the troops by the beginning of January. That means that we're leaving equipment behind that the Taliban and our enemies can fall in on to use it to then attack the remaining troops that are still in theater. This is the wrong way. This is why all of the military commanders have spoken up and said this is the wrong thing to do. We want our troops home, but let's not bring them home in body bags. And that's potentially what's going to happen if this president gets his way and puts his own political timeline ahead of our national security.
It seems
Thank you,
like
everybody.
there's never
That's
a
it.
good time.
Thank you, folks. I'm sorry, I'm going to hurry ahead of you guys.
Yep, no.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was Senate Democrats on the floor, or after they got off of the floor, talking about COVID-19 relief and national security amid President Trump saying that he is going to bring troops home. This presidential transition has been anything but fluid, and it is ongoing, so we will always be keeping an eye on that. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Some of you are going to be going to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, you'll be hearing from Senate Republicans now. We promised you that we would show both sides of the aisle concerning this COVID-19 relief bill, so we'll hear from Senator Mitch McConnell about COVID-19 and other newly elected GOP senators who, again, are kind of attacking Speaker Nancy Pelosi today, not only about COVID-19 relief, but all of her policies across the board. So we'll listen into that really quickly here on News Now from Fox.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by saying that, as I indicated yesterday, I think it's extremely important here in the next couple of months not to have any earth-shaking changes with regard to defense and foreign policy. I think a precipitous drawdown in either Afghanistan or Iraq would be a mistake. I've so said publicly yesterday, and I hope that's precisely where these discussions end up. It's hard not to be really excited about the 2 new vaccines. Senator Blunt was very much involved in that part of the CARES Act. If you look at the effectiveness of the CARES Act, it has to be one of the most dramatic and effective pieces of legislation ever passed by the Congress. And I would remind everyone that it passed first in the Republican Senate and then was approved on a voice vote by the House. I'm focusing on the next couple of months. We hope to get an omnibus appropriation. I believe the Speaker would like to do that. I would like to do that. Hopefully that will be the view of the administration as well. And of course, we still are confirming well-qualified judges, largely to the district courts at this stage, and we intend to continue doing that as well until the end of the session.
Well, the pandemic has put some unimaginable hurdles in front of the American people, but the one thing that hasn't been lost is American ingenuity. And as the leader pointed out, the news on the vaccines this week is great news, and a tribute to Operation Warp Speed. We now have not 1 but 2 potential vaccines out there, with perhaps more to come. And so it is a great accomplishment for the Trump administration, the private companies who have worked together in record time to get these vaccines to the point where hopefully we'll be able to get them out to the American people and start the good work, the hard work of ensuring that we're doing everything we can to defeat this virus. We have our job and work to do here in Congress too, our responsibility. I think Congress should pass the coronavirus relief bill, which has passed the Senate, or I should say has drawn a majority of support in the Senate not once but twice. It is a targeted bill. It's a fiscally responsible bill. It deals with schools. It deals with health care. It deals with the PPP program, which benefits small businesses all across the country, and it could become law. The House Democrats and the Democrats here in the Senate, for that matter, seem insistent on clinging to this multi-trillion-dollar liberal wish list that they've put out there, even as their majority, the Democrat majority in the House, continues to shrink by the day. If nothing else, I think the American people are sending a message that they want a fiscally responsible approach to this challenge, one that targets the assistance where it's needed the most and provides much needed relief to the American people. So I certainly hope that the Democrats will come to a conclusion here soon, decide to work with Republicans. Republicans have been willing to compromise from the very beginning. The Democrats clearly have not. And we will continue to have an open door, and we're ready to negotiate at a moment's notice if the Democrats come to the realization that the position that they hold right now is an untenable one, and one that is costing the American people.
The news just out about the vaccine to fight coronavirus is really great and historic news in this effort to protect ourselves from coronavirus. It was the front page story of every newspaper, major newspaper in America this morning, the New York Times. Another vaccine appears to work against the virus. Another vaccine, that's 2. One with about 94% effectiveness, the other 90% effectiveness. These numbers are remarkable. Just think about not that long ago, Dr. Fauci said if we could come up with a vaccine that was 50% effective, that would be really good news. As a doctor, I will tell you, this is a modern day medical miracle. And it may be by the end of this year, 20 million Americans may be able to be started during the vaccine process. This is tremendous news. When you take a look at the spike that we're seeing in coronavirus cases around the country and around the world, this vaccine truly is the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's made possible by the commitment of the Republican majority in the Senate and this administration and our efforts to focus on Operation Warp Speed. Now, at the same time we've been doing this, the Democrats have seemed to be rooting for failure. Started with Joe Biden saying he wasn't sure that a vaccine was even real. Kamala Harris in the vice presidential debate said that if there was Donald Trump said that there was a vaccine that worked, she would not take it. And Nancy Pelosi in her $3 trillion so-called HEROES Act, she has more money in that to do direct paychecks to illegal immigrants than she does to help with a vaccine. And last week, when the first news came out about Pfizer being 90% effective, what did the governor of New York have to say? The governor of New York had to say this about all this good news. He said, the bad news. The bad news is that it's about 2 months before Joe Biden takes over. And that means, he said, this administration is going to be implementing a vaccine plan. This administration is going to implementing a vaccine plan. And he calls that bad news. My question for the governor of New York and Democrats who think like him is, why is it bad news that American ingenuity and invention and investment could come up with such record-breaking efforts to develop a vaccine? Why is it bad news that families will be able to have parents get back to work and kids get back to school and the great American comeback to happen that much faster? Why is it bad news that millions, if not tens of millions of people in America and around the world will have their lives saved by this vaccine? This is something to celebrate. This is a success for the world to turn to America and say, you have done it and you have done it right. Maybe that's the reason that the Democrats call it bad news.
Well, I did mention in our conference today that in the matrix of distribution that have been recommended to the governors, and I think the governors are all adopting, that about 15% of the whole population would be included in that: healthcare workers, first responders, people most likely to be at the highest risk if they got the vaccine. The next 35% would be the emergency workers of the country. And by the time you get that 50% of the people that could have access to the vaccine, if they wanted to have access to the vaccine, probably into March, and everybody is safer if the people you're most likely to come into contact with outside your normal closest circle have been vaccinated and can't get the vaccine. So I do think that's all, I can't get the virus. I do think that's all headed in the right direction. We'll be talking more about that. I also think in the troop drawdown area, in Somalia, the discussion Somalia and Iraq and Afghanistan, none of those places are nearly as secure if we leave as they are if we're there. I think there's some room, depending on the discussion as to whether you could have a partial drawdown or not. But particularly in Afghanistan, if we want to continue to move forward with a peace discussion with the Taliban, I think we have to have a presence. And if we want to have any chance of enforcing a peace agreement that involves the Taliban, we have to have a presence. And I hope we're looking carefully at the number that you'd have to have for that presence to be meaningful in those three places and anywhere else in the world that we're thinking about repositioning. All of these things have significant long-term consequences, and my advice would be to remember that an American presence does matter, and it does make a difference, and it has made a difference and none of those places would be safe if we aren't there as they are if we are there.
This is pretty darn amazing, folks, that we are seeing the development of these vaccinations in such a short time frame. So Moderna, of course, announced that they are very, very close to delivering on that vaccine with a high efficiency rate. We've seen that from Pfizer as well. But I also want to give kudos not only to those in the pharmaceutical companies, in private industry, but also to those wonderful folks at the Department of Defense that are working in collaboration with these private industry groups in delivering the vaccination as well, because we know that this will be an important part of making sure that those vaccinations get from point A to point B. So kudos to everyone that has been involved in this process. Operation Warp Speed has been a tremendous success for this administration. I do want to give a shout out to the Trump administration for making this possible by thinking outside of that box on making sure that we can deliver those much needed vaccinations quickly to the American people. So I also want to move on to another potential COVID-19 recovery package. I do think that this is very important. I keep stressing this over and over again. I actually sat down on, I guess it was Friday afternoon, with a community-based provider group in Red Oak, Iowa, Nishna Productions. They work with those folks that are intellectually and physically disabled. They have individuals that go to work every single day caring for those that have difficulty caring for themselves. We want to know that they are protected. How do we do that? We make sure that we're getting another COVID-19 relief package out. So again, Democrats in the House, they need to come back to the table. They need to focus on what is right for our frontline workers, those essential workers that are out there every single day caring for members of our communities. So let's get over the partisan politics. The election is over, folks. Let's come back to the table. Let's make sure we're doing the right thing for our constituents, those essential workers, and celebrating the fact now we have a vaccine. Let's keep our economy strong and protect those essential workers. Thank you.
I, too, want to celebrate American ingenuity and recognize the achievements of these two pharmaceutical companies that recently announced the development of, it appears, highly effective vaccines to the COVID-19 virus. They, of course, in the coming weeks will be seeking formal approval for emergency use from the FDA. And there's some other drugs online that are notable as well. Eli Lilly out of Indianapolis, Indiana, has a drug that is targeted towards those who are most at risk of contracting the COVID-19 virus, and it's already been approved by the FDA. All of this is possible because of our innovators, our frontline scientists, our incredible university system, but the Trump administration is also to be commended for its Operation Warp Speed, finding a new way to do business, and Republicans in the U.S. Senate, led by Roy Blunt, who helped author this initiative in the CARES Act. So very proud of my colleagues, and we need to build on that success here in Washington. First order of business is we need to make sure that all of the leadership who might need access to current COVID developments has access to that. So that would be the Coronavirus Task Force. The second thing is we as legislators need to build on our CARES Act success by passing the next round of assistance. Small business assistance is especially important as we see hundreds of thousands of businesses having permanently closed on account of this pandemic. They require additional help. I've been talking about this for months. I'll continue to talk about this. Fortunately, a variant of the legislation I put forward with Senator Bennett is part of the Republican Senate relief package, as is additional essentials like school funding. So, look, I understand some of my colleagues on the far left have other priorities. They may be a bit in tension with our more targeted relief bill. They may have additional sort of wish list priorities that they want to tack onto this. This is not a time for putting forward your ideological initiatives. If there's one thing that I think we learned in the recent elections, it's been the rejection of this far left impulse of the National Democratic Party. So hopefully we can agree that there's much to like in this Senate bill and move on it in coming days.
Leader McConnell.
You've
long been concerned about federal intervention in elections that are being administered by the state. So do you have any concerns about the Senate Judiciary Chairman, a member of your conference, reaching out to key officials in these states to raise concerns and questions about how mail-in voting is being conducted?
Well, you can ask Senator Graham about that. What I've emphasized is that one of the beauties of the American election system is we have 50 separate ways to conduct them. Every state is different. It ought to stay that way. We ought not to try to nationalize how we handle elections. States know how to do it. One of the great success stories of the current administration, as you've noticed, you've all not been writing about foreign intervention. The dramatic improvement from 2016 under the Obama administration to 2020 under the Trump administration, the coordination between Homeland Security and secretaries of state in charge of conducting elections all around the country. I know when things don't happen, they tend not to make a headline, but no indication any foreign intervention succeeded. The elections were smoothly conducted, but the decision as to how the elections end happened in 50 different places. So next we're going to see election certification in the states that are still close and in doubt, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Nevada. Once those certifications occur, if they occur, based upon litigation that's being tried at various places, those will be final. The Electoral College will meet in December, and the inauguration will be on January 20th.
How is it not time for the GSA to ascertain Joe Biden? A lot of these lawsuits have been failing. The votes are, Biden's won with more votes than Trump did in some of these states 4 years ago. How is it not time for the GSA to say, allow him to transition and ascertain?
I hate to give you the same answer again, but in all of these presidential elections, we go through this process. There's a way to deal with disputes. It's called the courts. And the courts in the various states are dealing with whatever disputes there are, whatever evidence may be provided. And we're going to have an orderly transfer from this administration to the next one. What we all say about it is frankly irrelevant. All of this will happen, as I laid out a minute ago to Manu's question. All of it will happen right on time, and we'll swear in the next administration on January 20th.
Mr. Leader, is your pessimism on COVID relief based on actual conversations you've had with Democrats or simply on their public statements? And then secondly, it seems like you are going to take the lead back from Secretary Mnuchin. Are you going to now talk to Speaker Pelosi, and does President-elect Biden have a role in shaping it during the lame duck?
Well, first, I'm based on what I'm seeing publicly because we've had no private discussions about this. And it looks to me like the Speaker, the Democratic leader of the Senate, and former Vice President Biden all have the view that $2.5 trillion are nothing. I share the view of my colleagues that have been expressed here, is that a more narrowly targeted proposal, such as we laid out in September and October here in the Senate, deals with the actual problem. As some of you may or may not have noticed, revenues at the state level are basically up almost everywhere. And they continue to insist, apparently, on almost $1 trillion for state and local government. That has nothing to do with solving this problem. So to sum it up, I'm open to a targeted bill, roughly of the amount that we recommended, $500 billion, which is not nothing, narrowly targeted at schools, at healthcare providers, at PPP, and of course liability reform to keep America from being engaged in epidemic of lawsuits on the heels of the pandemic. Very open to that. But I've seen no evidence yet, as several of my colleagues have suggested, that they're open to it.
Leader McConnell, on the shelter
Open this up, please.
confirmation.
Open it up. Thank you very much.
Leader McConnell, do you think you have the votes?
You're watching News Now from Fox. The wait continues as COVID-19 stimulus still has not passed. This is something that we will continue to hear about on both sides of the aisle. There's been something wrong with every act that has passed through Congress and gotten its way into from the House into the Senate. Senate still deliberating over a new CARES Act. So we will continue to watch that, and we will probably continue to watch that for a while. I do want to bring you a little bit of, not breaking news, we brought you the breaking news earlier about the firing of Chris Krebs, but we do have an update from the Biden campaign. You can see this statement on the left-hand side, quote, Chris Krebs should be commended for his service in protecting our elections, not fired for telling the truth. Bipartisan election officials in the administration itself and around the country have made clear that Donald Trump's claims of widespread voter fraud are categorically false, and Trump's embarrassing refusal to accept that reality lays bare how baseless and desperate his flailing is. So just another update. Again, we got that breaking news probably a little over an hour ago about the firing of Chris Krebs, who is in charge of DHS's cybersecurity unit. He has been hands-on with the election and has been outspoken about these claims that President Trump and his campaign have made about voter fraud and ballot counting issues. So we'll continue to follow this. We'll have Andrew Kraft taking over the anchor seat pretty soon here. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you come back. For everyone who's staying with us, we are going to continue these COVID-19 updates with North Carolina. Governor Roy Cooper is announcing that the state will be implementing a county alert system with 3 colored tiers that reflect specific COVID-19 metrics. This alert system is going to show residents which regions have the highest level of community spread and will provide instructions on how people can help bring down those infection rates. Officials said the alert system will allow people to see state health data in a more visual way. This is coming as the positivity rate out there in North Carolina is hitting 8.6%, with just today the state reporting nearly 3,300 new cases of coronavirus. So we'll play out this update from Governor Roy Cooper right now on News Now from Fox. Again, follow us on Twitter, News Now Fox. We've got all of your latest updates for COVID-19, election, and all breaking news.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining today's update on COVID-19 in North Carolina. As of today, we have 317,495 cases, 3,288 new cases reported since yesterday, 1,501 people in the hospital, and sadly, 4,852 people who have died. As North Carolina families wrestle with the sickness and death caused by this virus, we keep them in our prayers and send strength their way. North Carolina's COVID-19 numbers remain too high. Our percent positive has crept back up to around 8%. The weekend saw our highest day of reported cases, and today we have the highest rate of hospitalizations since the pandemic began. These are numbers we cannot ignore. But other states have been even worse right now, and they should be the canary in the coal mine for us. Last week, we took action to lower our indoor gathering limit to 10 people because we know this virus spreads more easily indoors. Capacity limits remain in place for retail stores, restaurants, entertainment venues, and other businesses. We continue to tell people to wear masks and stay distant and stress enforcement of those critical rules.
Today, we're introducing a county alert system to identify North Carolina counties with the highest levels of community spread and offer specific recommendations for how working together with us can bring down their numbers. Counties of concern are designated as red, orange, or yellow, using a combination of 3 specific metrics that Dr. Mandy Cohen, our Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, will detail in just a minute. These are from the same set of metrics that we use every week to give an update on how North Carolina is doing with COVID-19. This system will help our counties make decisions about what more can be done to slow the spread of the virus. The system also includes additional recommendations for individuals, businesses, community organizations, and public officials on actions that they should take. Simply put, this new county alert system shows our state's viral hotspots. But let me be clear, the entire state is experiencing widespread transmission. Cases across the country are surging right now, overwhelming some hospitals, forcing states to go backward with their COVID-19 restrictions. Right now, North Carolina's metrics are increasing, not surging, but a surge can happen quickly. If officials, business, community, and faith leaders, and people who live in these orange and red counties can work with us to take effective action to bring down their numbers, we can protect our state's hospital system and save lives. And it can prevent us from having to take significant steps backward. I'd like to ask Dr. Cohen to present more detail on how the state developed this map and what we're recommending to these counties. Dr. Cohen?
Thank you, Governor. I am concerned about where we are as a state. Today, we once again surpassed 3,000 new cases in one day, and our percent of tests that are positive continues to climb. While our hospitals have capacity, they're feeling the strain, particularly in the Triad area. Even accounting for the federal change in how hospitalizations are reported, we are seeing more people needing hospital care than ever before. As you noted, Governor, COVID-19 trends in many parts of the country are even worse. More and more states are tightening restrictions, not allowing people to gather indoors with anyone outside of their household, closing indoor dining, asking residents to stay home except for essential trips, and more. Here in North Carolina, we hope to avoid having to take such actions. The COVID-19 County Alert System that we're introducing today is one tool to help us slow the spread of the virus right now. Today, I'll walk you through the details. All North Carolina counties are experiencing high levels of community transmission of COVID-19, but the virus is impacting some counties even harder. You can see this already on our dashboard right now, which shares county-level data for cases, percent of tests that are positive, deaths, and other metrics. This new COVID-19 County Alert System makes this data more visible, more understandable, so North Carolinians can easily see how their county is doing. And it provides a list of actions, again, that individuals, businesses, community organizations, and public officials can take to slow the spread in their county. So let's take a look at the metrics behind the County Alert System. Because no one metric provides a complete picture, we use a combination of 3 metrics to categorize counties. The metrics are informed by the White House Coronavirus Task Force and North Carolina's key metrics that you're familiar with. The first metric is case rate. Here, it is adjusted for population in the county, so we can compare counties with different sized populations. The metric is the number of new cases in 14 days per 100,000 people. This is the same measure that the White House Coronavirus Task Force uses to compare counties and states. The second metric is the percent of tests that are positive, and everyone's familiar with that one. The third metric is a hospital impact metric, and this is a composite score based on the percent of hospitalizations that are for COVID, COVID-related visits to the emergency department, the number of staffed and open hospital beds, and critical staffing shortages over 14 days. I want to thank our hospital partners who worked with us to determine how to best measure the impact of this pandemic on hospitals at the county level. So we use a combination of these three metrics that I just went through to categorize counties into three colored tiers to describe their level of viral spread and healthcare capacity impact. Red is critical, orange is substantial, and yellow is significant. On this slide, we show the cut points on those metrics we utilize to categorize counties into their color tier. Every county in the state is experiencing community spread, and so to move from yellow to red or orange, two things have to happen. First, the county has to meet the criteria for its case rate, meaning more than 100 cases per 100,000 for orange, more than 200 cases per 100,000 for red. Second, the county has to also meet at least one of the following criteria: either an elevated percent of tests that are positive or an elevated hospital impact. For example, if your county crosses the case rate threshold, and in the left-hand column, and its percent of tests that are positive is between 8 and 10%, or the hospital impact score is moderate.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here, and we apologize right there. We went to the wrong thing, but we have some breaking news that we want to get to out of Wayne County, and we're following this story. Remember, just a couple of hours ago, we brought you the news that the Board of Canvassers in Wayne County, Michigan, that's the biggest county in Michigan that comprises Detroit, they deadlocked 2-2 on certifying the results of the election in that county. But in an about face, we have since learned that they have reversed that decision. And so we want to bring up some tweets for you that we've been following right now. And this is from one of the reporters there who's been following this story. Another vote, this time unanimous, from Wayne County Board of Canvassers to certify the results, but to also direct Jocelyn Benson, that's the Secretary of State in Michigan, to do a comprehensive audit of the out-of-balance precincts. So this is breaking news coming out of Wayne County, where the Wayne County Board of Canvassers now has voted unanimously to certify the results of the election there in the county. This is quite an unprecedented about-face that's been going on here now. You remember just a few hours ago, about 3 hours ago, they deadlocked. And the president, after that decision, tweeted, "Wow, Michigan just refused to certify the election results. Having courage is a beautiful thing. The USA stands proud." That was not the whole state of Michigan, mind you. That was just Wayne County. And the president tweeted that just a few minutes before this decision, this revote came down, where they overturned their previous decision when they were deadlocked and now voted unanimously. Total 180 from the Wayne County Board of Canvassers there in Detroit, now agreeing to certify the election results on that condition that Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson there in the state of Michigan conducts an audit of any irregularities amongst the vote in that county. So we're following this, and this is breaking just right now. And just to reiterate for those of you who are coming to NewsNOW right now, who may be seeing the graphic, the Wayne County Board of Canvassers has just unanimously voted to certify the results of the election and called on Michigan's Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson to conduct an audit of the unexplained precincts in Wayne County that did not match. And what that means is these precincts are said to be out of balance. And I believe what that means is the number of votes cast in that precinct did not correlate to the number of registered voters in that precinct. I believe that's what out of balance means in this situation. So we are following this story. Like I said, this was a late night reversal. You'll remember that Joe Biden, his margin of victory in the state of Michigan is about 140,000. So it's not clear what the intent was to not certify these votes in Wayne County. Wayne County is the biggest county in Michigan. It comprises the city of Detroit. We know turnout was very, very high this year, even amidst the pandemic. So if we could just go back to that previous tweet from our producer, Britt Zeck, has been putting up all these tweets tonight, and we thank her. But just want to go to this. This is from Kathy Gray. She's a political reporter in Michigan. To reiterate, another vote, this time unanimous, from Wayne County Board of Canvassers to certify the results, but also to direct Jocelyn Benson to do a comprehensive audit of the out-of-balance precincts. Excuse me. So this is interesting. We'll see if the president responds to this most recent development coming out of Wayne County. But for the meantime, we wanted to give you that update, and didn't expect that today, that's for sure, here on NewsNOW. We bring you all these updates as they happen live in real time, sometimes before anyone else. We have the speed to do that. And so we brought you that, and we want to take now just a quick commercial break. It's 2 minutes long. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Some of you won't see it, some of you will, but stick here with us on NewsNOW. And like I said, we just want to put up this breaking news coming out of Michigan, where the Canvass board there, that's the group, the 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats sit on that board, and they are responsible for certifying the elections that happened within that county. Earlier today, about 3 or 4 hours ago, they deadlocked 2-2. They voted not to certify the election out of Wayne County, the 2 Republicans voting against. But now, in an about-face, they have since unanimously re-voted to certify the election there in Wayne County, and we're bringing you reaction from all corners of social media that people just cannot believe that this just happened. And it goes to show you kind of questioning the intent of why those 2 Republicans did not initially vote to certify. So we'll be following this story throughout the night here. It's about almost 10 minutes to 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, almost 10 p.m. there on the East Coast. And we want to go back now to the briefing we've been showing you out of North Carolina from Governor Cooper there about the coronavirus and the high positivity case rate there in the Tar Heel State. Let's go back to that.
Not allowing people to gather indoors with anyone outside of their household, closing indoor dining, asking residents to stay home except for essential trips, and more. Here in North Carolina, we hope to avoid having to take such actions. The COVID-19 County Alert System that we're introducing today is one tool to help us slow the spread of the virus right now. Today, I'll walk you through the details. All North Carolina counties are experiencing high levels of community transmission of COVID-19, but the virus is impacting some counties even harder. You can see this already on our dashboard right now, which shares county-level data for cases, percent of tests that are positive, deaths, and other metrics. This new COVID-19 County Alert System makes this data more visible, more understandable, so North Carolinians can easily see how their county is doing. And it provides a list of actions, again, that individuals, businesses, community organizations, and public officials can take to slow the spread in their county. So let's take a look at the metrics behind the County Alert System. Because no one metric provides a complete picture, we use a combination of 3 metrics to categorize counties. The metrics are informed by the White House Coronavirus Task Force and North Carolina's key metrics that you're familiar with. The first metric is case rate. Here, it is adjusted for population in the county, so we can compare counties with different sized populations. The metric is the number of new cases in 14 days per 100,000 people. This is the same measure that the White House Coronavirus Task Force uses to compare counties and states. The second metric is the percent of tests that are positive, and everyone's familiar with that one. The third metric is a hospital impact metric, and this is a composite score based on the percent of hospitalizations that are for COVID, COVID-related visits to the emergency department, the number of staffed and open hospital beds, and critical staffing shortages over 14 days. I want to thank our hospital partners who worked with us to determine how to best measure the impact of this pandemic on hospitals at the county level. So we use a combination of these three metrics that I just went through to categorize counties into three colored tiers to describe their level of viral spread and healthcare capacity impact. Red is critical, orange is substantial, and yellow is significant. On this slide, we show the cut points on those metrics we utilize to categorize counties into their color tier. Every county in the state is experiencing community spread, and so to move from yellow to red or orange, two things have to happen. First, the county has to meet the criteria for its case rate, meaning more than 100 cases per 100,000 for orange, more than 200 cases per 100,000 for red. Second, the county has to also meet at least one of the following criteria: either an elevated percent of tests that are positive or an elevated hospital impact. For example, if your county crosses the case rate threshold, and in the left-hand column, and its percent of tests that are positive is between 8 and 10%, or the hospital impact score is moderate, your county will be orange. As we move to the next slide, you can see a map of the state showing which counties meet the criteria for red and orange. We have 10 counties that are red with critical community spread, and 43 counties are orange with substantial community spread. And the remaining are yellow with significant community spread. No matter the color of your county, there are critical actions we can all take to slow the spread, starting with everyone wearing a mask whenever you're leaving your home. But it doesn't stop there. Everyone has a responsibility, each North Carolinian, each business, each public official in each county. Red and orange counties need to do even more to slow the spread of COVID-19 in their communities. And in the next few slides, I'm going to highlight some examples of the recommendations for the red and orange counties that go further and build on top of the already existing executive orders and guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services. So if you live in a red or orange county, you can help slow the spread and protect your loved ones by limiting social activities with other households and minimizing the number of people in your social circles. Reduce your public interactions to mainly essential activities and avoid settings where people congregate. For businesses and community organizations in red and orange counties, they should be using telework wherever possible, canceling non-essential work travel, participating in the Count on Me NC training, and avoiding all indoor meetings or events or gatherings above 10 people. Public officials can expand free state-funded testing events. They can increase the availability of non-congregate housing so people who need it can have a place to isolate or quarantine. They can increase enforcement of gathering limits and masks. And they can also adopt local ordinances with civil penalties. A full list of recommendations for all of us and the additional actions for red and orange counties is included in today's alert. The state can also provide additional support. Counties are not on their own. We can help with sharing messages about prevention. We can work together on enforcement. We can ramp up testing together, support our local health departments, and allow support services so people can afford to stay home to isolate or quarantine. The COVID-19 County Alert System is now posted on our website. Moving forward, we will publish this report monthly. Counties that are identified as meeting the criteria for red or orange tiers will stay in those tiers for at least 4 weeks to give them time to make progress. Today, I covered a lot of ground, but the bottom line is that the COVID-19 County Alert System gives North Carolinians an easy way to see how their county is doing and to know what they can do to protect their family, their neighbors, and slow the spread of this virus. With promising news on the vaccine front, We need to do what we've done throughout this pandemic. Work together to avoid the threatening situations that many other states are facing right now. I know we can do this because time and again, since our first case in March, North Carolinians have done exactly that. Thank you, Governor.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Cohen, and thanks to your team that helped to develop this system. By pinpointing counties with high virus transmission and asking everyone in those counties to work with us and do more right now to slow the spread of the virus, we can succeed. It can help bring down their case rates, keep their communities safer, save lives, and keep their hospital systems working. Right now, these are strong recommendations. However, if our metrics keep moving in the wrong direction, the state could impose additional orders, either at the local or statewide level. As numbers worsen here and across the country, we need North Carolinians to treat this virus like the deadly threat that it still is. I know that months and months of acting carefully have made people tired, and the caution and care of the early days of this pandemic have given way to more relaxed behavior. But we cannot let weariness win. With 2 vaccines on the horizon with more promise than health officials ever imagined, North Carolinians have more reason than ever to be hopeful. That hope must drive our efforts to bridge the gap and slow the spread of this virus until vaccines help us to snuff it out. Letting the virus win now, with vaccines coming so soon, is like punting at the 10-yard line. That's foolish. We need to reach this goal line together. Now is not the time to give up and to let more people get sick and die. Now is the time to recommit to taking this virus seriously. And that means changing our holiday plans to be smaller and safer. So let's stick with what we know works. Wear a mask, wash your hands, wait 6 feet apart. Be smart about your Thanksgiving plans and get creative with the options to celebrate safely. Your community may benefit or suffer from your decisions. Remember, this pandemic won't last forever, but our strength and resilience will. Also with me today is the Secretary of Public Safety, Eric Hooks, and our Emergency Management Director, Mike Sprayberry. Lee Williamson and Monica McGee are our sign language interpreters. And behind the scenes, Jackie and Jasmine Mativier are our Spanish language interpreters. We're going to have media questions, and if you could identify yourself and your organization, we would appreciate it. And we'll have our first question.
Our first question is from Michael Hyland with CBS 17.
Michael, are you there? So we might want to go to the next one. We're not hearing a question.
Moving on to our next question from Dawn Vaughn with the News and Observer.
Hi, Dawn Vaughn in the News and Observer. Looking quickly at the map and it being by county, are you going to leave this up to county health departments, county commissioners? Is it spun out within cities if there's the metrics are different for cities versus counties? And you mentioned that if things get worse, there would be a state mandate. Would that be a state mandate targeted at specific areas and counties?
So this metric system is a starting point for us. We wanted to identify counties, and it is at the county level where the metrics have been taken. We wanted to identify the counties that were having the worst problems, the viral hotspots. And this is for everybody. It's not just for county commissioners, but it's also for mayors and city councils of cities and towns within the counties. It's for the businesses that work there. It's for the business leaders. It's for the community and faith leaders and every person. There are recommendations for all of those groups in this county metric system. And what we want to do is to create a synergy of enforcing the requirements that we already have in place that are in executive orders, like mask requirements and gathering limits and percentage of occupancy, but also try to establish things that are unique to those counties that we think might help to slow the spread. And that means more state help and potentially more state resources to help counties wrestle this problem. And we wanted to do this as strong recommendations because we want to work in a cooperative way. And we have done better than other states have done because we have not seen surges that the other states have. But we know it's too high. We know it's continuing to creep upward. And we have to take strong steps now. So this is why we put this in place. And if we continue to see our numbers rise and we continue to see an increase in our percent positive and our metrics and our hospital system becomes too